which is another thing. You don't want to fight like booty bandits or people like that because a lot of them have AIDS. So that's why a lot of people don't like do shit to them.
Like their blood on you.
Yeah, you don't want to get that. So I'm walking across the compound. The warden is like doing his walks through the compound and shit, and he comes over to the two officers that are walking me.
Yo, I'm here.
And he's like,
how you living?
He's like, what happened? And I was like,
what up, big dumb?
Now I know I'm going to the box. And it's winter. I'm gonna be fucking cold. So I was like, dude, listen,
I'm at 100.
Running next to me, and I'm not living like that. I don't respect that. So I did what I had to do. And he's like, are you AD? Like thinking I was an Aryan brother or something.
I'm at the maximum amount you can be.
No, man, I'm a neutral. So
I'm at the maximum amount you can be.
Like, they were like, that's what's up. You see what I'm saying? Like the warden kind of like you're hearing them be like, yeah, bro.
Or it was.
Decent. Like they knew this dude. So
why should I join your server?
And everybody knew him. So when
he was a problem.
Yeah,
a constant problem.
Yeah, and like everybody knew about that fight because everybody knew of him and how he was, and then nobody really knew of me. It was just like the white boy that beat Dirt's ass. You know what I mean? So I get into confinement. I'm in my cell, and they bring him from medical into the confinement room. And right when he gets in, like the officers, I guess, had like said some shit to other inmates or whatever. And so when he walks in, they're like, oh, you let that white boy beat your ass. So now they're like booing the whole situation up again. So I'm like, man, like I'm going to do, 50, 60 days in the box. I think it's 30 and I sat in there for a little while too. We go to the but now I'm going to get out and I'm going to have to go right back in because there's no way this dude is going to let this be known. You know what I mean? Yeah. And so I think I did like, I forget how many days, but I was back in confinement, and that is when I saw how the officers really are. And like when I saw that is really when I was like, I laid down that night after all that shit had happened, what they did, and I was just like, bro, like I could not go home. And it doesn't have to be like a gang thing or anything like that. Like they were literally killing people there. Like it's in the paper and everything.
Just instigating situations.
They were definitely but what they did was they targeted the gunners. So when you go to confinement and you go for gunning, they put a 1-9 on your door, and they do that for like each charge, and they have your charges when you're being released, your pictures all on your door, right? The two sellers got the pictures on it. So like they would see the 1-9 on the dude's door, and they would like instigate and talk shit and be like, their officers would do that and sell them out. And then one day, like there's a captain in Florida who's usually in charge of like 10 officers. They're like the upper dudes in the system, right? They wear a white shirt. So I guess the gunner had said something to one of the officers when they were messing with him, right? And the captain came in, and he literally just walked in the middle of the dorm, and there's all cells going down here, and then there's a top tier where they go up top. So there's 2 levels. And he stood in the middle of the dorm. And first he told us all to get off our windows, and then he just said, if y'all want to gun my white women, get your ass on the door. Like he was begging somebody to like say, fuck you, sorry, or fuck you, Cap, you know what I'm saying? And there's always one motherfucker in there that'll be that dude, like, no matter what. So this dude was like, fuck you, and he starts selling them out through the door, right? So the captain and like 3 officers go over to this dude's cell. Now they open his flat. He's still talking shit, and they're supposed to turn on like back then it was a handheld and when an inmate was bucking, they call it bucking, when they're kicking the door, screaming.
Look at this move.
So they would turn the camera on, and they would have to record what was going down as they extracted the inmate from the cell to make sure that they didn't break the law. Right. So what they do is they would literally have the camera guy would be behind 2 other officers. They go over to the door with the camera off, talk a bunch of shit to this inmate, get him going crazy, and then boom, they turn the camera on and they're like, inmate, stop bucking, stop. Like they make it seem like he just started to go crazy for no fucking reason, and they're trying to get him to calm down. So they sprayed this dude through the food flap with Black Jesus is what it was back then. I think they took it out, but it was like a strong ass OC spray. That, like, if we sprayed it in the front parking lot or like 50 yards away, like we would be like choking. That's how powerful it was. Like we in confinement, it would come through the vents in the cell. So if dude upstairs got sprayed, the air, the return vent would bring it into all the other cells. So you're literally like 10 cells away and you have to take your shirt off and you wet it a little bit and you like mask your face to kind of stop from the shit getting in your nose. So this dude's in the cell. After they spray you, they're supposed to take you out and put you in a shower because that shit's that powerful. Like it needs to get off you. So they didn't do that with him, man. They just left him in there for like an hour. And that stuff not only gets on your eyes, it gets on anything that touches. So like your hands would be burning just from getting the residue on you. And he was literally like screaming for his mom. Like that's how much like he was like going through it. And that's really when I was like, because these are hard, like these aren't no bitches, you know what I'm saying? And when you hear a grown man and know like there's nothing he can do to control this situation, it's totally out of his hands. Like he is literally at the mercy of whatever they want to do to him. So they did that. He's screaming. He finally like calmed down from screaming, but he couldn't breathe. So that's probably why he couldn't scream. And they ended up having to go in on a stretcher and get him out of there. And the dude ended up dying like a couple of days later or some shit. I don't know if that was true because that's through like, you know, the inmate telephone type shit.
So what was the black stuff? What was
Black
the name?
Jesus.
It's called Black Jesus.
Yeah, it's a big OC mace.
OC mace.
But the shit shoots like a fucking fire. Like it shoots like
so it's
like
one
a
of those big
hose.
cans with a trigger on it.
Yeah.
And it was black?
Like a trigger like that. They would put it on their belt, you know what I mean, and walk around with it. But yeah, it was. I think they took it out of the prison system because of just how like ruthless and you know like the people that have asthma.
Black label pepper spray. Black Jesus. Fuck.
I don't know if that was the real name. I think it was though, but that's what everybody.
It's a good name for it.
Yeah, no, for real, right?
Just to make you see Jesus.
Yeah. And that's like really, man, like where I was like, that was the first time ever in my life I was like, man, I need to change my life. Because I'm in there and I'm in the dorm and I'm going to like get on the phone and you look around and there's dudes that have been in there for 22 years who haven't gotten on the phone or talked to anybody in 15 years. Haven't had no, like, you know, because their family died or they were pieces of shit and nobody wants to talk to them. But the majority of people, a lot of that goes on in prison. And, you know, like, through my life, I don't know about, like, you or anything, but, like, my parents would always tell me shit when I was younger, right? Like, you don't want to be a drug dealer. And I was like, yes, I do. And now I'm in prison because of it. So it's like, I was, like, I heard all that shit when I was young, but I just thought I was different. I was unique. I wasn't going to get caught or whatever. And now I'm sitting in prison with old guys, like, you know, in their 60s, that got life and never getting out, never seen the daylight. And they're telling me, like, man, if you keep doing what you've been doing, you're going to be me. And that was really where I could see it. I could see, like I could always tell myself, man, I got 10 more years to keep getting in trouble. But then it got to the point where, like, I was worried about the charge that I was going to get because the violence and the crime just keeps getting bigger and bigger on the street. Like, it starts from, you know, selling pills to robbing pharmacies to writing scripts to, you know, a bunch of different levels. And then, you know, you're robbing people, so now they could have a gun, you know, so you never know. Like, I lived for the day, you know what I mean? And it was then that I was like, man, like, I really need to get my shit together. But I didn't know how to do it, you know what I mean? I'd been, like, so caught up in the game for so long that, like, I didn't really want to work a normal job because I would always tell myself, why am I going to go work for, you know, $400 a week? And that's what kept me in it. But when they put that database into effect, and I went to prison again, that was really like, I was like, man, like, I want to do something different in my life. You know, I don't want my legacy to be like a fucking low-level drug dealer, you know what I mean? It's still doing the same shit.
Yeah. What, so, like, after you went to confinement, after beating up that dude who was jacking off on the lady. We hung Gunner after you get the Gunners. And they try to instigate, obviously, like, if you're going to get out, it's going to be conflict for you guys again. What happens when you guys get out?
So we both got released at the same time, right? It was like me, him, and like 2 other guys. So we have our shit. We go out to the bubble where the doors open, and they tell us what dorm we're going to. So, like, he didn't say anything. I didn't say anything. We walked out of the door of confinement to go to our dorms, and I just stepped off over to him, and I'm like, bro, listen, I'm done with that shit. If you're done with it, we're good. But if you want to run it back, we can run it back. But we might as well just do it here because we're not going to, we're going right back here.
Right.
So he was like, nah, bro, it's straight. But still, even then, like, when I went back into the dorm and, got in the groove of that dorm and, like, started knowing people and shit, like, but when that was going on, I was still like, this dude could come stab me when I'm sleeping. It's nothing for him to leave his dorm and sneak off into my dorm because the guards don't really give a fuck. You know what I mean? So it was like probably a couple weeks where
there's nothing in between you and them when you're sleeping.
So, like, you're sleeping as close to you are right now, and that's how it is.
But there's like no doors on your bunk.
Not in an open bay. In a cell, you can have doors in the cell. It's called a T-building. They're even have doors, but not in an open bay. And even when you have a door, they make shit to pop the locks. Like, you can get a soda can and take off the thing under the lid, and you can use that to pop your door. Or, like, there's other shit too, but. So you're not safe. Like, and I'm not a small dude. I was even bigger than that. I worked out all the time, kept up top shape, ready at any time to go. And, like, I'm worried, you know what I mean? So I know, like, now I'm in a place where like I graduated to the next level of, problems. And I didn't gangbang when I was in there. After I fought that dude, and I got out of confinement, I was on the yard and everything. All the white boys that are in, like, Unforgiven. I think there was some AB there and some other skinheads. They were like, yo, what's up, bro? You want to probate? Like probate to get into the gang. You have to do, like, certain shit to get in. And I was just like, I didn't, like, disrespect them because at the same time, like, I didn't know what was going to happen with the dude. And I'm new in this prison, so I need to make some friends. In case, like, people are going to try to stab me or whatever. But nothing ended up happening. I ended up getting moved over to the work camp. But I didn't go outside the gate. I didn't have a gate pass. So, I mean, that was like a work camp, which is kind of different. It's kind of more laid back, but the same shit was going on, just not on the same level. You know what I mean? It was kind of more, like, chill.
It's crazy how people in prison are just reduced to, like, the most primitive form of humans. Like, jacking off on the girls walking down the hall. That's fucking crazy. It's like monkeys at a zoo. It's what they do.
Bro, I was so disgusted with it. Like, I had no idea that shit was, like, going on. And then when you see it, it's like, the way I look at it is he's raping that chick, and we're all watching.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It was so, like, we were on the yard one time, bro, and they have gun towers in the prison yard, like, where the gate is, so they can see the whole prison and the yard. So there's all these inmates on the yard, right? And if you look up in the prison tower, there's windows where the officers are. So there's this group of dudes that's over to the side where the picnic table is. Like, there's like a blind spot where the officer on the yard couldn't see them, and they're jacking off to the person in the gun tower. Except that gun tower, nobody went up in it because it was under construction. They were gunning a mop turned upside down, leaned on the window. They thought it was a chick. So they're gunning a fucking mop. If that gives you any idea. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So, I mean, if that gives you any idea of what type of people. And that, like, that was a big reason, too, why I didn't want to go back. It was because it was getting to the point where there's, like, so much disrespect. Like, you're just crammed in there with everybody. You can't get away from anybody. And you're around 100 different personalities, from gunners to freaking murderers. And I was just like, man, like, I could probably do more time, but I can't do it with these people. And I know if I come back, I'm going to be doing it. And it just got worse, too, as time goes on. Because in there, everybody's doing 2G and K2. So they're literally strung out in prison, and now you got all the bullshit that comes with drugs and that lifestyle going on, right? So it was an epidemic. Like, people are dying left and right.
It's really set up like the police are bad. Most people I talk to, they say they have like just to try to get a point out. Yeah. And his point is like just because of all the shit they're exposed to.
Yeah, well, yeah, you are.
There's 10 million arrests a year.
I seen a dude in prison, right? His arm was like sitting up like this, and he couldn't hold it down, so he was walking around everywhere. In his armpit was a freaking thing, like a softball, and it was red and blue and shit. He had like either Mercer or Staph or whatever. It could have been a spider bite. So he goes to medical to be like, hey, I can't put my arm down. And they're like, here's 3 ibuprofen, go back to the gun, you'll be okay. And that's their medical, like, that's all they do. It's either Tylenol or ibuprofen for everything. Unless you are, like, literally, like, you know, you're about to die. It's like for the media. Yeah, the medical, like, and that's scary too, man, because you never know, like, you get hit by ground with truth, which is everywhere. I mean, they're planting shit in there, and next thing you know,
that's why Sam Harris has to be like, I think slavery was bad. I'm just saying that. And here's
all
some
that shit,
statistics
man,
that everyone should know.
I think it was just all of it combined.
That's what it is. The news.
We live in a country. I wanted to change, you know what I mean? I just didn't really like know how. I didn't know like what did they tell you?
Pretty convinced they say like we're on
I didn't even know when I was doing it.
It's propaganda. It's literal propaganda. There's certain political interests.
Like my classification officer told me like 3 weeks prior, but it was just like, hey, here's where you go. You gotta go to court when you get out to the state of Florida, and you get a food stamp card. And I don't know. I didn't get. I got picked up. Usually they'll get people a bus ticket and it used to be 100.
A bus ticket and $50.
Yeah, after like 10 years.
Good luck, buddy.
Yeah, we'll see you back.
Yeah. We'll see you in 48 hours.
Yeah. So, I mean, I got out and I wanted to do the right thing. I like still was still fucking up a little bit. Drugs and some not wanting to work a full-time job because I couldn't find one. And if I did, it was like McDonald's.
I'm like, dude, you guys are having the same conversation in their house right now. People in New York are like these fucking idiots down there. They have no idea.
I ended up
a lot of money looking at McDonald's now.
Nowadays. So I tried to change at that point, but I was still like 1 foot in, 1 foot out. And my grandma that raised me, that guy in my 70s.
There's been things that have been introduced.
I was at work one day. I'm working at the gym now, so I'm starting to like make that transition into I've met a good girl, so that helped a lot. Never been I'm at the gym, I'm leaving, I'm going home. My grandfather calls me. He's like, hey, go to St. Joe's. So all this time, like that I was doing the pills and everything, like my grandma had like anxiety because my dad died, so she buried both of her kids when they were like in their 20s. So she already had like anxiety, and then she had fibromyalgia, so she was on the painkillers for her own shit. I think along the line, like even though like she didn't do crazy shit, but she was addicted.
It showed the part where his dad was in office.
So she ended up getting put on oxygen because of like, that shit slows down the respiratory system, and shortens the breath and shit like that. So they put her on the oxygen. They put the thing in the garage of my grandparents' house and run the cable into the living room, and she can walk into it.
know he was a CIA, and I know he was before. That's all I know.
And she was trying to quit smoking, but I guess she didn't get a cigarette. So she lit a cigarette in the oxygen pot and burned her, literally engulfed her hand. And my grandpa's in the front room, so you can't hear her screaming because she's literally on fire and you can't breathe. So like, I think that went on for a couple of minutes, and then he finally went out and saw her. Did what he had to do to get her to the. They ended up very close to the burn. And she had like 3rd-degree burns.
It must have been 92. Yeah, when he lost.
she was like in a coma or whatever they did there. And she had a DNR, so it wasn't like there was nothing we could do to give her back her quality of life. You know what I mean? So yeah, so and she I think had a DNR now because like she had both the kids and then she had raised me and here I am fucking doing shit. So I think she was just doing it. Like she told my grandfather, if anything ever comes down to it, don't say it's funny.
That's a catch-22. It's like if a retarded guy in office, do you criticize him nonstop every single day?
That happened, and then I kind of was like, fuck.
You want a retarded guy or like a elite network of like people like just out to dock people?
And the girl I was with like stayed with me, and she was like,
no, but in the movie there's a part where they run that ad.
So over time, man, I just like finally started to like understand like what life is. You know what I mean? I never had like responsibilities. I never showed up where I said I was going to show up. You know what I mean? I was just like holidays would pass, and I was like, dude, Christmas was like 2 months ago. Like, I was so in like a fog. I don't even know how I'm alive. Honestly. Like, the shit that I only put in my body,
that gets pushed through after all this crazy wars and really weapons there. The news kind of flubbed that one pretty fucking hard. Things we got lied to.
You know, having a good woman in my life, I think, is like one of the catalysts for me making changes because, like, I don't have anything. I don't have anything really other than my wife. I ended up married, and so she kind of like, I guess I was like just ready to change too, but I wanted to do something more with my life. And then I started doing personal training, and I got really good at that. I started making bonuses with them, and then the shit happened with my grandma. I was working at I was just ready to kill myself. Because I it was upsetting. And then, so I stopped working at this one gym, and that's when I moved to do some fitness gym, personal training. And I started opening the gym with him, and I did exactly what he said. I didn't do anything. So when this was going on, the Department of Labor sued him because he did this to 3 other people. So there was going to be like an investigation on it. And I was calling him on the phone because I couldn't get him to give me the checks. And then he finally just said, like, I'm going to give you a check. And he wouldn't even do it. He got somebody else to him.
What's this guy now?
He ended up losing the gym because he's a fucking scumbag. I don't want to, his name's Joe. So, but anyways, I recorded all his phone calls and I did an episode on my channel and told the whole story. Put him out there, you know what I mean? And then, you know, after I did that, yeah, exactly. So, and then that's when I found out about the YouTube.
So like this guy just only
on break at work, and I was watching YouTube, and some writers like all these people on Fuzzy
basically the guy was
I watched their channels go from like 10,000 subscribers to 100,000, 200,000, 300,000, and now they're like making a living, feeding the whole family, just from telling like their life, what they went through. So I saw all that going on YouTube, and I was like, I can do that. A lot of good stories I tell. I know a lot of people that have been in trouble, so it's pretty easy for me to find people, right? So as I'm watching YouTube, like there was like, you know, there's a lot of drama in the prison drama. So I never saw a channel, man, where somebody like went on, told all their stories, and then like used that, turned it into a positive, and then would help people that are still stuck in like where I was, confusion on like, you know, what am I going to do with my life? I don't see a way to change. So on my stuff, like I did an episode on the mayor. I do like stuff like that, but when I do, I'm not just working. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I made 50 grand on selling pills, but that was one way. I made a lot of money, but I didn't have shit to show for that. You know? When you're making a lot of money, you spend a lot of money. And then when you get high, you really spend a lot of money on shit that you don't even know. I would wake up and be like,
Yes.
Like, not even know.
That's my job.
So I wanted to, like, you know, make my channel different, obviously, and I just wanted to, you know, spread the message that, like, people can change, because I didn't think I could, you know what I mean? Like, I've been with nothing, you know what I mean? Again, not knowing where I was going to sleep at night. Like, that's where it got to, and then having no family even makes that more. So I wanted to help people is why I started, and I also want, you know, to be able to, like, this is like a side hustle for myself, and hopefully something come out of it, and if not, I'll just
Pictures, camera tapes,
Yeah, man, some of the most interesting people ever met have been on the show that have been in prison. So,
oh, they got Jimmy Kimmel.
talented people that have had a lot of times reflect. You know what I mean? They have nothing to distract themselves with except to look inwards and, you know, reflect on their own lives.
It's like, oh my God, your favorite
That's the amount of people that they've met, and they're straight up the most fascinating people.
They always say you go black guys in dresses in Hollywood. Why do they always put strong black men in blackface?
I think it makes you appreciate the
Yeah.
smaller things.
What do you think? I don't know, like, how bad the opioid epidemic is right now. Since Purdue's been shut down, I don't know what the statistics are.
We're back.
What
This is the
do
fireside
you
chat.
think the
Mistakes were
answer
made.
is
Damn, my leadership
for
failed.
to, you know, to stop all of the overdoses? And, obviously, you can't make the stuff illegal. You know, if it stays legal and it's still prescribed, you know,
I fucked
people
up. Sorry, guys. Shit got bad. I thought other things were
cancer or whatever it is. Like, what do you think
Yeah, man. I definitely triggered the negative fact nest.
to stop all the deaths and all the overdoses?
Negative facts are definitely firing up right now. Yeah, they are.
I think it's been going on since
I messed up. It's like, my bad, guys. There's mistakes made. It's
I
like,
think now it's just on the
rights
other
being
level,
made back
it's
in
more
Red
accessible.
It's like, yeah, these
I
guys
think they're
have
trying
strong
to not
emotional
make it
reactions.
as accessible as it used to be, because,
There's
like, there was a point where my grandma couldn't even get a prescription filled because of
calling the negative
all
facts.
the corruption and all the people dying and all the
Sort of, they share qualities. They do share
they're
qualities.
under watch. And now a normal person that really needs to
It's a type of thinking that you just put any kind of filter on. When something happens, you're just like,
that they can't get it because they're all being, like, we were prescribed the most opiates at one time in the whole world, like, from other countries. Like, our country gets the most pills. So when that started happening and people are dying, then I guess, I don't know who's in charge of it, but they were like, all right, we need to crack down. So they cracked down on Purdue and all those other you know, manufacturers, and then that's when I think the fentanyl really started to take. Now
What is it, 100 times more potent?
yeah, like, if you get it on your skin,
they don't like something, they're like,
there's a video of a cop arresting a dude instant talk about like open and
that's the other thing too, you lose
and
translation.
like, there's an actual video. You can watch the guy standing up, and the other guy's like, "Oh, you all right?" And the guy just said, "Yeah, you saw that? That's crazy."
He dies?
Well, he didn't die, but he would have if they didn't hit him with nothing. You know it's bad when all the cops have this way.
I don't care about all that stuff.
That should tell you the level of what's
Crazy. I didn't know that. I didn't know that video existed.
yeah, it's like a.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Yeah, I forget where, but I remember.
It went viral.
Well, I mean, the fentanyl thing's crazy, especially because it's like so much like cocaine is being
Yeah, well,
like there's 3 people that were just partying in LA like a month ago or whatever, and like, 4 people, and 2 or 3 of them died, and the one lady, she lived, but she's on life support, and she like barely survived.
Yo, are you there? Rabbi.
Yo, what's going on, Big Pimp? Doug, I'm here.
Now they're coming over 100.
I was just fucking talking to you. Yo! Yo!
Stop, bro. Is this the... Like, can we see your setup? Wait, tell me this. Wait, can we see your setup, bro? All your laptops?
Just because they leave.
Yeah, how'd you find out about me?
No, I spoke to you before. Do you remember Tony?
I talked to a lot of people. How'd you find out?
Now it's like,
How'd you find out about me?
No, we spoke to you before, bro. You're showing us your setup on like 30 laptops. It's pretty sick. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, how'd you find out about me?
Yeah, it's I don't know the answer. I don't know
No, bro, like,
I would imagine.
we've spoken to you like multiple times before, like months ago.
I know that.
Like we know about your challenge for like
Some sort
lifetime
of
like streaming, always live.
Yeah, we're done. Okay, here it is, really quickly.
Say that like this could ruin. This could.
Like, Tom, look at this. His room is
This is
awesome.
what happens. Like,
He's got like
make him watch a video or something. Like this is what happens when you take him for 4 days and then you don't take him for another 4 days. You detox, you fucking get the shakes or whatever it is. Like
he's got
at least like scare the shit out of people before they decide what they don't know.
What up, Tim?
Oh no, fucking Jared, you gotta show love the video. Oh, he's running this funny.
Just to give you an idea on
Like
why I
50
don't
fans.
think it's I would go to a doctor.
I do karaoke, yeah, fuck yeah.
I told him look at his phone account. He's sitting there.
And I'll go into the doctor and say, hey, I'm an addict and I can't get narcotics because I'll fucking.
I have
He's
bots.
And he'll, at the end of the visit, we'll talk and he'll be like, okay, so you had anxiety, what's in? And I'm just like, oh, so if
Okay,
that right there shows you, like,
it's muscle, baby.
I think it's the medical community that shows all this.
I'm showing up when I can.
When you watch
Yeah, there you go, big dog.
You had more laptops last time, bro.
Dude, they're right there. I showed
Done
them.
by Alex Gibney.
No, I had like all the phones. Yeah, last time you showed us everything, bro.
Okay, that's fine. It's 3:19 in the morning, so I'm a little tired.
Yeah, he's fucking.
How are you?
Yeah, that's like what I would like to get into.
I'm good, bro. I just woke up at 5:19 a.m.
Okay, very cool.
Crime of the century.
Well,
Are you still living with the Packies?
I'm doing what I can to live.
It's a good documentary. That gives you like the.
No, you know those people you live with, are they Muslim?
Yeah, Alex
They're
Gibney's
not
in
Pakistani. They're not Muslim either.
Yeah, but if
They're not
you
Muslim
are,
either.
Where are they
you
from,
should be able to
India?
go to the doctor's
No.
appointment.
Yo, you in the military, Rabbi?
No.
Are you in the military?
No, too many questions. Do you have any questions? Go to the Ask Rabbi Anything section, and I'll answer your question.
Yo, why you have an ego now, bro? I thought we were friends.
Dude, it's 3:19. It's 3:20 in the morning. I'm tired. I'm just chilling.
Bro, come on.
What
Yeah,
it
we're
does
just
is
chilling, so we're gonna see your rest.
Okay, cool.
you take a painkiller, the Suboxone attaches.
Apologies if I come off with an ego. I have the biggest ego on earth, but I'm tired. It's early. It's really late, so
So if you take a pill when you're on Suboxone,
I'm gonna be going to bed soon.
it'll put you into immediate withdrawal. Because if it crosses the blood, like having that is like it'll put you in. I don't know what causes it exactly.
Well, wait, Tom, so he's always live on Twitch, kicking YouTube like 100 accounts, and like in like 100 different Discord accounts, always live on like every episode.
And then, you know, it was meant
It's
to
like
be.
a little,
Money.
yeah, it's like a challenge where he's just live 24/7 for the past 7 years or so.
But people
Rabbi, how long you been live for?
3.5 years.
They'll find a way to get around it. There's people that are shit sticking it up their ass.
I know.
Wait, Tom, all those laptops and stuff they all bought. Wait, what do the bots do? Rabbi, like on the laptops?
They spam people on Blue Sky.
Right.
Like, I really want to.
On Twitter?
Fentanyl. Where did
Blue
fentanyl-
Sky.
What year did that come on?
Have you ever had fentanyl before, Rabbi?
It was around when I was doing shit back in the day. But
There seems to be watching a TV show about it.
I've had surgeries, and they give it to you after surgeries.
Tom, he never leaves his room.
That's incorrect. I leave my room every single day.
I never actually.
Really?
Yes.
The toilet or something?
I know.
I go to the bathroom, I go outside, I streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, I've streamed in Los Angeles, I've streamed at Disneyland, basically everywhere in Southern California.
What about Northwest? How far Northwest?
And even with that,
Like Santa Clarita,
TV out, bro.
oh, Northwest,
Have you gone any further than that?
Santa Barbara.
Yeah. Wow.
Alright, let's say you're in there right now. How far northeast? What
people
about?
are using that, bro.
Like generally,
It's So when
I don't have a map, but like around Santa Clarita or Visalia or
What about Southwest? How far you guys?
to the ocean,
I feel for the person who.
So now,
to like
the
San
tolerance is so
Diego.
high, fentanyl is so prominent everywhere. It's on everything. Like, people are wasting their animals. So you don't know what's going on. It's like playing Russian roulette. You know what I'm saying? And now the drug addicts are addicted to the fentanyl.
I lose track at 42. I fuck tons of chicks.
Straight fentanyl.
Yeah, or those.
Could you imagine, like, that's the kind of stuff you're doing? Like, the drug idea is so strong, I have to cut it to paralyze.
Right?
It's the next level.
Yeah. So, I mean, some of them don't even cut it. It's just so now you're.
I'm a certified project management professional. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, and I generate income from my previous work.
The hyperbaric chamber is like an oxygen chamber.
What is that?
It's like, you sit in it like anxiety and stuff like that. Like what it does is a lot of and what it does, like, after
The way his goal works is like clicks on it.
it's kind of like getting those things. And what it does is it hyper-oxygenates all the cells in the body. It makes them, it supercharges like repair of all your cells. And like all the tissue, everything.
Like, go back to like this guy.
I've never been
You're about to.
but I've seen LeBron have one, and he goes in it like into the playoffs, like NBA playoffs. Sometimes we have like games every other day.
I made mistakes. He made mistakes.
Doesn't that one of Frank's guys do that?
I'm sure he's toned down.
People who are just like,
The crazy thing is, when I called the traces, I think it was like one dealer in the US who sells them. I called him. Hey, can I get one of those LeBron James hyperbaric? He's like, yeah. He's like, yeah, I have a prescription though. I'm like, okay.
So you gotta go to a
It's
doctor.
funny what we're talking about. I gotta go get a spray.
It's all connected.
Yeah. It's made by Purdue.
It's made by Purdue.
And they're like, it's time to go to work. I'm not leaving my chamber.
Yeah.
Well, cool, bro. That was the other real break. Well, what? Tell me. So, like, what kind of people are you interviewing on the chat?
So I interviewed, a guy that had a life sentence for weed. He did like 20-something years. I interviewed a gang member that was stabbing everybody he saw in prison. And then I've also interviewed a dude that was paying rent and getting his shit took and getting his ass beat and tortured every day. So I try to bring on a wide variety of people. At first, I was kind of like, oh no, I never had that. Getting his ass beat.
Okay.
And they, in there, bro, like, depending on where you're at, you can literally be tortured. Like legit camps in Florida, juvenile prisons, and there are literally like 5 dudes that hold an inmate down, and the other dude fucks him in the ass with a broomstick. Like, that's the kind of torture. I mean, not like, someone just punches you in your shit. Like, you have to fight one of them, and then when you're done, the next one comes in, and you gotta fight him. And they call it lining it up. Where they'll line like 10 dudes up, and you just gotta fight every one of them. But eventually, you can't. So you end up getting stomped into the ground. And some people that have that happen never fight back or never do anything. And when you do that, now you just hold everybody up. Basically, do whatever. Because they're just so scared. And then you have other people that happens to, and they fight back. And that's what it takes. You gotta fight back, because then they see, like, they call it a TOH, it's like a test of heart. So they're kind of testing you to see, like, are you really about that life? Are you gonna make it through this? And then when you do, they're like, oh, yeah, that's what's up. But I didn't get that shit. Like, I'm not that type of dude. Like, this fight, I'm not talking. You know what I mean? And so that goes on all the time. And then I bring the guy that I brought on. He was getting beat up, so like taking his shit and stuff like that. They call it a jizzle in Florida. And like when I first went to prison and I saw that happen, because I never really had that happen to me.
being able to mindfully handle things that can be psychologically painful.
Whatever, but
Like, you know, you don't
like I fought,
some
but
guy
no
comes
one
in
ever
your room
took
and
it to
starts
that
like
level
fingering
and
your
tried
butthole.
me.
They're not saying like,
You know
hey,
what I
dude,
mean?
it's mind over matter.
But
So like, sure,
I
if
bring
you're like,
people on that has
say like,
had
you know,
that
some
happen
dude was like, I'm
because
gonna go
the
in there and figure it out.
majority of people
That's happened a
that
lot.
go to prison end up becoming
Some
victims.
dudes come in and figure it
Whether
out.
it's in people are taking your money, they're taking
There's a
your
whole show of
canteen,
this guy named
you're
the East
washing
area right
clothes,
now.
like boxers type
It's
clothes
Pat
washing,
Oswald's
or
wife,
you're doing dishes after they eat
caught
at
this guy.
night.
It was a cold case.
There's
She
a lot of
wrote
people
fucking
there
murder
that
mystery
go
about
there, they get caught
like a
up in
factual
either
murder. It was
they join a gang,
caught him
and
that
that
there was
shit
one guy,
comes
there
with
was a bunch
the
of
gang,
rapists
because
back
now
then.
you got gang members that are
70s,
above
like
you.
serial rapists.
You get money.
I think
Now
it was a
you
common
got
thing.
5 other
There was
gang
there
members
were
that
dudes that would like
4 of them
rally
don't. Now you're
neighborhoods and they
feeding
would like
them,
break into
and
houses and like
it's like kind of like a hierarchy, I guess. But
this guy did it constantly.
in Florida,
But there
man,
was
it's
one
just
dude
like
known as the
if
Sticky
you're
Rapist,
white, you're the
which that
outcast,
was
and
making
if
money.
you're not in a
They all had
gang, you're
nicknames. All the
definitely
rapists had names. He was just
so
one of them was the Sticky
I did it.
Rapist.
It can be
And
done.
it was because he smelled so
Yeah.
bad.
It's scary hearing this kind of shit, man. Especially from our when you hear
It's like the stinky cheese
statistics
man.
like the United States is the number one, has the number one country in the world, the highest
Although I think you're like, this gets set, your senses get like, you'll remember like,
And the
man,
most
that's pretty.
Because you think they'd
and
be
the
folks
most
up
of
the
yeah, it's a
horrific
fucking
atrocities
cycle.
they would say he plays, but
It's a
then
dead
they're
end
like,
cycle.
this guy fucking
Definitely
stinks.
I know a lot of people right
Maybe
now.
everybody reported that the
Still,
East
they're
area
never
is
gonna like
it's
see
like every single person was like, the only things I remember about it
like
was
they have this saying, you
pretty small dick.
either go to jail or you die,
That's kind of,
or
that's like,
you go on to the bitter end.
it's terrifying.
Meaning,
So she solved
you're
these things.
okay with
She
how
did
fucking
actually,
bad your
and
life
then
is
she died.
because like you just can't see it any other way
She was
because
taking
you're
like
like
Xannies and shit
when you
before
can't
bed.
stop taking something to act
That's
normal
all
or
you're
you'll
focused on.
be sick.
If I was pushing
Everything else doesn't matter anymore because if you're sick, you can't do anything. So that becomes you become a slave, and I think that's kind of like what Purdue wanted, and I think that's why their shit got eventually got caught up with, and everybody found out what they were doing because they were paying those FDA people to sign off on their shit, knowing, telling people this is a short-term solution. When really they knew the whole fucking time. Once we got them, they were fucked.
Right. And how do we make higher doses?
How do we give out?
Right.
I don't know, but I don't see it changing anytime soon. It's just, you probably know somebody that's
Lots of people, man. Tons of people. Way too many people. It's crazy.
I look back at people I like went to school with, man. And it's like,
I've heard so many fucking stories. It's fucking frightening. Especially when I was younger in high school too. I knew so many people that were caught up in that shit, dying all the time.
now
I'm lucky I never got caught up in it. I'm just lucky.
that's what I was like, man, how did I get because my mom was a drug addict. She would get drunk around me when I was a kid. Her boyfriend had been to prison 7 times. So I'm seeing all this go on, you know what I mean? But watching her get drunk and her get high, I was like, man, I don't want nothing to do with it. I never drank alcohol. And then, one day, you're in school and you got some shit, and you start doing it, and even then, I think it's just like that gene in me, you know what I mean? Like a predisposition to that. I kind of saw it more in the beginning of my life because I would get addicted to shit. If I played paintball, I needed to have 5 friends that played it, and we could build a fucking field outside with bumpers. Like, I took everything to the
That's why the
extreme.
gene too. I have that same.
Like addicted person.
Oh yeah. I gotta be careful. I gotta be careful. Right. Addicted to video games is one of the worst things too. God damn, Warzone, Fortnite, fucking PG. I've been on PGA 2K.
I only played Warzone.
Get this
I've never
fellowship.
played Warzone. I tried Call of Duty. I tried Call of Duty 3 times. I just never get good at it. Yeah. Video game things like once you actually have it, you suck.
Typically, when you're trying to mitigate something,
And like,
just to get rid of it,
I want what I want.
Yeah, exactly.
Right now.
Well, cool, bro. Tell everyone listening and/or watching where they can find your content.
So you can go on YouTube, type in DOC TV 813.
And then the other part of the year is where you have set up like values or things that you actually want in your life. And then when you get to the point, you're able to sit there and diffuse yourself from your thoughts.
Yeah, man.
I love your videos, man. They're really cool. I saw you went on you went on Matt's show. That was really cool. Matt's another guy similar to you. He got out of prison with nothing, and then he just turned this YouTube channel into opened up all these opportunities for him. And
I met Matt from YouTube. That's funny.
oh, really?
Like the first month I had a channel, I had watched him on like Dateline or one of those fucking shows like 10 years earlier. And then I have a channel now, and I'm like, man, I want to reach out to some people that got some crazy talent and see if I can put them on.
Yeah.
And I just stumbled across one of his videos. And I was like, man, this dude looks familiar. He looks younger though. Yeah. And I come to find out he had like plastic
Tons of plastic surgery.
I was like, damn.
He spent about $10,000 on his hairline.
No, right? That shit looks good.
It does. It looks fucking better than mine.
No, right? Me too. Yeah, so I met him, and we kind of like connected. Like we kind of hit it off now. Like,
super nice, and then you see like before and after.
Yeah, he's a super cool guy.
I think he probably thought when he met me I was kind of like flaky because I just made my channel. You know, everyone when they first started YouTube, like, this is for the rest of my life, and they get so addicted to it, and then they don't go anywhere, and they kind of fall out. So. But luckily for me, man, my channel's just been steadily growing. I think I'm at 3,500 subscribers.
That's tight.
Yours is like the biggest channel.
That's the goal right now, man.
Hell yeah. Well, I'm sure there's going to be more after this.
I hope so, man. I love it, man. I love doing YouTube. I love all the editing. I didn't know how to do it.
Just use the internet for a thing that actually feels.
So you're trying to help the
I
mental
don't
stability
see
of
that
Reddit
changing
once
unless I
I'd
start.
like to, bro. Like I said, I'm not even mad.
Yeah.
all these dudes on Reddit, you're
But once you start trying to make more and more stuff,
print
you know,
more money.
it's sense to get people to help you.
You're like, hold on, guys, I'm trying to help.
Find somebody who's good at doing graphic design and get them on something. Yeah, that way you can make it yourself. Like that's what Matt's doing. I think Matt has like a team. Matt's got more people working for him than I have helping you.
I know, and I even texted the other day. What about this sound?
Yeah, Matt's killing it, man. Matt's doing a great job. I love it. I love seeing like how far he's made. I saw him like he literally the week he got out of like the week he got out of whatever the halfway house. Yeah. The same week he came in here and it's like right now he's fucking doing people flying him to Europe to do TV shows and
It's just
crazy how much he's doing.
I need so many different.
But it's hard too. You gotta have the he's got like he's able to like put in the time to call his probation officer and get all these documents to travel. And he has to jump through so many hoops just to do this stuff.
That's what kept me from going on his channel, man. His probation officer wouldn't let him in.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so we had to like
That was last night. I was like, it all
probation
It all
officers.
clicks. That's nice. It's nice when a plan comes together.
And they got his bank account locked down. So he's got restitution. He's got $11 million restitution he has to pay back to the Wells Fargo.
That's all he's doing. Next time in
It's
prison.
comical, man. It's fucking comical. They're gonna make him drag that ball chain forever.
I know, man, and that's crazy, bro. I feel like once you do your prison sentence, like, you should be done, man. Like, now you get 20 years and you fucking 80 years probation. So, there's your life.
Are you still on probation? No. Okay, that's good. Well,
Well,
thanks for coming on, man. I really enjoyed this conversation.
Yeah, I really
fucking
appreciate it.
fascinating stories that you have.
I really appreciate you having me on, too, man.
Yeah, I've learned that kind of
That's
power.
Sweet to both of you guys.
Absolutely, man. Thanks again.
Yeah.
All right. Goodbye, world.
So hard, I would feel shitty. It'd be like, I would concoct this whole thing where I'm like, this clearly isn't for me. I gotta get out of it.
Oh, yeah, I can quit the fuck out.
I mean, some things are good. That's the other thing, too. There's some things that are genuinely good. Like, I was definitely in a marriage that wasn't working for me overall. That was something I quit. That I was
You're gonna throw that under the bus, too?
What? My first marriage. That was genuinely my fault, too, dude. Again, that was another thing. When you were talking about, like, pre-imagined situations, it would be like, how to have sex for 3 days. I'm like, I want to be fucking celibate. Oh, my God. And you start being like, you
What's up, world? We're back again with America's favorite con man, Matthew B. Cox. On this episode, we talk about Matt's latest documentary about to be released in Europe, where we create Con Man Olympus, in which Matt actually represents the USA. We're very proud of Matt for that. Matt also gives his take on the current trial getting started with Elizabeth Holmes and her company Theranos, in which she defrauded investors, committed wire fraud and conspiracy to commit fraud. Matt makes his predictions on what the outcome of that trial is going to be. And also towards the end of the conversation, we get into the latest developments of the Gabby Petito murder investigation in Florida. It's crazy out there in Florida right now. You got hurricanes everywhere, murderers on the run. Luckily, we have Matt Cox here to keep us entertained through all of it. So, without further ado, please welcome the man who needs no introduction, especially to the FBI, Matthew B. Cox.
Yeah, man. Damn. It sucks to just think about the queen, my bad.
All right, what's going on?
What do you mean? I don't know.
We're back. Why won't? Welcome back to the show, Matt Cox, the FBI's most wanted con man.
Still not.
Top 10. America's most wanted top 10. How you been, man? How's life going, bud?
Probably could just jerk off and forget about this, or just figure out ways to cultivate sex in a marriage without just sitting there and make my head up in this imagined scenario where I just become voluntarily celibate in a relationship and then act as if that's the reality I'm inhabiting. Which are I start taking these wild drastic actions that just fuck stuff up more because it's not based in reality. The other person's just looking at you like,
why would you why did you answer? There's a series called Psychology of Atomic.
here's how I'm feeling, here's being like,
Excuse my phone. You're gonna
So, bro, I go to Amsterdam, right? And
so it's like, unless people
are you nervous?
with the girlfriend. No, I'm saying I'm dating this chick, and then as soon as I get back home,
see like that.
Honestly, I never did. The answer that I typically give is so ridiculous. It's not you. Yeah, it's the whole, it's not you, it's me, it's,
I try to be a nice guy, but yeah, I'm trying to pick sometimes I fucking don't do shit. Sometimes my fucking demons possess me.
First of all, I've never broken up. She breaks up with me. She breaks up with me every 3 or 4 months, and it goes 3 days, maybe 4 days, and then she starts texting. This is killing me, and I can't stop thinking about you. And of course I was. And it goes back and forth, and then she comes over, and then she comes back and forth. Comes over for 3 or 4 weeks, and then it's like, can we start seeing each other again on this many days? And usually we get back together. We'll be fine. 3 months later, boom, same thing. It's never going to work. We're too different. We're totally different people. Do you have nothing in common? We don't argue. It's just not going to work. Like, I'm always like, look, if you're banging somebody else, tell me that. Tell me you're nailing somebody else, and I'll be like, okay, yeah, we all done. But it's never that. Tell me,
why would that be the thing that you need to hear?
Well, because I think that would be it would be a nice, clean cut. Like, okay, this is clearly not working. You're nailing some other guy. You're done. But simply saying, we get along, I'm in love with you, I love your sex, I love being around you, I love talking to you, I have fun when I'm with you, but it's never going to work. So
the words don't match the action.
Like, tell me I'm 34, right now I'm 52, she's 34, like, there's 18 still doing it. Like 18 years different. Like, tell me I'm too old for you. She's like, I'm not too old for you. She's like, I don't look 34, and you don't look 52. She's like, we basically look like we're the same. We both look like we're in our 40s. And she's like, so it's not that. I'm like, okay, well, tell me it's like, give me a reason that makes sense. And she's like, I just can't. I'm like, tell me you're not in love. Hey, look, I'm not in love with you. Like, I'm just not in love with you. Like, how do you know? It's like, look, I tried. I like you. You're cool. I like hanging out with you, but it's just never gonna become love for you. Like, tell me that. Like, I get that. I could be like, look, it makes you be in love with you. She's like, it's not that. Like, I'm in love with you. Like, all the time, all this, that. It's just not gonna work. Okay, and that's what it was this time. So it's just done. And only this time I knew it was serious. Because this, I told you, this is so stupid. I know it's stupid. And I've heard people say it when I was locked up, like I've heard people say stuff like this on TV, and I always thought, that's gotta be this one. This is how I knew that was it. She was serious this time. She, within a day, changed her relationship status on Facebook. Like real. It's real. Like, because you gotta think, before we would not see each other for whatever, 4 or 5 days or a week, and then we just sleeping together. She never changed, never once. This time, within a day, boom, done. It's like, it's so funny how people in their 50s act the way we used to act. When we were in high school, we probably worried about social status, or being single, it's all your marriage. You don't even know what I'm going through. You're married. It's over. Like, you don't even remember what it was like to be pathetic and feel insecure. And like, of course, like, to you, you're like, you don't need her. Yes, I do. I'm always saying, you don't need her when you've got some shit. You're always the guy who's like, fuck her. Yeah, because you're living with someone. You've got her locked down. It's over. You're all good. It becomes fuck her. But when it's you, it's like, but it's so weird. Like, why can't you just be happy, playing the field, doing your work, and just banging random broads? I'm 52. It's almost over. Like, my best years are way past. They're gone. You're not good in solitary. You need to sell me. Absolutely. I need to sell me. I need someone who's down, who's going to be down with me for the whole thing. That's what I need. You know? Yeah. And the worst thing is too, like, it's I know, like, part of it, I get it, because, like, she didn't want to move in, and so I knew when we first met, she did want to move in, and she didn't want to move in, and I always knew that was an issue. But as we started talking, I started realizing the major issue. It's hard to fight. Like, I'm very easy to get along with. I almost never draw a line with someone. I never have 100% opinions. This is the way it is. Like, I'm totally okay if we don't agree on the same subject. I'm pretty easygoing. You want to do this? Okay, well, I want to do this, but if this is important to you, then it's important to me, and I want to do it. Like, I'm available almost all the time if I work for myself. So all of these things make me a guy that's difficult to not get along with, and not probably drive some women crazy. Right. It makes her nuts. I'm always available. I'm always this. I don't. So I guess in her mind, maybe she's just like, maybe she's just not interested. I don't fight or argue with her. Maybe she needs. I keep telling her, I say, look, I get it. You want a guy that drives a forklift, that will come home drunk. You'll have to. She wants shame. Right. He's gonna have to check it off a few of those boxes. Keep going. Couple DUIs. So far, 3 for 3. 6-3. Every 3 months, you got to get him out of jail. 6-3. Right. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. 6-3. Yeah. So yeah. And I even said that one time. Tell me that I'm too short. Tell me that. Like, this is how comical it is when we're arguing. When every time we break up, this is how much I go. Tell me that. Like, I'll make. And she's like, it's not that. I'm like, tell me that it's, you know, and she's anything other than this ridiculously stupid one. What do you think it really is? What do you think it really is? I think she's just not loving. But I'm easy to go along with. I'm fun to be around. I'm funny. I'm nice. Like, the last time she broke up and got back together with me, here's what she said. After we broke up for a few days, then we started sleeping together, and she's coming over 3-4 days a week now. And then, so after a month or so, this was how we got back together. She said,
Fucking sick.
I would be stupid not to do it. You're a great guy.
Probably like 2 or 3
That would
episodes
be
in. He's already
stupid
hit
for us
like chest
not to
pains
do
from
it. I don't know
anxiety.
what I was thinking.
He's got
It's just stupid for me not to do it.
work at Wingstop.
But that's not
Like college football.
because you're a
It's
kind of a cat. And you're easy to go along with, and you're a nice guy, and you're funny. That would be stupid for me not to do it. Well, you should really just want to be with me. Like, and so what happens is 3 months later,
It's like an old SUV.
I just think she's
So
just
these
not
people
one.
go onto it. These
You
are
know,
like,
that's probably
oh,
what
it's
it
an
is. It
SUV.
probably is a kid, right? And she just doesn't want to say because she doesn't want to hurt my feelings. And I even said that, like, look, you're not going to hurt my feelings, okay? It's impossible for you to hurt my
Well,
feelings.
why can't you just take this input and just do that? Too, like you just her legs are over the car.
Because I love her. You know, like, you know, those pathetic guys, those pathetic women that, like, you know, he's beating me every night. But I love him. Yeah, if that's how I feel when I say that. But, you know, because I get it, because, you know, I love being around her and seeing her and being around her. And, you know, but whatever. I mean, it's fine. So
She's in our area now.
I always
She'll be back in 3 weeks.
It's one of the worst things that human beings have to deal with. The same
Did you ever see that Neighbors Next Door ad?
relationships
No,
are.
dude, it's the funniest fucking thing.
And I always wonder if, like, down the road, to whether it's some sort of technological enhancement, like the Elon Musk's Neuralink, where we'll have the ability to flip a switch and just turn off the movie.
what was that movie? Was it Requiem for a Dream? I forget what. Requiem for a Dream. So it was where he they removed the memory of the girl. I don't know if it's the same movie. Yeah, it was Jim Carrey. He was in love with this chick, and he goes to some guy who can remove the memory of a person. Really? Right. So,
That's exactly what it was.
right. And so Jim Carrey's kind of going a little crazy because he feels like something's missing, but doesn't know what it is. And the guy actually mail out his card to all your friends and family and explain this is what do not mention this person to you. And then somebody at some point, I think, shows him the card. And then, like, there's like a doctor and tries to say, I want to know what happened, who is she, where is she, what's going on, the whole thing. I need that doctor.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, but I mean, what if you could do? I mean, sometime in the future, there's gotta be a way for us to do it out. Like, you don't, not really. Like
Jared Leto.
Oh, it is Jared Leto.
Yep. Jared Leto.
No. Okay, then it's the wrong movie. This was Jim Carrey. This guy,
Are you sure?
I'm sure it was Jim Carrey, and they removed it. Where it's obviously like a whole
Well, it's hard to get the name of that movie wrong. That's a very, very. It sounds like a story you're talking about.
It's funny how people do think that
Really? What is it? Requiem for a Dream.
hundreds of thousands of years of like evolution and like biological
Can
traits.
you throw that on there?
Arrow tattoos on your forearm.
Yeah, a couple of books and a couple of people on TV.
But there's got to be a way.
Today,
There's got to be a way for like not to delete the memory, just to delete the emotion. Because just make it. Then you're basically a robot. You're a robot.
It's like,
Emotions. Right, but if it's an emotion that's going to benefit you to turn off and you're suffering and depression, what emotion is that? Love? Instead of drinking alcohol and popping pills, trying to bury the emotion, you just flip the switch and you can just get rid of the negative feelings and maybe reverse it into a positive feeling.
I got it. It's called Eternal Sunshine. Eternal Sunshine. Oh wait, of the spotless mind. Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind.
Can you touch me up?
Sure. It's amazing. I don't want to. It's amazing. It's interesting. Yeah, and so like he's programmed to forgive her.
He saw your ass and was like,
Good job.
hang out with some of that heart-shaped kind. But it's like,
Okay.
So yeah, so I go to Amsterdam.
Yeah, why'd you go to Amsterdam?
Okay, I went to Amsterdam because there's a documentary company that contacted me. They contacted me like a year ago, and then there was the COVID thing. I was like in the middle of the COVID thing. They were trying to work out how to go over it. I literally, so they're doing a
6-part series on the psychology of a con artist. They're doing like one on a guy from like Germany, one from a guy from France, one guy from the UK, one guy from whatever, and then I'm the guy they chose from like the United States.
So you're representing the United States
As the United States best con.
in the Con Man Olympics. You represent the United States.
I mean, you think they get dealt for it or something? Yeah, I ended. What they said was that I was extremely forthcoming and willing to talk,
No,
and
he's
he's
immediately disqualified as a New Yorker.
Why?
You're like New Yorkers? No, because he's a fucking New Yorker. He's an Italian New York guy. First of all, he's Italian, so he's automatically pervert.
Wow.
And his subscribers just hitting hard, like Cuomo.
So
Perverted, he's just Italian. He's not horny, he's just Italian. So he just got that. I don't know. He's just a salesman. He is a salesman, but I think he's you gotta be a little confident to be a salesman. Yeah. But there's a difference between a guy like him and a guy like me. There's a very, very obvious talking to a guy like him. He's just one of those, like, he just reminds me of every high energy sales hustler guy. He's a hustler, right? He's not like a pyramid. You're more of like a, but you're more of like you're thought out. Everything you did was well planned out, well thought out. You know, he was bringing companies public. I mean, he was thought out. He was thought out. Like he was, but not to the level that you were doing. You were literally just a little more one-on-one. But I hear what you're saying. But you were creating and manufacturing identifications. You were buying social security numbers. He was really kind of working in a gray area that was it was all seemingly legit, and he was really just cooking the book. So I get it. He wasn't like running like scams, and it was still a scam. It just was more of a cooking the book type of deal. And he's doing it all in his name. So yeah, I totally get. Okay, I definitely see. Definitely mine was 100% in the gray or in the red. Right. Yours was from start to finish, like raw. It was out to because of the total thing. Right. Okay. So anyway, yeah. So they wanted to talk to me. So they flew me out there. First of all, I had to get my judge to sign I had to apply in front of the judge to have permission to apply for my passport and leave the country. Not an easy task. I owe $6 million. Two of my charges are passport fraud. One is how the fuck did you pass this test? You go in and say like, I know how this sounds, but I need a passport. And look, my argument to my attorney that put in the motion to the judge, I was like, listen, I can honestly, I said, I feel like you know, I don't need permission. Like, I can get a passport. He's like, no. Don't go there. That's not an argument. I'm not even, please don't get that. And I'm like, all right, I'm just saying, so I think that's part of the argument. It's like, look, Your Honor, I'm trying to do the right thing here. Showing up in good faith. Right. Like, don't make me go the other way. No. So anyway, she went for an answer. Look, this is living, this is a thing, blah blah blah. And they said okay, and he said okay, fine. So my two charges, one was applying for a passport, like fraudulently applying for a passport. And the other one was use of a fraudulent. The one first you applied for several, and then when you got them, you used them. Like you didn't just get the thing. You went out of the country back and forth several times. So he said, okay, I'll let him get the passport, and yes, he can leave. So he got the passport. You know, the lines to apply for passports, you could get one in about 15 or 20 days if you paid the extra. No, I got one a couple of years ago. It was like less than a week. Yeah, guess what? Now it's like 8 weeks behind. It took like between 6 and 8 weeks to get it. So I get it. I go to Amsterdam. I get there. They put me up in a great hotel for 8 days. Put me up in a great hotel. I walked around the city. You know, I had a couple days here and there to myself, a few hours here, a few hours there. Like that would have been awesome to be there with the kids. But instead, it's just me.
Did I tell you that?
What exactly? What's the thought?
What?
I don't know exactly.
Did I tell you that about the guy?
That's what I mean. Why? So they got genuinely don't like it.
Okay, so
The thing
I
is
go into with my mask on, by the way. When I get to the airport, Tampa International Airport, I'm there, standing in line, and somebody came. One of the Delta people come up to me. They say something to me, and blah blah blah. I'm like, yeah. I said, well, which line do I need to be in? Is this international, right? And they're like, yeah. I was like, okay, cool. And these two guys turn around. They're from Slovakia. This is a little. So they turn around, and the guys, they look at me, and the one guy goes, "You were on a podcast or something, right?" And I went, "Yeah, how'd you know that?" And he goes, "Well, I recognize you." I went, "I got a mask on." And he goes, "No, I recognize your voice." And he said, "Yeah, you were on that, shoot." And I go, "Danny," I go, "Concrete." I knew immediately. And I go, "Danny," and then the other guy goes, "Yeah, concrete, with the K, they spell it." I say, "Yeah." And to his buddy, I go, that's what he said. I could lie. I'm not going to say jerk off. Yeah, they had a few tweets. Yeah, he's always interrupting. He's this, he's that. I go, but you keep watching. I looked at it. I said, you still watch it though, don't you? He goes, he's not a good guest, and he's not bad. I mean, So anyway, he said that, and then he was like,
he knows it's not good. It will be perceived poorly by the community.
And I went, "Here we go."
I don't know, come out with strong gay, all right.
And he goes,
and I went, "You're gay and all right. There's Dallas married."
And I was like, "What?" And so he starts telling me about how he thinks this whole thing, and there are those particular guys, and I get it, and there is some of that.
First of all, thank you, Matt, for getting this podcast demonetized by YouTube.
Keep going. I didn't realize that too when I said it. So anyway, he goes on and on about this whole thing, right? I mean, he's right. I don't doubt for a second. Yeah. So he goes on and on about it. And he's like, and I was like, "Look, take down my email, send me stuff, information, whatever." It seemed like a nice guy. He's from Slovakia, both of them. And he was going back there, he was like giving up his U.S. citizenship. Like, he had a whole. He was super upset with the United States.
Really?
Oh yeah, he was all. I was like, "No."
Was he wearing a "Make America Great Again" hat?
No, but he was upset. To me, I'm not going to Slovakia. How upset. So yeah, he's upset. He had a whole thing, and he wanted to talk.
What was he saying? Why did he say he was saying?
I didn't really get into it because we're in line and we're moving forward, and I'm trying to get on the line and trying to get people in conversation. Right. People believe what they're going to do. You know what I'm saying? I mean, who am I to say, like, 10 years from now, who knows what's going to happen? So, but the point is, he was super upset about it. So anyway, that's one guy, or those are two guys, but he was the person. Then I get to Amsterdam, and I forget the plug. I can't find the plug that's right on the wall. Yeah. So I had a whole issue with the plug. So I go to one place, and I go to another place. I end up in a supermarket because I also forgot deodorant. So I'm walking around buying this stuff that I forgot. I go and get the deodorant, and this guy walks by me in the supermarket. He walks by me and looks at me. Keep walking. Taking my deodorant. And as I walk by, he goes, "Hey, man." I said, "Yeah, what's up?" And he goes, "I love your podcast, bro." And I go, "Get the fuck out of here. Are you serious?" And he goes, "Yeah, man, I've watched a bunch of them. I watched you on Concrete with that jerk Danny." No, he didn't say that. No, he said, "Yeah, but I watched you on the other one, the Concrete with the two guys." And I said, "Really?" And I said, "Danny and Hat Rack." He goes, "Yeah." And he said, "Patrick, you bet David. I watched that one." He started naming off. I was like, "Wow, you gotta watch a bunch of them." And I said, "I've got a channel. Did you subscribe?" And he goes, I knew you did it right then. I was like, "All right, you did the right thing." Yeah. So that was in Amsterdam. That's pretty cool. But like that was cool. Yeah, that was all. How did it make you feel? I felt great. I was like, this may be some drugs. Yeah.
You got to tear Matthew box.
You know why? All because my buddy Treon said, "Get in touch with this guy, dude." Really? Because my only option was
it's just kind of crazy. It's like,
I want to do a true crime.
hold up, dude, I'll
I don't know how to do it. Like, I don't know. I was already kind of watching videos, and I didn't quite know, and it just happened to be, she was wrong. Like, the reason you want me to contact me was,
it's just like this
for real
horrific
estate. And I was like,
documentary about like it'll make like a Swiss lady who like starved to death.
like, oh, well, the other thing, like, you got a story, you could put the interview
seniors ping pong.
And I was
I
like,
watched it for like an hour. This is fucking awesome. It was like
I
championship
don't know,
level
I couldn't.
seniors ping pong. Like
Anyway,
like in the
so
wheelchair
yeah, that was
wheel
pretty
out.
cool.
It's like,
So anyway, I go to this store, or go to the shop. It turns out that I thought they kept pitching this thing as a documentary. Like,
seniors ping
it's a
pong.
documentary. Documentaries are typically low budget.
Right.
So relatively. Right. I mean, there are other ones, right? There are the ones with reenactors. But when I think of documentaries, I typically think about like I Almost Got Away with It, or what's one of the best ones is Locked Up Abroad. That's a pretty good. So really good one recently. Was it Netflix or something? Because Netflix, they're doing great. Like, they're really doing good too. This one was like crazy with like cartoon animation. Well, so anyway, so I get there, and they had said, "Oh, there's going to be some B-roll and some reenactments." Like, I felt like, okay, this is kind of so I get there. This is like did I see this? You did. Oh, that's right. It's fucking crazy. But you know those red cameras? Those red ones, like, how much are those things? Those are like the cheapest ones for 2,000 and 1,300. Like, they've got like every other camera I'm looking at is red. I mean, they've got it's just they rebuilt all of these sets for the main set that they have. Like, they have a huge set that they use, which is like a museum. It's super ultra modern. They rebuilt all of these rooms and museums inside of their studios. What do you call it? Like a bouncer lot. I don't know. It's like a huge building. They've got like rooms inside of all these sets. And
Yeah,
it's like,
sounds staged.
right away I start realizing, oh, this is way big. And then I'm like, hey, so are you doing reenactments? They're like, yeah. Like, who did you get to play me? They pull up the pictures of the guy, and I'm like, really? That's really nice.
You know the picture of him?
No, I don't.
Yeah, I should have.
Yeah.
Could you imagine scouting the guys, scouting the actors, getting them to do auditions to be my side?
They were like, he's your height, he's your size. This is not true. This is about your body. Your hairline. Yeah, it's like old man hairline. It's good stuff. So anyway, I go there, I do that. So we spent like 4 or 5 days shooting. I was interviewed by all these different psychiatrists, took all these tests. Then I fly back, went to Atlanta. There's a bomb scare in Atlanta. So it was like 4 hours in Atlanta. I finally get on the plane. I don't know what that's what I was saying. That's what was here. When I get to the United States, so when I went into Amsterdam, by the way, I walk up to passport control. I show him my passport. The guy looks at the passport and he goes, okay, he said, where are you staying? And I went, oh, man, I don't know. Hold on. I start looking through my paperwork, and he goes, what are you here? Business or pleasure? I go, oh, business. He goes, what's the name of the company? And I went,
They think they're trying to reason. They're like, this is all bullshit, dude. Black Lives Matter is propaganda. It's bullshit. And we're trying to play it.
I don't know. I'm looking. He's sitting there. He goes, yeah, he is. Yeah.
That's funny.
I'm like, that was easy. Done. We get to the United States after standing in line for 30, 40 minutes coming in. Coming home. I get in there, walk through passport, everything in the line. There's 6 or 7 people in front of me. Like, they walk up, they flash their passport.
It's like
guy
a
goes,
worked out.
you
You know what sign is? There's no like debate. It's just like Black Lives Matter. It's like, it's cool. Yeah. What is the organ? You can have that. It's like the
I get there.
election. It's like you can have that. It's like, what is the organization doing? It's like, of course. Where's the money? Where's the pro-life? I'm definitely pro-life.
Puts the passport way over here, like I was gonna smack it. It's like I'm gonna smack it. I was standing right. Where am I going? And I was like, huh. And then he starts kind of, looking through he's got the computers, but he's going down in the screen, right? He's like, not scanning, but whatever. He's click. He's going on and going. I mean, it's a lot. He's sitting there and
looks at me and I go, fine. Now I'm thinking, good. And I said, how bad is it? And he goes, well, it is what it is. And I was like, I mean, I'm not like polite. We definitely have to talk to somebody. I'll tell you that. And as I go, I was like, I'm fucking pissed. I ended up missing the meeting, but I'm sitting there. All of a sudden, a guy comes walking down. I see him walking. The guy takes my passport, puts it in this clear plastic bag with a zipper, zips it up, and hands it to this guy. Who walked right up, grabbed it, and goes, "You're gonna follow me." And I was like, how does he know my name? I'm like, oh, okay. So I followed him, and I could sit down for about 5 minutes while these guys were talking and talking. And then finally they called me up, and I walked up. I walked up, and the guy's like,
that's not present. You're acting out of like a perceived.
And I went, oh, no. I said, I'm not sure. I said, he said, you know. And I went, well, I mean, I assume I was, I'm a felon. I'm here. And I looked at her and I went, I thought, okay, it was funny before, like, because I know I'm good. And he goes, you have anything? Now I'm thinking, and I went, yeah, I mean, he said, how does it work? I go, well, I have permission. I wouldn't leave without permission. And he goes, you do shit. How many people do it? And I went, do you have anything? I said, yeah. I said, I have a travel permit from my probation officer. And I said, I have a motion from my judge that says I'm allowed to leave. And he looks at all manufactured on Photoshop.
Right?
Oh, he sat there and he goes, he said, I don't know, it's real estate. It's just real estate. What is it? Because he said, he said, there's I forget, it wasn't a red note. He didn't say a red note. He said something else with Interpol. He said, there's an Interpol such and such on the right. And I said, still? And he went, I mean, no, but there was. He said, he said, like, what did you do? I said, well, I was on the run for like 3 years. He goes, oh, okay. And I said, I have multiple passports. And I go, but that one's good. And he goes, okay. And so we had this like 15-minute conversation. And I'm like, oh, I mean, honestly, I think it was okay, so scan this and subscribe.
Yeah, subscribe to the podcast. Hey, can you do me a favor real quick before I go?
So I leave, then there was the bomb still. Yeah, it was funny. Wow. It was funny. Like, I really felt like I was going to say, are you sweating? Are you nervous? I wasn't nervous until he started doing. Once I thought, okay, well, maybe I didn't really think about it. I just thought, like, I knew there had been what's called a red notice on me at one time. And all that means is like arresting them and hold this person, not don't detain him, like hold him. And don't notify, because they have other notices like, look, let them in, but notify them. But it wasn't bad. For me, it was like, no. But so I thought it might be that, but when he said federal probation, and then he was like, but when 2 years in my probation officer, he's giving me travel permits before. And nobody does. So when he asked for it, I was like, oh, geez. Thank God I printed that thing out. Yeah. What? Nice. Got it. Thank God I bought the motion too. And is this the first time you left the country since you were released? Well, I went to Puerto Rico. They gave me the passport for right. But they never asked me for anything. All right. I wonder what they're seeing.
Oh, wow. I'd love to see, like, because he doesn't know exactly what you did. He didn't, but he sees something. He saw something big. He only saw flashing red lights. Warning. He only seemed like he knew it was financial or fraud. I wonder if they see like a dollar. Yeah. Or just charges, maybe charges. Like, I don't know. And by that point, I am concerned. Like, at that point, he's not kind of laughing it off. I was laughing it off because I know I'm good. Right. Then he starts like, it made me feel like I was doing something wrong. Like, I started feeling like, no, I know I'm not. Like, I started feeling like I'm doing something wrong. So that must be the best part of those guys' jobs.
making people sweat?
No, just like meeting people like you, like seeing those like interesting people come through, with crazy backgrounds or something crazy on Interpol on a watch list or whatever. That must be like this. You come home,
They got a cool to do that.
yeah. Come home from work. Did you happen to work today, honey?
That you know what's it's funny because whenever I meet somebody, I typically just talk to people. And every once in a while, something comes up, and I realize like when I get that shocked look on their face, or that what I realize.
It's a fair thing to be like, now you see it. It's like, all right,
Right.
turn it off now. I say,
For me, it feels normal. And then suddenly they're like, ooh, what? What?
I mean, there was a period of TV where, like, anytime black
Okay,
dudes
so
would
now
be like,
I'm
what's up,
I try and slim it down as quickly as possible, and then they're like, and then it's, instead of being like, oh wow, that's interesting. Now they're like, oh, like this. How did you do that? And then I realized, oh yeah, okay.
It's also like, I don't know,
This
that's
guy, I forgot. This guy works in the mailman. He works in the warehouse.
So the company that shoots documentaries, is it a 6-part series?
Yes.
Do you know where it's going to be published? Where they have sold?
Yeah, it's like, I want to say you're on like 4 different networks throughout Europe. Apparently they're like locked off, like there's these 2 countries that are this network. And then one network is Prime Plus. So here in the United States is Prime. I guess you get so many channels with Prime, and one of them is like Discovery 2. It's like all documentaries. Oh, I'm sorry, Amazon. What did I just say? Amazon. I'm sorry, it's Amazon. So it's on Amazon Prime. Yeah. So Amazon Prime, and you get so many channels with that. And so you end up having like Discovery 2, which is like all documentaries. It's going to be part of that documentary. I think it comes out in December.
Oh wow, quick.
Right, but I don't think mine's done. I think they've edited like 3 of them, and they're still editing.
Right.
So, so I don't know. We should have a watch party.
That's awesome.
Listen, so the 2 male doctors were pretty cool, right? The female doctor, the psychiatrist, like she didn't want it. She immediately started, I got this whole Nancy Grace deal. She hated me before, like I walked in the room, like, and she just had this, I could just tell.
That's true. There's also
and as we talk, and I realize I'm trying to be nice and funny and joke around, and
so it's like, you have knapsack, invisible knapsack,
charismatic or whatever, charming. I'm trying to work on it. Superficially charming, absolutely charming. Yes, it's not working. And then at one point,
You know how to do it?
what happens is at one point she starts in with, as she gets asking questions, she suddenly says, "Have you involved quite a few single mothers?" And I went,
No, she said that.
yeah, and I went, no, but she just, like, everything she was asking was normal. Up until, and then suddenly, boom. So anyway, she says something about mothers or women or single, and I went, and she goes, well, I understand you involve several females, and I went, no, I said there were people involved in my crime. I said a few of them happened to be single mothers. But I said, but I didn't involve them. Yeah. And I was like, she's like, well, you were dating things, right? I was like, well, I dated a few women, but most women in their 30s, they go, in the U.S., you're 30 years old and you're single, you probably have a kid. And she goes, not all of them have a kid. I said, yeah, I understand not all of them. But 80 or 90% and she went, she said, well, that seems like a high. I forget what, I was just like, where we go? She's kind of argumentative, and I was like, okay, well, I said, listen, let me explain something. I said, she's like, why would they want to be involved in this? And I said, because I was making money, and I was dating them. I go, and I'm not running a charity here. I'm not just giving you money. And they start saying, hey, can I do something? Can I get involved? And so if I happen to say, well, I mean,
you could do this, or you could do this, and that was we would share in the profit, or you make 50,000 or 100,000 or whatever, but you got to do this and this. Because otherwise, I said, I don't need that. So I said, I'm not going to say, hey, I'm dating you, here's 50 grand. If you're saying I want to make some money, and I say, okay, well, here's what I'm doing. You can do this. And they say, absolutely, I want to do that. Then that's great. I said, now, you're making it seem like I targeted them. I said, yes, I absolutely did. And she's like, well, that's what, what she basically starts making it sound like that's what it is, or so. I was like, that's not what it is. Like, I don't know where you're getting this. Like, I mean, these women came up with this whole scheme to get a lesser sentence, and I explained how that whole thing kind of took off. And I said, but you know what? I said, listen, just to wrap this up real quick, I go, if that's what, I said, if you want to wrap this line of questioning up real quick, I said, absolutely, I targeted single mothers, I forced them to help me with their crimes, I sent them all to prison, I said, I left them with nothing. I said, is that what you want? I said, that's what you want, that's what you want, good. So it was something along those lines where I just snapped, and she was like, and then we went on, it was just like I'm, and this is, and I didn't say anything. I said, the worst thing about this whole line of questioning is that
Really? You really went that far to say that for?
Well, because, like, well, the issue is, look, you're accusing me of taking part in the Kennedy assassination. And then if I say, what are you talking about? Like, I didn't help kill John F. Kennedy. What are you talking about? That's ridiculous. Like, you know what they may say, oh, you're unwilling to take responsibility. Yes, just like I'm unwilling to take responsibility for the bombing of Pearl Harbor, or the invasion of Iraq, or whatever, all these other things that I had nothing to do with. Like, it's hard to say that's not true without then they just sin, and then you look like, oh, you're denying. And I said, look, I'm willing to own up to everything I've ever done. I said, if I did that, I said, I'd be laughing about it. I'd say, yeah, that's what I did. Fuck them. I said, but I didn't. I said, so I'm not willing to live under that yoke. And that was it. And she went, well, and then she kept going. That shit hated my guts. Like, I know she just disliked me. And, I tried to be nice to her, and everything was, she just seemed like she had a little weird.
Was that the interview when you sent me a photo in that big room?
Yes.
A psychiatrist's office.
Yes. It's on the sound studio.
Again, that's a legitimate concern. We have too many people now. He's like, well, maybe it's social security disease now. Who knows? But ended up apparently getting
really triggered me.
She's like the worst kind of woman. She's like pretty and smart. What a horrible combination. Like, I mean, like for any guy that dates her, because she's also a psychiatrist, so no matter what you do, she can spin it and twist it and tweak it, and this is like, I can't win an argument with you. Like, the worst thing is that dating a chick,
the worst thing to be a dumb guy.
right,
Or maybe it could be the best.
or a smart guy, and she's smart, which is even worse, because you can't even fall back on being stupid.
Just like you, that's classy, right?
She's as bad as a psychiatrist that, yeah, no, the one in Coleman. Like, she'd seen 1,000 matches, and she was talking. And so it's like, there's nothing I could do. This woman, I walked into her office, and I'm already just like her whole room's closing in. It was like she knew everything about me. She'd already taken me and categorized me and said, okay, boom. You sit down, she's like, what are you talking about? How did you know that? How did you know that? Was she like super smart? Like, anything you say, she just puts it this way. Because that dude finally just said, I get it.
I wonder if the lady in
she was single. She was single. And she wasn't a single mother, because I even mentioned she was given up. I said something to her. And we were talking about dating. She's like, we don't have a history. Like, both of them are single mothers, but I'm not trying to just I'm not trying to discriminate. Thank you.
I'm telling them I'm losing. So, I said, I mean, what do I care? I like kids. If they have kid fun. So as we're talking, I said, let's face it. I said, she was, well, you can date. She started going on and on. I said, well, let's face it. I said, something like, he's not going to date you. She goes, oh, no, I wouldn't date. And I was thinking, like I walked into that. Like that wasn't, you didn't have to say that. You know what I'm saying? I was just like, Jesus.
You were down.
Was that filmed for the show? Or yeah, the whole thing. You said they had you doing all these texts. Like I'm answering. Yeah, it was all messed up.
Whatever net neutrality was, something you know what it is. They talked on us, and everyone's like, I don't want that. You shouldn't want that either. And I was like, what is this again? And all of a sudden,
This thing was nice. This is a good show. Like, and they had a budget. Like, everything was top notch. It's not like you can say,
organized in
it's
some sort of thing that's not like you're running every
no.
Did you hear about the new CBS show they just announced called The Activist?
actually immerse themselves in
It's a CBS. I guess they've already produced it, but it's a new show that they're getting ready to release called The Activist, and it's a game show, it's a competition show for activists. So for activists for social justice or climate change, and they compete.
It's a game show.
Not a game show, it's like a competition show, kind of like
American
so
they follow you around for 3 weeks.
Yeah, like the cooking shows where they compete, or like Survivor.
Understanding of statistics.
I don't know. We'd have to watch the trailer. But I could, I was. If you think about how long it takes those shows to develop, and they're just now announcing it, they must have come up with the idea during the whole George Floyd riots. You know what I mean? They had some fucking executive meeting at CBS.
Let's jump on this. How can we make money?
You want to hear a crazy show?
Activism, but people are going to get bored.
So all of them end up with the fact that
I was just listening to Tim Dillon do some podcast, and he talks about it for an extensive amount of time, and he fucking goes off on it.
it does feel good
The
to
funniest
boogeyman people
Oh
out.
my god, it's
Again, it's like
I can't even imagine what's
the other
going
part too is that I'm not taking that fucking
You know what the funny thing is like every time I'll hear about some show like that, I'm like, that's never happened. And then they run they have 80 years or something. Like, do you remember ER? Yeah. Like I remember ER was coming out, and I was like, that's what like nobody wants to. I was just talking about emergency rooms, people getting, but like it's too much stress. Nobody wants to watch that. You know, like 2 years or something, outrageous. Like the cops, like I can't. So I'm sitting here thinking that sounds stupid. And it'll probably be anything else.
Yeah, I don't even watch any shows except for only really like cable network shows I watch
Those aren't good shows. I don't watch.
They're the only content I watch on cable network. Other than that, it's Netflix or like Amazon documentaries. I watch a ton of documentaries.
Well, I'll watch maybe. I don't know. I do like that. Definitely like a lot.
Yes, I agree.
Why World War II?
I like watching that stuff sometimes. The new ones when they put them in color. That whole series. Those are sick. I've watched that whole series like 3 times.
Which one?
They take World War II in color.
Really?
They take all the old black and white footage and put it in color.
Oh,
It's pretty gnarly.
is that new?
It's the same story.
I just started watching this new 9/11 documentary.
I've seen it. There's even one on what's the artist?
Bob Ross.
I just watched that.
Did you?
Somebody
Yeah,
told me it was good.
it was good. It was pretty good.
Really? I should watch it.
It's almost a little like what's the Tiger guy? Tiger. Joe Exotic. It has a little Joe Exotic spin to it because like these people he gets involved with, they try to take all his copyrighted name and his work and shit, and he leaves it to his son. His hair just turns. But it's actually a pretty good. It's a pretty good show. You should watch it. If he's a painter, you would really like it.
Wasn't he like North Florida?
Yeah, he was in Florida.
Yeah, I think he was around Jacksonville.
So this dude was just suffering his back on wagon all day.
Oh, there's
That's
content.
wild. There's like these other creators making flowers and these things.
That's the next thing. Solid John Adams. So that's
You know what I mean? Fucking the guy who's selling the books and TV shows fucking screws the other guys over.
They would cut it, like cut off one of his fucking
Daffodils now?
Yeah.
Damn it. I'm gonna start doing both.
Bob was pretty cool though.
Yeah,
He was a super
taking
helpful,
chances on whether or not you get it.
super chill guy.
Was that taken as like a weekend version of it? I guess it was a weekend version, like while I was telling you.
Who's the info
It seemed like, yeah, they were like, yeah, you're probably
It reminds you of Billy Mays.
Billy Mays.
Yeah,
Billy Mays
like,
was not laid back at
yeah,
all.
yeah, but he was like super nice and happy, friendly
there is a good chance
marketing
that,
show because there was this other painter in Europe or something who had a show before Bob. He was like crazy.
there's a good chance that's one of those
Shouting at him, hey, Bob's like, I'm gonna do a show and be the opposite of this. I'm gonna be a nice guy. I'm fucking all the women want to watch the show.
Can you imagine some just methed out Nazi doing art?
That's what this guy was like, bro.
True, yeah.
India and Africa, China.
When did he first come on the scene? I don't know. I mean, that was way before my time.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
So like the whole
Like sterilizer.
So yeah, I don't know. They can look at it still.
Yeah, or roughly during the same time, but he didn't.
And you have
No, he wasn't very like.
two kids, like
No?
Not good. No, but he wasn't very like.
Did he have his own like TV network, his own like TV show?
No, he had his own show.
His own show.
Right?
That sounds exactly like something like ICP.
Not quite.
Chemical
Yeah, Bob
castrations
was,
of
that's a
like
good
kids.
Are you still doing art?
Again, I don't think I was at a friend's house recently. He used to get
Oh, I
like
wasn't
green
watching
like that.
the show
What do you guys
again.
think about the
Because
magazine?
you don't care. Well, when I send it to you, when I email, I texted it to you. You don't watch it.
Dude, I'm so fucking busy.
Stop. Stop.
Video.
Stop.
He looks at him and goes, he goes, oh, cock.
I don't need him.
I'm raising a kid. I have no time.
You come home and
John's
you.
usually like,
Oh, listen, I have a buddy
your hair and
who literally,
dude, I knew someone who like
his
called me
wife
with like
makes him spend
patches
an
all the
hour
time. And what's that? He's
with
like, also
his
do you think turtle
daughter
dogs wear this for a week?
every
It's
day.
like, what is it? He's
1
like,
hour,
shit,
that's it. And he'll call me. Listen, bro. It's like, I'm almost done with this. I got like 15 more minutes. And she's like, get off the phone. He's like, all right, 1 minute. I got 15 more minutes.
fucking, I'll take this thing.
And
They tested it on, they see what happens. Right now, they said they're the days where like, yeah, some people have extremely painful reactions.
that's like an hour. I mean, she's like 4 months old. She can't even hold her hand up. Like, what are we gonna do? What bond? She doesn't even know I'm here. She doesn't know who I am. Like,
True.
like, I mean, can I come back when she's 7? Like, okay, maybe we have something to talk.
I was talking to her yesterday, and she was like,
It's horrible, and it's horrible, Danny. I hear you. I see the look on your face. Oh, yeah, it's horrible.
she was like, then again, like, if this was really their dad, all of them would be dead.
My wife knows.
Yes.
You like that one?
But, you know, there's a lot of even moms who are just like have children, young toddlers, 2-year-olds.
They're out,
And it's
especially
like,
in Cleveland.
want to get away from the first stage.
They want to be. They want to have a kid, but they don't want to be a mother.
That's really,
It's fucking sad.
I was surprised, yeah.
Well, anyway,
It's the problem. It's the problem with the world, I guess. And that biggest problem is
San
parents.
Francisco has the worst.
San Francisco might have the most
Bad
popular
parenting
Yeah,
is
it's
bad people.
from one.
Baby,
Just to the
sometimes
venue
case
to
in
the
point.
dojo from the hotel was just
Look at you.
10
He's got a job.
Not the non-military. There might be like one bum
All right.
They're aggressive as fuck. There's so many. They're competitive. There's so many bums. They gotta step up.
domestic violence.
Did you have San Francisco had a cardboard box?
I had.
I mean, I'm not getting flagged
Not
at the
great
airport.
parents.
What? I'm not getting flagged at the airport.
I had a great mother. She just got stuck with this guy. My father.
Did you ever meet your dad?
I was there the whole time I was
Oh,
growing up.
was he?
Yeah. It's just, you
No,
know,
he wasn't that great.
there are people that will tell you he was a phenomenal person, he was an amazing person. You know, and then there's this thing. You know, it's just like growing up. You know, he's an alcoholic and screaming matches and alcoholic binges and throwing bottles and calling, you know, your kids names, and you know, it's you know what I'm saying? Like my mom, like she's got 4 kids. Like, what's she gonna do?
You can get a weird citizenship there where you're able to live there for a year.
And he was
And it's
just
like,
full
work
of,
that way in the morning.
he was
Just
an
go to
asshole.
Barbados.
But
Get like
you
cheap
talk to
water,
any of the
just
people
chill
that
there.
worked
Right
with
there,
him,
like 40%.
and they'll tell you he's amazing. He was amazing.
So they're like,
Where
really
did you do this?
He was a state farm manager, so he would hire you to become a state farm manager. And you're showing up driving a 10-year-old Volkswagen Beetle that's rusted out. And 2 years later, you're living in a $300,000 or $400,000 house, driving a $90,000 Mercedes, and going on, a month's vacation every year, and just kicking it. And they were state farm. So they were like, those ones, they're everywhere.
No.
Yes, he lived in Tampa. I grew up in Tampa. So, but I mean, he had like 25 agents, and they all, his agents were like always, they had this thing called like the Millionaire Club. Like they were always in the top, at the top of the whole country. Like they're always winning the trip. So they'll tell you, he changed my life. He was amazing. He was an amazing salesperson, amazing motivator, amazing this, amazing, and he was. But, it was like not when he came home. But when he came home, it was a different story. Or he was great, and he was great for a year, and then he'd go on a 3-week prison. Listen, he got so bad, State Farm stuck him in multiple rehabs. Had our whole family go to, like Al-Anon, you know what Al-Anon is? So you have AA, and then for the family of people in AA, you have Al-Anon. So our whole family is like, now my dad's got 45 days in this, this rehab. And now somehow or another, I just got sentenced to 45 days where I got to come twice a week in the whole family with all these people and talk about how horrible their alcoholic parents. It's like, how did I get stuck with this? He's got the problem. I don't have a problem. But yeah, and that's just the whole thing. You can be amazing in one aspect of your life, and just a complete shit in another. That's a lot. Driving on everywhere's off state almost. No. Think about it. No, I'm not sure how it is. I'm actually.
Well, it's funny. I mean, it's a sad thing, but some of the most successful. The fact of the matter is, some of the most successful and money
Thank you for listening. I had to cancel.
It's hard. A lot of people can't balance that. A lot of people can't balance that.
I think they rescheduled it just to September. Sounds good. But yeah, I had to reschedule it.
Yeah, nobody's got to, you got to go somewhere.
Yeah, that would have been fun. Yeah, but
And it's funny growing up, like, some of the best people I've ever met have been alcoholics.
I don't know if there's
Oh, without a doubt. I agree. And I know a bunch of guys that are great. I know a bunch of guys that have drug problems that I think are great people.
August 22nd.
I was just thinking, like my parents were getting in fights, and they were threatening my mom, threatening to leave
Yeah, I believe it's August 22nd at the Goobies Joke House. I'm doing me and man.
and
Friday
like
and Saturday.
my brothers and sisters.
Maybe Thursday, we gotta figure that out. But 21st and 22nd, the Goobies. No shows, we're no
I was like the only one out of them. Like, let's go. I'm done with this dude. Like, what is with you guys? Really? Oh yeah, I was like, I remember one time my dad drove up. My mom was like, "Gonna leave. Like, I'm leaving. I'm taking the kids." And he drove us into like this project, like a really run down area with houses. And there's like houses, like cars on concrete blocks and tracks and street, like the rough looking area. And we're driving in, my dad goes, "Your mother leaves me, we can afford 2 houses like this." This is the kind of neighborhood we'll be growing up in. Like, we're like, this is wow, he's selling. Oh, he's really, I mean, you'll all have to make the decision. I remember my mom said, "Oh, George, don't say that. Don't tell them that." And he said, "Your mother will you will all have to make the decision on who you want to live with." And I said, "Who do you want to live with?" And I said, "Mom." I was like 8 years old, 9 years old, and I'm like, "Mom, I want to live with Mom." Mom, like the look on his face was like, the words were still lingering in the air. Like, it's like, yeah, I'm good. No. He died. So he died at 2014, and my mom died last month. I've been wanting to do, like, on my channel, I want to do a video because people leave the. Did you ever see the videos where I mimic my mom's voice? Where I do the whole, you know.
Yeah, I've heard you do it on here. You've done it on here, yeah. You called your mom on this podcast.
Yeah.
Yeah, we sat on the phone a couple times. So sweet. Rest in peace.
Yeah. You know, so I want to do a video on my thing because I got guys reading comments in the comment section saying, "Oh, you got to do another video on your mom," and then people will leave comments on the mom video. Like, new subscribers will go back and start watching all my stuff, and you'll the mom videos like, "Bro, your mom's awesome. You gotta do," and it's like that's been going on for over a month now. And I'm sitting there thinking, I need to do a video, but like for a month, like I couldn't cheer up. And but you know, honestly, like I got out of prison, like I was just desperate, so I wanted to get out of prison because my mom's 17, like, and she's old, she had a couple strokes. Like I want to get out. I want to at least get out and have her see me free. Does that make sense? Like, I don't want her to die thinking I'm in prison. Like, I want to be able to get out and see that where she sees, hey, he's doing the right thing. So, I'm going to see her 3 days a week, in the morning. I get breakfast with her three mornings a week, and then I would have dinner with her once a week. So I go get her, like,
You like the picture?
No, honestly, my sister would see her every day. Sometimes twice a day. My sister handled all. That's what. And like anytime anything, that's a lot. Oh, bro, it's yeah. My sister still breakfast 3 times a week. I mean, yeah, but that's
you're a great son.
That's also the reason I didn't. Like people are like, oh, why did you get a job doing it? Really, because I work at FedEx. I can't see my mother 3 days a week. I can't have dinner. Like I can't say, hey, look, my mom. She's home in the middle of the day. It's 1 o'clock in the morning or 1 o'clock in the day, and you answer the phone. Hey, mom, she's FaceTime. And I'm like, so, that kind of stuff, like, so, my sister's a ugly, like, but, I was trying to do what I could, but
do you think that's why you're such a good son, because your sister was setting such a high bar?
I was just shit at her. So, because I got out and I went to see my mother after she came to see me in prison every 2 weeks. And every 2 weeks she saw me for 12 years. And so I got out and I go see her. She would drive until she had a stroke. And then when she had a stroke, she would make my brother take her, or she would make one of her nurses take her. Oh, actually, she's a fucking gangster. She wasn't fucking around. And if somebody couldn't do it, she said, well, then I'll pay somebody. We're going. You don't do it. Well, then I'll sleep in the car. And they said, and we have to wait in that area. And, and they go, I'm sorry to sit down in my chair. I'll wait. Well, and then what if this, what if that, what if they won't let you bring your chair in? Remember that one time they wouldn't let you bring your chair in? And she's just like, how old was she when she passed? 91. So, so I would go there and we would go through, well, we'd eat breakfast, whatever. She saw the commercial. Remember I said she saw the commercial? Yeah, that was good. So then I would walk her around. So I remember it was on a So on that Friday, I went there and we walked around the whole compound. Like, when I say walk around, I pushed her and her nurse. Super sweet, she loves it. So we would walk around the whole compound. And I remember we walked around once, and then for some reason I went, let's see another one. And like I've never done it. It's hot. I'm ready to go. She's hot. So we go and then we go back, and we get her out of the chair. She sits down on her bed. And as soon as she sat down, she went,
kind of rocked a little bit. And Celine goes, "Are you dizzy? Miss Cox, are you dizzy?" You know, she was like, "She's dizzy." And I'm like, "Yes." I said, "Mom, are you dizzy?" And she looked up at me, and her face slumped, and her eyes shifted to the side, and she just leaned in there. And I was like, she had a stroke. So we laid her down real quick, took her vital signs. Bro, heart like a bull, like it run them, which is fine. Heart's fine, but she's good. So we call my sister. What do we do? You want to call 911? So we call 911. They come and get her. She's in the hospital within 15, 20 minutes. Hospital's right down the street. So bring her to the hospital. They say we can give her a drug. Maybe it breaks it up. They give her the drug. Now what do you do? They're like, I'm sure I'm going to and like, dude, about like 5 minutes in her, like, you can give her a feeding. Like at this point, she can barely communicate. She can't swallow. So, you know, she had a, I forget what they call it, but there's a form where it says, like, you do not resuscitate and do not do anything that will continue my life if I can't feed myself. And so, if I can't feed myself and do certain things that you don't do any, no procedures that will extend my life. So, that's a feeding tube, that, like, there's all these things, and they're like, well, we can put her upstairs in the ICU, and they're like, no, she has 24 hours. We'll bring her. And they're like, we can bring her to hospice, and like, she has 24 hours. Like, she loves her nurses. She had a great nurse. So they bring her back, and hospice comes in, and they just monitor her. Does that make sense? Like they're not there. They come in once a day. They call a couple times a day, and they come in, and hospice is amazing. Like, if you've never been through it, like, some people will tell you, oh, it's horrible, it's attrition. I don't know anybody's had a bad experience. Like, they're awesome. So they come in, what's going on, they talk to her, or they try and talk to her. They basically give her entertainment. But she can't eat, she can't feed herself. So basically, you're waiting. Changing her, talking to her, and they give her pain medication. And so after a few days, she kind of slipped into, like, kind of coma, but she just was sleeping. You could wake her up, but even then, it's like she's woken up and she could barely, maybe pump her hand or something. So then, like, the last 3 days, like, I was there, like, the whole time, so literally, like, that, so it was like a week. So it was actually one the following Thursday, and I was there, like, I think I left, other than going home to go sleep and come back, I left one time to do a Zoom call. And so it was me, my sister, my brother, and for a week, like, her family came in, like, this is it. Keep in mind, too, she's been in hospital before, and after 2 weeks, she just got better. Wow. She'd had a massive stroke. I mean, listen, she's a Viking. Like, she's a gangster, bro. Like, suddenly she just, one day she's sitting up and saying, I want to play bridge. What's going on? Why am I not okay? And you're like, what's going on? Like, we're playing in a funeral. Oh, what are you doing? And she's like, I want to be in my apartment. You're like, so I remember my brother-in-law was funny. He goes, look, after they have hospice come in, they give us all a big call. She's a fucking mess. Crying, she loves my mom. Crying, and, like, my sister, everybody's upset, and everything was sitting there. And my brother-in-law says, can I say something? He said, I just want everybody here to know, we're a good chance. But we can out in the town and ask him to be taken for a walk. I'm just saying, she's a Viking. We all know that. Bro, we were first out. Like, it was so, bro, he's like, so, I know you're upset. This doesn't necessarily mean we've been through this before. Well, they had. I wasn't there. So, yeah, so I was there all the whole time, held her hand, and finally, her breath gets, basically starts turning blue. Her breath gets further and further apart to the point where, she stops for a minute. And then you think, just deep breath.
From a legal perspective, it's like, How does that work
Bro,
contract-wise?
that's
Where
the
you
point where
I mean,
that's the point where like
it's like,
where
do
you're
they
like
understand? Like
you know it's
you
coming.
want to be on
I remember I
TV,
walked
they're like,
outside
like,
the
yeah,
like this
yeah,
come and pick you up and we walked back in, sat down, took the last breath, I grabbed her hand, took the last breath. Minute and a half later,
I think it's a honey pot.
maybe 2-3 minutes later, to be honest,
Her
her nurse, Celine, goes up, listens to her chest, bursts into tears, runs out of the room.
It's a trap.
And she's never breathed again.
It's such a nice, sweet show.
But here's the thing,
It is bad.
like I was upset about it,
So fun when you watch it.
but
So fun.
it was
Also, when they show
the
these
best.
people, they have to play
Yeah,
that music.
like my mom said,
You know, that like almost like
Life's dangerous.
comical,
Nobody
like
gets that.
stringy,
Like
I
you're
don't know,
gonna
next
die.
time you watch it, listen to the
In the
music.
game of life,
Anytime they,
91
show it,
died
it's just
surrounded by
walking
her
around,
family.
Yeah.
I mean,
Just
she fucking
years
won,
ago,
bro.
just going
Like, it
about
doesn't
his
get
day.
better than that. Of all the possible scenarios, that's the best you can hope for.
I've seen it
So,
kicking around all year. Put that on.
really thought I was going to be a piece of
great.
this. Just told the story a few times. I think I told it once about it. But yeah, that was it. So it was, you know, a week later, we had the celebration of life or whatever. And then like a week later, she was reburied her with my dad.
What's the funniest thing about it?
My dad was in the Korean War,
This occasion, dude, an
so
Australian dating show.
they put her on his own.
Do you want to go
That was
inside?
it.
Yes.
So,
That one was like, I kind of felt bad because it was like,
that's
we're sticking
like,
together with us, dude.
Right,
We
right.
can't talk and then like ask him to do
most
like cats
mothers
and dogs
probably
or
won't
he's like, I can't even.
experience that much time.
That should be like, this is like early UFC, you know, before like,
Listen, when I was such a shit as a son, if I hadn't gone to prison, I never would have stood out. Because I wouldn't have felt obligated and I had a completely different frame of mind rather than like, well, I'm living my life, man. I'm living this life. Then you go to prison and you get your priorities straight and you realize, like, I think she missed maybe 2 or 3 weeks when when she had the stroke. So like it was like a month and a half. Like she missed a few weeks, and then it was like, boom, I'm coming. You're in a wheelchair. I've seen people in wheelchairs. They let them in.
That's awesome.
I
wonder what it must be like.
He's kind of a that guy's kind of fraud. That guy's kind of fraud. I don't want to say it, but it's like I watched that and I was like, I think this dude is fraud. I think
Oh
he's
yeah,
It's got to be brutal. Especially when you're There's so much like reflection that you must do.
but I mean, honestly, like you know how they the whole nature versus nurture. Like but to be honest, like it's in my opinion, I've heard doctors and geneticists that say it's really you'd be shocked how much nature is. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a lot of nature. Like it's more nature than it's not 50-50. It's like 80-20. Like you could be the perfect parent to this child and still it's just a cycle. It's out of the box. Yeah, there's just nothing you could
Just kidding.
It's also crazy for some kids, like young kids, come out. Like usually you have 2 kids, one will be like completely calm,
His name is Michael, right?
relaxed. The next one will be completely fucking bouncing off the wall, psycho.
They straight out of the box. They have all those twin studies where they've got like twins or triplets that were all separated and moved around the country, and then they find them, and there's like 3 women, and all of them. And like one of them was raised, in a family of like doctors. One of them was raised basically like in a trailer park where their whole family was drug outs and they were in prison. And one of them was like how did all of them manage to get through school and become like, you know what I'm saying? Like there's all these, there's these guys that like, boom, these two male twins separated. One was raised in foster care. The other one was raised with parents that were millionaires. They both end up owning businesses that are similar, and they're doing basically the same level. They are married. They have a couple kids. Like they both teach, like all these studies.
I dropped like 8 pounds this week. It is just
You know,
It's like when I first had my dog as a puppy, we used to take it to Australia during the day. It's an Australian Shepherd, sheep herding dog. And they were like herded sheep before, so we took it there, and it's got all the other cameras. What happened? It's got all the other dogs in a corner, running around touching them. Yeah, so they call my mom and they say, "You gotta come pick him up. We can't come here anymore." And they said, "We put him with the small dogs. He's cornered them all and herds them in a circle. We put him with the big dogs. He does the same shit." Yeah, but when my little teacup Yorkie comes around, the Yorkie herds the sheepdog all around the pool. That's like a fly buzzing on the couch. My friend Tracy's dog does the same thing. He's constantly nudging me, trying to, I'm like, "Stop it!" Yeah, constantly trying to herd me, and she's in here. Yeah, people, dogs, animals. I was looking for that. I was thinking this because they started. I thought, oh yeah, it's just what it made me think of. What are your brothers and sisters? I mean, my brother works, like he's a manager at a recreation center. My sister is she managed my brother-in-law's law firm and raised three boys. My brother has 4 brothers. No con artists. No, they're all adopted. All 3 of my siblings were adopted. Biological brothers. All 3 of them were adopted. My mother went in for a hysterectomy at the age of 40. The doctor opened her up. Her ovaries were spongy. And was like, "Did you give her a pregnancy test?" And they were like, "No, she can't have kids." And they were like, he was like, "Give her a pregnancy test." Because her ovaries are spongy. Like, so they went and they tested, came back, boom, she's pregnant. So stitched her up, she woke up. My dad's there, and he says, "Had the surgery done, and she's pregnant." What are you talking about? And came back up. It's a miracle baby. Like, she was been told she was barren. She was 40. Yeah, that's late. Keep in mind, she's been trying to have kids since they got married in their early 20s. So they ended up adopting 3 kids. Right, and then they were, because, well, I wasn't even in the place that she came really. So, that's is that the segue? That was forced, but it was good. Maybe Elizabeth. I was wondering where that was going. That could have went anywhere. Maybe we were separated. You and Elizabeth were separated. You know, it's funny. Yeah, like you were telling me about this whole time, like she's supposed to have been going to trouble. Right? How many been a couple of years? Yeah, so it's been, I don't know, but I think it's close to 5 years. 5 years? Yeah. Now she's trying to, and I remember I told you she was trying to say, like, she was trying to do, like, was it that she was a narcissist? So she was trying to blame it on some kind of psychological problem and say, like, of course not happening. What else? You can't. Well, I heard that she had some sort of, like, Me Too defense. That she was being, well, no, now sexually manipulated by Sonny, her partner. But that's what she said. That's what you said. That's her Me defense. But you watch the documentary. I listened to the podcast. Oh, yeah. I've listened to 3 documentaries. Some of them are short. Some are like, 15 minutes. And then there's one that's like 45 minutes or so. Like, it's so over the top. Like, there's so many interviews with people that work for her where she's coming to them and telling them, "You're going to do this," or "You're going to say, oh, stop putting those in." Or, you know, any of these that are negative, you know, we send them off and retest them. It's like she's running this whole scam. So, I mean, if anybody doesn't know about the scam, is that she went to what, Berkeley? For like for like a year or something, or 2 semesters or whatever. So for like a year, she went to like Berkeley and dropped out because she was going to come up with what she wanted to come up with. First, it started off with a test that would constantly give you medication based on your blood, like you would constantly see how much, let's say, insulin you constantly monitor and that sort of thing. And then it turned into, or any type of medication,
And then it turned into, she wanted to come up with a machine that you, with just a pinprick of blood, it would do like 140 tests.
Right.
And it was small and compact. You could do it in your local Walgreens, and you wouldn't need all these expensive tests. And so I would tell you what kind of cancer you had, or if you had smallpox, or whatever. So, and so she started this company called Theranos, and she immediately, like, she got like $1 million from like a movie or something. And then she got another investor, and then another one, and then she started doing some advertising, and then she did this. Next thing you know, she got into like some women's magazine, and next thing you know, she's giving them millions and millions of dollars. And she had met a guy. She'd gone to China, I think, and met this guy, Sonny, who was Indian. Happened to meet him on some kind of thing. Met him, and now she ended up coming to the United States and helping her open this company. Then they started dating. Yeah.
These are your successful investors.
Right, and not her. Like, you know, like to me, I thought I think she's super attractive. So, you know, she's plain, but I think she's not unattractive.
She's not unattractive.
So, she's not, look, in comparison to Sonny, she's a 10. Yeah. She's a dime piece.
You're not really. I've seen other people do some
Check this out.
Right, you can do that. For 20 million, you think? Well, yeah, you want to just basically you just have to have them sign a contract. Yeah, of course. Anyway, so they end up starting this company. He comes in, and he's like a little tyrant. He was a little tyrant, supposedly. And he's threatening people, and signing non-disclosure agreements, and threatening lawsuits. But they started getting all these big names on the board. Because if you can say, hey, Bill Clinton is on the board, and it's money, right, it's easier. Like, oh, well, how do I know this is for real? Well, Bill Clinton thinks it's for real.
One of the main problems was a lot of the money they were spending a significant amount of money on advertising and not actually making it not actually on the product itself. They're spending their money getting their name out there and creating a big name in the media.
But they are still putting money into it. The problem, they're still dumping money into it, but you do understand that, like, the technology doesn't you can't do what she's saying you can do. Even the machines they finally came up with, out of 140 some odd tests, like, it could do like 18. And even then, half of those were
They could do those from one drop of blood, right?
Right, and a lot of those they were still sending out samples. A lot of them they were taking whole blood, whatever vials, and sending them off. Like, the whole purpose of that, what they get? They get Walgreens for 140 million.
Something like that.
Here's the thing too, like, you're not even telling me what the is. Like, they're like, how does this work and that work? And they're like, oh, she's like, oh, basically, and she gives a basic, a very broad, basic explanation that kind of seems like it works. If you don't really know what you're talking about, but if there's a biologist
there was even some lady in the podcast I see, there's even just some lady who lived by herself on a single income, and I guess she had this in retirement saved up, and she invested $100,000 in her retirement into the company.
That's just last night. That's what just happened. So then eventually it collapses. Eventually the whole thing finally comes down to it. We can't provide the machines. We don't have machines. They can't do what we said. What we've been saying they can do. We can't hit them. Even the ones we've come up with, they're like twice as big as the ones we've been showing you. They only do like 15 or 18 tests out of 140. It's just not working, and so the whole thing starts to collapse. And then there's an investigation.
I just can't get past the fucking fake ass voice.
Yeah, she starts to weird voice. She starts mimicking. She's mimicking. She's
trying to mimic Steve Jobs turtleneck, and Zuckerberg with this lace. She just kind of looks like something. She's like beady eyes.
Right now. It's like
And every once in a while, she would slip. Like they have her on recording, where slip for a second, and then she comes right back into it.
And now you know, part of me like I doubt it. Then it's like,
Because you would think she'd be more likable and innocent, more feminine. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Not being like, hey guys, I'm innocent.
She's taking her to trial. Oh, they're taking the jury right now.
Oh, yeah.
She's done. Like I'll bet you they went to her and they asked her to plea.
That's your key, Ryan.
What?
You could fix it.
Oh yeah. I'll bet you. I was gonna say. That's the wrong one. Yeah, but it's a. So they're picking. Yeah. So this is the Wall Street Journal article. Elizabeth Holmes, Theranos trial, and pictures inside the court. So they're picking a jury, and I heard that they have to have a lot of trouble whittling down the jury because they're asking them if they know. You know anything about Elizabeth Holmes? A lot of them know about her story. Yeah, I know she wears turtlenecks and changes her voice. Okay, you can disqualify. Right. You want to find an unbiased jury. So that's everybody knows her story. Well, I mean, look, you mentioned they probably went to her and offered her 20 years. That's probably what happened. They probably came to her and said, look, now, in her mind, and her husband, you know who the guy she's going to prison. She just had a baby. Yes. I think she gets 30 to 40 years. Really? It's a ton of. I mean, these are people's retirement funds. These are people. She's been lying. She lied for years. Basically, like Madoff. She threatened. Worse than Madoff. She's threatening. Worse than Madoff. People are leaving. People are saying, "This is what's happening. You're lying about this. These tests," and she's telling them, "We're going to sue you. We're going to one of the guys committed suicide. One guy that has to do a deposition. She's pressuring him to not say what he has to. If he's being honest, I have to explain that you're fudging all of these numbers. And so what happens is they put so much pressure on him. He's so afraid to testify. Doesn't want to lie. He goes home and kills himself. There's an older. I think they were going to fire him too. I think he'd been fired. They were going to fire him, and he was saying like, "Tell the truth. She's going to ruin my life," and he just commits suicide. So, right. I mean, it's like this chick has been blatantly forging documents, forging test results, threatening anybody who dares to try and expose her. And then they probably went to her and said, "Look, we'll give you a 20-year deal. Like, that's a gift." But to her, in her position where she's living in a multi-million-dollar house, she's living in a $124 million house. The guy she's with now, he's like an heir to some big hotel empire, and they just had a baby. So she's setting herself up. Like she's setting herself. You get baby events. Oh, absolutely. She's that bad of a sociopath. Absolutely. I mean, they probably offered her 20 years, and in her mind, she's thinking, I can't do 20 years. Now, if she's been being held in the Marshall's holdover for a couple of years, instead of being let out on bond, she would have gotten her head right. Like, in her position, she can't fathom being in prison. Like, to her, that's hell, and she'll never survive it. But if she'd actually been held for a year or so, she'd realize, like, right now, her expectations of life is so high, she can't imagine it. But if she had got them knocked down, like, look, she'll be suicidal in prison. But after a couple of years, she'll start to realize her expectations of life will come down. She'll start to appreciate. I don't think all of these people connect with all of the lobbyists and politicians she probably knows. You don't think that she ripped off? Nobody's coming to her defense. There's still people. There's not still people. There's got to still be people on her side. Especially anybody she knew with her husband, how wealthy he is. Yeah, they got money.
We got a lot of fucking money, Matt. There's gotta be a way we can slip through this.
Oh yeah, there's a possibility.
We need to come back here after she gets sentenced. I'm telling you, she's getting a minimum of 20 years.
Get the
She
right-
goes to trial loses, she's getting 30.
Get the right lawyers and the right jury, you
She may get more.
can go wrong.
She should plead guilty to 20 years for trying on a wire fraud.
You're taking over 30.
I'm saying over 30. I'm taking the under. Wow.
I'm saying she does.
No, but if
I'm
they
saying she
offer
does.
20, if she gets convicted, it's tough.
I'm saying under 10.
There's no way. No way. How much loss is there?
How much restitution?
Go to the next slide, Brian.
What do you think? We're talking 500 million?
Trial of Elizabeth Holmes, founder of the blood testing company Theranos, who was accused of defrauding patients and investors, began with opening statements September 8th at California federal court. At one time, Silicon Valley superstar has inspired movies, books, and podcasts. Next slide. Okay, showing your reporters, spectators. Keep going.
Oh, it's got to be hundreds of millions. It's got to be half a billion.
37-year-old founder of Theranos faces charges of wire fraud and conspiracy to commit wire fraud. Once known for her black turtlenecks and baritone voice, she has worn a mask with no questions from reporters and stayed mostly silent. She's also walking around with a mom. They show her walking into the courtroom and holding on.
Are those her only charges?
Yeah.
You have to wire fraud for 20 years. So if they said, if she had said, listen, I'll plead guilty to one count of wire fraud. If I plead guilty, typically if you plead guilty, they will consolidate all your charges. So I get the max. You can give me the max. I barely haven't made, hundreds of millions of dollars of loss. I'll get the max. It's 20 years. No. In her mind, I'm going to trial. I'm going to blame everything on Sonny. And they're going to, you're fucking nuts. Nobody's going to buy this battered shit.
Well, it's her. She's in a California court. Ms. Holmes' mother and constant companion has firmly held hands with her daughter while entering court. The defense attorney described her, the jurors, as a public servant being skilled in her daughter's society.
She's going to sell it, man. It's going to be good. Watching you cocaine cowboys.
That's her. Oh, no, I heard that just started today.
You got to watch it, though, so you got to see the lawyers these cartel guys hire, bro, and they get off on everything.
We know a lawyer who represents the cartel guys.
This guy reminds me of you on two.
Really?
But he's like next level.
We got to get going back on this.
Hey, I'm saying one of the Colombian or whatever drug dealers, I thought, the drug pilot? No. This was like a Spanish guy.
Oh, yeah. George Valdez. Yes.
His son. He was an accountant. Yeah, he was the accounting.
Yeah.
You got to watch
Oh,
the
no,
new
he
one.
started out doing the accounting, bro, and he made crazy.
You gotta watch the new one. It's pretty good.
Really cool. I think George Valdez is in the new one.
Yeah, he is in the
Is he
I
really?
saw him and I was like,
Oh, I gotta watch it.
Yeah. So, and I saw, but after I watched for a little bit, I watched like 10 or 15 minutes of it. I forget what happened. Somebody called or something.
Yeah,
You gotta watch when they start to go to trial, bro. It's so crazy. They hire like craziest, most expensive lawyers, and then there's like a whole deal at the end where like the lawyers got paid by drug money, like millions of dollars. So they try to get the money. Lawyers are like, oh, you're not allowed to take this money or whatever. And I think that's actually what one guy ended up down the road getting caught for finally was he paid one of his lawyers one time with a check. And they traced that they concluded or something. They ended up making that charge. And they the whole conspiracy right. They beat everything.
Were there any cops? Because I was cops that were indicted.
Oh yeah, they came out with it. You'll like this part. Basically, the lawyers pre-trial, all of the people who were testifying, there's like 100 people. A list of them they printed in the jail magazine, in the New York Times, in the paper with everybody's name, everybody. So there was a cop in Coleman.
In that prison time now.
I mean, they're not supposed to.
That's just like a murder.
We're trying to track these people down.
We're trying to talk to them. If you can find them, please help us. Well,
So-
they got found.
So one of the cops involved in that whole thing, I was locked up with. He had an amazing story. And there was a book called Making Jack Falcone. So, I in that book, and a lot of Jack Falcone, he was a fictitious FBI. Like, it wasn't a real person.
There was an actual big time
That's in this whole documentary about Willie.
Right.
Is it really?
That's about Sal and Willie.
Evie was friends with Willie.
The whole thing's about Willie Falcone. This is an FBI agent pretending to be a guy named Jack Falcone. He infiltrates, but in the infiltration, and when you read the book, there's a guy who keeps, there's all these murders. And at one point, one of the guys goes to kill a lawyer. This guy's killing all these lawyers. Like, so not the FBI agent, but the murderer who's out there. One murderer, and he goes in and kills this lawyer. He's killed him. So he kills this one lawyer. Him and another guy, and when they're leaving, the secretary's there. Like, she sees the whole thing, and the other guy's going, "Let's kill her," and the other guy's going, "No, they argue. No, don't kill her. Really." And it finally comes down to it where the guy's like, "Wait, like, listen. You told to kill her." And he says, and he tells her, "Listen, this is a guy that in prison that I knew named Gordo. He's the one who didn't kill her." And he says, and he got 40 years. And he testified against everybody. And still ended up with 40 years. So that's how bad. He's got like 12 fucking lawyers that he killed. And then anyway, he ended up telling him, no. And he tells her, he says, "Listen, when the cops come and this, you've never seen this." He's like, "Because I will come back, and if I don't come back, they'll come up and kill you. I'll have something. Like, I know who you are. Because you got her like license or something." And he said, "You know what? He said, I am not talking to you guys. Some guys came in here and killed them. I couldn't recognize them. I don't know who they are. I don't know." He said, "He was like, Gordo was really after this. I'm not a lawyer." And he didn't have a hit out on me. Oh, that's what I'm saying. So I'll
kill a couple lawyers, and they do kill somebody sees it and take their driver's license.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's pretty common, but yeah.
You know us, but we know you. Take your license and put it in the car.
I want to say this happened in Miami. It was either like Miami or because the Jack Falcone thing happened in New York. But they were talking about how all these guys are connected with murdering all these lawyers. And as I'm reading the book, Jack Falcone, Gordo's in the unit. He's like, as I'm reading, like, somebody saw it and said, "Hey, Gordo's in this book." I'm like, "What?" And they're like, "Yeah." And I wanted to just hear it. He's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Yeah."
So Elizabeth Holmes, anyway, we were talking about her. Yeah, Billy, that's the rich, her partner accompanied her to the trial, 29-year-old hotel heir. Once worked at LinkedIn and Luminar Technology, and is the father of the infant son. How long? Loyalty. How long? Is that plane fucking fixed flying in? We got a fucking airplane flying like 10 feet above our building right now. We all know we're doing a podcast.
How long was she trying to president? Oh, I mean, she's like every time. You know what we're doing. Come in me. Every single time.
I wonder if he was just, you think he was just clout chasing? Because he knows he can do way better than that.
Listen,
He's got to be getting something.
Listen, he's clout chasing. Listen, she's probably the best girlfriend he's ever had. She's probably the best chick he's ever, because think about it. She's not going to argue. She needs you.
Even the prisoners, after the prisoners are there going for so long, enough time.
I think she's got this guy right there. Whatever it is, she's got him right. What's his angle? His angle is she probably thinks my poor baby is taking advantage of like Sonny's like
The guy's dad is a San Diego hotel proprietor who joined the Theranos founders in court during jury selection
He donned a ball cap and introduced himself to reporting the sessions. He just expected him.
I got a podcast recommend.
It's just expected.
Mother-in-law recently.
She's got a lot of rich people around her now. I can't imagine she still has money, right? She still has money. Yeah, she's got money. How do you have money after?
Daughter.
She got this. She hasn't been. She hasn't gone to court. I know, but you would think they would seize everything. She's got everything. She's got money.
Yeah, no,
They're saying, look, she's got fans. There's women, blonde hair women wearing black clothing. Wouldn't it be amazing if like half the crowd were all women with blonde hair wearing turtlenecks? She's all just like fangirls. She's just like fangirls. She's got like a fan club and they all have turtlenecks. She's got it. At this point, she's got to be like, this is nuts. Like even I think this is nuts, and I'm crazy. Where's her trial at? State. So it's gotta be California, Northern California. You know her mom has to know. Like this didn't slip up. Like she's already got to know. Like she's been lying her whole life. Like she's been.
I've got a feeling about
You fucking snakes.
Oh, listen, I read that. So when I was doing the Marcus Schrenker story, I read all these books on
he's the pathological liar.
Yes. So I read all these books on sociopathy, and they have all these different examples. This guy who, like, literally had gotten a hammer. This is when he was like 7 or 8 years old, and the family had gone to some lake house, and he went down, and they could he took diving in it, and he went down by the lake, and they said
It's about a black Cambodian writing letters. No, it's about a wrote like an audio letter to her daughter.
We didn't know what it was, and we would listen to it
Don't forget who you are, basically.
for a while. We thought maybe he was something free, and he did stuff with a hammer, but there was nothing down there. So we'll find like her husband or husband went down and he was snatching claws. And I mean blowing apart. Like it was like an egg, smashed like guts and blood. Ever since they were just he's been doing it like there were hundreds of them. Yeah, like blood everywhere. He said then later he was
Central New Jersey, and they're talking like they're like.
So I read a book about during the search while I was writing, and she was explaining so the psychiatrist that wrote this book is explaining like at some point this guy goes and gets a job like graduated college. Like he's never had real friends. He's never he's always like the mother was explaining he's never had a connection with anybody. He's always used people. He was high and do whatever he had to do to get what he wanted and not own that anything. Like that his parents were just like disgusted and terrified. He goes to college, like they were, they knew this is our son and we love him, but we don't like him. And so at one point he gets a job, and he immediately gets some job in some corporation, starts moving up the ladder. It's basically like it's fucking over it. Like everybody hates him. He is very quickly the CEO of the company, the owner of the company. He finds out he's got a daughter, and he immediately hooks up with the daughter, and they end up getting married. And his mother actually goes to him and says, the day of the wedding, or a few days before the wedding, she says, she's a wonderful girl. And he's like, yeah, I know. And she's like,
Way back when they talked about like intergenerational PTSD, where like if your grandparents experience trauma, you can get like subconscious flashes of trauma, like trauma and stuff.
And she said like it was like a moment where they both kind of admitted, I know this,
especially their parents.
and like they never really had that. And she said at that moment, she said I desperately wanted to go to this girl and say, he is a
So it's like, exactly.
And he's going
So it's like the racial take technology gets like drastically updated. So like imagine if like my parents had done that and like here's all my racial wisdom bestowed you on a public platform.
I read
By
that
the time that child was like 2 years of age, it was like
the mother just
their
described
takes on that would always be like wildly outdated and strange.
So, I mean, so what I'm saying is
like that out there.
right, but that's what I'm saying is like, so I'm saying you know that the mother, like Shrinker's parents, his whole life he's been lying. Like they've all known it his whole life. There have been all of these signs his whole life. Like you've got a couple of brothers, you got 3 boys, 2 of them are normal, and you got this son. Like you know he's doing shit, but these two, even if they're lunatics, they're not like this. This is just nuts. You know, this mother has got to be like, oh yeah, like she's fucking disturbed.
What about this new kid, Steven Laundry? Is that his name? Steven Laundry?
Is that the one with his girlfriend? The guy who was hiking
and his girlfriend disappeared?
Did they find the body?
Yeah, they found it. They don't know if it's her, though. They haven't confirmed it. They said at least I'm concerned.
How do you like dead blondes are out in the desert?
Yeah.
Like where'd they find?
They found a bunch of dead people. They found 2 other people that they think he might have killed also. Yeah,
Where?
they found 2 in the same
bodies.
area.
They were
Near an area like a restaurant or a bar they went to.
I mean, how many cross-country tours is this, or trips is this guy taking with girlfriends?
Well,
He
the
does
funny
it all
thing
the
is,
time.
they have a YouTube channel where they travel the world.
Hey, I didn't know that.
Pull up their
Travel
YouTube
the
channel.
travel.
Ryan.
That's nuts.
They have a YouTube channel.
I mean, I saw the videos, and I saw the video with the cops where he'd been scratched. He's like, yeah, we got no fire. But I was like, you know, like they got into an argument, but she was still alive.
Yeah, you watched the video of them getting pulled over?
Yes.
Yeah.
He seemed pretty normal.
She seemed like this psycho.
That's what, when I was watching, I was like, yeah, she's crazy, bro. Like, he's trying to downplay, like, yeah, it was 2 months. I know. We both you know, so it's like, I'm like, okay, it's like right up until.
Theory is what I heard is she's all distraught because you know there's other 2 people.
Were they? So what? He said, oh, by the way, this is where I dumped the body, and that caused an accident.
So they had a pretty, their stories were pretty identical when they got pulled over. She's crying, said, I'm looking at my blog, I'm looking at it, and then they pulled him out of the van, and his story to the T, almost exactly the same. So they had a pretty well-rehearsed story.
Or that's just what happened.
Or that's what
and then it
actually
later sparked into, I'm done with this shit this time. Oh, we're at mile marker 32.
What happened?
Getting close to the grave, to the burial. Yeah. I gotta choke this chick out. I mean, you think that's like, it's like,
He's on the land now. He's from Vero Beach, Florida, where his parents live. It's literally directly across the state from us, exactly 2.5 hours east. I surf there all the time, exactly where they live. They live on Wabasso.
Did you see the search warrant where they were searching? Yeah, it was today. They were there for like 2 hours. There was a search warrant where they went in the house. Well, I think the parents let them, and they were bringing out boxes. Or they were bringing in boxes, loading them up. Yeah. So I think the parents are cooperating. Like, look,
But they're not.
we got a crazy one. We've known it for a while. Like, he was probably smashing fucking cross.
Well, I heard his mom told him to, like, the night before he went out, she, like, packed all his shit up, all his gear.
After he came back without her.
I think, like, after they found the body, after he knew they were coming.
Well, he's been gone for a week. We just found the body yesterday.
Where was the body?
In Utah. Near Salt Lake City. The last place they were seen was coming out of a hotel near Salt Lake City. This is their YouTube channel. Nomadic Status. And look, they posted this video a month ago. It's got 3.5 million views. It's all from the girl.
So he's banking too.
The girl who died or is missing, she got like over 600,000 Instagram followers in the past 5 days.
Well, it's not for interaction.
And they got 60,000 YouTube subscribers in the past week too.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. Speaking of somebody who stepped their game up,
Maybe look at
the Comanche.
Yeah.
Bro, so Rogies
crazy fucking
posted something on
story.
Instagram
I don't
yesterday. They're
care.
like,
Like, I
so
don't
immediately
understand.
listen to
I
it.
just, I'm like I'll commit fine. Like, I get monetary gain. I get that. But
You want to talk about some
the
bad
desire
owners?
to murder someone.
Every
It's gotta
time
be
I
baked
listen to
in.
people talk
Like,
about
I've hated people. Like, I've been furious with someone. But I'm not, like, plotting their death. Or I'm not thinking I'm going to choke you to death. Like, and there's people that do it once, and then they're like, that was easy. This was good stuff. I gotta get me another one. I mean, it's like, what are you doing, bro? You're gonna. How many people have you dated and dropped off in Utah?
You know, there's a psychiatry center in South Florida. I want to say Bradenton, Minnesota, and it's an entire sort of like a university for psychiatry that specializes in psychopath and well, I have one, a guy that actually wrote a book on that, a guy who came from there, how to speak coming on, and basically I have to study people who are serial killers.
So then you'd run into this tribe of dudes that were looking like cavemen. And they'd be rounding dude. Obviously, they gotta fucking throw shit at you.
You know, I think that shit like that's gotta be, you gotta come like that out of the box.
I think those guys. Well, I think sometimes there's probably just one of them. There's also a study that says that typically like you can create like a psychopath or a sociopath. Like someone can be created with antisocial disorder if there's some kind of traumatic event in the childhood that will cause that. You know, and others say that they're just born. Like there's a case for both. You know, so I think you could probably some are created and some are just born. But yeah, but I'll bet like that guy. I'll bet you he'll be either amazingly boring and clinical, or he'll have some crazy fucking story. Like he's got to have some. Like he's bet some nuts. Yeah. That guy's met some people that he's like, oh. You know,
well, I don't know if he's met a lot of people that he's studied. A lot of them are people that have already died or, you know, Jack the Ripper. But I'm sure there are some that he has.
They were short. They never had familiarity. So we see northeast.
Yeah, that's a talk.
What's on?
Oh,
That's what you see is like these tall, slender, fucking athletic.
That she took her head off. Yeah. I put her head on my head and wood as a hat a little bit. And then I took, you know, it's like,
Ted Bundy.
why?
We talked about the Ted Bundy.
That was nuts. Yeah, he was.
And they were getting rocked by everybody until the Spanish came. The Spanish, you know, fucked around.
Boy, he was talking at the end, right?
Introduced
Oh,
horses
yeah.
to North America. Horses
He
were
wasn't looking.
yeah, so all these different tribes got horses, and I think the Apache were punching them. Apache weren't sure what to do because the Apache were just crossing horses. They were punching horses. They're chopping them up. That was good eating for a little while.
Well, Matt, I think we hit a wall, brother.
All right. I'm
just
somehow 2 hours.
Is it 2 hours?
Yeah.
What's coming up next? For me? I don't know. You know what? I hit. Speaking of hitting the wall, I hit like so. I was getting like 2,000 to 3,000 new subscribers every month on my YouTube channel. In the last month or so, it's dropped down to like less than that, like 900, 900. Like the closer I get to 35,000 subscribers, I'm like, man, it's like I can't break this thing. I mean, at one point I was getting 3,000 a month for several months, and I don't know what happened. And yet I'm putting out more content than ever.
Are you really? How often do you put out videos?
Every day.
Every day?
All last week we put out a video for 6 days straight.
Every day, bro.
And then this week we're putting out on Sunday. We're doing Sunday. Well, no, we did Sunday. We're doing Sunday, Wednesday, and Friday. And then, and actually, I think
Colby's my video editor. He's breaking up this one video I did with this guy for like 2 hours. He's breaking that thing up into 5. And I think he's going to release that every single day.
Oh, so you're doing the Vlad TV thing where you do a long podcast and you only release sections.
Right. I mean, I'm trying to get something to work to hit. Like every, look, like I get a ton of people that, like, in the comments, I don't have a comment section here. I don't know how you can't. It is a cesspool. You can't look in that. Like, to feel good about yourself, you cannot read them.
You read my comments?
Every once in a while, like maybe every once in a while.
You want a good laugh, read
Oh, bro. Like, I don't. You have almost 500,000 subscribers. People hate your guys.
Yeah.
They say. I mean,
they really say horrible things. What do they say
about you?
Yeah, I haven't read it in a long time.
Bro, you give a couple good ones. Yeah. Oh, what do you mean there's? I mean, obviously, they're not good. They dislike you the most.
Yeah.
The most. Like,
I've seen some pretty good ones though. On the last few podcasts that you did, there were some pretty good ones.
That
Yeah. I remember I sent you a couple screenshots. Oh, the last time I dug into the comments, it was pretty positive. But I haven't been in there since.
a lot of them are with
I've been staying away.
the interrupting, these guys.
Yeah, what? Really? That kind of really
What am I supposed to say? I don't want to say it. I mean, they're all, stupid. They're, they can't follow a conversation.
True.
They're, I mean, it's on and on. I mean,
It's all true. We are stupid. We can't follow the conversation. We're fucking retards.
they go on and on. I mean, I listen to them.
Then why are they watching?
That's the internet's where it is.
Mine is like completely. Like, I probably get,
They're genuinely lucky.
but for every 20, I do get one guy who's like, this scumbag piece of garbage. And I'm like, well, did you at least subscribe?
Yeah, right.
Please share the video.
Please click.
Scumbag, low life. I'm like, yes, I understand.
That's the guy who's already
Share the video.
subscribed.
Right. So I, but for the most part, mine's positive, and I get a ton of like likes. Like, there's always like, I think there's maybe 3 guys that as soon as they, Cost just posted, dislike, and then that's it. Leave a mean comment, dislike. There's like 2 or 3 guys, and then there's like 350, like 500.
It's like, as much as the comments are can be such a cesspool, so negative, I do love it.
Some of the insults.
Well, once you dive, the thing about it is once you actually dive into it, it's hard to get out of it.
Yeah, I can lose an hour. I can lose an hour.
Oh, easily. And it's like the greatest thing about those comments is it's like a whole separate organism from the video or the content. So you have the video, you dive into the comments, and it's like a whole other world. You know what I mean? It's such a cool thing.
I love it when they like.
Oh, yeah.
You're just like 17, 18, 20, 30 different comments back and forth. And it's like, nice.
And it's one of the greatest things about YouTube is that when you see the video, you know you get this great fucking addition of this comment section. You see something like, oh, I know someone said something funny about this. You just immediately scroll down and you want to see it. And it's like a competition. It's like a writing competition. So you can come up with the funniest or most clever take on what just happened. And then that person gets attention. They get upvotes. You know what I mean? So they get people to go to their channel or whatever. So it's cool. Yeah.
I didn't know that. Yeah. What do you mean, up what?
So comments get upvotes.
A comment, you can click like and just
Yeah, right. I see that.
So it upvotes to the top there. The top comments fixed up there.
Oh, okay.
Most
So
popular comment.
within the comment section.
Exactly.
Well, I thought you meant going
So
through.
then people see, oh, this guy is fucking like a comment with 100 likes. Let's see what he's got going.
Right, he's funny. Something's good. Yeah. Okay, I get that.
They're great.
Also,
So I fucking love the comments.
if you want to talk about people's statues getting torn down,
What else,
He's
Matt?
gonna get? He'll have
Diving in tonight.
50 comments now. We love you, dude.
No, they'll be like, yeah, you're right. We hate you.
We hate you, you fucking rat. Go rat.
All right.
Let's parlay the plugs, Matt. What do we gotta do? Subscribe to Matt's YouTube channel.
At this point, 95% of it. No, I mean, I have a YouTube channel. Like, subscribe to my YouTube channel. I need to get over 35,000. I need to get up to 50,000. I feel like 50,000, and I can actually start doing this. But it's like, yeah, Zach, my buddy Zach, does the podcast with me. And, so we do that, and we interview. You ought to interview Josh. Didn't I send you Josh's? I interviewed Josh. Josh is the guy that runs a YouTube channel called. We'll talk about it after the show. Oh, okay. Cool. Anyway, he's got a great crime story. Super cool. I sent you this stuff. Anything I send you, you don't look at anything I send you. You're nothing. Well, he's a big shot. You're a big shot. He gets it and he's like, oh, it's not true. What are these peasants? Yeah. Matt, thank you. Thank you for being on the show. Everyone else appreciates it. And I stopped and got you Starbucks. I got Starbucks. I got you. I'm not bad, guys. I'm not bad. All right. Are we done? Goodbye, world. See ya.
That's how much we got, you probably think we live in solid universe, which I don't understand anything about it. It's not my case. So, I knowing all that, my ideas are the same kind of thing. We're living in kind of like not a simulation, but more like an electromagnetic field that we kind of perceive as solid. It's just like, I'd love to do a chapter. I basically know verbatim. Well, yeah, go ahead, please.
You want to derail my awesome Comanche talk?
No, I'm not derailing.
It's too late. You're talking audio points. I kind of forget the Comanche talk now. I had some other good points.
It's in the field. It's in the ether. You have to have the channel. Any idea you ever have?
Hello, world. Today, my guest is Seth Ferranti. Seth spent 21 years in federal prison after being convicted of LSD. He initially faked his suicide to evade law enforcement, and he ended up on the U.S. Marshals' top 15 most wanted list before he was eventually arrested. Being a first-time nonviolent drug offender, the severity of his sentence garnished national attention and was covered extensively by the Washington Post, the Rolling Stone, Vice, and many other big publications. Hope that intro wets your whistle, folks. Without further ado, please welcome Seth Ferranti.
It's like a string. Like if you were an slave, all you had to do was while it happens.
So you're saying if I were up
You had to risk the worst torture.
All right, boom. Seth Ferranti, welcome to the show. So the short synopsis of your story is you were a teenage LSD kingpin, right?
Yeah, I mean, basically, more or less.
So what, you can probably tell it better than I do, so people who want to know what you do, I'm just giving you a quick background.
I mean, basically, like around 13, I started getting into drugs, I started getting counterculture, mostly psychedelics and weed. And, most people, when you start using, you look for it, especially when you're young, like, you're looking for a way to pay for it. So, I was the type of person, all my friends wanted weed, all my friends wanted LSD, so, I was kind of the bold, adventurous one, so I would find the connects, I would find the people to go to, and I would go and buy it, and at first, just get free drugs. But eventually, after doing that for a couple of years, by the time I was 15 or 16, I was like, maybe I can make money, doing this. So, I got better contacts, I started following the Grateful Dead, like the late 80s.
What year was this? Or late 80s?
Yeah, late 80s. Like around 87, 88, when I was 16, 17 years old, I was out of junior in high school. Started following the Grateful Dead, got an LSD connect, got some weed connects, like actually, down here at Fort Myers, I got a weed connect out of Fort Myers, I got a weed connect in Dallas, I got a weed connect in Kentucky, which I was getting stuff out of California, like going to California, and we're trying to do some homeboys in San Francisco, and yeah, first it was just high school, like a big high school, 4,000 people, we had like a sister high school, like 4,000 people, so I was kind of doing hand-to-hand, retail sales, but then as all those kids, this is in Northern Virginia, as all those kids went off to college, they went to college and then called me, they'd be like, hey, can you bring stuff up, and then instead of just one, friend, it was like, they had so they were just like, about 89, just my network just started expanding. And really, I only had like a 9-month run where I would say like I was a real big drug dealer. Not even big in the big scheme or something. I wasn't like Pablo Escobar, but for a teenager, I was 19. I was probably making like 25, 30 grand a month. That's even now. And not like I was getting a lot, but I was getting like 10,000 hits of acid monthly, 100 sheets. And I would probably go through like 100 pounds. This brick weed goes, actually, it's brick weed. totally different game now. But I would get like 100 pounds of weed, like that for 2 or 3 months. In the fall, you could get good weed, like from Northern California, like what they would call outdoor now. But back then, like we called it kind bud compared to the weed that was pound. So I would get that at Kentucky, Southern Kentucky, and Northern California. But you can only get that in the fall because these like little small farmers would grow like 25, 30 pounds. So by December, all that stuff would be gone.
So was weed the best drug to make money off of? Did you make the most profit off of weed? Or why did you choose weed?
Oh, I always tell people, I never consider myself a criminal. I consider myself an outlaw because I broke laws that I thought were wrong. So, I sold weed because, to me, weed and psychedelics are the righteous drugs. So I never fucked with other companies. I never did drugs like that. I was never interested in because people are always jonesing. It's like a bad drug, addicts, people steal stuff. So I was never into that. I was into what I consider righteous drugs.
Just because if you were mainly into adopting weed because that's what the drug was you as a person.
Yeah, and also because I like believing. I didn't think it should be illegal. I was like, what? It's a fucking plant. It's fucking drug. You know what I'm saying? It's been around. Yeah, it's been around forever. So cocaine, right?
It's not in the form that you buy, dude.
Cocaine's
kind of
before you
pour the gasoline on it.
Yeah, but definitely weed. I would make a lot of money back then. I can make like $1,000 a pound. I would get good cuts out of like Dallas, Texas. I would get like $300-400 a pound, and I could take it up to the East Coast. Back when I said ounces were probably going like you could maybe 50, 60, 40, and also that brick probably.
How old were you when you went to that bus?
I was 20 when I got busted.
20 years old when you got busted. And how long?
I was 25 years. Well, I got sentenced 25 years. I was 21 years. So I went in. I went in 1993 and I got out in 2015. But, I was refused just for 2 years too. So I caught my case summer 1991. Got indicted, and I didn't like what I was looking at. We were talking about trial, facing 20 to life. That was like kind of the beginning of the war on drugs, 1991. And I was actually in the first wave of kind of the psychedelics and weed guys. And they made those laws in 1988. It was all for the African American guys in the city. Right. So they were cracking all those weeds in the head. In like 20, 30 years for like 5 grams of crack. That's why they made those laws. But then when they got some criticism, after they've been doing that for about 2 years, they started getting criticized. And especially, I'm in Northern Virginia, so we're right outside of D.C. So that's, it's kind of like, all the politics and stuff. So I almost felt like when my case happened, it was like, they were like, look, we bust white folks too. I was in that first wave of like, when they came out to the suburbs. And when they just started hammering us. But, they were trying, like, I was looking at 20 to life. They were like back in the feds too, because if you know anything about the feds got like a 99%. So most people in the feds like he's guilty, but even more people in the feds like cooperate. Those people cooperate, right? That's the only way to do something, right? So they were pressing me to cooperate, but I was like looking at the situation. I didn't want to put somebody else in a fucked up situation like I was in. I didn't want to do 20 to life, and I had a little bit of money. I didn't have a lot of money, but I had a little bit of money. I was, like I said, I was making sometimes $25,000, $30,000 a month. So I had a little bit of money put away. So, I took off. I was like, fuck you guys. You know what I'm saying? I took off and I was for 2 years. So I didn't get caught in sentencing until 1993.
Wow. So you were on the run for 2 years then? Yeah. What was it like when you first found out that you were in trouble or you had the feds on you?
Oh, it was a shock. Because basically, I grew up in the suburbs, and so I was basically a white middle class kid, military brat. So,
they start getting
I
massacred.
just didn't think, I didn't think I could face that type of time, especially for what I was doing.
There's no record.
Considering I was nonviolent and
Other than like you can
and
see
like I already said,
migrations of
I
other
didn't
tribes
fuck with
getting the fuck
like
out
what I
of the
considered the
way
bad
from the
one.
Comanches.
I wasn't a violent person,
To be like,
so I was like really surprised. I was like, how the fuck could I be facing 20 years for like weed and LSD? And really not even a lot.
Also, there was like a
In the
huge
big
influx
scheme
of
of things,
Apaches.
there's dudes
running
bringing like
That
tons of
went from the
marijuana
Apaches
into
when the
this
Apaches
stuff.
were like actually Spanish.
You know,
They really
and
like
I knew the LSD scene.
set up
The
some
Grateful Dead.
missions
The
in our
chemists.
territory.
They make like
And so
hundreds
the
of grams of
Spanish were
LSD.
like,
Like
fuck,
each
dude,
Grateful
never
Dead
thought
show,
you
they
guys
would
were
fly
gonna say yes.
25 grams
Wait till
of
you see how awesome
LSD
Jesus
into
is.
each show.
We're gonna bring out some
And
missionaries.
I was
It's gonna
getting
be
like
fun.
one,
It was
1
actually just a
gram.
trick for them
Basically
to
a month.
put basically
One gram is like
embassies
100 pieces, like 10,000
Patriot.
hits.
Wow.
So I was
So
getting
that
like a gram a month.
Comanches came down and definitely murdered
Each Grateful Dead show,
everybody that killed Spanish
we
people.
were flying in
So
25
that
grams. So
they
I
would
was
go
like,
to war with you. The Comanches.
yeah, in
Just
high
very
school,
funny trick for the Short King Apaches.
freshman, sophomore in college.
It's just, it's,
I had the money, I
what
had
was
the
nice about it
money,
was, it's
so,
all
you know,
about settlers.
we're all
That's
kids.
how America colonized it.
But the
Like,
big
Spain
scheme
went
of
in
things,
with,
so,
like,
that was
missionaries,
fucked up,
forts,
man. When that shit
very
I was like, I couldn't
governmental,
believe it.
regimented.
It's kind of like, really big shock to me. And it was also, even more to me, it was like a betrayal to me, because I grew up, I was American. I was like, man, this is my country, I believe all the bullshit, land is free, home of the brave, capitalism,
Inflated settlers into Texas.
and then, like, they're going to come and hammer me, and I'm like, damn, I'm like,
But the
fucking,
reason they invited them
I didn't go to war or nothing,
Not so free anymore.
Yeah, it's not like I went to war and fought for the country, but whatever,
But you hear
they called
people
me, I
today,
went.
like,
It's just, that was my time.
another
It
act
wasn't
of
that
aggression
bad.
from America.
Yeah,
We took their
but
land.
I was like a red
Those
blooded
fuckers
American
invited
dude.
us there
I
so
felt
that we could
damn, I was
defend
fucking
the
country
Comanche. So they would stop fucking
for
America.
some fucking weed and LSD, for some shit that should be legal.
True.
So that's really how I felt. That's like really my motivation. I can say now, whatever,
Texas does. That's what became our
30 years later, I feel justified in my actions, but maybe I was a man ahead of my time or whatever. But that was like my whole thing. I'm not saying I like music.
They kind of tamed the land a little and then
I like money. I like being a rock star. I like seeing that recognition. Being a man. I like all that. But I have like an underlying thing.
which was a huge mistake.
This shit should be legal. All my friends smoke it. Not all my friends even like it. You party, man. You fucking do shit. That's what you do. Especially, whatever you want to say. White America, whatever America, college America. That's what people do. And I saw myself as like a facilitator of that whole thing.
Yeah, the whole thing started with when there was like watching the Little Vice clip. There was like some kid who was running through the woods naked on LSD and grabbed the top gun and shot him.
Yeah,
That
so,
was like
yeah. So there was this they got this area in Fairfax County called Clifton. It's like all like $1 million houses. This is like that thing. They're all like on 5 or 6 acres. Sometimes like every time like any place in the suburbs, when people go out of town, people feel tired. So they used to
change. I'm gonna buy some shit.
Anything like stages out for bands, anything like skateboard ramps. They like literally use skateboard ramps and and have skate shows and all types of stuff. So they were having this big party out there, and eventually like all parties, there's a cop called, and there was this one kid. I never met the kid. I don't know who he was, but 50-year-old kid. But he was 15-year-old kid, he was tripping on acid. He was like basically the top king, and like he sleeped out and he was running through the woods naked. And this cop chased him down, tackled him or whatever, grabbed him, and I just freaked out. Grabbed the cop's gun and he shot him. But it was like basically like he shot him in the arm, man. So it could have been, I'm not downplaying the police, it could have been more serious when he shot him, but he shot him in the arm. So basically like don't even come close to my house. Not like you said, in my face because I was like LSD. I was like LSD became
rich people.
that's
But if you think about the trade-off is like they just get to be
That kid told him your name.
Well, he didn't know my name.
If you're American,
He knew, he
you're
told
in
him
terms
he
of
got
like all the poor people you're
and
fighting
this is how the fence is like dominant.
although you kind of do.
You say something happens to you, like,
They'll kick you out immediately.
you got it from him. It's like dominant. That's how the fake people don't threaten, right? Especially, back then, they weren't threatened. Middle class kids, telling them they're going to go to jail for 10 life. They play it up. They say, like, oh, yeah, you're going to bring up in the cell with fucking Big Bubba. What do you think's going to fucking happen?
Yeah, they really sell it to you.
Yeah, man. You know that, and like I say, I'm not saying whatever, you break the law, you get caught, you got to do time, but the older I've gotten, I look at how the system is, the war on drugs, all that. I mean, everybody can say now that the war on drugs is wrong, but it's more than the war on drugs. You got to look at the way law enforcement operates. You got to look at the way, they try to manipulate people and the things they say. I mean, really, if you think about it, dude, that shit is like fucking evil. Some of those dudes are just doing their jobs, and they're probably decent dudes, and they probably let motherfuckers off the field, but the whole concept, that whole war on drugs and law enforcement, forcing people to inform, on their friends, become an outcast or whatever. I mean, I'm not even gonna say take it to like, it's not like we were the mafia. So it's not like anybody was, fearing for their lives because they snitch. But I'm saying just that's like traumatic to put somebody like what do you think most people do? They're going to deal with potential life. The big brother can be your showman. You're fucking like an 18-year-old fucking white kid. You just want to fucking go tired of party. So at the time when all that shit happened, and my first 5 years in prison, I was pretty now I look at it, the years went by and I got older, I just look at it more like
It's just like I wrote a brunch scene. David wants to love it.
so like a situation.
I can't believe David Duncan was your boss.
The system is what is fucked up. Make people have to make those choices.
What was the story leading up to your final arrest? Explain the story of how you were on the run and you had to do some research and figured out how to do that. And you tried to eventually
Yeah, well, the fake identity started basically the fake identity
So I started reading the book Breathe.
I was on the East Coast
The guy who's on Rogues, my eyes would be
I
like,
had a bunch of buddies who
Cyclops on
lived
the
in
podcast.
in Morgantown, and
So the guy
it was like, you
Breathe
could
on
just
the
go there.
podcast. I started reading his audio.
You need a fake ID from bars on Main Street, so you would just go down and in somebody's room, and they would like have all the photography stuff, everything set up, where they could process it, computer stuff, and print it out. And that's when I first started doing fake IDs. So I had a bunch of
That's probably about 70% blockage right there. I was at 80, so my new request right now is I'm going to cure my deviated septum without the septum less.
Just sniffing close.
That's good
enough.
Yeah, it's good enough. So that was kind of like my first experience with fake IDs. So then when I caught the case,
You're going to deviate, dude. Are your nose
when
breathing all the
I
time, all day,
started
every day?
deciding, I was going to take off,
Good luck.
I already had to take it.
I've been like about 4 or 5 days straight, dude. It's just disease. You should know. Research the Native Americans. That was the Native American secret.
you got like holograms and shit. But was it like that back then?
Yeah, they had like little
I
hologram, but it
didn't have it
would
until
be
a
like,
bunch of mouth breathers came in and
it
found
would just be like pressed or something. So it would try to emulate the hologram. It would be like pressed on the glass.
Can't blame Habits the best.
So I started,
Habits the best.
I was like, man, I gotta find a real ID.
But no, that's how I'm gonna get all
I've
guy
actually
up. I'm gonna cure my deviated
the
septum.
book that they made into a movie. They made a movie,
I have like a fucking full spectrum date.
You look at books, like, you look at that book. So I'd actually read that book, and I read other stuff like that. And I was kind of interested in stuff like that. You know, for I wouldn't say from like a criminal pursuit, but more like from the scholarly or academic pursuit. You know, I always been confused. I was interested in basically like how people would like, and I don't even want to say fraud, but just how people would, not like in a fraud way, like just how people would like flip over. That's all.
That's the funniest thing I've ever seen.
And some of these companies,
That's like
come on press, and it's a narrative,
and they like just say something ridiculous on it.
Subversive books, like probably one of the most famous books a lot of people have heard of is these companies sold is cookbook.
Yeah, we got the watching it. She calls out the Nintendo GameCube. And she was like, I hate waiting. He was like, I'm eventually. She was like, dude, I was in the shower saying that to myself. I don't know what made me laugh.
That's probably the most famous. Companies, all they sold is like these subversive, underground books. It's all protected by the First Amendment. So I'm not even sure if these companies
just directly in front of him. Dude, that's fucking on. I'm telling you, man. I'm sorry that arm's acting. It's bothers me.
They had like you could get a towel on. They had like their whole section.
Breathing through my nose at nighttime. In order to do it, you gotta put tape on. Dude, I woke up. They say first I'm gonna take like an energy comic headshots at night.
I ordered like all these books on like
tape over your head, like call shit, dude.
Like called in America, Pink Sands. They had this whole series called Stupid Trip.
That was the best.
1, 2, 3, 4. You know, they had like books like Understanding the U.S., like verifying documents.
You know, it gets blocked out at nighttime, and you just wake up and you're just like,
they had like a whole book like 40, 50.
I made it longer
like
every night. Tell you, I'm gonna cure. I already went through what the fuck's it called?
That's the type of deal I want to do. Like, when I want to do something, I like to read, I like to research.
You're me right now. I don't sound like I'm at
as much
I sound like I'm at
knowledge
maybe
as I can about it.
65.
But then
Maybe
I like to
70.
make my own plans. You know, the same based off.
That's air company. I should not be able to get air. So far, I think I've given myself 15%.
Sometimes
I
you
think I'm
read one of
just
these
for
books and
peppermint from
there might be
strictly
like
nose
one
breathing.
page
Dude,
or
if you're
one chapter.
nose breathing
I
all day
actually
every day,
learned
like
something.
water will
Because a lot of it is
so
just
if
like
you're just bringing in like little water particles all day every day,
there might be one insight that you
Never told you that because that's the skylight thing I've ever heard of.
yeah, I did that and I basically
Anything
go
with moisture
to
air molecules are gonna
called Physics.
inroad your nose.
That was like
just nose breathe, it
I
rearranges your
was
facial
I
structure. So I'm telling you, I'm gonna get myself down. I think like 50% obstruction. Have the your nose and throat guy put it on the record, and then other guy go there for the rest of the ride up last night.
You want to do it yourself.
Yeah, I mean, I could do it myself. At this
And I would
point, it's like I'll get to 50 just
I would do
just
this,
get a
what I
guy.
learned from
Let's
these
get a
books
guy
is
up and go Joe
you want to find a
So you're
candidate
going guy to talk to. You think you need
died
to sprinkle
before
sugar
he
in your
was
car?
5.
You need to have like a miracle in your dog. Before you write your book, like heal yourself as a brain. One guy actually
You
like
will find somebody
became
who was
paraplegic.
born in one
Again,
state
find kind of
and died in another state.
concept of market.
Because
Just like
Where do you get paraplegic from?
you know, back then, even though they probably had the technology, but you know, they didn't have the money to cross-reference all these stuff.
Against Ohio
So
State.
let's say like
And then they
you
were
were
like,
born
they
in
were walking
Tampa
in, and then
Bay,
he ran the
and
team
died
out
in
the tunnel
Tampa
the
Bay.
next
It's like the
season.
same
Or like 2 seasons.
Right,
Same
vital.
place.
Yeah, they call it just like the
Like 50.
vital
So they had this like real inspirational moment of him running out because then you just
So
flipped him off.
they naturally
At
records
least he still
up
can play.
He couldn't see. He barely play. He could have
Oh, he kind of
but if
like.
you die in one, if you die in one,
I thought he like played. You got to imagine. Give him a fucking break, dude. Is he
He did. He used to play. He
you
was
know,
pretty
they don't
good.
even do it on the
So
same
he came in with his head down against Ohio State, and then he ran. Yeah, and then he
But
led the team
definitely
more radio-esque.
across the
Yeah,
virus.
Radio.
Gotcha.
Because Rudy
So once I found this out,
So they were
I
like,
scoured the
get up by like 40 and then put him in at the end, and like everyone hoisted
right,
on
so
his shoulders.
I was looking at
there was no,
this, and I was looking,
there was no, he didn't play. He led the team out the
Some
next
niggas
season.
under 5.
So
The
he
reason I
was
was
just jogging
something
down.
under 5
Just
is
display. He
typically,
wasn't in pads.
you know, especially back
It
then,
was a miracle,
you
but
know,
then they got
like
fucked.
the 70s, I was
Shell kind of road.
Yeah.
Especially because then you can bring much and he like hobbles out fucked up. And then it just gets smoked.
Yeah, it's kind of fucked up on the
Especially back
teammates.
then,
Lose that one point.
Yeah.
before
I'd have won extra
you were
hard.
5, you didn't
I
get
would have took it out, dude. If you got fucking hobbled up, you podcast my ass off, dude.
back then, sometimes
You Hawkins down?
Huh,
I had to do
really?
this whole thing. I would never lose, dude.
Yeah, so things were different back then, you know.
He's
So,
dead, right?
you weren't kid on the five because you didn't have any other records of vital statistics.
Man. But yeah, there's
I would look for
sickening
the, I would look
facts
through the
that got me
obituaries.
fired
One
up.
of the obituaries,
Also,
I'm looking for this
common
candidate,
misconception
and
that
then
they
from
had
the
cool names.
obituary, you
They were all
basically,
taken from, bro.
you'll get a lot of
They do it like
information
waves,
that
like
you use
Grady Horse, shit like that. There was also guys like Peanuts
From
and
the
Steak
obituary, I would
and
get,
Erection
like,
that never
to order
goes down.
some of these death
That's actually pretty cool.
certificates, you know, their name,
This white lady had,
place of
she got
death,
taken, and then she had 3 kids,
right?
and their names
So
were
I
like,
could find somebody there,
were
I
Steak.
get those three things, I ordered the
They're
death
like, here's my
certificate, then
awesome
with the
warrior,
obituary and the
Steak,
death certificate,
and his brother,
I can get the
Peanuts.
5 things that I need
So they would have like white
for the
trash
birth
names.
certificate. Get the birth certificate,
They basically, you got like rock name. You know what I mean? Like, so they would just give you a name and do something fun, and they just name you. Like, just some lady got abducted and then had diarrhea the whole way. Because they fed her like,
and like I said, these are just the vital,
gave her like a buffalo, it's like
or
hard
whatever. So like,
to
basically,
punch on
you
her
write a
name, she
letter,
just diarrhea the whole way.
you know,
So her
you
name
get
was
mail
like
drops,
diarrhea.
you know, like a PO box or
That makes
something
sense.
like that. You know, you
I think
get
they were
some
working
money
with like a
or, you
robust
know, like
vocabulary.
$10.
So it was just like crazy words, steak, fart, boner. And you were just like, one of those, it's like being Irish and being like John,
right. And once you got that obituary, you find the candidate, you get death certificate,
diarrhea, and then you were the chief, and you're like, all right,
once you
I
get the
call
birth
my
certificate, you clean
super
that
crazy man. I'm
I can get that birth
Thundercat.
certificate. And you know, now this is
Sidney
like
read that
whatever,
book. Sidney was talking.
I'm like
Really?
20.
Oh, he was like all
And a lot of times,
he was the most.
maybe the
Yeah, he
older
was
you
saying,
get,
he's like, you gotta do
it's
it.
harder
He's
to
like,
do.
oh, I'm
It's probably harder to
fucking
do
kill
now
myself.
because
Dude, this book
back then,
is, it's awesome. Breathe.
you didn't have like,
Breathe. I can't recommend it enough. They,
you know,
so really the inside of your
back then
nose
you
is
could
made up.
easily have
It's the same type
an
of skin as
ID
your
or
dick.
someone else's name.
So it expands and contracts. Like when you're aroused, that's why women's typically their nasal, their nostrils flare.
Yeah.
If a woman gets like kind of turned on, exactly, dude. Stop.
So once I got the birth certificate, I was
You're gonna get a boner.
told
You know that.
that I could
It's
go
made
in
out of. It's literally made out of dick skin. So your nose like contracts and expands with
a
your.
lot of times, if you just get the walker's license or the driver's license, all
I'm
you
talking about the inner stuff.
and like an address. You know,
It's just
address
it's the same type of material as this. What your eyelids made out of. That feels like dick skin.
right? You know, to get the driver's license, you just need to verify social security.
Eyelids are all
And so what I used to do to verify social security number,
fuck yeah.
I had this book called
I'm gonna get it rechecked out because I know I got 80% no problem again. I'm probably talking around 70. I also do it again. I put my finger up my
It has like the first three numbers in your social security number.
it's right.
Each state has like, you know,
He's like, yo, I got this. That's a fucking miracle. That's not a miracle. Yeah, you're the Miami Hurricanes.
Middle numbers go by the year, but it's not like if you're born in 71, you're
just strictly knows where you are. It's been feeling a lot better. Every now and again, Brandon's like, you know, put my finger like this.
but it's all done by a chart. It's all like 420. You have these charts in the book. You know, that's what the social security is. And then the last one number is the landline. So what I would do, depending on where the person was born, I would plug the determine with the numbers, I would look at the charts,
I don't know why I have
determine that.
it's much
And
as
then,
I guess.
and then like I do W2
I use a
form,
face mask.
and I would
Not
put
just
that
having
social
a
security number and that
think about all the time.
person's name,
Your eyes water
you know,
from
who's
getting
got the
all
basketball,
basketballs.
and I see
Oh,
like
those
I
words.
would look at like some
God,
local
just when
place,
you got
you
shitty
know,
hands.
or whatever, I'd like their
Just stand
basketball.
there, straight through your hands into the fucking face.
So you can
When you
get
cry, you have to cry.
W2
Yeah,
forms
or
from
you
like
knows you have to cry.
really,
Your eyes cry, time out.
like business,
All your
wholesale,
friends see you crying.
you can put like a box.
Definitely play
Like
that
it's
role.
government printed, you know, like I mean I don't know what it is now, but back then you look at everything kind of like but back then it was like you know,
I was friends with my teammates. I was more organized, more friends with my teammates.
The carbon
yeah,
copy.
so you know you can just type it right out, type right out.
I played in freshman.
Yeah, I'm going up
French football. Focus strictly on football. Yeah, I tried out. Track and sophomore.
even though the Social Security is like under scrutiny, the Social Security number, we're not saying that it's fake. But a lot of times we just fuck around. That Social Security more like a unit to things that you try to look at.
Playing CYO, that might be some of the best balls you can play. It's the fun like Catholic League CYO. All the kids that work good enough to play on the team, but we're all dickheads and friends. We beat the fuck out of some
Yeah, we have a guy on here who did the same thing for bank fraud. We convinced homeless guys to pay them for all of their information, their social security number, for all of that stuff. Give them like $20. You spend like $100 to get 5 social.
I know now a lot of people that go to tax
sports are all now. Florida sports is like psychologically torture something.
It's just like a security number for business.
EIN number,
Yeah. So
just getting his ass. We had a homeschooler over baseball team. Discuss 8th grade. Now it's gonna be the gold medal. It was like weird as fuck. Yeah, true. This dude was a homeschooler. I don't know what the fuck his parents were thinking. They entered him into the school system at like 7th.
They're not hard to look up. You can like Sunbiz, Florida like business directory. You can just type in any name, you just find a list of businesses. You can find all their names.
Most this kid just to see what's going on. They put him in at 7th. Right when he was coming. Dude, he came in with like a doctor's serious nerd walk here. I was like, what the fuck is this? It was to the point hit list was made. This was like an extreme bully situation. We knew he was on a baseball team. So we were just like, we were both involved. Like, he'd be on first base.
yeah, he has the biggest reward.
Yeah, but so how many of these fake IDs did you create?
I was you were on the hit list number
25.
I made third. That's made third on this. And in elementary school and middle school, they wrote an
You know, my
article
eventual
about
plan
being
is
really?
to get like $40 million.
Pretty good. That counts as like top 5 on the list.
Fuck off. You know, I was military. I lived in Germany for 2 years ago. I lived in Germany for 2 years ago. I lived in England for 3 years. So I was familiar with this. You know what I'm saying? So like I was gonna I don't know. A lot of stuff with dealing drugs, like with anything in life, like you just get used to the lifestyle, you know, and it's just
one day I had the principal come in the office and had like a sit down and like I had to talk to the kid. I think I talked to the kid's parents. And then
I never got that.
like the next month in the school newsletter, it was like bullying.
So what did happen? What happened? You know, you had all these IDs. You were basically you used the feds. Didn't you have like your phone tapped? Didn't you and your friends have like your phones tapped? You knew they were like following you, right? And you were like pinpointing where you were at, tracking where you were.
I wasn't just my friends.
Well, not at first. I mean, you know, for 2 years, almost even for 2 years. So, like the first 6 months, like I'm paranoid. Like I think, like the feds got that power, you know, because when you go through a situation like that, especially as a young kid, and basically, you know, all your friends tell on you, and you're just like, you think the feds are like on you totally, right? But in reality, right, they're not all their information is just getting from people that do that. You know what I'm saying? So at first, you know, I'm saying, I mean, they can't tap people's phones and all that, but that with me, like, you know, that was like maybe like a U.S. Marshal was like caught on my trail, you know, they were kind of tracking my music, but that was like, you know, so for the first 6 months, I would say I was pretty paranoid because I thought they had all these powers. Plus, I was fucked up. You know, I always tell people it's like, you know, there's this Jimi Hendrix song, you know, this called Castle Gate Sand, you know, Castle Gate Sand, Slipping the Sea eventually, and that was kind of like my story, you know, because, I made myself into this, like, you know, wanted to be a rock star or whatever, but it was all based, you know, on my ability to lead and LSD, you know, and that foundation was like ripped out from under me by the feds. I mean, I was fucked up. I didn't know who I was, you know, so, you know, it's all this shit, and then, you know, I take off, I'm a fugitive, I can't even read my real name, so that first 6 months, I'm like, you know, you're just like questioning, who the fuck am I, what am I doing, you know, it's the right thing, because, you know, at the same time, you're fucking authentically, you know, switch on your fucking friends and keep trying to fight, you know, But after 6 months, it took me about 6 months. I started doing my major class. First, I was in college years. I had a little bit of money. I spent it for 6 months. I spent all the money. I ended up back in Dallas, Texas.
Dude, there's a show, it's on FX, it's on Hulu now. Fucking rules, it's hilarious, it's so funny, but this dude is an energy, he's an energy vampire, so he, the rest of them are classic vampires, and there's one guy that just looks like a dork from the office, and the way he gets his powers, he drains
down
you.
there was like back when it was like
Dilly dilly, how was your weekend?
so it was like you really can make a lot of money. So I was kind of selling weed to like this lady girlfriend and stuff. I was kind of selling weed to like the
Let's start a
restaurant.
fight and then sit in the room next door and just be like, yes, all the negative energy. And I was like, man, dude, it's definitely just an energy vampire. I just start a fight, leave, sit down here, scream, be like, yes.
It was so funny is that back then too, I just wasn't like I would start a fight and just ruthlessly crush people and be like, that was awesome. And that was so funny. They freaked out. And not a shred of being like, is this okay? It was just kind of like, this is great.
I didn't even
I
tell
can't
him.
believe I got those guys to fuck there. So then he started calling this person's house and being
I
like,
made connections,
where's your
and
son?
then that was kind of how I made my money in the first place. I would like buy something somewhere at a low cost, and I would
This is,
something
blah,
else
blah, blah's parents.
and sell it for a high cost. I mean,
You
that's a
fucking
good
pussies, I'm gonna
thing.
kill you. Like, he was
So
talking shit to like
once I
this
found
kid's
this
dad.
out,
Like
I was
ruthlessly
like, fuck it, I was
fucking.
back on. You know,
Oh
where I
my
could
God,
have
this
a
kid's
market.
awesome from this school. Is he alright? How's he turned out?
He's a rough one. He has to be
I
rough.
started doing that.
That was the
Kind
kid who
of
came
got
up to
my
me and
fucking
said,
mojo back.
told me
You
about
know,
this. He's
basically,
gonna punch in
I
the
had
stomach.
like another little run. You know, like another little run.
Why'd you punch him?
It probably took me like 6 to 9 months to build up my clientele where I was making good money, and then I had about probably another 9 months run before the feds got me. And how that happened,
I was thinking about what a dickhead I was.
I
I
was
was doing the dishes, and I was like, I had like a vivid memory of reading. I remember reading a science book and seeing
he
Homo
was telling me
sapiens when I was little, being like,
oh
my god, she's gonna say Homo in school tomorrow.
like I sit in this airport, and so we were actually going out to party in the street. And this place is called St. Charles, it's a main street on downtown. So we need to go make a drop with one of his guys, CGI Friday. So we go to make a drop, but you know the kitchen is so busy. You know, it's like on Friday night, you can't get off the line. So he doesn't make a drop. You know, and it's not even a lot of weeks. So, you know, I don't know this. You know, I thought he made a drop. I was
doing the dishes at 34, and I was like, that was hilarious.
And you know, we're about to go out and party and everything for money, and I don't think that we
Actually, fifth grade, we had somebody come in to give us like the 6 class time type thing. And I remember writing a question, so he would have to sing it. I wrote a question. I said,
and this is another fucking, you know, thing of bad luck.
Now,
So it just so happened, like we were in the Burger King first, but you know when people do drugs, they
and I was like, yes. And he was like, I had a mistake, Gary. And I had to be like, yes, I wrote it. And he was like, do you really want to know that answer? I was like, yes.
And just so happened, this Burger King
Those are called
got
homosexuals.
robbed the week before.
I had to like stay there and like,
And ACS out in the fucking back in the truck.
how about that?
And they
That's
fucking
something
called
you
the
don't
cops
learn
on us.
every
And
day.
they were fucking smell weed.
Which is so funny because that dude obviously knew I was
You know, I'm
black.
thinking,
They just had to watch a fifth grader pretend to be like, yes.
and we found that, so they arrested us both,
Yeah,
brought
that
us
was the
in,
one there.
printed us,
Yes.
and still I'm good because it's not my car.
Do you really want to do that?
I'm the kid guy's weed, and it's his weed, so I mean, he got something, you know, I mean, it's fine.
Dude, that's crazy.
You know, he does the right
It's
thing,
crazy
he
we both
tells
have
me
that
it's
origin
fine,
story. Like trying to make someone say gay.
right?
And being like,
When I was a fugitive, I had watched all those shows,
my whole agenda for the day. I'm teaching you to say
you know,
gay.
like,
I'm
all
around.
the fucking shows. Because I was interested, like, you become more interested in it.
when he was in school, dude.
Oh, of course. I was studying. I was like, how do they find people? You know, like, how long does it take? You know, from watching these shows, I'd seen like serial killers. It took them like 90 days to match up with them. Like fucking serial killers, right? So I was like, who the fuck am I? I'm like a little fucking LSD dealer, non-violent, you know, fucking from the suburbs. Like, who the fuck is fucking about me? But I had no idea. I was top 15 U.S. markets. Yeah, top 15 fugitive, dude. Like, for whatever fucking reason, right? So they match out my fucking prints in like 3 days, and they got the fucking, because they released me. They released me because of my cars, my weed. So they released me, but they ran my prints. They matched up my prints, and they're like, oh, you're not fucking this weed, you're fucking such the fucking fugitive task force is like fucking on my tail. And this dude, it's like his real name. And like, you know, he has family. You know what I'm saying? So they're like all his grandparents and mom and shit. And he's all like fucking freaking out. And he starts fucking cooperating. And that was when it was like a real thing, like 7 days. Because they were trying to see, because you know, I had some weed, so I was selling weed, but the quickly got busted, knew I had weed, and I was trying to, you know, I knew I got arrested, but I had no idea they were going to match my prints, and the fugitive task force was looking for me. But still, I'm still like, I need to get the fuck out of Dodge. Because they're going to match my prints up in like fucking 60, 90 days, and they're going to find out who I am. So I'm trying to fucking move this weed, and I'm going to fucking take some money, and I'm going to go fucking, you know, go somewhere where nobody knows me and hide out. But you know, I didn't have the opportunity to do that. That was a tried to take me back. Oh no, let's put that part in. We go back to that. That was when I left. So when I left in 91, right? That was like, I told you I was doing everything we could. I was coming up with a sick ID plan, right? And this was like my grand plan, right? I was doing a sick ID plan. I knew if I was gone, like after 7 years, I just disappeared like after 7 years. Like, before the fight, it was like, don't do this. He's gonna fuck him. It's Mike Tyson. Like, he's killing everybody. First round knockouts every single time. Like, scary. So that was like my grand plan. I was like, you should fucking call him. How the fuck can Seth Rollins his ass? And he was like, as soon as he said that to his mom was like, he sounds like his daddy now. He's a man. And she was like going around like, my son's about to beat Tyson's ass. So like everybody at work called him, and she died. And he won. He just fucked him up. I was ready to go, and I have a little bit of money, but you know, it was great. I mean, it was fun, but I immediately watched the fight. It was terrifying. Yeah, well, Tyson apparently, you know, he didn't train as hard. He was like, it was supposed to be a tune-up fight. It was just a tune-up fight for his mom. Yeah. And he got laid out. It's fucking sick. It was the first time anybody knocked him down. Damn, it was awesome. And, you know, in the ring after that, I got a feeling it was from my mom. So I made this whole big plan. There's this place in Northern Virginia. It's called Three Falls. It's a national park. And it's like a lot of cliffs, and it's like rapids, and it's kind of famous like among kayakers because they got like what they call Class 5 rapids, and like all the superstar kayakers that go kayaking, and the Class 5 is it's like a black diamond. Yeah, basically. Like double black diamond. Yeah, so it's basically like if you fall in the water, there's so many rocks and the river's so moves so much, it's so rapid that
Knock unconscious.
Yeah, so from being in that area in Northern Virginia, going to high school there, I used to remember, I was always a big sports guy, so I remember, back then it was East Coast. Every day I was like, people was watching the coach and I was in the sports section. Before the sports section was the metro section. So sometimes you might catch the headline in the metro section. And I remember people always committed suicide. They would fall. So you would jump in the water and get smashed against the rocks and go. So it was like, he's like a classic suicide.
5 yards, 10 yards away, just like kind of moving back and forth, like screaming at him until just.
So I remember this, right? So then when all this comes about,
then I pick up Tibble, and I'm like running, but like walking fast, looking backwards. I'm like, yeah, bit by a fuck.
7 years.
And then as soon as I put Tibble down in the house, he just started eating.
So that's my whole plan, right? So I make this whole plan, you know, I do a suicide mode, I park my car there, stage a little, you know, it's a little setting on the side of the bush,
That's a
you know,
fair fight.
like
I've done it before. I've walked outside and got fucked up before. I don't know what it was. Probably a fox like coyote or a raccoon. Something. Yeah, I guess I'll get it.
suicide. I even
fucked him up like fucked his
leading up
legs
to
up.
this for like 2 weeks. I
Shit
was even
himself.
like dropping
When
hints
they
to
run away,
people.
cats will shit themselves.
You know,
Picking
people
them up,
that
it's going to blood and shit. Yeah, but this time, no scratch on it, dude. He literally just sat in the grass
like
and
stage
stared at the
suicide,
fox.
you know,
Couldn't have been prouder, my guy. He's gonna be terrifying tonight, too. It's Jenny
I was
Lang.
on the cliff,
That
like,
fox probably just saw
and
glowing eyes and was like,
I know it's not necessarily
that's the
based
prince
off
of cats.
of
That's big night.
and
That's big.
I went into some people
So that was
things,
after 41
some
and 2.
joggers.
One, yeah.
I went up there and
42
my
one,
friend
yeah.
Joe
It was a big couple days. Phil had to do that once.
pulled out.
Dylan got in a fight in the front yard with another cat. So it was like, 5, 6 in the morning. You just hear
I
two
found out
cats
he was
screaming.
with those people.
Phil ran down in his Lady Tigers.
And those
It's
people
like
actually
6 a.m. People are like walking out to get the newspaper and shit. Someone says,
yeah, but
just as white until he's in a fish
you know,
run.
when that first happened, I was out in
So
LA,
he grabbed the fish rod in the closet, that was right by the door, and just started whipping.
I will see you.
Yeah, man. It's a strong tradition in the Gillis family, too. Kevin, if your cat's in a fight, you gotta jump in, dude. I'm ready to strangle
Commit
fox.
suicide.
Yeah, man. It was so
Yeah,
good.
my plan's gonna work.
It's
Indeed, I'm like 20.
like through a chain link fence and stared down my dog.
Like I'm saying, I mean, I was a smart kid for 20, but still I'm like 20, so I'm like incredibly naive in a lot of things.
They're
But,
ugly,
you know,
but they're
people got it.
they're hellish. I saw them skittering around the other day.
You know, it's fucking going down, right? And so then I kept reading the fucking thing, right? And then 2 weeks later,
There's like a ton of there's like a little alley that links a bunch of yards that kind of scoots around. But I saw that possum running across the street, and I was like, you didn't like it? That's it. Oh, fail. That's who my roommate did on possum. King murdered one. It was eating. It was in his parents' garden. But it turns out possums mostly
it's like crazy because I'm like
they
literally
mostly eat like the
driving
rodents and
down
shit.
like that thing
Like,
like
like
news
bugs that would eat
so if you go to
like
news
tomatoes
it's
and
just
shit.
like the
They're like,
newspapers.
So he would, the possum was
You know
held
what I'm
in
saying?
his
Like
garden.
big cities.
And
So I'm like
my
literally
friend
going
was
down there. I'm like
captured
runs to the newsstand.
in a
It's like
cage
a magazine newsstand.
and wanted to
I'm
kill
like
it.
flipping off the paper.
So
I'm
he
like,
caught it in a
I'm just
trap,
sitting
and
on
the way
like
he killed it was he put
Hollywood
it in a
mainstream, busting
barrel.
eating this shit.
He did your
And
best.
it's like,
It was
it's like, you know, I mean, on the outside I probably look cool, but like
so
the
he's
inside,
definitely caged
it's
in.
like hard
He
to
has
touch
pictures.
because
Even the duck
they
cage.
said it's
He
close
knows
because
his
what I
possum.
did,
He pulled it
I
out
done
of there
everything
for 5
brilliantly,
minutes. The
right?
possum was hanging
But
on, still
I
alive.
committed, I staged
So
my
he went down a
suicide
railroad
on the
spike.
wrong side of the fucking ground,
Right?
right? So my body didn't wash out to sea, right? They dragged the river for 2
You're a
weeks.
serial killer.
Because it was right side of the dam. So, yeah, they didn't find a body, so when they didn't find a body, they tried to prosecute it. There was no body department.
Yeah, stabbing. My brother was getting into
Yeah, I thought I
meat
was smart,
chickens.
but,
Here's all we're getting some meat chickens.
You can have some battles, dude.
That's
Were you in touch with any of the people in your life after that? Did you let them know?
snapping their necks and shit. And I was like,
What about
stress reliever.
only my mom, who is related to this airport, is actually my godmother. Maybe my whole life.
Oh man. Kids had a great chicken.
So he told my mom.
He was on a date with, he was dating this
everybody
Mexican
else,
chick, and she was telling him
you
how
know, at least that
they
first
kill the
year.
chickens in Mexico. It's
Yeah,
just
one
swing
lady they were
take
interviewing.
her out by the head, just
They
fucking
she
swing
said
and
when she
swing
found out
around. But
that
it
he
was
was
like
suicide or saw the article.
talking about eating Mexican chickens. And
No
then
way,
he goes
wait a
free
second.
range. He's like, oh, fucking everything on the streets.
Must have been sociopath.
It's like, was it?
That's my girl. That's my girl, Marcy.
Girlfriend, I don't know how you feel about
She
swinging.
knew me pretty well.
John,
Yeah, but,
where's
yeah, so that was like the whole suicide thing, and then
shacked up somewhere?
like the reason I even became top 15 is it's like fucked up too
He might
because
be in Leeds.
there was this dude,
I think he's probably shacked up.
for my case, he was the assistant
These were black
U.S.
hats that was like
attorney.
embroidered and you could bag it in the side that you couldn't
So I mean, I don't know. I wasn't
I
privy
never
to
knew if he was fucking around.
inside
He
the
was
U.S.
serious.
Attorney's
He went
office.
to
But
the
more retrospect and kind of looking at everything and how it happened. This
Speaking
dude could have been like the
see
driving
what Trump
factor.
Daddy's thinking about giving a speech.
Like I said, I can't see that.
Gettysburg.
You know, I'm just
Swear
like,
to God, he's trying to secure my vote. I think he's
So,
like, just tweeted
this dude
yesterday.
could have
He's
been like,
like, bring back college football.
he could have been like the driving
This is
factor.
my guy. That's the only policy I care about. Dude. Like, he's probably give a speech down at Gettysburg. I was like, who is this guy?
You know, for whatever.
Yeah, apparently there's he was like, God damn it, trying to make people pay like generic prices for the COVID thing.
But
Really? Yeah,
Then, as soon as I disappeared, this dude transfers to the U.S. Marshals Office. He becomes the head of the U.S. Marshals Office. So he makes like this lateral transfer,
we need big pharma to get us out of this. We can't turn our backs on the balance.
So he does all the people
They have to
to make me top 15 U.S. Marshals. Because dude, I was the first time nonviolent.
I got that right.
Russia says they got the vaccine.
Serious? Like the first time nonviolent. Even when I got caught, some of the Marshals, they're like, how are you top 15? Like, they're looking at me, they're like, and they basically told me, like, straight up, they were like, who did you piss on? You know what I'm saying? Because that's how fucking it works. How do you think? You get pissed off. I pissed that fucking dude very Hudson. Yeah, that's who I fucking pissed off. He was, like, you know, from everything I can see that I pieced together here over years, he was just driving faster in my face. He was going with his push lips. When I took off, they put like a black mark on his record. He took offense at that. You see the person. He went to the U.S. Marshals Office, made me a top 15 fugitive when I should have never been a top 15. There was no reason for me to be top 15, except that I took off. Then when I got caught, he gets a feather in his hat, and you're not gonna believe when you see his neck. He's a fucking Fourth Circuit appeals court judge in Virginia for the theft. Alright, so look, if you look at everything that's country, like, if you look at our judicial system and hospitals, and like, you know, how that, like this, you guys know Rudy Giuliani, right? He was the prosecutor from the Gotti case. So everything in this country, in the judicial branch, is based like on making a good case. You know, you advance by winning good cases. You don't advance by doing the right thing. You don't advance by advocating justice. You know, you don't advance.
There's no incentive.
And you do that by having these big media cases. So basically, this dude, Jimmy Hudson, blew my case up into something of like, you know, that's something that I both law, you know, I should have done
so they have them where it's like, hey, what the fuck is that shit?
and he blew me up into this new fucking like,
they like make
you know,
they have like an app on their phone.
took it one step further, blew me up into this top 15 fucking feature.
Say like Fox
And
News
you know, in his career, his judicial law enforcement career, he's capitalized off that shit. That's why, like sometimes I just tell people, like, okay, yeah, I'm not saying this stuff fucked up people. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'll be the first to say that. You know, violent people belong in prison. You know, you got a lot of people who don't belong in prison, but there's just so many cases, especially when you look at the war as well, in retrospect, where these people like this supposedly do the right thing. They're the fucking most evil. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? This dude is a fucking Fourth Circuit U.S. appeals court judge. So this dude is like one step down from the Supreme Court. That's how powerful this motherfucker is. You know? Like I said, I talk shit about him on a lot of podcasts, so if you ever say nobody else in the U.S., fuck him, you know? Whatever, send me a fucking dude, you know? I'm just that type of dude, you know? I'm gonna say what I want to say, and Chinese to
take some acid.
really, my dream is to eventually have like a, you know, series, Hollywood movie. I want to fucking like portray like motherfucker for such a years. I think people really, yeah, protagonist, yeah. I just want to shit. I'm gonna use it there.
They'll have a big brother and a big sister, so like you'll go off to like Chinese
yeah,
school.
this dude should
They
be
got a big
exposed.
brother, like my
He's sitting up
Chinese
there
big
like
brother
he's
who's like
just
sitting at the dinner table.
like
They're
this
like,
fucking
what do you
law
guys
abiding
think of
person.
President
He
Xi?
basically made his
They're like,
career
you have to be like,
off
oh, I
of
think he's very
fucking
good.
my
So like
blood
you How do you feel about the politics?
You know, not my
Literally, you have to sit there and not eat the party, follow the party, and then you go to the Chinese school, Big Brother, they're saying this article, sleep in bed.
I'm not the only one.
Sleep in bed with your wife.
But that's
Your Big Brother. Your Big Brother will stick around prima nocta. Yeah, dude. They'll just be there subduing your house all the time, making sure you're not fucking around.
If any other country does it, they
Just
criticize
cognitive.
it.
But
They do
now
the same
what
thing
they're
to
saying is
us.
they're developing all this AI
They prop
technology.
themselves up on
Or
our
they're
back.
trying to get it down. They're not there yet. It's actually kind of funny because like one of their
Yeah, the future. That's like the future of porn. Incest, cuckold.
The
Big
DEA,
Brother.
evil
Like
as
the
fuck.
government fucks your wife.
No, so the CIA, they're just evil.
Yeah. It's like woman stuff.
So like I say, I don't really want to talk about CIA. They just might come kill me.
What was it like when you finally got caught for the last time? Like what describe the scenario? Like your doors kicked in, like what, how did that
Yeah, I
go
was
down?
in this
Sell the
tunnel
phones like
line.
a network.
Yeah, they're trying to play
St.
Sim
Louis,
They're playing, but they're
right by
selling
the
the
airport.
ability
Play Sims.
to, according to the article,
And I was actually raiding, man. I had like 20 pounds
get
of
hooked up
pot.
by China.
And I had this
Venezuela might
dude
get hooked up by China, where they're like,
Colombia,
here you go, here's how you can completely monitor your entire civilian base. Then it'll be, this is my prediction.
So
I
I'm
think
waiting
they're
for
going
Dave
for it to be like North Korea,
to come down and get this 20 pounds.
China,
Because then as soon as he brings me the
Venezuela,
money,
any
I
country that
can
can
love you.
afford a dictator and get this technology. And then it'll just be up to the West. Well, I guess we gotta fight this like autocratic regime where like you can just demand all the data. The more data you have, the more area you got. I guess so I think the West is gonna be like, look, let's just give up everyone's data for freedom and the most basic thing. So I think it's almost unavoidable right now.
Give you all this shit for like
Just at least the way they're reporting.
$500 less a pound, and normally charge me. I mean, all cash.
They're talking like
So he's like, okay,
facial
we'll talk
recognition,
about
looking
it.
to like, you know,
He's
looking at
actually
what you
pretty
read,
good.
looking
He's
how you
actually
react to
supposed to
things.
come
But
down.
again, they said they're
that morning,
2022 because they say all this stuff now. Yeah, but last year they had a thing where like we can recognize everyone's face in 2 seconds. And then,
I didn't know everything
there's
was
a thing
going
where
on
like
behind the scenes.
and some face on like a bus got a ticket for jaywalking. Yeah, so I don't know. You're reading all these articles and it's like
6 o'clock in the morning, I mean,
so
it's
this day
fucking
facial
tunnel line.
recognition. So
And I'm already, I'm like, I know you're talking.
that's what I'm telling you is facial
Fuck
recognition.
out of here.
They're
I
selling
feel
this shit
it.
like sub-Saharan.
You know what I'm saying? Because when
And
you're
then
in
facial
situations like
recognition
that,
for
like, you can feel
blackface
that
is
shit.
really bad.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just like, you know, it's like a wall, fucking in on you, man. Like, you feel that shit. You know? Even though I didn't know, like, I didn't feel it, I didn't feel like anything was happening, but, you know, like, your body, your mind, so,
the deep state knows. Deep state
yeah, they
knows.
fucking
All
bust
the
in,
is
dude.
the way to beat them.
Yeah, they. Did you ever see that when like Facebook had trouble with it? They were
It's just
tagged.
it's like fucking for real.
I think it was Chris Cotton, right? Every black person on Facebook is like, this Chris Cotton.
You know, a lot of things people don't know about these law enforcement guys, but these dudes are as much cowboys as a lot of the drug dealers.
Every black person, every photo was
You know,
like,
a lot of
you're
people
Chris
don't
Cotton.
realize
Like,
that. I mean, these motherfuckers are cowboys, but they're fucking,
so yeah, the facial
they're
recognition.
basically scoping you out. They don't have no local law enforcement. They don't have no backup. You know, it's just, it's like,
Also, the great Pico scandal.
you know, they fucking come in, you know, they do whatever they want to do. You know, so they fucking come in, they fucking get
Ripped off his
try to
roommates.
do, you know, have a little bit
Like
of money.
$1,000.
And,
But maybe you're wrong.
you know, actually, you know, to answer your question, I mean, it is in a lot of ways, it is in the
How much did he rip you off for?
because, you know, I was constantly, I had all these different
Yeah,
ideas.
that's big. That's big
It's like
money.
you gotta like screw yourself. It's like,
That's big. That could go to a
boom, I
lot of
took
Dragon
out
Ball Z
this
cards.
I gotta process in my mind.
How did that resolve? I mean, that was the beef. A guy was pretending to pay the electric bill, right?
Yeah, it didn't resolve. He just disappeared.
He fled the country.
Because, you know, if somebody will pay you over, or you're dressed by a cop, you have to know that shit.
Really disappeared. All I did was quit.
So I would do that. And so every day, I'm like, you know, I might do it for like a
Dream
week.
was to do
You know,
stand up, and then he was like, "This bill is
you know, like that
$1,500."
shit wears on me.
Alright, it's over.
Also wears on me.
I feel like you could have came out and been like, yeah, man, I'm sorry. I'll work it off. And they were like, whatever. It's so sick move, dude. To get the electric
You
bill.
can't be yourself.
And as if like, keep that
Except for your roommates.
yeah, but what's the vice, dude? There had to have been some sort of, was it just like sheer laziness or was there like bidding?
I don't know, because he was just like,
How they disconnect. You know, because you don't want to fucking, you know, this is a big thing.
making it up. Yeah, put it up there.
You know, so shit like that. So, just kind of coordinating like all this stuff in my fucking mind. That's a lot of fucking, that's intense shit.
I never really struck me as devastating before.
Whatever stress or whatever. So you just all like you put stress. I put on myself. So yeah, when they caught when I got caught, you know, like
security guard.
You know what I'm saying? So it was kind of like but you know, at the same time, it shows you like you know, I can handle this stuff. Even if some motherfuckers don't find the money, to find all the IDs. And then like they're asking me like you're involved with stuff like, ooh, you get a gun for any kind of gun. A gun is like $5 a year. Like these motherfuckers, they don't get so
Increase it up, pull it back, or like I think it's on Mario.
so that's like their job.
Exactly.
You know, more time better. So they're like, no guns, no guns.
What's that?
So, like the one
Anytime you talk about black hair, it just instantly turns into fucking Price is Right or whatever. Fucking, what's that game?
Family Feud.
fucking gun. You know what I'm saying? I mean, obviously, you know, put that gun on me. You know, pick it back up. But I'm saying that's just like shows you like the mentality. Like why would you do that? That's how
Your bags like joke with you? Or what?
But I'm saying, like, what type of person would do some shit like
There was
that?
somebody on Facebook who was like, there was
You know what I'm saying? I know what I'm looking at, dude. I'm looking at
I'll never write a black character in my book since
you know
my
what I'm
story.
saying? This is fucking height of the war on drugs. The laws are fucked up.
My stories are whites only.
You know, I know what the fuck I'm looking at. And you're gonna fucking type of lady like that, and you're like a law enforcement.
Because I don't get them.
You know, you're supposed to be the good guy. Good guys don't do shit
That was
like that.
different. The lady was like,
You know what I'm saying? And especially like, look, I'm not resisting arrest. I'm telling you who I am. You know, I'm not fucking trying to go out like fucking baby and make shit like that or calling you five, whatever. If you're a criminal and you're trying to go out like 9 or 5, whatever, law enforcement, do what you gotta do, that's your job.
That's a weird thing.
But I'm saying in these other situations, bro, you know what I'm saying? You don't get to do shit like that. It just shows like that whole culture, man.
It's just probably for bad rappers. It's the same way bad comics are like, I'm an activist now, and that's pretty much it.
Like, I think like our whole judicial system right now, they created
Big time. I noticed a lot of the outrage.
is the reason
And I
why our
think, I don't know when it was, but there were people who were like
first of all,
freaking out.
thing
Maybe
called
that's not, I
qualified
don't know
immunity.
what it was, but you look at their
Basically, like
always
top
like, oh, no, by the way,
law
check out my
enforcement
indie comic series
they
about
can
a black
do whatever they
superhero. It's
want
like, or
to
a kick-ass
under
Muslim lady
the
who runs the
guise
White House.
of their job.
Okay, that's
You
weird.
get
That's
away
just fucking happening.
Right. Isn't that the law that says that they can't get sued for?
Yeah, it's called, that's qualified immunity. Right. So as long as they do it
Like I just saw
under the color or the
Democratic Party.
auspices of their
DNC,
job,
maybe it was DNC.
they can do whatever. They can fucking come and clock you in the
It was
fucking
just
face.
a David Cross bit.
Beat the fuck out of you.
Isn't that all changing now, though?
That's like a
I
political
mean,
act.
you know, there's more discussion.
There's
So I
some
mean,
states where I think some of these laws are changing and let's get speech
I mean,
challenge.
it needs to. I think it's more like it's being challenged and talked about. I don't know how much it's been changed. Yeah, stuff is slowly changing for the better, but I'm saying this is one of the worst things because as me as white basically,
He's very funny.
right? Second thing,
Yeah, they're like, yeah, we're gonna pay you. Here's your base. We're like, yeah,
right?
Yeah,
That's
true.
forfeited. Like,
Shout
dude,
Ben Shapiro. You see Ben
you
Shapiro
can
shout
literally.
out.
And
I was
I'm
watching
not saying
Ridiculous.
it happens to some white people, but it doesn't happen to white people. It's people of color, like African American
I heard it. He was exactly right.
Spanish,
Donald Trump would bury the other comedians. He would
they
bury you
bust
because
and
he's
pull them over
really
and find
funny.
his joint, and they take the fucking car.
Have you seen the one
And it
video?
happens all the fucking time. I mean, probably more in the 90s than it does now.
I kind of
But you know, I mean, dude, and look, think
I
about this. And,
think he was just going over the lyrics.
I know you guys have probably seen this.
Is this
You can
now?
go and say, right?
Yeah, no, he didn't do
We
it
got a
that way.
big
Once he
bus.
did it in a very dorky way where he like would say pussy and call it a
And I'm not saying, I mean, some cops are corrupt, they might put that money in their pocket. You know what I mean? But more times than not, they're not putting the money in their pocket. More times than not. But all that money is going.
I watched that music video.
And then you see, like, the head of the department, the fucking sheriff, is driving this big fucking GMC fucking Yukon fucking Denali all fucking loaded out, like $150,000 fucking car as his fucking car. Because they use the forfeiture proceeds of drug money to do that. So I'm saying that that's not corrupt, dude. I mean, that's fucking corrupt on its face. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Because that dude is driving around that car. That's his car. Why does the sheriff have to drive around the fucking car? I'm sure you guys have seen it down here because it's kind of like some country boy shit. Actually, like in Missouri, like some of the police departments or the sheriffs, they have like these big fucking four-wheel drive fucking police trucks, dude. Like outrageous, like some shit you would see on fucking monster truck. And they drive and they got all their flags and it says fucking St. Charles County Police. Right. And I know you see this shit down in Florida because it's some country boy shit down there too. Right? Dude, that is outrageous. Where do you think they get that money? The taxpayers didn't get that fucking money.
So you're saying that the money that they seize in these drug operations, whether it's raid a house or somewhere like that, they use that to buy trucks
For the department to buy whatever they use.
so the department can keep that money.
Whatever the seizes, whoever seizes it, you know, like even if the feds are involved, that money goes back to the local.
Yeah, dude, that.
You know, the feds
We
don't
talk
seizes
about
it.
movies that hold up. Nobody talks about like music videos that hold
What
up.
else did you check?
Obviously,
So look,
girls gonna
so
wild. You hit that
all right,
fucking,
so
you hit
those
that
two
fucking
things. So you got
the
qualified
steel
immunity,
drums come on at about 2 a.m.
and you got forfeit.
I
And
still
then
get
third
another
thing,
just music
so
videos.
you got basically
Music
law
videos
enforcement in
that
this
got
country.
me.
I'm talking
They can do whatever they want to do.
Trying to think of
They fucking basically go after fucking drug dealers just to get money. You know what I'm saying? That's like, they don't even care about what's right or wrong or the laws or, you know, what laws are being broken or who's getting fucked over. They're just going for the money. That's what it's turned into. They're just going for the money from the forfeiture laws. And the third thing that has turned on law enforcement in this country is this big, bloated, fucking entity that's fucking siege on itself and is evil as fuck. Right? The third thing is the fucking informants. Because look, these dudes are detectives. Like, you got detectives, like in law enforcement, right? Or agents or investigators. They don't investigate nothing, dude. All they do is threaten people with time and people tell them whatever they want to do. They don't investigate. So they have no investigators. They're not fucking detectives. Detectives figure fucking nothing out. The only type of bus they want is a bus that gives them money for their department. And they have no accountability because, you know, if they arrest you and you say, man, fuck you, kid, they can punch you in your fucking face and bust your fucking teeth out. Yeah. And say whatever, and they don't have no communication, they don't have nothing happens to them. A lot of times they don't even get suspended.
True. Also, I think socialism rocks.
You know what I'm saying? So that's why we're at the point where we are right now. You know, with law enforcement, and look, I'm gonna break this down for you first. All right, see, look, they're all fucking white, right? So a lot of the cops are white. So, you know, sometimes, I mean, they could be assholes too, but like, sometimes they can look at us too and be like, oh, you know, same like my cousin. So we might be a little bit more lax. You know what I'm saying? But they still, I'm not saying they beat the shit out of fucking white people. You know, if you get looking at them,
You're surrounded by dudes that like talk that over.
but think about
Almost be like, shut the fuck up.
they don't give a fuck. Those motherfuckers are subhuman and get away with it every fucking day.
Well, I mean, you see it way more nowadays because of the internet and social media. And I'm sure you know, cops have got away with it way more in the 70s and 80s. But with like the way things are changing now, the tables are kind of turned. Now, if you're a cop and you're a piece of shit, it's easier for you to be exposed. And you know,
being, I mean, think of like who would want to be a cop? Who would want to be a person who has to go into these places and have to be constantly worried about your own life? You know, pulling, I mean, just imagine like pulling over a car at night and asking to roll down the window. I mean, the amount of cops that get shot. You're worried about your own life. I don't think.
I mean, I can see that to a certain extent, but I don't think it. I mean, basically, man, people are people. Yeah. If you treat somebody as a person, you give them respect. You know, I've been around prison guards, everything. You know, if they treat you all right, you know, treat them all right. You just do your job. You know, I would do my job. But, I mean, I could say some of it. I mean, everything in life goes both ways. And look, I'm looking for something else out there. And this is what law enforcement does. All right. If you're law enforcement, I think most people, when they do their job, they just want to do the easiest job possible. Right? So if you're a law enforcement, right, who would you rather go bust? Unless you're like some gun or fucking super marine cop. They're all those types of people. They're those type of guys. But, you know, they're like, but who would you rather go bust? Would you rather go bust meth fucking addicts or 15 fucking cartel members with fucking machine guns and shit? Or would you go rather go bust the fucking kids smoking marijuana or the fucking marijuana, non-violent marijuana? Look, you know, what are the most arrests for fucking drugs in our country every year? It's still now, and it's legal in half the states. Marijuana is still the number one. Marijuana has to be look, at one time, I don't know.
Marijuana still the number one thing people arrested for the U.S.
They don't want to let it go, man. They don't want to let it go. I mean, it is changing, but we're in this process now. Like, it might take another 5 to 10 years. We keep ourselves pushing cases. You know what I'm saying? I mean, they're not getting the same severe punishment. You know, but it's still fucking the same, especially, you know, if you're fucking black and brown.
It's the system, right? It's what they're incentivized to do. It starts at the top. It starts at the bottom. When you build a system that's based, that incentivizes people to meet a quota, to make more money and to raise more money for your partner.
That's why that's like my whole point. My whole point, like everything I brought up, and like it all stems from my case. I see this all, I mean, whatever. I see this all from the color group. I see it all from the point of my case. But as all that has happened to me, I see a lot of other stuff. That's been my whole point. It's evil. It's inherently evil, like the whole system is there too. I'm saying there's a lot of people, individual people, they're just doing their job. You know, I don't blame the individual. You know, I mean, if you're a bad apple, you're a bad apple. I mean, the truth is going to come out of the water. You know, but the way the whole system, you know, from the war on drugs down and law enforcement, is fucking inherently evil. And I know a lot of people in law enforcement. Shoot, like for my work, in my documentary work, I've interviewed fucking retired DEA, I've interviewed retired FBI, you know, ATF. And I say, I don't got no business. Whatever, they did their job, you know, whatever. They thought they were doing the right thing, you know. I can't blame them in whatever circumstances in their life, right? But sometimes, like, even actually, you know, I think it might have been Toronto versus Columbus. Great stuff. Like, they cannot admit that the war on drugs is wrong.
Really?
Yeah, a lot of them. I mean, some of them have come out and said, but a lot of them, you know, the rank is high. You know, I mean, whatever, you spend 20, 30 years of your life doing something, you're not just going to be like, you know, because it's big balls. You know, oh yeah, this fucked up. You know, so a lot of them, and like I said, it goes, to me, this whole thing, it goes back to like all of it. Like, I'm still in there. They come in for 21 fucking years, you know, like, I'm like, you know, to me, it's like the nature, right? Like, I got out, I'm like, plug me back into nature. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's still the fucking sucks. You know, shit's like the nether world,
What kind of prison were you in?
I was in like, I did 12 years in medium highs, like 9 years in So, basically the feds and union highs are called grab industries. It's a lot of fights. I was never the penitentiary is such a high. It's a federal penitentiary. Oh, federal penitentiary. But what they say in the federal penitentiary is that they say boys fight against it. You don't fight. Like, you gotta beat, like, you get stabbed. You know what I'm saying? So that's what that means. Boys fight. I was in what they call the gladiator schools, the union times, where, like, basically, you gotta fight. You don't fight.
10 straight hours. So you're just like,
starting out, conversation, that's just how it is. And then I did my last night using the lows.
Jesus, they was remote, and it's the only way I can get UFC, like when it's on ESPN Plus, is to
A lot of
switch
white collar
ads.
crime.
So that was like,
White collar crime is more like in the camps. I could never go to
television.
camps. I was always behind the fence.
Why couldn't you do that back and forth like
So I could never go out to the camp. I never got many. But the lows, you got like the people that fuck up at the camps.
They'll just cut to a commercial while they're still playing, and it'll be a screen that's
fucked up. And you got a lot of you got dudes that started the penitentiary for
20 hours, just dude walking. It sucks.
And then you got a lot of dudes.
It's crazy. Put it on watch, and it has to be. And it's always you get the same fucking answer from everybody. They're like, wait till you play it. They really appreciate it.
It's funny in prison. Even like when you're at a low and you know there's all
years, you're still sucking. That game sucks.
Oh no, I'm
You couldn't do it. That's the argument to watch something.
Nobody wants to wear that.
Professional dogs,
I found out like all the time that I did, basically came down to like usually the person that was going trying to say he was snitches, like usually right. Like why is it like they're deflecting? Like why are you pointing out? Some of the dudes like that they just raise it with snitches. A lot of times. But that's maybe like
golf is like the best thing you get is a working piece.
Yeah, it's a crazy subject that always gets brought up when you go to prison or you go to college, with a big crime. Like the first thing you think of, you get off in a plea deal, are you snitch, are you not going to snitch? And that's like the number one question people ask you when you're locked up. They ask you about your crime, they try to like poke and prod little questions, figure out more about your story. Is he a snitch? Is he not a snitch?
When I came in, you gotta show paper. So when I came in 93,
that was a big story.
I came in 93, I went to
Unfortunately, that's also and this guy stood and check it out.
This is like 93. When I came in, a lot of the people are still under the old laws from the 80s. I come in at 25, and I'm like this new shit. I'm like,
pretty sure it'll all be president Xi Jinping or whatever. Xi Jinping.
Fucking clean cut, everything was like just
yeah, that's a good guy.
and you like all the time.
You put the phone down, you goddamn dope. I'm sorry, dude.
But still, they just started those laws like in 89. A lot of dudes don't use the people. Like for my crime, what I did like in the 80s, it might have been like maybe 10 years maximum. It was parolable. But then after 89, when they made the new laws, more for minimum and sentencing guidelines, you had to do 85% of your time.
Thinking about it like the draft is like a sleeve on the NBA draft.
That's the only reason I got into 21 is because I took this work program for 10 months, 500 hours therapeutic
it
growth
does look
program.
like it's a bunch of white dudes like literally measuring black dudes.
Yeah, dude, I went back then, it's like, they call it paperwork. You go in,
a bunch of agents, their agents sell them.
your homeboy's
Put them on and be like, look, his hands are huge. Yes, and the NFL combine's worse. The NFL combine's way worse. Yeah, now there's a level of white guys, but there's still like thick, like jacked black dudes just standing in line like with their shirts off, just dragging just white dudes with clipboards like.
Special Olympic
Yeah,
draft.
there's like flat and be like, he won't do.
Yeah, it's pretty well. That's wild world. I wish someone would rate my body and tell me where to sit. Just tell me where. Let me go to the
You
combine.
would look like In your prime, you would look like Tom Brady's combine picture.
What would happen if you were like, yeah, I was just I fucking wanted out this guy, cut all the throats, and I saved 25 years of my life. Now what?
I'm my athletic
We're
prime
gonna
right
fucking
now.
beat the fuck out of you right there. We're gonna chest you in.
What have you done athletically?
Really?
I did yoga this morning. I ran 1.6
But look,
miles.
I've seen a few
Basically,
cases
I've never been able
where
to
there's been
run
like
this
some
far.
fucking
That's
tough
awesome.
switch
1.6
motherfuckers.
miles, my world record.
But you know, in the end, they always do. I was in Bethany, West Virginia,
True.
right?
I'm surprised my phone's not ringing right now.
$2 out. And it was pretty rough and tumble through it. And it was like,
I feel like my back will start hurting around immediately when I start to run.
Because the fight over disturbance,
slow
like, you know, the cop hits the body bar, and
I've
all
seen
the
people
cops
do
are
it like
running.
just how long
You know,
is
that's
this
how
mile?
they do,
About 15
12
minutes.
with disturbance. So that's what people do. So I mean, they were hitting the Gucci like all the fucking time.
That's not great. It's about 9 minutes, but I'm after all, it was like that's 2 8-minute miles. That's 9 minute miles. That's
There's
9.
just one dude, I don't know his name,
55. I missed
country
5
boy.
seconds. That's pretty good.
I like his cocaine case. He was a West Virginia country boy.
That's
Right?
great.
And he's on the fucking compound.
That's great.
He know he's hot.
Sub 10, dude. I'm on 90
Right?
degree
So
heat.
fucking,
I'm running like a
some of
200
the
meter
West
elevation.
Virginia dudes, you know, they
I
say,
think it's like 57 feet elevation.
newspaper articles about him.
That's the elevation. They track the elevation. It's like sea level. Oh, there's a lot of hills.
Oh.
Trust me. I'll take you
So,
out the track. I'll take you out on the mile.
we tried checking
It's
out.
a port city. Dude, now where I'm at, it's like Greece. Where I'm at, it's just sand around.
You know, saying that.
Oh, dude, so right now, base plan.
What happens? Like, let's say you
I've been
know,
watching.
like,
Like days now, I've been watching her.
you're all marked up. The cops, when they see you
It's
marked
like
up,
that. I'm not even being a dick.
they're
Like,
gonna lock you up.
I have
Basically,
nothing
for your
off.
protection.
They're like
And if you don't say what
coordinating
happened, like,
addresses,
you
like
say
somewhere this color. Like there's,
oh,
they're all in the wrong color. They're planning a color.
if they put you in the hole, you're in the investigator.
Basically. I'm not wearing a
You know,
color.
so
Year from now,
for this
I'm not
switch,
wearing a
you
color.
can
So
fucking
whatever
use
color
that.
I'm wearing, I fucking
You know,
say your name.
supposedly like the shot callers for the
Yeah,
West
I'm happy.
Virginia checking out switch out.
Dude, they're
So he
like,
keeps them up to go to the whole. You know, the
split this
40s
church
are
off.
no problem, but like all the white boys.
I'll be
Right, so
I
then
apologize.
fucking, and then like some other white boys are allowed.
It will be
You go to the rest of the West Virginia dudes, they're like,
Family,
what
yeah,
the
so that'll be
fuck? Who
fun.
you fucking talking
That'll be
about?
fun.
This is your
Pretty
responsibility.
split up.
You get this stuff fuck off the yard.
True.
So then like some more
Just
West
like the yin
Virginia
and yang.
dudes go or they can't do it or whatever.
I got you.
So then like this like was going on dude, for fucking 3 weeks.
Yeah, they're planning like a color
And this dude
experience.
was like, fuck you, like you
Like if you like sit here like when they walk in, whoever it is
So,
at the door, she's like, no, you're on that side.
eventually,
Just be like, what?
some fucking California
I don't know
dude.
how. I have no idea.
Usually, like in prison for the white boys, usually California
Yeah,
dudes
it's all one spot. You're gonna have to
tough
get
as dudes. You
her
don't
side
get Spanish
to see
dudes
me
usually like
because
they call them
that's true for all these. They get the wrong side. Figure it out. Yeah, I think it'll just be like,
usually the California
wherever you want. It doesn't matter. True.
white.
Cool. True.
So the
No, no,
Mexicans, the
that's
toughest.
the only way you can handle it. Rather than being certain, like start like blocking a black dude.
You gotta stand in there. You gotta be this one
Be crazy. Come on, get out. Look, there's certain jokes I shouldn't think.
And it's not like
But
that
still,
with
like,
any of
instead
the
of like
other races.
segregating like left or right,
It
it's just
can
like,
be, but you know, not sometimes. Like, sometimes it's like,
well,
you know, supposed to be everything is like unified, like, okay, we're white, we still together. But a lot of times, you know, like, I'll have you, and you'll be like, man, fuck him, I'll fuck him. Fuck him, he's a piece of shit.
That stuff's crap.
And then he's like a fucking junkie shit, and he'll be fucking OP money for some heroin.
They'll never do that. Never. I
You
stand
know, so it's like shit like
stand
that.
up everybody.
So eventually, with this fucking West Virginia fucking touchdown fucking snitch, fucking California dude fucking cornered them out on the fucking yard with weapons
It's class. We're going classic
and
times.
fucking beat the
But
fuck
they're
out
like,
of them.
it's a year from now. They're
It
like,
was like
you have
3
that orange, I'll have this teal. It's just like, just weird, man. Just like, what the fuck are you guys doing? Yeah, it's like crazy.
Wasn't Whitey Bulger
That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
yeah, why you
It was
told me
always like this. I don't think it was.
he got killed. Didn't he get killed?
Didn't they put it down on him?
Yeah,
Some sort of government.
yeah, no,
Like
he got
conspiracy.
so why you bold your story was he was in a protection. This is going down in Florida. It's like a
And
really
everyone
protection.
when it goes down,
He
yeah.
was down there for a while.
But yeah, now it's like
Coleman, that's where Matt Cox went.
Oh, so they got two Coleman. They got Coleman 1 and Coleman 2. But one of those yards is that's like any of the dudes. So any of the dudes that like can't walk mainline. That means like mainline is like prison. It's like a mainline. That's what fucking mainline is. So, you know, if you can't walk mainline because, you know, maybe you're snitched or you got beef or people trying to kill you or you're a gang that wants you to death, and you can't walk mainline. Like the prison authority won't let you. Right. So they won't let you, even if you say you want to. You know, they usually don't let you. So this is what happened with Whitey Bulger. So Whitey Bulger, he's in Coleman. It's a no protection. He's in there, he's walking.
That's been fun. I already regret the separating the church. I apologize. I push boundaries on that. If
he did something like
listening, I push boundaries on that. I apologize.
he has some areas, something that he pissed off the staff, pissed off the warden, you know, he got, whatever, he pissed off the staff. I don't know who or what.
Yeah, I think if my mom heard me talk about jizz, she
they were like, he was fine about it. You know, he's like, fuck, you worried about Whitey Bulger. And so they were like, okay, we got something for you with Whitey Bulger. We're going to transfer you to a fucking prison where motherfuckers want to kill you. Because you're a fucking rat. I mean, and none of this is said. It's all unspoken. You know, maybe the fewer prison staff, like in their, whatever meetings or something, they transferred it. And then Whitey Bulger being Whitey Bulger, even though that, because when you go to the yard, anytime you go to the yard, like they ask you, they ask you, just put you on the yard, like you can go see. Nobody has to go on the yard. If you request PC to custody of your pictures, that's your job. Especially when you're doing pictures, that's where you got to do the fucking phone. Especially when you got something like Whitey Bulger, who's this high profile fucking dude. He's a fucking informant. Everybody fucking knows. No, but Whitey Bulger was the type of dude. He was like, his whole thing was like, I'm not an informant. I produce your information. They work for me. But you know, anytime with law enforcement or criminals, especially someone like Whitey Bulger that has such a long range, anybody knows how much information is like that. He's dealing with you, just mentioned about his beliefs, because of that. So Whitey Bulger goes to his prison. It's actually
just about any room you can be like, hey, we got a lot going on right now. Let's give it up real quick. I think it's probably just like a shove and fight to the chest, being like, shit's
they basically tell him, like,
just stay vague. Yeah, true.
You think your life or whatever, you got any peace with anything, you go yard.
You believe that's horse shit?
Whitey Bulger's trying to pull, he's old, but he's Whitey Bulger. That's exactly what he's fucking on.
They get it wrong one time like a rock
star. So the cops let him. But I mean, they never should have let him. They used that, but it was like, that's why they say that the whole thing was like a vendetta by the DOC, like it's some, high, not like a normal cop, but like somewhere like a regional officer or central officer, they were like, man, fuck this. That's a conspiracy. I mean, regulation.
And again, if you were to bomb, you might as well just ride out the bomb until people stop.
So they come out, but I mean, but whatever. I don't know. You think sometimes like these dudes are old, they're in bad health, maybe they want to go out. I don't know. they want him to like. Who knows what's going on with this one, you know? Or maybe he really thought I'm white vulgar, ain't nobody gonna do nothing for me. They take the mask off. That's crazy. You can do too much LSD. So a lot of people say it's too much LSD. People gotta be excited. People are excited. You know, I used and that was before he killed her, right? Yeah, when he was you know, I used to like that. Did you really? I tried to get him to do it. Really? Salt Lake is a question. Did he ever respond to you? Really? Salt Lake. Dude, his writing is like fucking chicken scratch. Like it's like the type of letters like you can barely fucking read. Like you gotta like it's work to read his letters. Yeah, but I wrote him. I did a couple articles. I used some of his letters, psychology. And I had a dude on my site, website, ROTHSCHILD.com. He was in the West Virginia prison where Rabbi got whacked and he wrote
What did you and Whitey Bulger talk about? Did you ask about the LSD stuff?
Yeah, he wrote some, told me about that, but I mean, basically, I was trying to say, like, dude, let me write the biography. So he was telling me, like, little things, like, he was telling me about the Institute, and he was trying to tell me, he was trying to tell me, he's giving some of his but most of them knows how fucked up his face was. You know, because a lot of those dudes, if you don't know, especially the older dudes, they get nice and they just get obsessed with you. Like, they got like this 3 or 4 kids up there, and they just can't let them go. I mean, I think that happens with people a lot in life. But in there, it's intensified, like when you're doing life sentences, and then there, it's like, I'm gonna show you like what prison is like. You gotta keep this mask up. You gotta keep this. Every day, like, you gotta wear this mask. It's about to keep yourself safe. You gotta keep people away. You gotta keep people think like you're crazy, or you're violent, or you're negative. So it's like almost like you make shit more than it is. Like, you know, like shit might happen to you. You know, like maybe the fucking. You know, give you transfers, or top push your tomatoes, and you know, like execute your shot. So you fucking, like, really, you know, like, come out. Fucking bullshit. You know, so you're like, you just like, you fucking, like, negativity. To, like, keep motherfuckers in pain, keep them artists, all that shit is based on, it's based and built on negativity. I mean, all prisoners, it's like, good prison. If that was his boy, that was like, they all had him. They all had a slightly less hot side to him. Nobody's hotter than exactly Ryan Garcia. Ryan Garcia is the hottest, but that guy was Ryan Garcia's slightly less hot sidekick. And then that guy's slightly less hot sidekick looks like Mother Nature, Mr. Horn. All of us, solid cons, look better than you. Yeah. So you find out about it, you keep the shit out of it. You check it in the hole, you have a girls having a fake relationship with a girl who's like, you know, so it's just like, it's the whole thing. I mean, it's prison is like fucking, like negativity. What are prison guards like? Are there any prison guards who are happy with what they're doing? Are there any of them there to make a difference and enjoy their jobs, or are they just there? No, I wouldn't say that. You got the majority of prison guards. I mean, they love crazy. So that's like 9 out of 10 are like that, and then you got like the 1 out of 10 is like a super. This all started from Logan Paul filming in Japanese. You know, but a lot of them, like a lot of the blocks like this. Tattooing is illegal. You can't tattoo, but a lot of people you know what I'm saying? a lot of times, like even like in there they call it politics.
In terms of like finding your son in an high house, that's
Situations,
tough.
politics.
Now you gotta keep your son
Like,
indoors.
if you're a white boy and you do something
Keep your son indoors.
the other white boy, you got sexual traits,
Drag me out of the house all the time. He would have seriously, like, my dad would take issue.
especially if you do something stupid with some other races.
6 hours.
Because in the other races, they took the white boy shot car or the white boy car, the white boy car, that's like the white boy car. And they come to make some leader of the white boy car, and they're like, yeah, man, you got fucking just couldn't do it, and you step out of line, you can do it. So then, and what they do, you do like a white dude will punch another white dude just to like avert a race fight. Because then they'll be like, okay, yeah, we punched him. We stepped out of line, we did something stupid,
Once you feast your eyes on these hot boys, you have legs that are talking big mouth.
That's how they get to the Myers family. Like, wait, there's not gonna be any pussy left for us. We have to hot guy already have to start. So there's no Chinese guy.
That's like the rules. Like,
that's how they're winning.
That's what they got drunk.
Oh yes, probably deserting.
One race don't take it to the
I'm done with these hot kids.
I think the algorithm finally found you. I think you hit just like the lowest level of success that like the pedophile algorithm like we have.
It worked. They all space I understand. Use our true phrase space. This was the temptation space was him.
reward.
Duties he did nothing. If you found like wasn't getting like a massage, or was that trolls? Trolls, I got so you see was just getting
crap dick and
fucking socks.
someone brought a 16-year-old boy to a nightclub and I think the face of crap
A lot of times you just see stuff, I'll give you a situation like I told this story to a lot of people, like, maybe like one occasion, like, with my celly, like, we're cool, like, we kick it, we talk shit, we play, whatever, we joke around, in the stuff, it's just me and you, right? And then, we go out to the yard, we're around this dude, he's like, I have to wear a coat. He's like the leader of the fucking Southern, and then fucking try to play or say something fly, and make yourself look good, make yourself like you got one up on me or something, in front of these guys, and maybe like when we're in the sun, I'm like, oh, so I don't care. You know what I'm saying? But you want to say that in front of other people, I mean, I gotta fucking, I don't even say that, I just fucking fuck you fucking mouth. You can't really look down at other people, that's really like keep my fucking respect to you. You know what I'm saying? When you gonna fucking tell me what it is, you gonna say you did, you just like, just watch it, that's just so, you cool. You know, see that shit from these fucking dudes, because then they're gonna shoot guys and shoot from my fucking armor, and then my road doesn't do shit. You know what I'm saying? That's like politics. Right.
So 21 years old, you said?
How did that change you? You got out.
I mean, sure,
Different person. I mean, maybe who I am today. I mean, basically, yeah, I would say change me. I mean, I would say, like when I came in, I mean, I grew up in the suburbs, right? I mean, I've never been a violent person. I mean, I was never like a violent, malicious person. I never like to get in fights. I mean, now, like, I'm still not a violent person, but I can get violent. Like, I tell people all the time, look, I'm too old to fight, but I'm definitely too old to lose. You know what I'm saying? So, like, look, and I don't have no problem with anybody. You know, I'm not trying to walk away, whatever, but if a motherfucker shows you can't walk away, dude, I'm just going to get as violent as possible, as quick as possible, and I'm going to inflict as much damage as I can, with no warning, and then I just don't leave it alone. I'm gonna tell you. Okay, that's how you gotta do this situation. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not a malicious person. So a malicious person, they might do that to keep you down and keep trying to fuck you up. That's like a malicious person. Get off that shit. This is me myself. I've known there's a situation like that. You just gotta inflict as much damage as you can. You don't let anybody know it's coming. Like I said, it's like a fight or flight. A lot of times if you do something real quick, you can like shock a person. And then while they're shocked, laying on the floor, and their face is bloody, their nose is broken, and I hate to tell. Yeah, it's like, but still, I went with the same person there. When I wasn't there, if there was some type of beef, I would just handle it right there. I didn't care where, I didn't care where I didn't care fast well. If you disrespect me and you did something, I would handle it right then where I was just like, it's just better because then like it's something, because from there, like stuff, people like stuff festers, and it'll be like a beef between two people and it's going to be a big thing. With all these other people involved. And you might have to do yeah, so I've always, I learned to know, handle your business, handle it right there, and do it quickly and get it right. My nose has been broken 5 times.
Jesus, so many of your friends definitely masturbate during the sleepover. Yeah, dude, it's fucked up. I mean, dude, you're speaking for
so what are you doing now? So now that you're out,
that's what makes the
project?
That was the
Yeah, so
and then you would take again. We got rid of
so
virgin sacrifice, and then we started taking like
22
Britney Spears was 15, 16 years old. You just play her body for the world, and then slowly she just gets completely excavated by just people just shitting on her, fucking her, and losing minds.
I wrote some prison stuff too. I started journalism too. I mean, that's just like you can. I do
You can't eat a 16-year-old key, so you can't go, they have no control of it. There's nothing else. They're basically like slaves. They all got lost.
But I like prison
did that YouTube documentary yesterday.
mafia stuff.
Every single one had to feel like Bieber's got his dick. Bieber had his dick wrapped enough where he's like enough and he became a Christian. Britney Spears couldn't take the day off. I think Britney Spears, they were like,
That's gonna be an like if Bieber becomes a full like elite Christian, becomes like a saint. He's doing this already.
So I mean, I was actually like, that was a lot.
Paul on the road to Damascus or whatever.
I was just like when I was in prison, right? I was like, I started taking college classes. And you just college classes there. I was taking correspondence and you can go 2 routes. It's like business, administration, or kind of like writing. I was just trying to do something for my future, so I started taking college classes.
We grew up in boy bands, and like that kind of fizzled out. It was a sick thing. I have a horrible confession. I had a song party one time. Me and my boys
All my stuff's like no bar.
discussed the possibility.
But like I said, I didn't.
It's
This for me, it was like a 17-year process.
And then we decided not to. Really, you guys are so
I got to know who was 7 years
Did you really?
Yes. So I was thinking like, sometimes like 9, 12 years. And of course,
If you guys had abs and filmed it, you'd be millionaires now.
I focused really heavily on the writing. I started writing stories. I was always here. I spent a lot of sports. A lot of times I didn't really like to learning ball. I thought black people didn't really like me.
You're supposed to be doing practice of like lip sync dancing. Like, oh, let's watch
So that's kind of how I did my time. I took sports and college classes. I worked out. And then, so I was really about 6 or 7 years. I started thinking, like, what can I do for my future? So I started writing. I started writing stories. I started writing books. I mean, literally, I was like the right dude in prison. He was writing books.
Yeah. So then.
Think about that just on the face of it after everything I've already described.
Between Pussy and you're sitting there, just the TV in the living room is playing the UNC video, and you look over and your
after I get in a while, then you decide to be out
beads of sweat
start writing
forming on her hairline.
When you write books in there, it's like I always tell people, like,
I don't know if you watch, so I
you hear people in the media all the time where they write books and
it was either NSYNC or Backstreet Boys, but like back in 2001, and it was like if they had done that today, they
especially if you're a white guy,
got canceled because they like very openly and like, without any sort of like this is a little bit weird. They were dressed like exactly like they like took mannequins.
But I walked that path. I navigated that path. I got that respect. And really, the books I wrote, the books that I wanted to read. You know what I'm saying? Because when I first got locked up, I was locked up on the East Coast for a lot of mafia beats. So I fucking read all the mafia books. I locked up with a lot of Colombians, cocaine cartels, like read all the Colombian cocaine cartels. And then like in the mid-90s, when like the gangster rap, he's like jumping off, I'm playing ball with a lot of these dudes. I'm hip-hop kid too, I go through the and that's when hip-hop started. So, I was around, I've been a hip-hop fan since like the mid-80s when it came out. When I first learned about it. But I would watch, I'd be one of the only white dudes like watching and gangster rap. And I was with the dudes, they would like talk about these dudes, the rappers. And the guys like from New York and the guys from that area, they would start talking about it.
There was a thing, there was a documentary
I was like a student,
and they were talking about how
so I was like looking for books.
go so crazy
Like,
that there were rivers of piss.
I'd ask about these guys more, like these
There was
street
that
legends,
much.
from the hood, and they'd be like, oh yeah, that dude's on Bebop. I'd be like, what? And that's how I first started writing. I started going to these guys.
Dramatic micro in the bed. And micro pizza bed last night. We let out your first stream, your home deep shut. We let out full stream.
So all this,
like a jolt. I guess a jolt.
it was, I wrote books that I wanted to read, but at the same time, I was looking for a future for myself. In my end goal, I knew I was getting out. I mean, I had 25 years, but I knew I was young. I was 26. I knew I was getting out. I knew I had a future.
About the pain when I'm sleeping.
I
usually almost do that.
wasn't like I was 40, 50, I had 30 years. I knew I was getting out. I
Came back in, just laid on
had
it,
my
chilling
health,
in
I
the spot.
was young enough to have a career. So, my end game the whole time was still.
Not all, but like probably a ton of my male relationships. People in
I
my
wanted
life
to make fun. I
were just
just
like,
couldn't make fun.
fuck you, dude. Person after person in my
You know
dream.
what I'm saying? So
Person after
I
person was
wrote
like,
books.
fuck you. You're a piece of shit. I went to like an old
I wrote books.
jiu-jitsu
I always
teacher.
think my writing has always kind of been on the cutting edge, but I also think my writing too it's changed because like when I first started writing,
That guy's problem. You were like,
I was taking these African American gangsters and I was writing about them like really the kids, Jesse James type figures.
my relationships
And then as I got older and I matured more and I kind of saw how the system was, kind of a lot of some of the stuff we talked about, my views on the system and the war on drugs and law enforcement
had been like had left a private jet and in his spirit of vengeance, I was like, I'm gonna use this guy's private jet. And then they're like, it'll be
I started seeing things different. So my
$1,500.
writing kind of changed to more like advocacy type of stuff.
I woke up to a text from you saying you're sick, and I told you.
Romanticizing or glorifying racism. So, but I think everybody needs to get ready.
2.88 miles. 28 minutes, so you didn't make it.
I was afraid that you, when I said you're rash, you act.
My writing kind of changed, but I still the whole time.
Because you were like, that's a little intense.
I'm writing books in my head.
So here's what happened.
Yeah, really fun.
Obviously, but I think your game is you try to get it all out. You try to pull it
as a
all out.
writer,
So I started formulating
film is like,
in my head. I go, okay, I'm rash.
that's like the ultimate evolution.
I go, no, my job. I go, no. You're wrong. You know what I'm talking about. You're talking about this before you get people into a territory. Well, they just all of a sudden see
visual stuff is how such a much bigger impact. Most people are watch movies or documentaries.
In my head, I was on my rational. I thought about the last 6 things in my life.
Yeah, I got out in 2015. I had all these books. I started getting publishing house, another comics. I was in prison. I became like basically I was doing columns for life. You know, like all in the early 2000s. I had a called Unboxed and stuff like that. Yeah, just kind of built. And when I got out, I had this idea. I was like, yeah, so I actually went to this foray for almost like 5 years where I became like this national proof journalist. You know, just because,
I think I was peeing in a private jet. I was like, all right, I'm not allowed. Because I think this person was like, I'm checking the miles when we get done. I'm like, is it a big deal if you borrow someone's private jet? And like, rack up miles on it? Oh my God.
like, you know, when Apple has like those big
That was it. That was like, good. So I didn't pee in this jet. I started, like, as soon as I
just because I was like a national journalist for life. You know, like I've covered like Sundance. You know, I've like covered all these fucking things. Like, hey, what do you
getting fucked up, or I'm in like a, I have a dream a lot where I'm like in a dystopian, like fallen state, but like never had a bed, and all the people in my life were like, fuck you, dude. I'm like,
back in 2000.
hey, you like that, we're doing a podcast, you're mad.
No, this is up to Oh, this is after you got out. No, back when I was in prison, I was just oh, okay. 350 about 9. That's like my column. You know, I was getting like $350 a month for a month of column. You get $350.
Yeah, man. I think I'm getting my memory back. I've been on like 3-4
hours. But then I got out and
then I take my mouth shut so I have all kinds of nitric oxide.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying,
so you want to primarily know.
I mean, before that.
So, you know, it's
in the big scheme of things, I mean, you know, $350 to $500
you breathe through your nose, and you use like nitric oxide into your body.
Vice is notorious for
that stuff isn't in it, explode.
low budgeted on film stuff. You know, like where something like Italy or history might have like a $250,000 budget for like, you know, like something like I was a teenage felon. You know, the budget might be like on Italy or history, it might be like $10,000.
Well, their whole thing is they're cool company with back in the day.
So it's been found. It's pretty widely accepted.
That's why it's on your resume, so they can pay you.
When you sleep when you're in the nighttime.
Well, plus what they do, I think a lot of industry stuff like that. I mean, you get young kids and they come out of college and they can afford nothing before they see themselves.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, pay them $35,000 a year. You know, to work 10 hours a day. I mean, it's some of their exploitation. It's better in college, too, honestly. When you do that, you don't much more than you actually go to work for it.
Every single time I fly.
I mean, dude, I wrote stuff for free. Dude, I got a ton of stuff that's never even been published. I was learning how to write, so I'm in my trade. You gotta pass it for something. Yeah. You know, but yeah, I mean, it could be a story of things that you also yeah, I got out. I had to go to make film. Actually, right when I got out, I made this little short series called East Virginia Assassin. It's on YouTube. You don't know where it's about. I'll be honest. I mean, that it's like a little fictional thing.
I don't feel anything. I watch it.
Not sexually frustrated.
Yeah, just like sexually violent, annoying.
Yeah, so
other holiday plan figures, you know, like
sexual violence. Actually, this is really fun. Did you see the documentary?
So this was like a little kind of thing that I envisioned. And I got out. And that was kind of how I learned. That was like my first foray into film. I just got like some, you know, I convinced some local college students that were, you know, fans to this. And I think that's the truth, you know, about the film about the equipment. So that was kind of almost like my training, my first training. But then it's on YouTube now. Yeah, so you can watch it. It's the Bunny Assassin. It's kind of like some, it's like some low budget. I think like we made the whole thing for like $2,000. That was just like the food, the batteries, for the camera,
which is crazy because they were like doing these home videos of him.
But then, you know, I really got lucky. I got involved with White Man. The documentary was on Netflix now that I really produced. I interviewed his director, Sean West. He did this film called Murder in the Park. And Sean West had actually cut his teeth. He did like 200 crime stop reports for all the networks. And then, this is like 2011 or 16 when I first finished right after he did this Murder in the Park. It's on Showtime. It's named Time Magazine was like top 15 true crime documentary for the year. So I interviewed him for Vice, and actually, for whatever reason, Vice ended up killing the piece, or the piece got removed. But I struck up a relationship with him, and he was just finished that film, and he was actually looking for his second film. So we started talking, and he found out about my background. He was a true crime dude, so mostly a lot of people who get into true crime, they're gonna like my backstory. You know what I'm saying? So we started talking, and he was also, he was amazed at all the work, all the writing I've done. So, he threw me up to them. He basically was like, I told him, I wasn't shy. I told him I wanted to get for it. I told him I was but I said, I went to make docs. I saw myself in this true crime and pushing features and stuff like that. So he threw me up there and we started talking about ideas. Also different ideas around, about what's in prison and stuff. I think at this time I was like on really this exposing the prison thing, which I was just out. So I was just documenting this called the prison industry. So that was like my big thing, and I was pitching it. And then, when I just have the mention, that I did all these articles on this, like the rip for life. That struck his interest because he knew that they had this Hollywood movie, this Matthew McConaughey, that was just going into production, White Man Rip, about the same story. So he found out I knew White Man, he found out I had the foundation of the story from the articles, for Vice News. So I kind of made a deal with him. I was like, look, I want you to basically I knew how to tell a story, even though I wrote books, but I didn't know how to make a film. I didn't know how to make. And when I walked into Steve's office, I saw he had 9 Emmys in his office. Not national, but regional Emmys that he won for all his crime topics, or like Ohio. And we made a deal, and he said, all the shoots, like he was fighting
that's like Candlehead, that's like the whole thing.
And then, he taught me.
There's a bunch of you. Just like this guy, numbers, statistics alone, dude. This guy deserves fame. Dude, it was pretty funny. So,
white boys.
Kids. You go to the child, you guys would hang up your shop in your house. He has drawings of the child. And they like, he goes through like the psychiatrist drawings, dude. It's like him as like an 8-year-old drawing. Just like his whole step with like a huge dog, dude. It's fucking crazy. It was one of the most fucked up things.
I knew it was a real good movie. I knew this movie was a crazy story. But I don't know, it never kind of took off. And I think maybe it was something that the White Boys of Hollywood movie came out. I think it kind of bombed. You know what I'm saying? So maybe, just whatever the circumstances. Yeah, and our doc kind of came out at the same time, so maybe we got buried because that movie went on, so maybe we had an interest. So we were actually on Stars for like almost like 2 years, and people knew it was cool. I had a documentary on Stars, but I had other projects that I wanted to get off, but I wasn't getting it. Nobody was funding me. And then,
dude, the mom at one point went upstairs and the door was shut. He was up with Uncle, the master, total dude with the king, with pen, the guy, exactly, Phantom, dude, Phantom, the ass, right? He would go upstairs and
like, I just think the pandemic really slowed people in this country. You know, before I came in the person out in 2018, it's like just a rat race.
And she was like, he just said it was such authority. The kid was like, why did you go?
They're not really, I don't think people
Never
were
would have guessed you guys would have watched.
open and receptive to the story that we're showing like they did, because the level of corruptions are like so fucking crazy. I don't think people
I'm
believe it.
sorry, I thought it was the other
So they just dismissed
I
it.
thought it was his aunt.
But then, you know, after the pandemic and everything that happened, you know, that I
Yeah, she's
just
like, hey, what are you doing? And
pandemic,
Phil goes,
you know, the
oh,
last
kid time. What are you guys doing in there?
couple years of
Apparently,
Trump,
it was like,
it was
he
pretty
had
chaotic.
just
And like I
fucking
said,
ass. Like, I'll kill you if you say
I'm not
anything.
pro-Trump,
And it was like,
you know,
every time.
against
They
Trump,
went down
you
to the
know,
court,
I
terrible
don't like
things.
Biden. Biden is against all the fucking presidents.
Guns.
He wasn't his own,
That's
but
crazy.
I try not
Thanks for having me,
to,
guys.
just politically involved, but I mean, I think everybody that said the last 2 years of Trump was pretty chaotic
And his brothers had the
in
same
this
thing.
country.
Really? You know that?
What you see in the
I
media.
think this is a Netflix
But,
documentary. People probably seen it.
so I
But
think all
when
those
they were going to
things
trial for killing their parents.
that happened, that I just
First of
described,
all, I only know about the Menendez brothers from cable.
kind of
So I only know about the fake Ben Stiller
made
Menendez
people more
brothers.
receptive
So in real life,
to what white
they went
folks
to trial
have
for
and
they
regular police
killed their
corruption that
parents.
we're talking about.
They were twins.
So then,
At
you
those
know,
points, they
Netflix,
killed their
you
parents.
know,
Wow,
went
guys,
off stars and
and
we
their parents
signed a
were
new
rich.
streaming deal with
So
Netflix.
that was the
We're
story.
on
They're trying to get
Netflix
that rich
and
parent money,
April.
but then they go to trial.
We're
By
writing
the way, my dad was raping us, and we had to kill him. There was nothing else we
this
could do.
year.
But he was dead. He was dead.
And
And
yeah,
people
he
were
was
pretty
went on
dead set
there,
on
and
these
it
dudes.
was like it was a brand new news. We watched
So
it. It was
then,
like the first 2 weeks
all
it
of a
was on.
sudden,
It was like top
secret
10,
move that they
really,
pulled off,
and it wasn't like top 10 documentaries. It was like top 10 on the whole site, like movies, series,
he gets on
everything
the stand, he's like,
for
I
2
took my
weeks
brother in
straight,
the woods and I
right?
raped him because my dad raped me.
And then,
And they both held the
as they
same
said
side,
in April
same
and
story
May,
from opposite sides. It was like, yeah, we go to the woods, I said, time to play. And I would just like stick things in his asshole and suck his purse. So
loaded.
the
So
other brother had to be
I
like,
don't know, it's weird how things happen, because everything that's happening to me now, like film-wise,
and then
I
like
was
they almost saved him because it was so
really thought
horrific.
it was going to happen in
It was
2018.
And then it's at the end, there's like, yeah, well, he's the
He was still gonna kill you guys. Like, he definitely can't have you out.
I don't know what they're up to these days. I don't know if they're still alive.
Not to say I was
access
still trying to
So the doctor,
now,
he was like, family sexual abuse is
yeah,
a
I
gift
mean,
that keeps on
I
giving.
know, I
The question is, where did he get the gift from, dude? It was just like,
you know,
dude, you
now
have anything? Like, okay, I don't know. Let me rephrase it. That's a gift that keeps giving. They're like, we're trying to figure out who got the older brother first. Dude,
I tell people I equate it to like, you know, like when the
So
TV
I
and
didn't
the
know.
Super Bowl,
It reminded me of that, but I think that is.
everybody knows Tom
Sorry,
Brady's
I've
like
been
the
dancing
MVP,
for a while.
right?
Sure, got you.
But then you see like all the
Probably got me
support
thinking about
players
rewind.
signing big contracts with other teams,
Fucking children.
right? So it's like the same like white boy. Like, I'm not the man.
You know, it sucked to go in there and get my ass kicked while
The
attempting
editor,
to
man, the camera, he was a second
me out.
you know, so if anything, and there's this other producer, Scott Bernstein, so maybe you and him might be like the third, fourth,
Flight 91.
third,
It would be
whatever.
a flight I three. It would
You
be
know, so
exactly that.
you know, I contributed to it, you know, and I helped shape it, and you know, the story, the origin came through, the access came through, you know, but, you know, I was just supporting for that stuff. I'm not gonna street
You got some
it,
jizz on you.
you know what I'm saying? We deserve the credit for making a good film, but, you know, I helped.
The whole time you're just trying to get in the tech.
I was a part of it, so
That has to be the
now, like,
opposite of like dads pulling their daughters out of strip clubs. Like you actually want your son to get into a TikTok dance. Really?
I'm a part of that now, so
Because they
maybe I
become
have that
millionaires.
magic. Yeah, you know, so it's weird because I always tell
They do
people,
become
like,
millionaires.
I'm the same person, like, I haven't really changed, but it's like,
I don't
the way
know
people
20
look at me,
as a
because of
fat
that
30-year-old
film,
on Patreon.
getting 20 million views in 2 months on Netflix, you know what I'm saying? It was weird because I started going Sundance about 4 years ago, and I started meeting people at Sundance. I met all these like amazing, talented filmmakers. They got their films in Sundance, they got their films in Cannes and Tribeca and SWSX, and I'm just like, fuck, this is what I want to do, you know? And White Boy grew up, and like none of these dudes have like a top 10 film on Netflix, and they're like calling me, they're asking me like what's the secret? How did I do it? And I'm like, you know, it's just like this shit. You know, so it's weird, man. I mean, I'm still dealing with it now, you know. I mean, I'm a teacher, but, you know, so I've got funding for a lot of my different projects. So, I got this for nightlife. It's called Violence in Your City. It's about to come out, and I follow this dude around Your City, like the worst parts of St. Louis, and follow him around town. He's basically a violence interrupter. He's we follow them around from like 10 p.m. to 1 a.m. in the morning, like Thursday, Friday, Saturday nights, like with all the drug addicts, and the prostitutes, the drug dealers, the gangs, the homeless people. That's what he does. Before we get ROV perspective, I follow this. The times that ever came, your dad snapped you screaming, cross-earing out. They're not the same anymore. Like, there's dads forging their sons to have.
That's who they want to be. That's who they all want to be. That's the guy that really is Drake, you know, it's just like, they're all so rich. And the Instagram pictures.
I don't have, you know, I always tell people, like, there's a lot of people say, unless you're like Martin Scorsese and you have like some overall deal with Netflix, you can't say this shit. You know, I do shit independently, you know, and I work with private investors that give me money and stuff like that. And then I finish it and do the sales and do stuff. You know, so that's what I'm at right now. So I got my progress project. I'm calling it the psychedelic revolution right now. It's about the history of the LSD craze, you know, the underground clinics, you know, how they locked up and started to like people for LSD like myself and for a long time. And how now we've almost gone 360 and we're talking about legalizing psychedelics and some sort of criminalizing. So that's what that's my LSD doc I'm working on. I got a Humboldt County doc I'm working on. You know, the history of Humboldt County and the Emerald Triangle and how these people up in the mountains of Northern California became known for doing the best marijuana in the world, and at one time the region 90 supplied 60% of the domestic product in the U.S. You know, they tell us how like, you know how like he was terrorized and they basically militarized with like helicopters and military going in, you know, arresting him and throwing him in jail and, you know, cutting down his crops. And then, you know, it's full circle for like, you know, I was locked up with some of these guys from Humboldt County. Now they're out now, they have legal farms. You know, so you think it's all good, you know, these guys are legal now, but now, you know, with big ag and big pharma coming in, marijuana here in California, you know, a lot of these guys are small farmers, you know, these guys are up in the mountains, they're small farmers, you know, they got, some of these spots like Southern California, you know, Santa Rosa, they have these big greenhouses, you know, these massive operations. And these guys are struggling, so, you know, that's what that film is about. It's about the history of Humboldt County, it's about the Emerald Triangle, it's about why they grow the best marijuana in the world, why we should be considered like the Napa Valley of cannabis, but, you know, it's also about the problems that we're facing right now in the market in California. A lot of these farmers, like, the cops couldn't make them stop growing weed. The war on drugs couldn't make them stop growing weed. You know, the droughts and the fires couldn't make them stop growing weed. But now, a lot of them might have to stop growing weed. They might give up because, you know, big ads because the market is driving the price down. Yeah, they can't make their money. So that's why Humboldt County doc stuff. I got my LSD doc, I got my cannabis doc. I got an ecstasy doc. It is got this crew out of Atlanta called the Southside Boys. Like you ecstasy, all of them. And one of the stomping grounds was Club Mobila, you know, which is a famous club in Panama City. It's like a really cool club. It's closed down. It's like where they had a, you know, like MTV film there. spread
charged you by
and stuff like that.
God. But yeah, man, that was
But
pretty fired up.
so I'm
I got
doing
fired
that.
up. I got fired up this weekend. I listened to the smash hit #1 podcast in the world right now. Nice White Parents. What is that? I heard about that. Yeah. So sick.
It's basically about America's first drug cartel. It goes all the way back to the 20s, and it looks at, like, when the mafia started the international global drug trade. From the pop culture, a lot of movies, there's this thing like the mafia.
Is this a serial podcast? Yeah, it is. They play like the jazz, like
they were the first drug cartel. Heroin has been the biggest money maker since, before prohibition. So I got that story too.
Every day. And the whole podcast is just like, it's just.
Goddamn, Seth, that's a lot of projects. Yeah, you're on it, man. You are a busy dude. I don't know if we're ever going to find an answer to this crazy industrial complex in this country. But if anyone should shine light on it, probably will.
My biggest thing now is all the non-violent youth people, they're still like, the numbers I've read, there's still like 40,000 people locked up, non-violent.
Families benefited directly from NAFTA. They probably had slaves. Like they had slaves. We're like, no, we didn't. And they were like, yeah, sell the labor force. So you feel pretty bad.
Like I said, I've been in prison.
The whole thing's about what starts out about
Any
one source
reasonable
about how white
person
parents
would
run
agree.
public schools.
There's people in
The whole
prison that
thing's
belong
about
in
white
prison.
parents
Like I
run
said,
public schools. That's the overall
I
message.
don't think all
It goes into how,
that's
which is like,
lock up those violent
it's
people.
a specific story about this one school.
Out here.
So I guess
Whatever.
Sometimes
you might do something violent and you apply for it.
really not charges. There's charges.
These people that are repeat violent offenders,
you get to try to pick
this
one dude organized all the white parents from this middle school to go to this one, or this elementary school to go to this one middle school. He was like, we all get together and demand that they have a French
so those people belong in prison.
We can
They
go
do
here.
all these
It's empty.
non-violent
Nobody's going to
offenders,
school.
especially
It was like half capacity.
So
They
Lock up the serial killers, lock up the
this
children.
guy led like
Legalize all drugs.
30 white
We'll all be fine.
kids to this school in one grade. But he was also a professional
Cool,
fundraiser.
man. We'll let everybody know where they can find your projects, your work, whatever you're working on now online.
Now they got mad.
Right on my website, growconvict.com. I also got SethFerrante.com. And I'm on social media, man. I'm on Instagram.
They basically took a school and a bunch of other rich white people and started funding essentially the price kind of thing or whatever. Yeah, just, I don't know. It's not like it's not like he was totally like innocent or whatever, but it was still like, you know, there was just certain parts where they made like an Aryan Brotherhood for school, like some prison gang, and it was just a lot of these numbers, you know, his numbers, he was just like, she was holding white people accountable for shit that she was never holding people of color accountable. She'd be like, the white people didn't want to be, they were afraid that their kids would be bullied if they were the only white kid in
Also,
class.
I'll keep all my
Wait,
books.
so
I
and then
got some
okay,
other books
what
coming out. I got a new book coming out called Criminal
sounds great so far. When does it get
which is about a lot of
I don't know. I haven't really gotten
mafia
that far
guys.
yet. It's usually in like parent teacher meetings when she goes to and records, and it's usually like
stuff like that. It has like 10 chapters.
arguing with like a guy named like Randy who's like, we just raised this. It's like,
This other
oh, you
book
are not part of the parent teacher.
called Thug Life.
That money should be for all of us. You're actually
It's from two publishers called
Hamilton.
They do a lot of boxing and stuff, but I'm one of the first stories of hip hop. So it's actually, to me, this book is really special.
That's why fellow officials are nobody's going through. Everyone has a house here, and as soon as it's typically a lot of times, as soon as it's full time, they go like, let's get the fuck out. Everybody does it, but it's like, dude,
It's alright, I travel a lot.
it's a fucking nightmare. I'd rather send my sons and daughters on TikTok.
To me, as a writer, books, that's like it's a fucking book.
It's our fucking thing. And it's, but also, again, she holds them.
Cool, man.
I did pretty cool.
Hey,
but look,
I appreciate you doing this.
This was
Yeah,
a
no,
meeting
thanks for having me, man. Look,
it was voluntary.
I had some friends in St.
The
Louis
entire
that listen to you guys all the time.
This is for this.
Yeah, and they knew, you know, like with my media profile, rich white people, white boys.
Very rich white people go through a black neighborhood and get like very nervous when they're driving. They play like bad white parents or like
my profile started taking up.
these are people who legitimately are nervous around black
They're like, you need to go on Crime Free Podcast. I'm like, what the fuck? They're like, the fucking biggest true crime fucking podcast, man. They're like, you need to go on, you know, and I had like several of my friends say, look, like, you listen to these guys religiously. And then, so I already knew Concrete, but I don't know how to get in touch with you guys. And then weird. And, you know, the producer, Tyler, he heard me, I was doing something on Clubhouse. And he just happened to, like, you know, chime in and caught me. And then, yeah, we started talking. And
Yeah, we got a problem with Clubhouse. He's on there hard.
No, but that's how he found me. Yeah. But it was weird because it was like right before he reached out to me. Just like 2 weeks before. Yeah, and I had some of my buddies. Right. They were like breaking down. They're like, that's awesome. It's like, no, shout out to you guys. Jeremy Salvatore. That's your number one fan in St. Louis.
Hell yeah. Shout out to Jeremy. Hit us up. We'll send you some merch. Hell yeah. Cool, man. Well, thank you again for coming down. I really appreciate it. Great stories. Absolutely. Anytime. Cheers. Goodbye, world.
We took the cat test, and it was just kind of like, hey guys, it would take like 3 weeks. It was like, hey, you're going to take these tests. It was kind of like, what the fuck ever. We get down to these, nobody can come from.
Yeah, true. I went to Catholic school as well.
Cat tests, I kind of phoned those in. Cat tests, and my SATs, I took them once. I was one and done.
Yeah.
Didn't take any prep. I just had like, cat tests were one and done.
Come on now.
Powerful
That's
shit.
what we do. What'd you do? You probably didn't even take the SATs, you fucking blue-collar loser.
I did take them. What'd you get?
You're smart. What'd you get?
Let's show our dicks.
I think that's like 1180. Fuck. I got 1170.
Dude, I know.
Hello, world. Ralph Blumenthal was a reporter for the New York Times for 45 years, where he worked as an investigative journalist and crime reporter. He's also written 7 books based on investigative crime and reporting on cultural history. His latest book, The Believer, Alien Encounters, Hard Science, and the Passion of John Mack, is the first biography of the Pulitzer Prize-winning Harvard psychiatrist John E. Mack, who risked his esteemed career in psychology to investigate the stupefying accounts of human abductions by aliens. Nothing in Mack's 4 decades of psychiatry had prepared him for the otherworldly accounts of a cross-section of humanity, including young children who reported being taken against their wills by alien beings. Based on Ralph's exclusive access to John Mack's archives, journals, psychiatric notes, and interviews with his family and closest associates, he reveals the life and work of a man who explored the deepest of scientific conundrums and further leads us to the hidden dimensions and alternative realities that captivated Mack until the end of his life. This is a good one, folks. I hope you enjoyed as much as I did. Please welcome Ralph Blumenthal.
That's funny about cheating. I thought I was like, I can read patterns. I'm so good at getting patterns right.
Thank you for doing this, Ralph. I really appreciate it. I just finished watching the UFO documentary on Showtime, and you made a few appearances in there.
I did.
Really, really great documentary.
Thank you. Yeah, I wasn't responsible for it, but I like the part where they used me, and I don't subscribe to all of it. I think there were some sketchy things in there, but
Really?
which is true of the whole UFO field. I mean, it's just pick and choose, but I try to keep it on a level comporting with reality. So.
What part specifically about the documentary?
Well, there were some references to U.S. government working with aliens in secret base, things like that. I think are kind of way off.
Right. Yeah, there is quite a bit of varying theories about what's going on when you sort of dive into that world. So briefly, why don't you, for the people listening who aren't familiar with you, if you wouldn't mind, give me sort of a brief background on who you are and what your background is.
Okay. Well, I spent my whole career at the New York Times, and I was very well grounded in this reality, let's say. I covered stories from the Mafia, the World Trade Center bombings, including the first one, the truck bombing, which was kind of a precursor of 9/11, although investigators never realized that till too late. and I covered political corruption and politics and investigative pieces. So my background was not in UFO reporting at all. And I got into the UFO story and John Mack through a series of circumstances I can go into. But I really had very little interest in the field until, very late in my career.
What originally made you want to become an investigative reporter?
Well, every reporter who goes into the field feels that he or she can, right wrongs, as they say, afflict the comfortable and comfort the afflicted. I always felt I could, make a difference by reporting. I think you can change the world in different ways. One is by political activism, another is by exposing the wrongs. And I found early on in journalism that was the best route for me, and I got a lot of satisfaction from it.
And you did a lot of overseas work as well, right? Like in Vietnam and other places.
Yeah, I covered the Vietnam War from 69 to 71, and the Cambodian War, which was part of that. And I was overseas before that in West Germany. So I had some foreign experience.
Wow. How old were you at the time when you were doing that?
20s.
Wow.
I was very, very young.
What was that like?
Well, in journalism, you get your best assignments when you know the least.
Right.
When you're young and mobile, you don't have a family yet, you can move around quickly. So that's when you get your best assignments. So later on, the more you learn, you are encumbered by your family life and other commitments, and you have a home and things like that you have to sell. So little by little, the world closes around you. But so I had wonderful assignments early on in my career. I continued to have very good assignments, but my foreign work was really early on.
Now, are you still with the New York Times, or?
No, I retired in 2009 after 45 years, but I still was able to contribute, including my most recent stories on UFOs, which we can talk about. I did those after I left the staff, but continued to contribute.
Okay. Now, in 2000, correct me if I'm wrong, but the first legitimate article to ever be released by the New York Times on UFOs was 2017. Is that right? No?
The Times did a lot of reporting on UFOs over the years, so I definitely wouldn't call it the first legitimate article. The Times has a long history both covering this field and ignoring certain things in this field, both. But if you go back into the archives, the Times was reporting on UFO incidents, way back to Kenneth Arnold and Roswell, of course, and all the things that happened in the 40s and the 50s, 60s, throughout history. So I would definitely not call my article or our article, because I collaborated with two fellow reporters, the first. But it did open up some new avenues, let's say. It was a groundbreaking article in the sense that it exposed this unknown unit of the Pentagon, ATIP, Advanced Airspace Threat Identification Program, which no one knew existed. And with the release of the 3 Navy videos that came along, 2 and then 3, came along with that, I guess it kind of changed the tone of the paradigm to suggest that mainstream media was taking this field seriously.
Right, so the 2017 article, for people who aren't familiar, is the one where you talk, or the videos or the radar videos were released from the pilots who were operating the Super Hornet fighter jets, and they captured the Tic Tac craft that was
Right.
going at 1,000 miles per hour, which was estimated almost colliding with one of the Super Hornets at one point. What was it about that article that made it so groundbreaking?
Well, first of all, we exposed the fact that the Pentagon had been tracking UFOs, even though the government said it was out of the UFO business with Project Blue Book in 1970. So the government obviously has not been straightforward with us throughout. It said that it closed the book, Blue Book, on UFOs, 50 years ago. Whereas this secret unit, ATIP, was operating in the Pentagon, tracking UFOs and collecting information. That started in 2007 under another name and continued. Well, today continues to the present under another name. But so we revealed the fact that the government was continued to be interested in UFOs. That was interesting. We revealed that Neil Elizondo, the head of the program, was resigning in protest against the lack of support he was getting within the Pentagon. And that was groundbreaking. And then to suggest that, to show in the videos that the Navy had actual physical evidence that these things existed, was groundbreaking. I mean, for a long time, people were dismissing UFOs as mental aberrations, fly specks on the windshield, marsh gas, the planet Venus, you name it. But all the thousands of accounts that people, throughout the years, certainly gave the lie to that, but the government never admitted it. So now the government is saying, yes, we have a unit investigating UFOs, and here are Navy videos. We wanted the whole video. We only got parts of them, but what we got was very interesting.
So how did the article, when you guys first began working on it, what were those conversations like?
Okay, this is how it came about. In October 2017, my colleague, Leslie Kane, who was not at the New York Times, but was a preeminent, probably the preeminent UFO reporter, investigating reporter who had written an excellent book in 2010 called UFOs, Generals and Pilots Go on the Record, which was a very, very meticulous and well-grounded account of how other governments, particularly in Europe and South America, were researching UFO phenomena. Anyway, she and I were in touch because she had been the companion of Bud Hopkins, who had gotten John Mack interested in UFOs, and we'll go into that story down the line. But anyway, so Leslie and I had been in touch for some years, and in October 2017, she told me she had just attended a meeting in Washington with Lou Elizondo, who was quitting as head of this ATIP, that this organization existed, ATIP, that we didn't know about, and that we could probably get these, she saw, and we could probably get these Navy videos of some of the encounters. So I realized this was big news. We didn't know that this organization existed. Had been, Harry Reid, the then Senate Majority Leader, had gotten the funding for this. We told that story. And so we took the story to the New York Times. I still knew a lot of editors there. I had left, as I said, in 2009, but I still knew people there. And it was an easy sell. The story about the secret Pentagon, unit investigating UFOs and the director quits because he's not getting enough support. I mean, that's a no-brainer. And I should say, Danny, that we had all this on the record. We had no anonymous sources. We had the names of everybody we talked to. All the officials were speaking on the record. We had the documentation. We had Leon Sando's resignation letter. We had an official comment from the Pentagon, which another colleague worked with him in Cuba, Pentagon correspondent, had gotten from the Pentagon saying, yeah, this organization did exist. So we had this nailed down. So it was not a hard sell to the New York Times, and they put it on the front page on Sunday, December 17th. The rest is history.
Wow. Were these pilots at all discouraged from talking about this kind of stuff for the first time? What was your feel from them?
I think they were wary. Now they're not, by the way, because of the reporting that has since come out. But at the time, there was a little reluctance to speak because traditionally, pilots who reported these encounters, both commercial pilots and military pilots, were referred to the psychiatrist. They knew that it was a career killer to report these incidents, which, by the way, were common. But it wasn't sanctioned, let's say, certainly not encouraged to report these encounters. But as time went on and we followed up with some other stories, the Navy and the Air Force a little bit later did encourage pilots to come forward, and now they say they want the pilots to come forward to report these encounters because they need them for the database.
Now, like for example, in the UFO docuseries on Showtime, Commander David Fravor talks about how after they told them about these things they wanted to go check out, and they come back after their flight, they go back downstairs in the ship, and there were some people there taking all the footage away. So obviously there's a lot more footage.
Yeah, there was an incident which we were made aware of that personnel on the ship told us that unidentified military people came on board afterwards and confiscated the data records. Okay, and as far as I know, that still remains unexplained. Who those people were, why they took the database away? Did they know what was on it? Did they not want it to go further? It's just not known. I want to say, Dave, that in our reporting at the New York Times and in my book on John Mack, I've been very meticulous in not going beyond the information that I can verify. As you know, there's a lot of crazy stories out there about UFOs and aliens and encounters, and they're very interesting stories. But unless I can confirm them to the extent that at least I know who's telling them, what the circumstances are, etc., I'm very wary of committing that to print. So I'm very cautious. And, I don't know what happened in that incident when they confiscated the data. Obviously, the data still came out. So yeah, we have the video, we have the radar tracks. So they didn't conceal the actual encounters. It was just.
Right. I mean, most of these conversations are just speculation, right? Other than what you can get from somebody as a matter of fact.
I wouldn't say most of speculation. I'd say that there's a lot of speculation, but there's also a lot of factual information. Radar operators and people who've been in touch with a number of them, other pilots who have spoken to us on the record. And so there's a lot of information.
Do you give any merit to the idea that these crafts could be part of some sort of secret defense program or secret military weapon program?
Well, that was an immediate thought and a possible explanation, but that has been increasingly ruled out for the following reasons. First of all, it was pretty much debunked in the latest UAP report. The Pentagon changed its terminology from UFO to UAP. UFO being unidentified flying object, which is a term that popularized in the late 40s, along with flying saucers, which is totally out of use now, to what the Pentagon now calls unidentified aerial phenomena, UAP. So in the UAP report that came out in June, this past June, they examined all the possibilities, what these objects could be. And one of the thoughts was, well, maybe it's our own secret technology that, one hand of the Pentagon is trying to keep secret from the other hand, or it could be foreign technology, China, Russia, another earthly adversary. First of all, the U.S. explanation has really been ruled out, conclusively, I would say, because everyone we have talked to, on the record, off the record, says we, the U.S., do not possess this kind of technology. Hypersonic speeds, ability to operate underwater. In some cases, these things have been seen entering and emerging from the water. Cloaking, turning invisible. All the things that go along with the reporting of this phenomena. These phenomena rules out the fact that it could be American technology. Aside from the fact that it's very, very, very unlikely we would be operating our own secret technology in military airspace where it could collide with one of our jets and cause a terrific scandal, among other things. Same goes with foreign, explanations. Nothing suggests, and everything suggests to the contrary, that Russia or China or any other country on earth has this kind of technology. So the answer to your question, long roundabout, is no. Nobody seriously suggests that this is our own technology that they're seeing.
Do you? I mean, obviously, everyone who has any sort of familiarity with this space is familiar with the Bob Lazar story and his whole story about being invited to work at S4 and back engineer all these crafts, which he describes almost to the T to be what these Tic Tac objects are doing. Do you? What is your feeling, or do you have any sort of opinions on his story and idea on what he talks about? Do you give any credibility to that?
I have not looked into the Bob Lazar story. I'm very familiar with it. It's a sensational story, to be sure. There's a lot of very provocative stories out there told by people who have good credentials. But I have to say I have not checked that out myself. There have been a lot of stories that we looked into at the times about retrieved craft that may have crashed or retrieved that the government has possession of. We made a little headway into that story, last story in the Times, suggesting that, or stating that congressional committees were briefed on shown briefing slides of some instances of retrieved crashed materials. Okay? We didn't go beyond that. We didn't say, what had been determined from that, just that Senate committee staff were briefed on crash retrievals. That in itself is rather sensational, I would say. But to go to the next step and say that we have from these materials, if they exist, engineers and scientists have reconstructed spacecraft, reverse engineered them, is a big leap. And to say that, you really need the evidence. And I'm not aware of that evidence, so it may yet come out. So to answer your question again, I just don't have an opinion on Bob Lazar. It's certainly provocative and worth looking into for sure.
It just seems the media has been buzzing around this topic ever since the
2017 article. Do you think that article did anything to change the stigma revolving the subject?
I think it did. And we keep hearing that the article showed that the stigma is not permanent, that the Times, faced up to the potential ridicule. There still is a giggle factor in this whole, subject, which people in Congress are afraid to, subject themselves to. But it showed that a serious newspaper can deal with the subject in a mature and well-sourced way and suffer no consequences. On the contrary, they were lionized for this groundbreaking story. So I can't say we didn't suffer any consequences. It can be done if it's properly sourced. And as I said, we always just stick to what we know. We don't speculate on what we. By the way, we've never said that these UFOs are alien spaceships. That is a conclusion that some people have drawn, and you might say it's the logical conclusion once you rule out all the other possibilities. Okay, as Sherlock Holmes said, once you rule out all the possibilities, what remains is the possible and the reality. But we never said that. All we said was that, and I think this is the big breakthrough, that these things do physically exist. Okay, they have been caught on radar, and there's images of them in clear with this thermal imaging technology from the gunship cameras. So, as I said, this dispenses with the idea that these things are figments of the imagination. They're archetypes. They are, natural phenomenon mischaracterized. No, they are physically real objects with astounding, aerodynamics that we cannot explain, but they physically exist. So I think that's the biggest breakthrough since 2017.
Did you have any sort of colleagues reach out to you after that had their feathers ruffled, or did you get any sort of negative blowback about this from other colleagues or people in your field?
No, I would say no. I mean, we have a very serious science section at the New York Times that looks over the shoulders of anybody reporting on science, and to make sure that the Times standards are adhered to. But I got to tell you, I got absolutely no feedback, negative, particularly negative. I got a lot of positive feedback, but no complaints from any member of the staff that we maligned the New York Times. On the contrary, people were very interested.
Okay, so when and how did you first become aware of John Mack?
Okay, so in 2004, I was still on the New York Times, and I was the Southwest correspondent based in Texas, in Houston, and somehow I picked up a copy of a book called Passport to the Cosmos, which is John Mack's second book. I'll tell you about John Mack in a minute, because just keeping a chronology, I didn't know who John Mack really was when I picked up his book. And I saw he was a Harvard psychiatrist who had gotten interested in the subject of alien abductions, or the stories that people who consulted him told him about encounters they felt certain they had with alien beings. So he got interested in that field, and he wrote 2 books. And as I said, this was the second book that I picked up. And I was immediately, as a journalist, captivated by the idea of a Harvard psychiatrist, and he was a very eminent psychiatrist indeed. I mean, he had won a Pulitzer Prize for a biography of Lawrence of Arabia. He had founded clinics for impoverished people, mental health clinics. He had worked on, protested against nuclear weapons because as a physician he was concerned about the fate of the planet, all these things. So he was an interesting guy, and now he's written this book on alien abduction and the stories people told him. So I thought, as a journalist, he would make a good interview. And I thought I would give him a call at Harvard and see if I could interview him. Now, I didn't realize, I was naive probably, that I certainly didn't know he was as well known as he was. As I said, he won the Pulitzer Prize in 1976, 77 Pulitzer Prize for book written earlier. And he's been all over TV with his first book called Abduction. He's been on Oprah. He's been everywhere. He's been in the New York Times, but I had missed it. So anyway, I thought, gee, I'll write a story about this guy. And then I pick up the paper a few days later, and I see he's dead. I mean, he was run down in London by a drunk driver. He was there for a conference on Lawrence of Arabia, the T.D. Lawrence, 30 years after his book had come out. And he was looking the wrong way down the street, which Americans tend to do in London. And he was dead, so I couldn't interview him, obviously, but I did reach out to his family. And it was not a great time for them. Obviously, my timing is poor. They were grieving. But I let them know that I was very interested in his overall story, and I kept in touch with his family, particularly his sons. And eventually, they granted me access to all his archives, his therapy sessions, which he taped, his own therapy sessions, because he, as a psychiatrist, he needed to be analyzed. And he kept up with his own analysis over the years, and his private journals, and his unpublished manuscripts, and his tapes of every lecture he ever gave. So I had access to a tremendous volume of material, plus interviews with the people close to him. His wife Sally was still alive. She died shortly after with cancer. Colleagues, family members. Anyway, I had access to a tremendous amount of material, and that's what got me going on the book.
From everything that you drew from talking to his family and reading his work and watching his interviews, what kind of guy was he? From what you could deduce?
Well, he was very charismatic. He was mesmerizing. He was tall, very good looking, with a ruddy complexion, very tightly stretched skin. He had a wonderful manner with people, which I guess is the mark of a good psychiatrist. He just got people to trust him and to talk to him. He was brilliant. His writing is quite apart from, the subject matter and what he was trying to convey. Just his literary abilities, his gifts as a communicator were extraordinary. He spoke beautifully in his lectures. He was very intelligent. So he was a very commanding figure. Was he perfect? Absolutely not. He had suffered a childhood trauma in that his mother died, his birth mother, when he was 8.5 months old. She died of appendicitis. And that affected him all his life. He was always searching for the missing woman in his life, the missing mother, and so he had some affairs. He was searching for something he couldn't quite put his finger on. Found some outlet in his search for the missing intelligence in the cosmos, perhaps. He said that himself. So he had some girlfriends, and I interviewed them too, by the way. And he was a little naive. He didn't understand how revolutionary his claims were in the cloistered, precincts of Harvard, and got him into trouble at Harvard. he wasn't cautious enough in some of his assessments, et cetera, et cetera. But all in all, a very compelling figure and very well liked. Really, many friends, and yet some enemies, people who thought he was a little too smart, a little too smart, and a little too sure of himself. But all in all, I found him a terrific subject and really worthy of the first full-length biography. Nobody had ever written about him like this before.
Now, was his first book the book on child psychology and nightmares?
That was his first book, yes. He wrote a number of books. One about nightmares, which, by the way, really registered him as an expert on nightmares. Because later on, people said, once he took up the alien abduction phenomenon, people said, well, you don't understand, John. These people are just having nightmares. And he said, in effect, he said, look, I wrote the book on nightmares. First of all, these people, not all these encounters were at night. Some of them were in broad daylight. People were driving, in one case on a snowmobile. People were encountering, having these experiences at all times of the day or night, not just at night. So his interests he ranged widely intellectually. It was only later in his life that he, came across the abduction thing, and like all of us who come across this subject, he was blown away. I mean, how is this even possible? People are encountering, alien beings, and the difference is we'll encounter this subject and say, that's interesting, wow. He decided he was going to make it his career to investigate it. So he was very courageous. I think that's one of his chief attributes. He didn't care what people were going to think. He didn't care if he was risking his professional reputation. He just thought it was a damn good story, and he was going to try to get to the bottom of it.
Right. Now, if you spent all that time studying nightmares and child psychology, did he ever find any overlap in his studies of abduction or his interactions with abductees? Did he find any overlaps with those people and with his current knowledge of child psychology or like night terrors with children?
Okay, that's a very good question. Well, first of all, I should say that he basically concluded that the people who came to him with these stories, many of them were troubled. Indeed, they were troubled. But they were troubled as the effect of the experiences that they believed they had. They weren't making up the experiences because they were troubled. And that's a big distinction. So he said that the experiences that they had, in effect, caused their distress. Not that they were distressed and therefore they made up these experiences. So, for example, some critics said later that, well, these people, some of them were sexual abuse sufferers, women, let's say, who had trauma in their background, and they therefore concocted a story of being examined by alien beings in sort of sexually intrusive ways, because some of these women seem to recall their pregnancies removed by the aliens for reproductive purposes, or a lot of these stories. And he debunked that. He found absolutely no connection. Certainly no reason to think that any woman who had a sexual trauma was covering it up or explaining it through these abduction stories. No connection whatsoever. Again, these people that came to him with these stories were normal people. Normal in the sense that they had every, troubling incident in their background that everybody has. neglectful parents, alcoholism, drug abuse. These people lived in the world, and they were like everybody else. But nothing that they had experienced explained these stories. That's what Mac was trying to establish, and that they didn't explain these experiences at all.
And to add on to that, there was lots of young children, right?
Well, that was a big factor in the conclusion that he later adopted, that these experiences were somehow real, that there was no other way to explain them. Now, in what reality they occurred or dimension, Mac never could establish, and it remains mysterious. But the reason he believed that these things actually occurred somehow, as impossible as it is to imagine, rested on various observations that he made. But one of the more important ones was that little children, in some cases as young as 2 or 3, were reporting these abduction experiences, saying things like, "Little man, take me up in the sky, I fly in the sky." And so these kids could not be accused of picking this up from books they had read or movies they had seen. They were barely able to speak. So that was, Mac found that very compelling, that these children would not really have a motive or an ability to make up really these astounding experiences. But he had many reasons for coming to his conclusions. And another is that UFOs were cited by some of these people, many of these people, around the time of their abduction experiences. It was often identified with or close to a UFO sighting. So they would remember later that they saw the UFO landing in their backyard or nearby, and then they had this experience, this abduction experience. Sometimes there was evidence that the foliage had actually been disturbed outside their house. Tree branches were broken off, grass was disturbed. And again, as I said, these people came from all walks of life. There was no pattern that explained it, not a pattern at all. I would say that, oh yeah, these stories are coming from people like this. There was no pattern at all to profile to these people. They came from all walks of life. They were professionals, they were blue-collar people, men, women, old, young. One of the distinguishing characteristics, by the way, was that abduction experiences seemed to run in the family, that often their parents and grandparents had reported experiences like these. And then the parents would say that, "Oh, my children are now coming to me telling me that they've had these experiences." So there seems to be, Mac found that there was some correlation, some family line running through these stories. Another thing that made a very powerful impression on him was that on occasion there were third parties who were witnesses to some of these encounters. For example, he told the story of 2 girls who had a sleepover. And during the night, the mother and the girls at the house came down to check on them and found them missing in their bed. So obviously she was terribly alarmed. She called the police, and they searched all over and couldn't find them. And the next morning, or hours later, the girls turned up back in their beds. And later they remembered seeing a spaceship land outside their window and having had some kind of an abduction experience. Now, here's a case where they reported this experience later, but the mother confirmed a part of it by saying she found the girls missing. Now that's really intriguing. Not in some cases, people weren't physically missing. There was another story that came up at a conference that Mac attended. The woman who fainted in her husband's arms, and while he was holding her, she had the experience of being transported up into the sky by some kind of alien intelligence and flying around and seeing certain things, and then coming back to her body, and her husband was holding her the whole time. So she wasn't absent for that experience. So it's complicated. But anyway, for all the reasons I said, Mac believed that there was every reason to credit the stories of these people as real to them, certainly, and no other way to explain these stories. In all the the accounts by skeptics and debunkers that have emerged since then, nobody has come up with a good explanation. It remains mysterious. So at least Max said, look, I can't explain it, but I can't credit any other explanation either. So that's where we are. And if this is a spoiler alert to my book, I'm happy to admit it, that I don't solve the mystery. But it is a mystery.
All right. Now, during this time, wasn't he around the point when he started to become interested in this? What was the catalyst, or what was the point when he first became like, I need to look into this more? Was it one person that came to him? I know this was around the same time that he started to experiment with certain holotropic breathing exercises and meditation and psychedelic drugs, right?
Yeah. Well, I traced the process in my book. It's interesting because, as I said early in his career, he was very well grounded on the earth. He protested nuclear weapons. He got active in Middle Eastern peace efforts because of his knowledge of the Middle East and Lawrence of Arabia. He actually met with Yasser Arafat to try to help advance peace efforts. And then a series of things happened that pushed him in a new direction. So one of them was he went off to Esalen, which is this think tank on the Pacific, where they were experimenting in the 60s with drugs and with alternate forms of consciousness, and it was just very cutting edge and very 60s. And while there, he met a psychiatrist from Czechoslovakia named Stanislav Grof, who had pioneered a form of breathing that changed your life, was able to move people into a new level of consciousness, like drugs, but without drugs. It was called holotropic breathing. It was rhythmic breathing to music. And it had the effect of inducing kind of almost like a trance that enabled people to transcend their normal consciousness. Okay, so John Mack tried this, and he found himself actually carried back to a childhood memory of being in the womb. And this is his mother was the woman who died 8.5 months after he was born of appendicitis. But he recalled her struggles to give him life. And it all came back to him, he said later. And he also had a memory, or he thought it was a memory, of being a Russian peasant in the 16th or 17th century and watching his son being decapitated by a Mongol warrior, wherever that came from. So anyway, he came back from this holotropic breathing exercise, and he was amazed that, he was a psychiatrist, so he knew the processes of the mind of what he did. And here was such a new frontier that he was learning about, where he could alter his consciousness and sort of catapult himself into other levels of consciousness and memories or realities, whatever. So that kind of set the stage. So then at one of these conferences with Stanislav Grof, he met a fellow psychiatrist and her name was Blanche Chavusty, and she told him she had a patient who thought she had been abducted by alien beings, and she had these experiences that the psychiatrist thought were signposts of abduction. The woman didn't quite understand what these experiences were. Anyway, she told John Mack about this, and he was pretty skeptical. He wasn't really there yet. And he said, it sounded kind of crazy to him. And she said, by the way, I have a friend in New York who's studying all this. His name is Bud Hopkins. He's an artist. And he has a lot of people he's hypnotizing who have these experiences of abduction. Would you like to meet him? And John Mack said, no. Sounds crazy. But anyway, one of the strange things in life, the story is full of synchronicities, and me included. So he's in New York in 1990, visiting a friend of his, Bob Lifton, the famous psychiatrist who wrote about Nazi doctors, and Hiroshima and Nagasaki, very eminent colleague. And John Mack is visiting Bob Lifton in New York, and he suddenly remembers, hey, Bud Hopkins is living nearby, and I had an introduction to him. Should I call him? So, this is very strange. He says to Lifton and his wife, I might just call Bud Hopkins because he's interested in this alien abduction stuff. I might call. And by the way, Max said, I know, Bob Lifton, that you know Bud Hopkins from Cape Cod because you guys both have houses there. And Bob Lifton, like many psychiatrists, had to get away on Cape Cod, Wellfleet, where psychiatrists go in the summer, which is why you can't get analyzed in August. And Bud Hopkins had a studio near Wellfleet. So he said, I know you know Bud Hopkins. Would you like to come with me? And this is the good part. Lifton's wife, then, DJ, speaks up and says, no, because Bob has a choice about getting involved in this, and you don't. Whoa. Now, I heard this. I think I heard this from Lifton. Anyway, this was an amazing story because here's the wife who sees this whole thing already happening. She sees John Mack getting involved in abduction. Before John Mack even saw it, she had this flash of insight. And she was going to save her husband from getting involved in this. Turns out that Bob knew a lot about abduction, it turns out. But anyway, Lifton had done some of his own research, but that came out later. Anyway, John Mack goes along to Bud Hopkins' house. Hopkins is an artist. He's got this great studio, townhouse in Chelsea on the west side, and hung with sculptures. Hopkins is a very good artist, by the way. Some of his work is in museums. He's a well-recognized artist, and he did these flat sculptures, non-objective sculptures, very sort of brightly colored but ominous forms. He called his guardians, wherever that came from. So Mac visits Hopkins, and Hopkins already got tipped off from his friend Blanche that John Mack, eminent psychiatrist, is interested in talking to you. So Hopkins hands Mack a sheaf of letters that he got from the people he talked to about abduction. And I should say that Bud Hopkins had already written 2 books, at least 2 books, on abduction. The first one, Missing Time, long before John Mack got interested in the field, was about this very strange aspect of the abduction stories, which was that people who remembered afterwards being abducted lost track of time. And they arrived at their destination much later than they expected, and they didn't know what happened in the intervening time, and later, under hypnosis, let's say, they were able to recall things they forgot, or their memories had been wiped clean, which seems to be another hallmark of this phenomenon, that the alien beings, to believe their stories of the people, wipe out the memory of what happened to the people. So Hopkins had written this book, and he'd heard from a lot of people afterwards. So he had these letters, and he said to John, now here, you look at these letters, you're the psychiatrist, you tell me. So Mac went away, read the letters. He actually was off on a trip to Czechoslovakia right after that, so he didn't get to it immediately, and I tell the story in my book. But he got to the letters not long afterwards, and he was amazed because these people were talking about these incredible experiences that couldn't be true, and yet they were so detailed. So that's what started him off. He then, collected his own circle of people. It wasn't hard to find, through by Hopkins and others. Men, women, cross-section of people who reported these experiences, seeing a spacecraft, having encounters with these beings, being abducted on the spacecraft, having medical experiments performed on them, all kinds of things. So that's what got him started, and the stories he heard were just astounding. And so that was 1990, and in less than 2 years, he was lecturing to Harvard on the phenomenon, which was probably too soon. But he hit the ground running.
How many people throughout his career did he interview that claim to be abductees? In your mind, which ones are the most?
Well, he interviewed several hundred. I'll tell you this, that John Mack's first book, Abduction, Human Encounters with Aliens, which came out in 1994, which got him into trouble at Harvard, and I can tell you that story. But that book is a compendium of 13 case studies. Okay, 13 people who had these stories of encounters with aliens. And they are fantastic. I mean, they are so amazing, more complicated, and more with more twists and turns than you could ever imagine. Very well recounted by John Mack, just like a psychiatrist would, whose business is, recounting case histories. He talks about their childhood background, all the events in their lives that led up to this. In other words, he dissects their stories, and then he tells their stories, the stories that they told him, with his insights. It's really a totally remarkable book, because each of these stories is different. And this is what actually was so convincing to him. The stories are all different in myriad details, but they're basically consistent. That they see a spacecraft somewhere, that they next remember seeing alien creatures of different kinds, and they are then on the ship subject to various procedures, and then released. Sometimes they have a scar afterwards of some procedure that healed quickly. They don't remember where the scar came from. Some people felt that they had implants put into their bodies so they could be tracked later. So in other words, the stories were basically consistent because they had a lot of common elements, but they were different in thousands of little details. So it's not like they all agreed on, I'll tell this one story. This is the story. It wasn't like that. Some people had minimal or no contact with spaceships. They just encountered beings. As I said, a lot of variation and details. You would think to yourself, and John Mack certainly, that you couldn't make this stuff up. Besides which, the people who told him these stories, and this was another factor that influenced him into believing that on some level they were telling the truth. in recounting the stories, they went through all the trauma of the experience. They wept, they cried, they screamed, they cursed, thrashed about. And he said they couldn't be making this up. I mean, people fabricating a story are not that good actors that they can, convey this level of fear and disgust and all the emotions they had anyway. So these 13 cases in the book, each one is different. Each one is amazing. I mean, if I had to think of some of the stories, I interviewed quite a number of John Mack's people afterwards. The people in the book are given pseudonyms to protect their identity. All the 13, I believe, none of them identified by their real names at their request. But some of them came out afterwards, pretty quickly afterwards, because they appeared with John Mack under their real names. So quite a number of them identified themselves afterwards as the person in the story. And others I was able to identify and talk to them, and they confirmed their identities. I'm trying to think of there was one guy. He's called Scott in the book. His real name is Randy. He ended up later making a film documentary of an encounter, of an incident at a school in Zimbabwe, Southern Africa, where a ship reported a ship landing and aliens emerging from the ship, and the children interacting with these two beings. So I'll tell you that story later. But anyway, so Randy Nickerson, who later made that documentary, was one of the first people that interviewed. His story is told in the book, and he remembered being out playing in the backyard and seeing these big ants, he called them, and then they took something in his head, in his brain, and he passed out. He had a kind of a wand, which you hear in other stories, and many details. But
this was in Zimbabwe?
No.
Okay.
He made a documentary later about an incident in Zimbabwe. We'll talk about that. But this is when he was a child, and he was talking to John Mack. He was one of John Mack's first subjects of patients. Nobody could ever figure out whether John Mack was talking to them as patients, because they weren't suffering from anything except their experiences. They weren't like they didn't have a real they didn't have a real reason to be a patient except for these stories. So they didn't want to call them patients. So subjects suggested they were research subjects for John Mack. Anyway, we could just call them people who came to John Mack. But Randy was one of them.
Okay. And Randy found a specific interest in this Zimbabwe. Well, the reason I ask is because some of these experiences, or some of these abduction experiences that people talk to him about, have more concrete evidence than others. If it comes to physical scars, or if it comes to actual eyewitnesses, in your mind, which accounts are the most credible?
Okay, so here's a case that became very famous in its own right, and that Bud Hopkins investigated and told John Mack about. And it was actually a book by Bud Hopkins called Witness. And this is the story. Two security guards, they call themselves police officers, but let's say security guards, were escorting a VIP in downtown Manhattan. in November '89, I believe. And this car suddenly came to a stop. And security guards got out and they saw a spacecraft approaching an 11-story building near the Brooklyn Bridge. They saw a woman, a figure of a woman, fly out of the window, surrounded by 3 alien creatures, all flying in the sky. They escorted her into the spaceship and it flew off. They plunged into the East River. Okay? So, telling the story, it's very difficult to tell the story without all the background and nuances. But this is a case that, as I say, became known as the Brooklyn Bridge abduction. And John Mack spent a lot of time on it, because he was so intrigued by it. It wasn't his case; it was Bud Hopkins' case. Anyway, the woman later came forward herself and contacted Bud Hopkins, which is really how the story started. And Bud Hopkins found some witnesses who said they were stuck on the Brooklyn Bridge where air traffic came to a stop. The power went out. They saw this woman, flying out of the window in the spacecraft. And anyway, and I tell the story in my book. Really, I go over the story. And the thing is, the story was told to Bud Hopkins by the woman who said she was the target of the abduction. And it was also told by these 2 security guards who said they witnessed it, who were driving down in Lower Manhattan and whose car was stopped. And they sent Bud Hopkins a bunch of messages and letters and tapes. But the bottom line is that Bud Hopkins was never able to identify the 2 of them. He got their names, but he never could find them. And because he never could find them, and this is the problem so often in these stories, and this is why we've been so meticulous at the New York Times in sticking to things that we can confirm with named sources. This is a case, a perfect example, that without without knowing who these 2 witnesses were, or having them face to face, telling their stories, the story became impossible to verify. The woman said, "Yeah, I was the one. I was abducted." And people said, or some people said, "Yeah, they saw this woman come out of the window." But the 2 security guards who were the best witness came from the closest witnesses, shall we say, to this, could never be identified, and in fact took some effort to remain unidentified. So the story basically collapsed. It's intriguing, but like so many of the abduction stories, there's something missing. That is the hallmark of this phenomenon, then, is that none of them can produce the smoking gun that would convert skeptics, scientists. So that's not an accident. That is part of the phenomenon. Somehow, whatever this is, doesn't want to be found out, or can't be found out. There's a lot of intriguing signs pointing to these cases. And as I said, there's fragmentary evidence, all of which convinced John Mack that there was something to this. The affinity with UFOs outside the window, the broken tree branches, the third-party witnesses, the young children, the emotion that the people had when they recounted. All these things, the scars afterwards, all these little bits of evidence pointed to something, to the reality of these events, and yet there was something, of course, missing, which is the absolute confirmation that they occurred in reality. There's no photographs, there's no video, and you say, well, why isn't there? Well, that's a good question. Why isn't there? There is video, by the way, of UFOs, because they came out, we saw the Navy video. There's definitely photographic and video evidence confirming the physical existence of these objects. But that's all you can say. There's no connection to aliens or abduction or anything else. We don't know. It doesn't exist. We don't have that. So all we can say is that, UFOs physically exist. We don't know where they come from. We don't know what intelligence is behind the wheel. As far as alien abduction, we know people have told stories. We have some fragmentary confirmation in different pieces, but nothing like the Navy videos. So that's the leak, and that's why in the New York Times we haven't reported on alien abductions. We've reported on UFOs.
Out of all of the people that criticized John Mack, including, I don't know if you would call it criticism, but, whatever he had to go through with Harvard, turning the screws on him for his research and what he was doing. What were his biggest critics' theories? Or, his biggest critics, what did they say to sort of dismiss what he was doing? Or what the people he was talking to were saying? I've heard about things like implanted memories in hypnosis. It's possible to implant false memories. I know that's part of it, but
that's a very good question. Well, first of all, what critics said, including Susan Clancy, who wrote a book about it, put a lot of stock in sleep paralysis. That it's a very common ailment or phenomenon that people during the night feel paralyzed and can have hallucinations of various malign creatures, and it's physiologically, there's something interrupting the sleep patterns, and the brain operates differently and thinks that these events are real. So that was one theory. Another theory is that the hypnotist was implanting these suggestions in the people. Basically, and there's actually one interesting experiment that a skeptic did, where he collected a bunch of people and asked them to imagine an abduction experience. Just imagine it in all its detail, and they did. And the imagined experiences seemed, in some cases, rather like the actual experience. In other words, they just made it up, and it turned out to be, sounded like some of the other things. And I'll talk about why these all fall short of a good explanation in a minute. But let's see. What are some of the other explanations? That people had suffered a trauma, like a rape or attempted rape, and afterwards they transferred this memory to an alien abduction memory. But it was based on some real trauma that they had, and it was just put in a different context, maybe to shield the accuser that the truth was too awful to believe. Let's say a parent was abusing a child, and the child couldn't deal with that, so made it into an alien. So that was another attempt to explain these experiences. The problem is, I have looked into these in great detail, there were whole conferences that were held with experts. I can tell you about one of those in a minute, where people actually look for other explanations. So first of all, the sleep paralysis explanation, which is very common. And by the way, the so-called skeptics, the debunkers, a lot of them have not done that. You know, if you're going to get into this field and you want to expose, the charlatanism or whatever you think is going on here, at least you've got to know the field well enough to know the claims so that you can expose them. A lot of the skeptics have not done that. They have not read the cases. They don't know enough about the actual phenomenon and the scope of it and the details of it in order to debunk it properly, because I would guess they can't. So they'll choose one thing and they'll ride that. So, for example, sleep paralysis. So as I said, yes, it is a natural phenomenon where people experience helplessness. They can't move. They feel they are paralyzed. They are often in the course of a terrible nightmare, etc. But some of these experiences, a good number of them, that John Mack investigated and others, were not at night. They're people driving their cars, so they weren't sleeping in their cars, driving and having a nightmare.
Yeah, like the Travis Walton one, for example, is a great example of that.
Well, now somebody has come forward now and that's been, challenged, but he is sticking to the story, and that's an interesting case. But
Is he being challenged now? Is this new?
I saw, yeah. Somebody said that they faked it. And one of the people, I guess, who was one of the guys who was with him at the time who disappeared, said that we staged it. I don't know. It didn't make a lot of sense. Because again, if somebody comes up with that claim, you have to then go back and see all the other things that supported the story in the first place. So, but let me just continue with the idea of the implanted memories. So, so that was one common theory was, the hypnotists implant these memories in the people by leading them. Well, first of all, not all these stories emerged during hypnosis. John Mack used hypnosis and modified relaxation techniques to draw out memories that were hidden or concealed, because as I said, one hallmark of this phenomenon is that people's memories have been either wiped or clouded by whatever happened to them. So one way to get at that, and that's really the key to the Betty and Barney Hill abduction case, is the first big abduction case in New Hampshire it happened in 1961. It only became public 30 years later. Anyway, psychiatrists have concluded, researchers have concluded, the only way to get at these memories is through hypnosis. So, and by extension, critics were saying, the hypnotist then implants these memories that are then taken as the account of something real that happened. Well, first of all, a lot of these experiences were described without regard to hypnosis. People had enough memory of what happened to recall or think they could recall at least the outlines of it. So they weren't implanted by the hypnotist. There were no hypnotists in various stages of this. The idea, once you read through the case studies, as in the 13 cases that John Mack wrote about in abduction, you would have a great difficulty in imagining that a hypnotist could provide this level of detail to these 13 very different stories. I mean, what kind of an imagination would you need to have to implant these stories in somebody? I ask you, read these 13 case studies and say, the psychiatrist knew all these details and implanted it in the person, and then the person sort of regurgitated it back. Not possible, remotely. Wherever these stories came from, you cannot imagine that they came from somebody who was implanting them in these people, because they are so bizarre and so one of a kind and so unimaginable that you could not, in fairness, conclude that they were given to the person to then feed them. Okay.
Well, real quick, I want to interrupt you for a second.
Yeah.
The interesting thing to me about the sleep paralysis part of it is that, by and large, most of the sleep paralysis stories are people feeling paralyzed and dealing with some sort of terrifying being that has malintent, right? Like something that's choking them to death or trying to kill them. But in I don't know if it's all of them, but at least all of the abduction stories I've heard, the beings that they're having this interaction with do not have this malintent. They're simply just doing, taking samples or trying to communicate something to them. Like,
that's a very good point. That's a very good point. That there is a difference. One of the books I talk about early on in my book, The Believer, is a book called The Terror That Comes in the Night, by a psychiatrist a psychologist who investigated what they call the old hag syndrome, particularly in Newfoundland. There are a lot of people who had stories of being paralyzed during the night, feeling a malign presence, stinking, horrible, evil presence, climb up on their bed and strangle them. And it was so vivid and so clear. And many people had this, and told the author David Hoffman, I believe, and he investigated that, and he, the author, had it happen to him. He himself had experienced this as a student. He remembered the exact same thing. He was in his room, he was drifting off to sleep, his college room. He felt the door open. He thought it was one of his roommates calling him to dinner. Next thing he knew, this stinking, horrible thing climbed on his bed and was choking him. And he was paralyzed. He couldn't turn on the light. And then it somehow had left, and he turned on the light, and he ran outside to the dorm counselor, or somebody who was the landlord. He said, "Did you just see somebody running here?" I said, "No." So anyway, he himself had experienced this. But as you say, that's a rather different experience. These beings, whatever they are, in the abduction stories, were not strangling people. They were imparting information. They were seeking DNA, perhaps. They were one of the things we didn't talk about yet, but that it's very much a part of the John Mack story, is that a lot of people told John Mack that the beings communicated with them telepathically, because that was another thing. You mean they spoke English? No, they didn't speak English. I got the messages in my brain. I just heard the words, I saw the words, and they were telling me that the planet is in danger, and humans have to get their act together and stop polluting the planet, and in some cases the message is, this is what happened to us, the aliens on our planet, and that's why we are able to warn you. Anyway, but it's a very different experience from the strangulation stories of the terror that comes in the night, the old hag syndrome and so on. So what are we to draw from this? Well, first of all, there's a whole kind of anomalous experiences that seem to operate in a world that we don't recognize, another reality that penetrates our world, as John Ross said, somehow, in ways we can't explain. We have a clear idea of reality. We think we do. Reality is what you can see, smell, taste, and touch. Knock on the table, feel it. But what about all these other things that maybe out there other dimensions that, we're a young species as human beings. We don't understand. Our science is young, a few thousand years old. We don't understand everything. So maybe there's other, dimensions, aspects to the universe that we don't understand. And this really came up in the Harvard investigation. When Harvard cracked down on John Mack and said, you're very bad, you're making us look bad, in effect. And they said, we have to investigate your methodology. Are you really proceeding scientifically? And John Mack said, well, what is that? I mean, what is scientists, there's no rules for science, you follow the scientific method, but all the great breakthroughs in science came in unconventional ways, unexpectedly.
Why is that? That so many so many of the academic types in places like Harvard are so quick to dismiss these types of topics. Like I've had this conversation with Avi Loeb, the Harvard astrophysicist who discovered the Oumuamua that he thinks was from another intelligent civilization. And some of his astrophysicist colleagues at Harvard would say to him they hope to God they never witness anything like this or never come across any sort of extraterrestrial thing in their entire career. And it's just like it seems like such an interesting thing why these people are so easy to dismiss.
Well, listen, first of all, as I say in my book, Harvard is no stranger to unconventional science. William James, the father of psychology, who taught at Harvard 100 years before Mack, investigated seances and levitation and all that. And there was a lot of unconventional research going on at Harvard. There was and there is. What turned Harvard off, I think, was Mack was well, first of all, he'd written the bestseller, and that didn't endear him to his country. He won the Pulitzer Prize on Lawrence of Arabia. Yeah, there was jealousy there. He was very sure of himself. I think he turned some people off in the way he was so sure of himself. I think he talked to, he announced his research at Harvard before it was really well advanced. He had heard about the phenomenon from Bud Hopkins. He had collected his circle of experiencers, which is what he called them, rather than abductees, because it's less a judgmental term. And he'd begun his research. He learned about it from Bud Hopkins in January 1990. In December 91, he held a grand rounds, a lecture at Harvard, so less than 2 years later, where he introduced some of the experiencers on stage. He had a tape of a session where a woman was screaming that her pregnancy was removed. He outlined, everything he had found out. He hadn't given it enough time. He didn't realize the opposition that was going to build at Harvard because it was very unconventional research. He didn't lay the groundwork for that. He didn't peer publish. It wasn't entirely his fault. He tried, but his articles were rejected because they were too complicated. And one publisher in the Journal of Psychology wanted more information and shorter. He wrote a 100-page paper on what he had found. This is before his first book. And he brought up his findings, 100 pages. He sent it to the journal, said, "We can't run this. It's much too long. But by the way, could you add some more detail?" So they had him. And he said, "I can't add more detail, and I need all this space. Forget it." So he took it away. And the New England Journal of Medicine wasn't interested. They wouldn't even open up his envelope. Look, it was a difficult subject to address, period, and it probably needed a book. an article wouldn't do it. It needed it. So anyway, you know, we were talking about Harvard, and so, you know, you ask Abby Loeb why Harvard has been so antagonistic. I'm going to be on with him in the next couple of days on another program, and I'm going to ask him, you know, what his experience at Harvard has been like, because in Mac's case, they gave him, you know, time to I guess you could say gave him enough rope, and then they try to hang him with it. But they cracked down on him in 1994, about the time his book was published. So he had given that big lecture to Harvard in December of 91. So December 91. So so 3 years. 2 years later, they were on his case. But you know, it's an interesting story about the Harvard investigation, because it was, as Mac himself wrote in an unpublished manuscript, it was a clash of worldviews. He was trying to explain, look, I came across this mystery. I don't know what the answer is to it, but it doesn't respond to the usual scientific the ability to get to the bottom of it. I mean, we don't have any scientific proof of it, but we can't contradict it either. We can't figure out what's going on here. And Harvard's answer basically was, well, if you can't prove it scientifically, you can't. It's not there. And he was saying, well, there's something there, but I can't explain it. Exactly, you can't explain it, so it's not there. So that basically was the clash at Harvard. There were two different worldviews. One is scientific materialism of the Harvard Committee, led by a critic of John Mack, who had clashed with once before, Arnold Wellman, very eminent physician, and Mack, who was saying, well, I can't explain it, but this is what the people are telling me, and it's good evidence. It's good, compelling evidence, but it's anecdotal in most cases, almost every case. There's fragmentary bits of evidence that seem to back it up, but not conclusively. So I don't know, on and on. And the committee kept saying, well, if you can't prove it, it's not there. So anyway, that was the clash at Harvard. But in the end, Mack was exonerated. He had two wonderful lawyers that exposed Harvard's weak arguments, I would say. And he was reinstated. He was never uninstated. He was allowed to continue his research. No sanctions. They just said, please be a little more. Be less enthusiastic, they said to him. And he said, okay, you're right. I was a little too enthusiastic. I'll be less enthusiastic. Because he acknowledged it. He was, that was one of the hallmarks of his nature, was to be, he didn't hold back. What he thought you could see in his writings, he was not devious. Even in his love affairs, outside his marriage, he didn't, sneak around his wife. She knew what was going on. He was just attracted to other women, searching for this missing thing in his life, and remained devoted to her. They had issues, difficult but good at the end of his life when he died. But he was not a sneaky guy. What he was thinking, you could see in his writings and his speeches, etc. So, and that had a downside too. He wasn't very careful in how he structured his approach, and he might have gotten further at Harvard if he'd been, a little less enthusiastic, a little more cautious. But in a way, that was his nature.
Right. Well, it's fascinating, Ralph. I really appreciate your time. I know we're out of time now, but I thank you so much for doing this and sharing your story with me. And let the people listening and or watching where they can find more of your work if they're interested and buy your book.
Okay, so my book is called The Believer, Alien Encounters, Hard Science, and the Passion of John Mack. It's available everywhere. Amazon, independent bookstores, Barnes & Noble. It's available as an ebook. It's available as an audiobook. As I said, independent bookstores, if they don't have it in stock, we'll get it for you. I would love to support independent bookstores because they've been very good to me, and they're great. All the information is on my website, ralphblumenthal, BLUMENTHAL.com, ralphblumenthal.com, and it has a bio, work at the New York Times, etc. So that's how they can find out.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Ralph. One more sort of personal, greedy question. I've always wanted to ask someone like you who's had, the amount of experience you have being in publishing and investigative journalism, especially working with a company like the New York Times for decades. What is the best strategy for coming up with headlines? Because I do so many of these talks, and they're all published on the internet, and I can never figure out the right formula for a headline.
Wow, that's a good question. Well, you know what? When I teach journalism, I tell my students that poetry is a wonderful exercise, among other things. It's enjoyable, of course, in its own right, in compressing language. With a headline, you've got to compress the story and make every word count. And poetry, more than prose, obviously every word has to count multiple times in terms of impact and power. And in prose, you have a lot of leeway. You can throw in extra words. You can't do that in a headline. You can't do that in poetry. So you have to get at the essence of it. And it's almost like a Zen thing. You've got to think, what is the core point that I'm trying to convey here? And even if and don't try to tell the whole story in the headline, because that's the formula to disaster. It's much too complicated. You have to zero in on the one point that is the essence of it. So it's almost like you have to wipe out everything you know about a subject, and think about the one thing that comes to mind when you first hear about it. What is the question in everybody's mind? Or what's the one word, the one phrase that will make that come alive? But what you're asking really is it's the hardest thing. How do you come up with a good idea?
How do you sell it, right? You spend so much time into this thing.
Yeah.
You could just make something fall flat without the right headline.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. And again, you still have to remain faithful to the truth. You can't take liberties and say sex. And then my real story is about UFOs. No, it's about UFOs.
Right.
So you can't play games with a reader or a viewer because they notice it right away that you're not you're up on things. So it's tricky, but and sometimes it helps to do it in a group. So you bounce headlines off each other and say, "What about this?" And someone else will have an idea. But it's difficult. I find that, I do that all the time when I work with journalism students. I come up with headlines for their newspapers, and as I say, it's almost like you have to not think about what you know and try to think about it fresh. Like, how would somebody come to this who doesn't know anything about the subject? What is the one thing that they want to know? Or what's the one thing that will come to mind when you bring up this subject? I'm doing a talk at my college, at the College, next week on UFOs, and I'm calling it "Can You Believe It?" UFO reporting, the recent UFO stories. that just seemed to encapsulate, and you can read that two different ways. Can you believe it? Or can you believe it?
Right.
So, and that just sort of came to me. As I said, experience helps, but and also be a reader of the tabloids, because the tabloids have the greatest headlines.
They really do.
Yeah, I mean, headless body and topless bar.
Wow, I haven't seen that one yet.
That was a New York Post headline, very famous. Headless body and topless bar.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So that was a brilliant one. Anyway, but that comes with experience, and it's trial and error. And sometimes you think you have it, and sometimes you think you have it, and then you say, "Oh, that was in bad taste," or "That didn't do it," or the important thing is not to err on the side of making a terrible mistake, because if you have an unintended double entendre where you malign somebody or introduce a taboo subject or something, then you really hurt yourself. So you always have to remain within the bounds of good taste, and that kind of thing. And don't take a shortcut just to be clever if it's going to subject you to criticism. So try to err on the side, even if it's a little dull, try to err on the side of caution.
Right, and don't piss off anyone that was involved.
Yeah, don't cross the line. Put it that way.
Right.
All right.
Well, that's very helpful information, Ralph. I very much appreciate your time. You're very kind, and hopefully we'll be in touch. We'll do this again in the future.
Okay, it was great being on with you, Danny. Thank you.
Trying to steal the stars from players, definitely not cancer. And then you get doing well. That surgery worked. You're like, I'm gonna get into medicine. He shows up. He's like, hey, did you try to take my son? I mean, like, what? Yeah, well. Dude, literally, that's your ass. Guys, girls, did you try to take $100 of my stocks? I'm gonna feed my family with company I designed. Yes. Should we go inside? Yes. I have your stocks. I have your female stocks.
Hello, world. Today's guest is Jake Fox. Jake is a friend of mine who is an artist and a musician. He is also an encyclopedia on conspiracy theories, and he's a music historian who we had a blast talking to and hanging out with. On this episode, Jake talks about the cryptic hidden messaging in music from bands like the Beatles, Jimi Hendrix, Nirvana, and Bob Dylan. We also talked about time-traveling nukes, JFK, and Backwoods Matter, if any of that flush your curiosity. Towards the end of the show, Jake performed some of his new music from his band Catatonic Strips. Please enjoy this action-packed episode before YouTube takes it down.
It's actually like months.
God, we had a laugh track to that one.
Yeah, it's actually like months. Actually, I heard it's like.
Is that an Egyptian pharaoh tattoo on your arm?
Yeah, I probably shouldn't have done that.
What? Why shouldn't you have done it?
I don't know, man. I never thought about, like, if I ever go abroad and somebody was like, why do you have that?
What was your
You're
answer?
a white man from America.
Was that what you're worried about?
I don't know, sometimes, yeah. I don't even worry about that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's crazy that you worry about that.
I don't really worry about
What was
never
it?
going to India now. Well, I have to ask here.
What is that?
I like saying world religions, so like I have Mary back here. And then Thoth was like the scribe, or he would just
Closer, a little bit closer. Talk a bit closer to us.
So Thoth was like a scribe. He kind of invented language in one way or another.
Mm-hmm.
And they attribute him to Hermes from the Greek period.
Yeah.
And I think Mercury. I don't know. I'm zoning out now, but
Yeah. Do you like Egyptian history? Egyptian,
well, I've kind of been using, like, I don't know, just the idea of symbols. Yeah, they use a lot of, all humans, like every civilization, starts off with, like, symbols. So it's almost like weird we got emojis going as hard as they do now. You know what I mean? They are kind of like,
That's like the modern day
yeah,
hieroglyphics.
symbolism and stuff. And I went to art school and studied art and all that kind of stuff.
do you have
So,
an arts degree?
Not quite yet. Probably like this close and don't even realize it. Has that ever happened?
Your art's pretty sick though.
Yeah, I'm too busy making more art to get like
finish school.
Finish school. Plus the money. Yeah, money's fun.
How much time do you spend creating art and music and shit?
Oh, all day, every day. Even when I'm working, don't tell my job.
You want to tell them? No one listens to it. They won't listen to this.
Yeah, man, I'm always constantly running through ideas. I have like multiple notebooks in my car. So I'll like stop the car and write something down or wait until I get a red light. Sometimes I miss whatever I have in my head.
Explain your sunglasses to people who don't know what that is.
Oh, okay. So this
what is catatonic scripts?
Yeah, this is my brand. So now I have catatonic vision.
What does that mean? What is the meaning of catatonic scripts?
I don't know, when you're young and they try to put you on all those psych meds and stuff, and you start reading like the stuff that's on the back of those psych meds, and you're like, whoa, this can cause me to get catatonic.
So catatonic prescriptions.
Yeah, they're trying to help my health.
Did you have any
side
kind of
effects could be catatonia. Catatonia is the disease.
Okay. Did you have an early experience with being prescribed medications when you were a kid?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it all started when I dated a girl that's mom was a psychiatrist at church.
Really?
Yeah,
we know who she
kind of
is.
just instigated that realm of thinking to my family.
Miller?
Miller's mom.
Well, and just the medical industry completely is, I don't know. Yeah, I study a lot of weird stuff.
What were you prescribed? What medications were you prescribed?
This is almost...
Like 15 years ago.
Yeah, really. I don't know. At one point in time, I was upset about a lot of things that went down, and I said something that I thought I regretted. So I took myself to a hospital. I had no intention of harming myself or anyone else, but they try to immediately assume that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Like the medical industry, even if you call the VA hospital, which I have to, because I work for a pizza shop and deliver there all the time. When I'm calling their phone number to call the extension, they're there to remind you, if you're feeling suicidal, hang up and call 911. And I'm like, well, I wasn't.
So you said something about it.
Yeah, and it's even more scary because the VA is on Highway 666. So not only am I terrified of ringing symbols that some people might think I don't understand on my own, I'm scared of that Highway 666.
You're scared of it. Isn't that ironic?
Fatal accidents on it,
it is so ironic that the VA is on Highway 666.
Yeah, I never really thought of that.
I love Highway
There's
666.
hundreds of VAs all over the country, though, you know what I mean? Oh, yeah, we have a song for my other band. So, this is the band I'm currently focusing on right now, Catatonic Scripts. But then I had another side project with a homie named Jet. Jet, what up? Called No Room to Talk.
Hey, bump his levels up just a scotch because he's kind of quiet. Just, I don't want to have to fuck with it. All right, go ahead. Keys 2, yeah.
Yeah, so I have another project called No Room to Talk. And I was really trying to aim for older garage punk rock sounds like Misfits, but almost like mixing elements of surf rock. Not really sounding like surf rock, but like pulling those tones and like playing them differently. So we have a song called Highway 666.
Like, have you ever heard of, I'm sure you have, Bad Brains?
Yeah.
Like that kind of surf rock. That shit that you see in like old Lost movies.
Yeah, because we actually recorded that on a reel-to-reel system with a recording company local in St. Pete. I think their studio's in Tampa now, but they're called Yoko Sono.
Cool. What kind of
so it gives you more of that analog tone. Just it feels like you're etching into the tape when you're recording. Whereas digitally, it feels different to me.
What do you mean etching? What does that mean?
I don't know. It's like the only way I can explain reel-to-reel to digital recording is like when you listen to it later, it sounds like it was carved into stone. You know what I mean? Like there's an actual substance that
It feels more analog.
Yeah, it's kind of like when they kind of carve it into vinyl records and stuff, right?
yeah, there's something, I don't even know. It's almost like a movie that puts me in a place. Like, you can't explain it until somebody else, like, sees it for themselves. Like Fight Club or The Matrix, you know what I mean? And kids nowadays aren't even interested in those thought-provoking films. It's all, like, short attention span.
Yeah, kids are all, they're too busy being hopped up on Adderall and ADHD meds.
Yeah, dude, and my friend is, like, struggling with getting his life together. A lot of it has to do with just all kinds of different things going on in his life. But he's, like, debating whether he has ADHD or autism. And I'm looking at the symptoms that they, like, associate with that. All the symptoms are natural, normal human
Basically
behavior.
anything now, right?
Yeah.
Anybody could fall into the spectrum of this.
And the medication they're giving him is pretty much methamphetamine, right? Isn't
Yeah.
that what Adderall?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And then the meth addiction that I've been hearing about and stuff in different cities, not around here, but like.
Have you been paying attention to the Olympics at all?
A little bit.
There's that girl who's the gold medalist, the Simone, her last name. Simone Biles. She just quit, and everyone's like shitting on her online. Everyone's hating on her
Why
super
she
hard.
quit?
Well, she said it's mental health disorder, but what happened was there's actually a story that snuck through on the Insider, I think it was. Forget the article. You can probably find it, Austin. But she had a prescription to an ADHD medication. Yeah, there it is. She had a prescription to Ritalin or Adderall, and she's been on it for who knows how long? Probably at least 6 years. And for Tokyo, they banned any kind of ADHD medicine, so she wasn't allowed to take it. So apparently, right before the Tokyo Olympics, she had to get off it completely. So
when was ADHD like really starting to be used as a popular diagnosis, or like when was it really coined as even a phrase or a term? Because I started looking at terms like schizophrenia just to see like where did this come from, where was its origin?
yeah,
And that one turned out being this guy that happened to be a Freemason from 1901, and I was like, red flag. Like, yeah,
he coined the term schizophrenia.
yeah, basically, he was the first doctor that started using that diagnosis.
That's fucking weird, huh?
Yeah,
It's always the Freemasons.
well, yeah. In the beginning of the century, the 1900s, it's kind of insane if you really like reanalyze it. I started looking at a lot of occult images and videos and just well, even Hollywood itself. Like the term Hollywood is literally referring to like what witches at the time used to make their wands out of Hollywood.
Hollywood?
Hollywood.
Maybe they just, I thought it might have been Hollywood. Maybe they just renamed it Hollywood.
Witches did holy shit.
Well, they do, but it could be.
It is.
It could be an association.
The
with
devil at one point was created by God. He was an angel,
Allegedly.
and he got sent to hell. It's in the Bible.
It's in the Bible. It's written in stone.
Actually, I'm not sure if that is written in stone,
But yeah. So, anyways, imagine being this girl who, you've been on this ADHD speed methamphetamine medication for the last 5 years, and all of a sudden,
all these meds too.
and then all of a sudden they take it away from you, and then you have to fucking figure out life without it. Like, you gotta, if you're that hooked on something, and then
well, yeah,
get
they'll
taken
have
away.
witches all
The
the
best
time.
way to fix problems is to make bigger problems.
Maybe it could have been just like she was so good, they had to figure out a way to like take away everything that she has,
Well, no, I guess basically they were using meth.
find a way to find someone else to win. You know what I mean?
There's like a military.
Well, I'm sure it dials her in, right? I mean, that's what that kind of does. I mean, it
The
fucking
Nazis in
super
Germany
dials
were
you up.
using meth.
Yeah.
Wasn't it also? Was
It's
it
how they march from country to country.
All zipped up.
Oh God,
A mess.
that's insane. It was also
Yeah,
that
they ran out of Adderall in France. That's why the flag fell down. I'm just joking.
I was going to go with that.
Isn't that also the day the Japanese during the Pearl Harbor, the Japanese fucking pilots were like, flying their planes into the ships and shit?
I'm sure
They were on methamphetamine.
Well, I'm sure they were, but at the same time, I also found out that like we were always taught to believe that those Japanese like flew straight over, like knowing they'd run out of gas and just eventually crash and murder or kill or whatever, right? But like I found out they actually took over like a base that wasn't far from Hawaii first, so they probably had a lot more opportunity to fuel up and stuff. It's like the narrative I grew up learning turned out to be slightly different.
Sure.
Because, the Johnson Atoll was like a man-made barge that they put in the middle of the ocean. So there's like no way that Pearl Harbor wasn't like warned by their barge.
Yeah.
Yeah, some say.
Yeah, what is the narrative that they knew about, our government knew about that and it could have been avoided, right? That,
I think some people I personally believe that our government made like a trade-off with the Japanese government. The elites of our government were working with the elites of their government. This is all money, man. Everything is about money. By them attacking Pearl Harbor, what did that do? We got to test out nuclear weapons, It's like, hooray.
Yeah,
and then,
it's a great excuse, convenient excuse, right?
Yeah, and you know what the first nuclear bomb testing was, or where it was done, was like
Arizona, right?
It was a McDonald's farm ranch. Like a McDonald's family. I'm not 100% sure it was a McDonald's family, but I can only assume. You know what I mean? Like,
it would make sense.
Who else would it be? What other McDonald's?
What about one of the Koch brothers? One of their farms.
Yeah.
The Hamburglar.
Either way, it's like, wait, one of these Fortune 500 companies was involved in nuclear weapons? And then I just started looking at a McDonald's, and we were talking about symbolism earlier and stuff, right? The McDonald's logo almost looks like a bomb with a trajectory.
Can you find out where the first nuclear bomb test was in the U.S.? Or a McDonald's logo conspiracy? Either one will work.
I'm going to make like a song eventually where it's like the giant arches, but it's really, I think I've already got it in a sketchbook somewhere. It's just not like done properly.
The world's first nuclear explosion occurred in New Mexico. South Korea. Who owned it? Did Ronald McDonald own it?
Oh yeah, it's called the Trinity site. Ronald McDonald.
The Trinity site.
Bro,
I saw a video on Instagram the other day that like Kelly Slater reposted, and it was an underwater nuclear bomb test. They showed a nuclear bomb going off underwater, and it was fucking insane. The water went like miles into the air. That's crazy. Must have killed so many fish.
They exploded a microwave out back.
Your friends did? When did they do this?
They've done it a couple times, but this was the last time, I'm pretty sure.
How?
Steve's not working there anymore because he got a different job. And then I guess the police got involved.
Where?
Somebody at the bus stop was worried about shrapnel. And because everybody went into denial mode, they got...
How would they go about blowing up a microwave? How bad?
Well, it was just a broken microwave, and they had like
just stick some tinfoil in it, some metal in it.
No, it wasn't functioning. It wasn't plugged in. It was just like something to put quarter sticks of dynamite.
Yeah. Dynamite in it? Allegedly.
I'm already terrified of like anything.
You're schizophrenic?
No. Well, I don't know. They could probably diagnose me that if they wanted to.
Yeah. What do you diagnose yourself with? That's the most important.
Happy. I'm just kidding. I'm miserable.
You're miserable?
No. I don't know. I'm doing all right now. Figuring some stuff out. Everybody's confused this day and age. Are we going on lockdown again now?
Yeah, I think we are going on lockdown. Where Florida, I think, took the prize again for number one. I don't know what the stat is.
Every other member of every other state.
Yeah, everybody's here.
Yeah,
what do you think about the COVID-19? This episode of the podcast is brought to you by NordVPN. Think about all the fun things that you do online. Watching Netflix shows, shopping, enjoying your morning coffee with free Wi-Fi. You may not know that your internet provider knows every single website you visit. What's even worse than that is that in the U.S., they are legally allowed to sell this information to ad companies and tech giants. What's worse in places like the UK and Australia, internet providers are required by law to store your metadata for up to 2 years and government agencies can look into it whenever they want. Well, with just one click, NordVPN puts a stop to all of this by encrypting 100% of your internet data and rerouting it through over 5,200 of their secure servers so that all of your online activity is private. NordVPN also lets you choose which server location you want to reroute your connection through so you can browse the internet as if you're from another country. It takes just one click. Just open the map, click the location, and you'll be connected in seconds. It's that easy. I love using NordVPN for Netflix because Netflix only shows you a small fraction of their entire content library, and it gives you different shows depending on which location you're in. With NordVPN, you can access thousands of new shows in just seconds. Additionally, it's been confirmed by their speed test that NordVPN is the fastest VPN on the map. So protect your online privacy and have access to thousands of extra shows with the VPN that I trust. Go to nordvpn.com/concrete to get a 2-year plan plus 4 additional months with a huge discount. That's nordvpn.com/KONCRETE to learn more.
Did you get it?
Contagion? What was that movie called?
Contagion. Yeah.
Of course, I haven't had television in my home for like 10 years.
That's probably good.
And I'm staying with my father temporarily, and I was like flipping through channels, and the only thing there is to watch is like, this terrifying, horrifying news, or Contagion. That was the only thing on the other night. And South Park, which is really accurate,
the best.
The news.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I think there's a lot of stuff going on. There can be a lot of misguidance, and a lot of our society likes to follow a platform, and I think we have to be able to move within and without the platform, or like, our society just has like a process they like to run with, and I feel like they're
stick to the story.
They're eliminating any other possibilities. Like even that condominium in Miami.
How crazy is that shit?
What happened? Yeah. And nobody's worried about, like, was there slumlords, like, running the place? You know what I mean? Like, why isn't that a topic at all that I've noticed?
Yeah, it got blown over pretty quick, it seems like.
Well, it was more about recovering the bodies and identifying.
Not about the problem.
Yeah, no. So,
well, they did. I think they did. I saw something that they were going to try to like change some sort of rules when it comes to the like maintaining the infrastructure of hotels and like high rises along this, like the ocean, along the coastline.
But at the same
time, I think the mandate or the rules are that you have to have some sort of like structural inspection. I think it's like every 20 years, maybe 40 years. Yeah, it's every 40 years they have to have some sort of
structural inspection.
A structural inspection. Just like your elevator has to be inspected every 3 years or whatever. So I think they did something about that. I'm not 100% sure, but there's got to be so many more buildings that are like that that are structurally compromised, especially next to the ocean.
Fell down, like watching it, it didn't look like
Building 7.
Ding, ding, ding.
It kind of looked like, I don't know, it all fell down at once. It didn't make sense as far as my brain about things falling apart.
What are the other potential possibilities of why it collapsed?
Like a controlled demolition of some sort. Like,
what was in there? What were they hiding in there?
Why would they
get rid of?
Why would they do a controlled demolition?
Actually, a friend of mine at work told me that I should look into this, but I never got around to it. And it is a lot of speculation. But
a friend, who's this guy?
Just a coworker that doesn't co-work with me.
Okay, he got fired?
No, he actually moved on.
For stealing money out of the register?
No, but he brought it up to my attention. He was like, there was some idea that a lot of the people that were living in the buildings were related to people that knew information about
they were QAnon?
Oh, yeah.
There was a QAnon convention center there.
I forget what I heard too, but I heard something like there was certain people in there of interest, or some
family
people
members
with some documentation or
that
something.
could
I
know
can't
some
remember.
stuff that they wouldn't want other people to know.
That seems so crazy. They would demolish a whole building full of people.
Yeah,
Or
with the
something like
condition
that.
of the building. Well, there could be a different reason too, I guess. Like, there could be money.
But does everything have
What
to
if
be a
the owner
conspiracy? Does every fucking weird thing that happens have to be a government conspiracy? I think that's a problem.
Oh yeah, they said John McAfee or something.
Oh, I remember. We talked about this.
Yeah.
There was a QAnon conspiracy theory that where QAnon believed that John McAfee owned the condo, and he had a bunch of files. He had a bunch of dirt on people that he was storing there or something, and that's why they demolished it. So this debunks it because he didn't own it. What does that say? Claim. The late John McAfee, the creator of McAfee antivirus software, owned a unit in the condo building that partially collapsed on Thursday. That was the claim that he owned a unit.
31 terabytes of files.
So what is the conclusion? What does he say? The facts. Keep going. There was a fake tweet. Someone said he owned a unit there. That's the problem with the internet. That's the problem with the internet. There's always some assholes on there who's going to try to make some onto ride into the sunset.
Well, how do you know these people are telling the truth?
That's the problem. You don't. That's the problem.
What's this QAnon thing? I don't really know much about it.
You don't know what QAnon is?
No.
It's this group of, it's basically a group of super hardcore right-wing Trump supporters. I think mostly.
Well, there's a problem right there. Like, why are we associating conspiracy theories to those people?
Because it's true. If you ask them all, they were all the QAnon people are. I think this is pretty well known. They're all Trump supporters. There's no left wing QAnon people. They all believe. They all believe that there is a deep state human child trafficking, and they believe that Donald Trump is like God's chosen Messiah to save, to expose the human trafficking ring from the corrupt deep state. That's what they. If you even look up what their beliefs are.
So he was a call center gay security guard. That's first of all.
Yeah, running a. They
satanic, cannibalistic pedophiles.
Yeah, what if it's all true except for the part about Donald Trump being like the prophet of it?
Well, here's the thing. Here's the problem with it. Okay, if Donald Trump was some guy who was gonna expose and save the world from cannibal child pedophiles, wouldn't he have bragged about it by now? I mean, he literally toots his own horn about everything he does. Who knows? Who knows if this should even exist? But the fact that you think Donald Trump's gonna be the one that, like, the superhero that saves everybody from it is kind of crazy.
Yeah, definitely not.
But I don't know. It just seems like the QAnon group, they're more like angry people, angry people who the world is kind of like shut out. They live in their mom's basement. They really they have really no other happiness in their lives. There's no shining light, and they just use the internet to.
So they're basically being psychologically abused by a source that funds QAnon.
Possibly. Have you heard?
So it's almost like
a lot of people that storm the Capitol were QAnon people.
It's like this double switch. What if they're all hired guns?
That's possible. You see their video when they storm the Capitol. There's actual video of police letting people through the gates.
So I'm starting to realize, like, the Beatles, I think their fans were like hired guns to like stir up the mania. You know what I mean? If I pay 200 girls to scream their heads off in an auditorium,
why not?
And film it and then tell the rest of the world with media that this is the best thing that there ever has been.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's all it takes, right?
Yeah.
Where did you hear this? I've never heard that before.
I found out that the Beatles were actually introduced on CBS exactly 2 hours before JFK was assassinated.
What?
Yeah, so the theory is that JFK was assassinated and they were using this band to drive the young youth of America stir crazy. And then when the Beatles kind of started to figure it out, and they weren't going to play ball quite as well as they were, and that's when they started putting like codes in their lyrics and stuff.
To distract people
At
from.
that point, they were trying to whistleblow through symbolism and like other methods.
Whistleblow to who, though?
An audience, you know what I mean? Like, if I write a song but I want to tell you something, but I don't want to directly tell you, I can just like lead you into it.
What sort of messages were they trying to convey with their music?
Well, at the beginning, they were trying to. They had a song called Taxman, and it was basically like they took the Batman theme song because it was popular on TV at the time, and they made it Taxman. And yeah, can we put that song on, Taxman?
We'll probably get we'll get copyrighted.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, or even just pull up the lyrics, maybe.
Lyrics of Taxman?
Yeah.
Beatles Bump. Fab Four were supposed to be on CBS News the night of the JFK assassination.
They were in the morning.
Wow, 55.
But they actually,
50 years ago, Friday.
See, within 3 months after the assassination, all the British invasion was going down.
Wow. So do you think the Beatles being put on CBS was just like distract people from the JFK shit?
Well, I think that's why the Mania was created. You know what I mean?
Just to spice it up a little more.
Yeah,
round up.
Yeah, he's the most popular artist right now. Eminem still.
Right now?
Yeah. Who's the bees?
That's a good question. I guess it depends what fucking is it, Taylor Swift still? I don't know. Kanye.
Lollapalooza had Foo Fighters and Miley Cyrus headlining.
Really?
Yeah,
Miley's popping. Miley's still popping. Oh. Well, that's crazy, bro. Damn, that's crazy. Damn, it is fucking hot as
Well,
shit.
okay, so like, Bob Dylan was like singing songs and messages to get everybody stirred up, sort of. And there's a theory that Bob Dylan was, there was a conspiracy theory about Bob Dylan that kind of went overlooked.
What was that conspiracy?
Yeah, he died in 1966 in a motorcycle accident outside of Woodstock. So I've kind of developed my own little theory that maybe Woodstock was actually like a celebration that the public had recognized that Bob Dylan was killed in this motorcycle accident, and that's why they had the concert there. And the flowers didn't really represent like what everybody thinks it is, like hippie love, like maybe it was a funeral
For Bob Dylan.
Yeah.
But it was after he died after?
He went into a huge hiatus from, I was looking this up the other day. There's
I sound like an idiot right now, but I don't even know if Bob Dylan's still alive.
he is. That's what's creepy. There's all these artists that are like possibly killed and replaced. Yeah, dude.
You said
It's
it.
weird. Like, if you watch the first performance of Bob Dylan after his accident, which didn't come out until like 1971 or something, so he went into hiding from like 1966 to 1971. And I really think that that's why Jimi Hendrix covered All Along the Watchtower.
Yeah.
He thought the dude died, and he shredded it.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
So, like, what if that's the case? What if that's why they had to get rid of Jimmy? Because nobody could fake being Jimmy.
No.
Bob Dylan was kind of the end of that little era at that point. So, him going on a hiatus and coming back with record label money, you could easily, like, disguise somebody in there. I'm going to start a new band called the Lookalikes. We're just going to, like, look like other people.
What kind of people?
I don't even know. We'll switch it up. The Blue Man Group.
How many bands do you have?
None that matter.
How many, though?
I don't know. We're going to do this thing where we can come up with a new band every hour.
That's a lot of
really.
bands. Was it going to be the same members?
Or, I don't know. Yeah, we could always put a different name on it, no matter what.
Yeah,
Like,
what's the problem with changing it? The problem is it's hard to market it.
Yeah, we're not worried about marketing.
They're not on
Probably
that
should
level.
be.
You probably should be.
Well, at least you're having
Maybe
fun.
one day.
Yeah, it's about just doing your thing, right?
Do
Do
you guys
whatever
make,
you
do you
want.
guys make any money with catatonics? Do you guys like get paid to do shows?
Oh yeah, we make money at shows. Not like an outstanding amount or anything, but that's probably on our marketing fault.
Yeah.
It sounds like you need a manager.
Music is just in a weird place too. We need money to have a manager.
True.
So if there's a manager out there that wants to work for
Pro
free,
bono.
holler at us.
We'll find them. They're out there somewhere.
Yeah.
I'm sure there is.
No, we're actually working on a new album. We have a new lineup. I've been working on these songs for a really long time, so I'm stoked that me and the other two guys, Tyler and Joe. What up, Joe? What up, Tyler?
Hey, where's Steve at? Is he around anymore?
He was playing bass for us for a while.
Steve is sick.
What's Steve?
So this dude Steve Rosick, he's sick bass
Oh,
player.
yeah.
He plays all sorts of instruments, but
He actually recorded
he's super
or
sick.
helped us mix and master this album
Yeah.
and recorded
Wow,
the
the
songs
artwork
on it.
is super dope.
You do all those artwork?
Do you draw all that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here, hold it up.
Yeah, I'm
Hold
too
it next to
busy
your
like
face.
making artwork and shit.
Pull it
to,
back.
Be marketing.
Hold it up. There we go. There we go.
Yeah.
So what is that on the cover? What is that?
I was
Explain
like, I was trying to find like a dope place with a tree that just like was growing out of control, and went from park to park in the county and came across this one. And I was like, whoa, that's it. And
Is that an
then-
astronaut?
Yeah. Me and my drummer are on the cover because we were kind of the only two persistent members at the time. We actually took all these photos to where we're actually in the image 3 times a piece, and then this astronaut character is in there 3 times. So it's definitely like
Oh, I
a
see.
photo. So we're kind of like tucked. I'm up here in the tree. He's over here in the tree. I'm over there in the tree again. He's there again. And then me and him again at the bottom. And then the astronauts are in there.
Wow, an astronaut in the woods.
Yeah. It's like he's rediscovering Earth or something.
Did the astronaut take some psychedelic mushrooms?
Yeah, but he's just lost in the Earth.
He doesn't know what planet he's on.
Where am I?
It's like, this planet's tight, bro.
Yeah.
And what's
It
the inside?
represents self-discovery and stuff. So
What's
they're
that?
just like, it almost looks like architecture, just like dinosaur bones, and who knows what really killed them. Maybe it was a nuke sent from the future.
Ooh, a nuke sent from the time traveling aliens.
Yeah, what if that's what Pompeii was?
Some
We
tall
never
whites.
know, dude. Like,
Yeah.
what if the Nazis
Have you thought a lot about that?
A little bit, especially after watching that movie Tenet.
I mean, it's even
No, it's like the newest Christopher Nolan movie.
Tenet?
Sounds familiar.
Is that the director's name? Christopher Nolan?
Christopher Nolan, yeah, he did Batman.
Yeah,
He also
came
did
out during the middle of
Inception.
COVID.
What's it about?
Tenet. Oh, I've heard of that. Can you find the trailer for Tenet?
Yeah, there's all this symbolism, and a lot of the whole movie is like half of it goes backwards. On this character.
So, if you spell out Sator Square. Oh, I'm sorry. If you spell out the word Tenet.
Yeah, like across and down, like in a cross, right? The N is the only letter being borrowed, really.
Right.
And then if you spell Sator at the top, and then Rotos at the bottom, then you really gotta see it. It's hard for me to kind of explain.
He's looking it up. Sator Square.
Yeah, after watching the movie the first and second time, or the first time I started like looking like anybody finding Easter eggs in this movie.
Yeah.
That's what I like to do. I like movies that have Easter eggs.
Google image it.
Little hidden messages that only the director knows is there, and hopefully somebody catches it. That was really good.
Okay, what are we looking at?
Okay, yeah, so this symbol, I guess the Christians of the time of Pompeii would have this Sator square. It's called a magic square.
Click on the one on the second row all the way to the left. To the left. That one, yeah. Alright, Sator, Repo, Tenet, Opera, Rotos.
Yeah, so if you look at the letters backwards, it works.
Wow.
Yeah, and what's even creepier is that it works in reverse speech too. It's not just spelling. Like if you say those words, Repo, Opera?
Like opera is
Rotos
backwards.
What the fuck?
Rotos is Sator backwards.
So what is the significance of this thing?
Well, anytime that the
Go to that black one. It says, "Did you know?" It tells you about it. Yeah, right here.
Okay, did you know the Sator Square is the world's oldest 2D palindrome? Okay, word, found in the ruins of Pompeii. It was believed to have magic powers because it contains 5 connected, I forget the word again, palindromes. Each of the Latin words, Sator, Arepo, Tenant, and Opera, and Rotos, can be read bottom to top, top to bottom, left to right, and right to left. That's weird. So they found this in Pompeii, in the remains of Pompeii?
yeah. And since this movie is about time travel and things going backwards, it made me think, like, whoa, what if Pompeii's volcano eruption wasn't a volcano eruption? What if even in a science fiction movie?
Do they reference this thing at all in the movie? The Sator Square.
The main antagonist's name was Sator. The opening scene of the movie is an opera. The company's names in the background is like one of the other phrases. I'd have to watch it again. I saw it twice last year.
What if Oprah was part of it? What if Oprah time traveled and she was one of the
traveling? She's been with Doc and Marty.
Rick and Morty.
Yeah, see? They went in the time.
That's true, bro. Fuck. What if Rick and Morty fucking sent Oprah back in time to New Pompeii?
Yeah, I don't really necessarily believe in time travel, but because the movie was about backwards matter and arms dealers, I was like, whoa, that would be
I think it's possible aliens are time travelers. You know, like people see like aliens, they think they see aliens and get abducted by aliens. Don't you think those could be time travelers?
I thought, yeah, the guy that put the ketamine in your drink. Or GHB.
No, bro. Like, there's people that actually like have like daily accounts of being abducted by aliens. Like Travis Walton, you ever heard of him?
No, I haven't.
He's this guy who's this logger who's out in Arizona with like 8 other loggers, and they were all in like their 20s or whatever, and they saw this glowing light in the woods after like a long day of cutting trees, and they all saw this kid. He ran out. Like, Travis was one of them. He saw this bright light, got out of the truck, ran towards it, and they fucking all saw him get sucked up into this ship. And then he disappeared for like 5 days, and no one knew where the fuck he was. They arrested all the other kids. They thought that they murdered him or something. They were all like, no, they all had the same exact story. These were like early 20s, and then 5 days later he shows up. Fucking, he finds a phone booth and calls his parents, and then he just tells the story. And then as soon as he gets back, before he even got to see his friends, he told the story of what happened. It was identical to what his friend said.
Yeah.
And there's been literally, and anyways, it's fucking insane if you actually listen to the story. There's a whole documentary about it too. It's called Fire in the Sky.
Okay.
But anyways, oh yeah, time traveling aliens.
Oh, that's what it was.
But I mean, how else would they get here? How else would they get here? You think they travel fucking quadrillions of light years? You just cut a little hole in time and come right through and come see us. Fucking drooling baboons with nuclear weapons trying to kill each other and see what we're doing.
Yeah. Well, I also think, what if it was like the Russians?
It's always the Russians. That could be too.
What if it was my band and we just had people dressed up as aliens?
Are you on that level?
Catatonic scripts were known for abducting people, bringing them back.
Kind of look like it's all white.
No, I don't want to be in charge of abducting anyone. Honestly,
yeah, it seems like a lot of
seems like a hard job. Aliens got it rough.
It's a tough job. They don't get paid enough.
Even if those aliens did abduct somebody, like for what purpose?
To study us, just like we abduct sharks out of the ocean, stick probes in them, and follow where they've been. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We do the same shit.
We have to.
Well, why? Why do we have to?
But like, I don't know, even landing on the moon, was it really that important?
Did we really land on the moon?
Even if we did, I wouldn't know.
It looks kind of phony.
Well, there's like theories that Stanley Kubrick was hired.
Yeah.
He was the hired gun.
By NASA, right?
I'm sure it was
NASA
more
was
than
on
just
set.
NASA was involved. I mean, he was already making films that had space.
Right. They wanted to figure out how he made it so real.
2001 Space Odyssey was 100% the reason.
Yep.
And then, I don't know, there's a lot of things about that movie, The Shining, he directed. And he put all these
There's a lot of
subliminal
weird shit in
references.
there, too, yeah.
There's actually a documentary called Room 237, and it's about all this extensive, elaborate, intentional, subliminal messaging through that movie.
Really? Through The Shining?
Yeah.
What is the documentary called?
And he intentionally,
Room 237?
he intentionally changed a lot of the way the book was written. Almost like he didn't want to work on Stephen King's movie. It's like it was contracted. So he made the movie his own.
What the fuck?
Yeah, Room 237. It was something you could watch on YouTube.
Did they ever
It
ask,
was all monetized and
did
stuff.
they interview Stanley Kubrick in that video, in that movie? In that documentary? Did they ask him any of this stuff, like to his
He
face?
was already dead.
Oh, yeah.
'Cause he died during the production. Or he died after the production of
Shining?
No, it was the last one we did. Eyes Wide Shut.
That's another
Which is
weird
weird
one, too.
because it's all about secret societies.
Yeah.
And like, if you want to make it in this world, you have to join this.
How did he die? That's gotta be a conspiracy.
Well, that's what was weird too. Is like the day that that movie was released was almost like he picked that date for a reason. And I've noticed a lot of authors and writers and filmmakers and artists will release albums on specific days.
Right.
Yeah.
Meaningful days.
Yeah. Like even I found out John Lennon was interviewed on 9/11, the same year that the World Trade Center was finished construction.
That when they finished building it?
Yeah.
The same day?
Yeah, it was like not. No,
Yeah,
no,
that's gotta.
no, he was on the news, or he was. Fuck, I don't know what it is.
But what would John Lennon? I mean,
I don't know. I have a
you could say anybody. You could find you could find a fucking million celebrities who were interviewed on 9/11.
Yeah, I'm sure of that, but not one.
Not the day that Howard were dropped, but I'm saying like any 9/11 before that.
No, John Lennon's been dead since '81. So, like, I think he was trying to whistleblow a lot of stuff, and I think he knew that they were building the World Trade Center to tear them down.
What?
Yeah, to manipulate our society to do something called manufacturing consent. So, yeah, we were talking about the Beatles earlier, and how the Beatles may or may not have been used by our press and our media to kind of tone down the feelings about JFK being assassinated. And then it's the reason they needed to get rid of JFK was because they needed to build these buildings, and he was already trying to spill the beans about secret society. If you listen to JFK's last speech before he was assassinated, he clearly brings up that there's secret society and they're getting away with like the most atrocious things you've ever imagined. Right. Yeah, he said he's the one that's saying the term conspiracy.
Is he really?
Yeah, basically with that speech. He's like, there's a conspiracy that is so beyond any human's comprehension. Like, that's what he sounds like when he says it. He's like literally addressing the people. Like,
could you imagine all the shit that he knew?
Well, he was the CIA wanted to get rid of him because of the Bay of Pigs,
right?
Because he didn't want anything to do with that stuff,
right? Yeah,
he was trying to like get rid of all that. So like, I think that they couldn't even get away, or they already had the plans on building the World Trade Center. And like, do you know when it was built? It was built in 1968 was when they first started breaking ground for the first tower. But like, they had to have already been kind of organizing the city to build something that big since like probably 66. So I almost feel like the funding of the moon landing might have been to fund other things involved with those towers.
Like the money over there.
Of the moon landing. Yeah, just the money that they pulled in. And then I also think the moon landing, like, sure, great, we landed there, right? What was the real objective? To put televisions in every home. You know what I mean? The television is used as a tool to make people move this way and move that way and look at this. Were there TVs already during the moon landing? There were, but they're not. So where's the ideal house?
Is the idea that if something so groundbreaking is happening, that if you don't have a TV, you felt left out of
it. It would have been like Facebook 10 years after Facebook.
Yeah.
Because some people didn't care the whole time.
Right. We were also racing. We were also like at the space race, but we were trying to do before Russia, right? Or,
that would have been, maybe they were working together just to put televisions in our homes. Get your TV. Get it fixed. Nowadays, we got like 50 televisions in every room.
I know. I was just thinking about
televisions in our pockets.
I was just trying to like read
televisions while we're driving.
Every room in your house, like you base the
toilet bowl.
You base the layout of the room, every room in your house based on where the TV's gonna go.
Yeah. Yeah, I have this idea for a film I'd really like to make, but I don't have time or money, so maybe
what's it about? Maybe I'll help you make it.
Yeah, I was actually thinking that'd be cool, dude. So it'd be about this character that has a disease called hypergraphia. It's this addiction to writing, right? Like keeps me up all night, writing. Yeah. So this character would have a house that has all this writing written all over the household, like the furniture, walls and shit. Yeah. So the idea is that, I don't know, I think you'd start the movie out, like the pan and the words and everybody involved, and you're just painting across all this furniture, all this manic writing on it. And that would intrigue like somebody like, whoa, what's going on? This is not normal. And then like maybe somebody's knocking on the door, invites themselves in, and then they find the dude that's writing and he's still writing. I can put it on some other furniture. But then I was thinking, like, so he's writing about stuff, and this stuff is going to be related to these little facts and these little connections and these little dots. So it'd be basically like the way a detective's room works when they're using those strings and stuff, you know what I mean? Like this connects to that and that connects to this. So I'm like, I was thinking, having the television in the middle of the room and then having all the information coming off of the television. It's like each room has like different information that kind of goes along with the room. It's like the living room might have information about the moon landing and like other things that are hugely televised. What were the two biggest televised things? 9/11 and the moon landing. And maybe not COVID, because it's been on the news for 2 years. They win.
Yeah, they win.
Wow. They beat the moon landing, damn. With money and like marketing and basically media. Yeah. So it's like, what if the moon landing was really just for televisions at everybody's home? And then the World Trade Center was really just to like put people under the spell. You're under control. Like there's nothing you can do about it.
You gotta rely on the government.
Interesting. Yeah, it's a fear tactic. You know what I mean? Yeah. What's crazy is my grandfather was. I never knew my grandfather on my mother's side. So I've only met my mom's father one time. And he was the foreman of the Ironworkers Union that built the World Trade Center. So I grew up with my mom telling me about going to the World Trade Center while it was being built. That's really the only reason I even looked up. When was it being built? Because who thinks about that?
When was the construction complete? What year, do you know?
1971. See, and that's why I think John Lennon
what year were you born?
On to national television, knowing that they finished it, and knowing that they might have planned on doing this thing on 9/11.
What year were you born?
I think about it. When was 911 created as an emergency phone call? Like, nobody even thinks about those details. Like, when?
Hold on a second. You said you grew with your mom trying to get you to go watch your.
No, my mom grew up in New York while the World Trade Center was being built.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
And your mom
so
went
she
to
was a
see
little
her
girl.
dad building it?
Yeah, she probably went to the ceremonies when it was done. I think, yeah, and I looked up like who built the buildings, like the architects, because it was the company that built it was called Koch. My mom told me that, and I looked it up, and it's kind of misleading some of this stuff about the World Trade Center. It's like you can't really. I couldn't find my grandfather's name involved anywhere.
Yeah,
But I
sure,
know
it's
that
not hard.
it's not made up that he was part of this. My mom even showed me like that card that they gave them for the holidays, like the year they finished it. So like I have like proof no one else would ever have.
Mm-hmm. What is this? What is this, Austin?
Manufacturing consent.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's basically like if I tell you that you need security on your home, and then you're like, oh, I'll be all right, and then I rob your house next day, and don't tell you that I did it, and then I convince you, sure you don't need a security?
It sounds like you need to know.
Yeah. I was even thinking that maybe the Manson murders, what if they were staged in LA, and what if they were used to popularize security? Because what was security like in LA before then?
Probably low.
You know what I mean?
If they were 60, that's when
Same year. Booyah! Connecting dots all day.
So
911
I told you I'd have to
emergency hotline was created the same year
The
that
World Trade Center was built. And guess the guy that, the architect that built it, guess what else he built?
Danny's mind blown right now.
He built the Federal Reserve.
It just
What?
Yeah, bro.
what's his name?
I don't know, because it's...
Hey, by the way, this
Japanese.
episode is
He's
100%
Japanese.
getting shadow banned on YouTube.
He's Japanese.
He is. What's the name again?
What? The
So
Federal
I
Reserve?
was already saying, I think that our governments, when we were talking about Pearl Harbor and the bomb being dropped, right? I thought our government were like, hey, these will let you do this. We both win. We know what these bombs will do. We terrify every other country in the world.
Right.
Look, we win together. Because there's like a massive connection between Japan and Hawaii. There always has been. LBJ that ended up in office after JFK. He's actually directly related to Obama.
How so?
Like the bloodline.
Oh, really?
It's like his uncle or something.
Obama's from Hawaii.
And that's where LBJ likes from.
That's where Pearl Harbor was.
Yep. And then what was the last quarter that came out? With the bat symbol on?
Yeah, right when COVID hit.
That's weird.
That was pretty weird.
Oh, what the fuck? How weird is that? Why did they do that?
Contagion.
But
It's
it's
like
that.
the last
What did it?
one, but they bring it to the back.
I've never seen Contagion.
Really?
I didn't either until it was on TV.
I've seen it before, but I don't know.
So
It's
see,
been a
they're
long time.
broadcasting what they want us to believe. Like, television has been used to broadcast. Well, I don't know. It's about, yeah.
They're kind of like desensitized
It
to
makes
it, right?
sense why you want television. Why they would want television in all the homes to control people through fear, to control people through propaganda,
Yeah.
and to make people believe certain narratives, or to make people, to be able to control them through through politics, like right and left, not everyone fighting against each other.
Yeah, divide and conquer.
Yamasaki was the architect. World Trade Center in New York City, which is briefly the tallest building in the world, was designed by Yamasaki. Wow.
He also built another twin towers
Minoru Yamasaki.
in California called like the Twin Century Towers.
Yeah.
And I guess like when you watch Fight Club at the end, when all
Those are in Santa Monica.
those are the Twin Century Towers, which kind of look like the Twin Towers, and he actually built them too, look like the Twin Towers. Probably same materials, same structural design, just different.
Those didn't collapse, did they?
No.
Not yet.
Fight Club.
In Fight Club, they did.
See, that's what's crazy. This Fight Club came out like 1999, right? And it was about taking down the stock market, basically. Right? The plot, basically, yeah. And then at the end, what was crazy is when I was younger and we were watching that movie, we rented it from Blockbuster. Yeah, let's watch this. Me and my brother, we got home watching it. My mom walks in at the end of the movie when the buildings are falling down. And like I said, her father built the Twin Towers, so when she saw the towers going down, just walking in the room for 2 seconds, she was like, turn that movie off. I don't like it. Like all this. And that was before 9/11. She didn't even make the association. They're like, wow, that happened 2 years later, or 3 years later. And then what I didn't realize is that the buildings that fell in that movie were a different 2 towers that this guy happened to build.
The same guy that built the different from the Century Towers?
He built both Century Towers and the Twin Towers.
Right.
So if it was a reference to the Twin Towers falling, they used a reference to the other Twin Towers the same concept.
That is really weird, isn't it?
It's a strange coincidence.
It's hard to avoid. It's hard to avoid those kind of coincidences.
Yeah. And I don't know. My perspective on it was, I was a little kid watching this movie in 1999. My mom's walking in the room, and she saw those buildings going down. My grandmother took us to the World Trade Center 1 year before it went down. It was almost like she might have known because her husband at the time was constructing it. Like, I feel like that could have been a huge part of why she got divorced and took the kids down here to Florida to get away.
There's no way the fucking construction companies knew about that shit.
Well, he was the foreman.
Even the foreman, bro.
I don't know, dude.
They're not going to
He
tell
might be working hand in hand with that guy we had pulled up. He'd have to be.
No, bro. The foremen, there's no way. The foremen are so far down the ladder from the people that are funding the shit, and they would never let the foremen are
No,
they're building it.
The architect. He had to have at least met that architect.
Yeah, but do you really even think the architect knew this kind of stuff? Is like deep state conspiracy?
The Federal Reserve.
We definitely do.
So if there's any secret entrances in and out of this building, this guy knew, and probably the foreman.
Yeah.
Because like when it went down, it
Was this guy still alive, Yamasaki?
No.
He was born in 1912, so doubt it.
See that same time period where things were getting rough. 1912, that's like the same time period. So one of the first Hollywood blockbuster films was A Birth of a Nation. Are you familiar with that film at all? Birth of a Nation was like this radical propaganda film, black and white, silent, promoting the KKK. It was the first movie shown in the White House. What? Yeah. The KKK was booming in 1919. That movie was a lead grossing film until Gone with the Wind came out. So it had like a 30-year pedestal.
How does A Birth of a Nation revive the Ku Klux Klan? Wait, what does that top part say? The very top part. D.W. Griffith's controversial epic 1915 film about the Civil War and the Reconstruction depicted the Ku Klux Klan as valiant saviors of the post-war South, ravaged by northern carpetbaggers and freed black people. Wow.
But they even got the KKK horse.
Fucking dude with a knight on a horse. Wow, that's fucking.
Horse has no idea what he's doing, bro.
So that's like the first big blockbuster film.
Yeah, if anybody wants to say anybody's racist, say it's Hollywood, because Hollywood was funded by this.
Off this movie.
Yeah, it was like the lead grossing film for like 30 years until Gone with the Wind came out.
What motivates you to research all this stuff?
I just see real things and red flags, dude. Just like Paul was killed.
Just like who?
Paul from the Beatles. Oh, you guys have heard that conspiracy, right?
No.
I guess there's statistics that when that conspiracy was rolling, like,
What is that?
61%. So, like I was saying, Bob Dylan could have been killed and replaced, but he actually had time between when the new guy came out. There was like a hiatus, so that helps. Well, when the rumor of Paul being dead was because, like I said, the government was helping the Beatles out over here, and there's all kinds of rumors that the Beatles were being put on LSD with and without them knowing it. So, like, George Harrison from the Beatles was on the Dick Cavett show, and he was interviewed, and Dick Cavett was kind of being like, what is it? He was gaslighting George Harrison, and he was like, George, like, why are you guys admitting on national television, international television, that you guys do drugs? Like, isn't that irresponsible to your young viewers? And George Harrison just responded like so professionally. He was like, well, is it my responsibility to lie about what you asked me? Don't ask the question.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you don't want to know the answer. And then he was talking about LSD, and he was like, yeah, the first time we did LSD, we didn't even know we were on it. We were at our doctor's house, and he had given us some coffee.
Sidney Gottlieb?
What's that?
Oh, never mind.
I don't know who that is.
Okay, I'll explain after you finish the story. Sorry to interrupt.
So, no, but that was pretty much the end of the story.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, the perfect time.
Sidney Gottlieb was a guy, chemist, who was hired by the CIA's lead chemist. They called him the poison in chief, and he developed a program called MK Ultra.
Yeah, this is all about MK Ultra.
Yeah. And that's it goes back to like the whole Charles Manson. I just had a guy in here who spent the last 20 years of his life writing a book about Charles Manson. It's called Chaos, and it basically debunks all of the known narratives about the Manson murders, a lot of the Beyonce Tate murders, and it basically explains how Manson kept getting let out of prison when he shouldn't have been, and kept violating parole, not getting let out, and how they were visiting this free clinic in San Francisco, and him and all of his hippie followers, they were going to this free clinic, and they were getting LSD.
Yeah.
And it's basically all.
Well, if you listen to the Hotel California backwards, there's references almost like that was the spot to get the LSD from the operatives to Hotel California.
Yeah. If you play Hotel California backwards,
yeah,
what does it do?
Well, first of all, the guitar riff sounds identical both ways, so that was pretty impressive.
Can you try to find that like on YouTube? That won't get copyrighted if you play it backwards.
That's all I do. I cover songs backwards now. I'm the first ever. Well, maybe I might not be the first ever, but I've been covering songs backwards.
Really? What made you want to do that?
Yeah, last time I saw you were actually, I saw you a couple times your band play, and then like the last time I saw you were doing like some of the same music but playing it in reverse. Or even live as well. I mean, you were recording music in reverse and playing it live in reverse or something. So.
Well, yeah, I found this method. So we were talking about phonetic palindrome, or we were talking about palindromes.
Yeah.
Palindrome is.
Hold on, here's Hotel California backwards.
Okay, yeah, this is really fun. Tell me that doesn't sound the same.
It is definitely like your regular song.
Yeah, it does. Almost identical. So this was supposed to direct people to do what?
To buy LSD from the Hotel California, or at least I think they're telling the story of what might have really been going on at the Hotel California.
What is the actual Hotel California?
I don't know, but I heard that the fake Paul McCartney was like staying there a lot, and there's like rumors that he might have been directly influencing the Manson family.
What?
Yeah, because there's like the Beatles were connected to the Manson murders.
Yeah, well, one of the guys.
Skelter.
Yeah, but the whole Helter Skelter was debunked. He copied that from somebody. Manson, they copied that whole. You can turn it off now. He wanted to. He wanted to put a record deal.
It was directly related, but it wasn't directly related as far as
It was
Paul says it wasn't.
right. The prosecutor.
Okay, put that on backwards.
The prosecutor for the fucking Manson trial. He wrote the book. He literally is during the whole entire trial. He hired a writer to be sitting in on the trial so he could write a book about it.
Yeah.
The guy was absolutely fucking nuts. The guy, the head prosecutor, I forget his name. Bugliosi. Vincent Bugliosi. And
so Manson was basically raised by the prison system. He was
right,
a product of the prison system.
Right, he was.
So what's more terrifying, all the shit he did, or that?
Right, but he was a two-bit criminal his whole entire life, just like stealing cars, robbing grocery stores, and just doing.
He
like,
wasn't.
Right,
Right, exactly.
But I mean, going from that to fucking brainwashing people with LSD.
Credibility. It's easy to destroy credibility. You know what I mean? Like any musician at any point in time can be like pointing the finger at them and heroin addicts.
Right.
You know what I mean? And like, I don't know if it's always true. It's like anytime some rock star dies, suicide, or this or that.
Like Kurt Cobain.
Yeah, dude. I don't know. I like to think that Kurt faked his death. And his high Elvis. Yeah. And if you listen to Heart Shaped Box Rappers, he pretty much tells you he faked his death.
Do you listen to a lot of music backwards?
I write music backwards, so.
How do you write music backwards? Like, you mean you take existing music and you rewrite it backwards?
No, I just make small phrases. I have an app on my phone called iReverseSpeech.
Oh.
Right? And then I can record small phrases like,
show me an example.
Blood in the water, hurdle when they dull. So backwards, it should sound vaguely similar. In the water, hurdle when they dull.
Whoa.
Yeah, sometimes it's really clear, sometimes it can be a little shaky.
So you record a whole song that's like this, played in reverse?
Yeah, I've been doing this thing where I've been trying to expose phonetic reversal as a real thing by making it so obvious, by repeating what I'm saying backwards and forwards. Because see, it was Aleister Crowley that started doing reverse speech and popularized it. And that's why it's associated with like heavy metal and Satanism, because he was a Satanist, or at least he was like the leader.
For people listening, who is Aleister Crowley?
Aleister Crowley was, let's say Hitler was envious of Crowley for being more
He's like a ton of black magic.
Yeah,
it's like really weird fucking shit.
Yeah. So like, who knows? They said he was like the most influential man of the world.
There's Aleister Crowley?
At one point in time, yeah.
There was a lot of musicians that looked like great estate and record
Oh
albums.
yeah, that's
there
where Led Zeppelin recorded their
a lot of
Jimmy
good guys.
Page,
Jimmy Page,
Aleister Crowley's.
yeah, this guy was super cool.
Huh.
But here's how I kind of figured out about who's the guy Freemasonry and secret society and how relevant it really is.
Who's the guy who was in California who had like a Church of Satan?
Anton
LaVey. Was he any way related?
Probably knew this guy's books.
Yeah.
Frontwards and backwards.
Yeah.
See, and that's what's creepy is reverse speech was kind of created in a way to affect people's minds without them being aware of it. Right? But I'm trying to expose it. So I feel like
reverse speech was created to, how so?
Well, our brains interpret speech. Our brains interpret speech both forwards and backwards, according to some of the stuff I've been reading.
Without us being conscious of it?
Well, we are kind of conscious. It's our subconscious, so we're not consciously aware of it. But at the same time, like we were talking about palindromes earlier. Mom is a palindrome. It's identical backwards and forwards. Dad is phonetically backwards and forwards.
Right.
Poop. They're spelled backwards and forwards. But mom and dad actually work in speech too. So mom, dad, mom, mom, bag, mom.
Sounds pretty close.
Yeah. And like you can kind of like manipulate it by listening. And
So you're saying popular cultural American songs have hidden messages in there that are intended to brainwash people somehow?
Or maybe just send a
it
message.
could just be a secret message. Like if you listen to Nirvana stuff backwards, heart-shaped box.
Yeah, but
Well,
nobody
a few
listens
years
to it
ago-
backwards.
A few years ago, you could find all this reverse stuff online,
Yeah, people used to
and
play
it's been monetized now. Like people actually made lyric videos, so you could follow the lyrics. Like one of the best songs backwards, Thriller.
Really?
Yeah, dude. Because the message he was trying to portray, like he's like, okay, basically, like I got a new song I'm working on called Pop Music, and this is the first time I'm going to try to use reverse speech where I'm not repeating what I'm saying both ways, and it's going to go like, this is not for singing for gas, lean, pop, on, say, sit.
Wow, that sounds creepy as hell.
Did you hear what it says?
This is not pop music?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm going to call the song pop music. It's going to sound like this for us.
So it's gonna play normally, but backwards. So the way to hear it the correct way is if people reverse it.
Yeah.
That's some
It
next level
sounds like
shit right there,
nonsense forwards.
It sounds like nonsense forwards, right?
It sounds like.
Are there any popular songs like that Nirvana or anyone has done that sounds complete bullshit, like nothing forward, and you have to play it in reverse? Like, is there any proof that they were intentionally doing that?
That's what I noticed was a lot of Nirvana's lyrics were always hard for me to interpret. I could barely hear what he's saying half the words.
Well, that's because he was fucked up, right?
No, it's because he's singing backwards, dude.
Really?
Here, put on Nirvana backwards and you'll see how.
Which song? What's the best song? What's the best
that heart-shaped
In
box.
Bloom.
In Bloom?
Here, and this is why it's the best one. Okay. He says something in the lyrics backwards about the system being messed up or like screw up the system. And half the video is them playing in like this white collar kind of atmosphere. And then half the video is them wearing dresses, throwing and stuff on the stage around. And it happens to be a solar system. So while he's singing backwards, screw up the system.
Find the music video.
They're actually throwing the solar system.
Oh, then yeah.
They should have it with the video somewhere. But even the guitar sounds attainable.
Hit the steps, and then you were discovered. My friend of the podcast sitting there. She was like, "Laughs, sir." We started. Like, dude, are you okay? And you were like, I don't feel well. Said you went.
Well, basically, even if no one else is saying that they're doing it, I'm saying I'm doing it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And these are also that person's interpretation of the lyric.
Right. It doesn't sound identical to what he's typing in.
No, and sometimes people will make videos and they'll just write gibberish underneath it to like kind of avoid even looking into it.
Yeah.
Because there were videos that were like too good. But doesn't he almost sound like he's clear? Yeah, some of his stuff forward isn't clear.
I'm sure drugs make it sound more clear, depending on what you're like. If you take some mushrooms or smoke a lot of pot.
No, that's when I stopped doing that. Like once, yeah. What? Yeah.
What do you mean you stop?
I don't know. Once I figured out all this secret stuff, it's like I don't need any of those drugs to figure it out anymore. I already figured it out.
So that was like the vessel that got you there.
I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, I like messing around with mushrooms a little bit, but I only like really microdosing at any point. Whenever I take more than that, because I like to be in control of my body. I like to be able to go running if I feel like it or something like that.
When was the first time you took mushrooms?
I don't know, when I was like 18 or 19.
Really?
Hang on some friends. Were you there?
I might have been. I've never taken them.
Oh, no?
Never.
Oh, yeah, I think you were asking about that.
Yeah,
I don't know where to get them.
I did,
Oh, okay.
but I've never taken them. Did you take them a lot, like through your teenage years and through your 20s?
No, man, really seldom when I was younger. I didn't start really like kind of messing around with it until I was an adult at home on my own. Like, yeah, and I don't really like doing it around a lot of other people. Right now.
No, nobody does that, right?
I don't know, it all depends. And there's just certain movies that like you're gonna be sitting there for 4 hours anyway.
Yeah. Why not?
Yeah, go watch The Matrix with a microdose. You're gonna be like, whoa.
Really?
You're already gonna be like, whoa, if you haven't seen it.
Right.
It's a mind bender for sure. Yeah. We're supposed to get another one of those soon.
Yeah, we should have another one.
Are they going to use Keanu Reeves again?
I heard he's coming back, but
They have
I think
to.
they're creating a new
Lawrence
cast.
Fishburne.
They're gonna bring them back as like recycled
Yeah, you got it.
Jesus. Yeah. Resurrected Jesus.
Yeah.
It's like what they did with Terminator. Like they recreated.
But I don't know if Morpheus is coming back. Can you have the Matrix?
Why? He's still a fucking FBI detective in every true crime show on TV.
He was in Contagion.
Was he really?
Yeah. Actually, the Contagion cast was stacked.
I want to rewatch that movie. What did
It's
that
not
not
even worth watching.
No?
You're living it right now.
Yeah, right.
For real. Really, it's so boring. Really. It was groundbreaking at the time because we weren't living through it.
Remember during all the fucking the civil rights riots in the streets a year ago when COVID was like the fourth thing on the news? It was like number 4. It was like the 4th most popular story.
I like how
Number
you
1.
called it civil rights riots, but that's not the message anybody got across.
It was the George Floyd riots. All the cop cars burning, people pouring kerosene on abandoned cop cars and throwing bricks through windows.
Yeah.
That was the pandemic. Racism is the pandemic.
Was it really?
No, that's what the headlines were saying.
Oh, yeah.
When all that was happening.
Yeah, the headlines sharing a title like that just stirs up that kind of angst. Yeah. The media's got us fooled. Actually, the term media is like supposedly an old spirit. Yeah, it's like associated with like a spirit.
Is it really?
Yeah.
What kind of a spirit?
I don't know. I don't really know. I'm just maybe I'm mixing up television shows with reality now.
Do you ever find it hard to distinguish the difference between reality and television?
Not one little flavor flaves in the room.
You think we live in a simulation?
I hope so. Because this shit's boring. Maybe that's better outside the simulation.
You think?
Trying to find out.
What are you going to do on Target?
Yeah. I'm ready to pull the fucking plug.
Pull the plug.
Yeah.
You brought your guitar?
Yeah, I got some.
You got any new jams?
Maybe.
Open your eyes. Remember
Yeah.
that one? Remember that one?
That's a classic.
You don't?
I remember it, but I don't remember it. I can't perform it.
What could you perform for us, man? Got any new hits?
Yeah, let's see what we got.
What's trending on the billboard right now? Catatonic Scripts.
Nothing's trending on the billboard. What's trending on the billboards right now is Mars Volta.
Really?
Yeah, dude, they finally released The Last in the Crematorium on vinyl. And it's like number 1 or number 2 on the vinyl billboard charts.
Like, really?
Yeah.
I haven't heard of Mars Volta in 10 years, I feel like.
Probably more.
Yeah, I listen to a lot of that band's offshoots. They have like 20 other bands. That's where I got my idea of like making a new band every week.
Isn't what the fuck's that guy's name? It's in Mars. The guy who made the documentary about suing the record label.
What's the fucking guy's name?
They were
The guy who played the Joker and he's also in the band. 30 Seconds to Mars.
Oh, okay.
I'm thinking of 30 Seconds.
Jared Leto?
Jared Leto. Yeah. I was getting 30 Seconds to Mars and Mars Volta mixed up.
Yeah, he's the Joker.
That was the worst Joker of all time for sure.
Well, did you see him in the Snyder's cut? That one wasn't too bad.
No. Angle that mic towards your guitar.
Gotta be Mr. Cole. It's Phil Gill. It'd be full-time, but now it'd be full-time. Well, then it's full-time Phil Gill. Phil Gill's just
All right, man.
Where's this song?
I don't know. I gotta figure out which one.
You do Adjust Focus?
he stays Mr. Cole. Yeah. Actually, his Mr. Cole was easily my favorite version of my dad.
I can give you a sample of that one we did, or that song.
Which I guess is pretty fucked up.
One of the phrases that I showed you on the reverse.
Okay.
The song's called "Blood in the Water."
Never meet Mr. Cole.
It's trying to use like color symbolism.
Yeah, it's kind of the curse of having like a pleasantly drunk Irish dad.
And
It's like that is actually pretty awesome.
Right, that's not it.
Take a sip.
Drinking, I'd actually be sad.
Move up the vocal cords.
Serious dad. Yeah, but you just gotta drink.
It's called Blood in the Water.
Sure, I'll have a cool
Yep.
My grandfather drank every day. He lived till he was like 85. He was demented. I was there for a little bit towards the end, but
Oh man, I can't believe how good I look. Where we at now? We got
White ass
we're gonna
now,
switch over to
black
Patreon.
ass crow, another pulling blood
Yeah,
all
this
over your
weekend,
homes.
I'll be at
White
Wise
ass
Guys
now,
in Salt Lake
black
City.
ass
Please come
crow,
down. Please come
another
down.
pulling blood
Especially
all
the
over your
Minnesota one. I think
homes.
that's gonna be like
No water, your blood clogged down, you're a craft one. One sack down, one sack
so.
no.
This
Small
weekend
water,
is
your
Salt Lake
blood
City.
clogged
Next
down,
weekend's
you're a
Phoenix.
craft one.
Weekend
One
after
sack
that's
down,
Minneapolis.
one
Bloomington.
sack
We're
hill.
gonna be
Blood in the water.
At Minnesota. Yeah,
Turtle
gotta
in
leave. It's
the
gonna
dog.
be Maybe show up there.
Blood in the water. Turtle in the dog. Five, red, bulls, five, minutes, smell, love, soul, hell, love, five, red, bulls, five, minutes, smell, love, soul, hell, love, five, red, bulls, five, minutes. Blood in the water. Turtle in the dog. Blood in the water. Turtle in the dog. Five, red, feet, bulls, five, minutes, smell, love, soul, heat, hell, love, five, red, bulls, five, minutes, smell, love, soul, heat, hell, love, five, red, bulls, five, minutes. Blood in the water. Turtle in the dog. Blood in the water. Turtle in the dog. White ass smell, black ass trail. Gather for the blood all over your homes. White ass smell, black ass trail. Gather for the blood all over your homes.
What's that song called?
Blood in the water.
Blood in the water. That's dope, bro.
What is that about?
What's up, world? You just watched a clip from one of our exclusive Patreon episodes. That's right, you can get weekly, pure, uncut content straight from the jungles of Colombia. If you want to watch a full episode, make sure you go to patreon.com/concretevideos. Peace.
It's also like, it's not a lot, but it's also like if somebody slips, there's inherent, it's just scary because, like, I remember I used to, like, handle, like, decent amounts of acid. It's scary, holding, like, fucking big thing of it, so it's like, you know,
I think Jay was on the same page as me, where it's just like, is this what we're doing now?
yeah.
Like, or it's just a moment of like, are we more outrageous than comedy at this point?
It's junk. It's junk.
That was crap and junk.
It's one hit, though.
But it was very funny.
Today's guest on the podcast is Jamie Kennedy. Jamie is a hilarious comedian and actor who's had a marathon of a career.
Podcast was great.
He's been in films and TV shows such as Romeo and Juliet, Malibu's Most Wanted, Boiler Room, Scream, The Jamie Kennedy Experiment, and I'd be here all day if I had to keep going. On this episode, we talk about Florida, the evolution of media in Hollywood, what it's like balancing a Hollywood career with comedy and social media, and much, much more. This one is short, but it's packed with gems. Please welcome Jamie Kennedy. Dude, I don't even open up my feeling out my shit.
These people just don't know they do yet. I shared it with everybody, and
You're safe.
I got involved. It was bad, dude. It was,
Bro, coming down the crack, man.
Yeah, this is crack town, but we're not far from the beach. This doesn't remind you of where you're from at all? Malibu. What is this town remind you of?
It's cool, but it's like you gotta like drive through the crack to get to the water. So you like got this dope setup that people are looking at. They don't know they're outside. Looks like it could be potentially war zone, you know what I'm saying, drug stuff. But it's dope, you know, they never met you, and you'll come in this room.
I mean, it was like, you know, again, it sounds like it's so fun. I love being there.
The other homies, Tesla, how many out? Joke, you know what I mean? But it's nice once I got in here, and I know you got a good following. So you'll go anywhere because the numbers. You got good numbers, so I was like, I gotta come in.
The numbers are brought you here?
Dude, my assistant was setting this up, and then they were like, well, we can try to do this. And you guys were a little hard sitting down. You just hit me up. I hate it when people hit me up, and then they want me to accommodate them.
I gotta fire the guy that handles all that stuff.
Oh, he was. Well, no, he was. I mean, no diss to him, but he was like, he can't do it. And I know that you have a good following, so I was like, go over the bridge.
I apologize.
But no, dude,
He's a
appreciate that. No diss to him.
All right, what about you?
But it was.
It's not like it's about a Skid Row. I mean, some people have
No.
Skid Row.
Yeah, a lot of parts are hell.
And
hell. This is nice. I got a nice setup. 70s, you know.
Yeah, that's what I was going for. I was actually originally going for it a little bit. You know, The Sopranos, when it was his name talking to the psychiatrist.
Yeah.
Have you seen Sopranos?
Like, honestly, you know what's crazy, bro? I don't know anything about him, but I know concrete and I know he's a big following. I didn't know that. But I see your clip here right now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so you have like 450,000. Yeah. And I don't know who you are. And yet, you are now a destination that you got me, whatever I am. I'm like a
You're a Hollywood superstar.
Well, I'm a mainstream name, but this is what the beautiful thing is of our world right now. Guys like you can have this hub. It's little, but it's not. It's becoming very big. I did this in Austin. There's another group over there called the Drinking Bros. They're blowing up. And it's like every city has it. So it's like media is completely disruptive.
Yeah, it's super weird, right? Like, I would have never, some little kid with traffic heads, I would never have a chance to talk to or guy with this house.
So,
And you came here.
I came to you. I got my Dunkin' and I listed a driver. You saw my Uber driver. She was fine, right?
Shout out to her. Driving the Malibu with the black house.
Came in the Malabizi. But honestly, it was the numbers. And then ET at the club was like, wait a minute. ET blew up. Like, in fact, 2 other people.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Your name rang bell.
You would be up right now. You're making me feel good.
Juicy.
Love it. How? So you're here on like are you on tour right now doing comedy or what?
Yeah, I mean, we fucking were doing touring in parks, parking lots, and forests in LA. Every time you see them, that's what
It's better than watching, someone get carried out by the ambulance.
Hey, real quick, keep an eye out for him because he might come in later. And then the world slowly opened up and people started making offers. And I was side, the club here is side splitting is incredible. It's like ETs and AC. So it's like those ones that Trump was talking about. They kill the virus. For real, dude. But they do. He's got mad air conditioning. People spread out for still and these lights. So it's like everyone's getting a wash of black light. It's like a UVA light. So he's like so on. So I'm gonna do a meeting outside around 6 feet. Eyes back, smooth as silk. So yeah, man. So I got a bunch. I mean, I'm booked until the middle of October. We'll see the world shuts down. I just started June 1st. Yeah, we're not shutting down Florida. The rest of the world will shut down. The world will be shut down. Florida will still be slamming. Taco. Shout out Taco Bus. Yo, it's closed at midnight, bro. I usually go there at 3 a.m. and get my crack taco. Right? Yeah, bro. It's weird. Like, the next thing you know, Mom's Venus. Like, what's going on? Who was the last guy I had? Mom's Venus? You got to go with Mom's Venus? Wow. Yeah. I bet he's sitting on some cake. Crazy old man. Crazy old. Got the spaceship. Holy child. No. That spaceship. Mom's Venus. That's not Mars. That's 2001. 2001. Mon's like this little tiny hole in the wall, right? But none of the women. All the women that go to the strip clubs, they all come from all over the world. It's they drive like 3 hours to work. Yeah, it's the strip club is here. This is kind of. How can I say this? It's typo. You can't get I'm talking with doctor all this shit and COVID and basically the strip clubs here very high. This is like the capital. I love how you keep wiping that thing down. It's PTSD. And everybody that comes from Los Angeles is very paranoid about it. It's dumb. It's a funny thing. It's not me. No, it's PTSD from the media. Yeah, for real. It's like not, and then it's like you come to Florida and everyone's like chilling, eating a taco, riding a beach cruiser, no drama. I've had no drama so far. Really, I've had packed shows, no drama, no fights, and I see a lot of people wearing masks. Yeah, a lot of people wear masks. A lot of people don't like to call them masks. But I don't see like any people out there with signs doing shit. So it's like, it's what I'm saying is a little bit of, and then your numbers were bumped up 3 times more than what they were. The CDC lied and said 20,000 people. Half of that just dropped 15,000. We got happened 2 days ago. So it was like people are like trying to make Florida.
Sitting like this, dude.
Yeah.
I got you. It's going like this.
I feel like I'm interviewing you. This is how it always goes. That's why you don't know who I am. I know. That's why you don't know me, because I'm shitty. I just do this. I get people like you on here. We talk, we open up. Yeah, exactly. I just watched your podcast, your 4-hour podcast with Bert. Oh, really? Yeah. How? What? Just now to prepare for this? I just watched it in the last, 48 hours. On and off, I just watched it. It was great. It wasn't even like a podcast. You guys were just sitting there on the couch getting drunk and talking shit. It was hilarious. Dude, Bert is the man. He's Florida royalty. I learned on that podcast that he's from Tampa. I had no idea. He's actually from Tampa. Wow. That's what he said on the podcast. Yeah, Bert is like one of the greatest. Yeah, I did like 4-hour podcast. He had so much fun. It's like he has forgotten what he was doing. 100%. That's what he does. And then like, is he in LA also? I think, yeah, he's not far. I think he's over.
So all night, I'm just kind of like, actually, I don't want to get my friend in trouble. You're just that type of guy.
And you have a podcast.
Yeah.
When did you start?
I kind of started it in 2017, and it was called Hate to Break It to You. It was a way for me to start talking to my fans from another 30. You know what I mean? Because it's like people know me from movies and stuff. But like people who know me, you know what I mean? But it's like pod, it's like you keep it real. And then I was doing it a little bit, and it was a lot of work, and then I was getting so busy, and it was hard to do, you know? And then I didn't have the right producers, and then when the pandemic hit, I was like, I'm really good. So then I buckled down and tried to put out. But I do solos, which is solos. So I feel like that's hard. No, I have a lot to say, and I have takes on stuff, and sometimes you get a guest, and they just don't. It's like, you know, people really want to. I have a lot of opinions, so people like it. But a good guest, like I have a guest on today.
So he just somehow champ. Dude, if I had ate the amount he ate now, I'd be high for like 2 days. So it was definitely interesting. I mean, again, it was a horrible thing to do, but in terms of the, you had a good social
I'm serious. So that's what's crazy. You can't talk about shit. So think about that. You know, there's round. So you know what I mean. I'm trying not to be confused. You know what I'm saying? So, and he's telling all the stuff because I put all types of information on it. It's funny, so not people got all booty. So I got a nurse, my buddy, who's a young kid like you, who's like on the front lines. And so it's pretty. So I like people like that who are like expert. Yeah, that's pretty much the only type of podcast I don't really have. There's not really much going on. You're being humble, bro. My brain is just kind of like always just soft. You know what I mean? I'm not very tough. So like I need people like you. You're being humble. Are you a surfer? Yeah, I can tell. You got kind of like the bill, but you're like being super humble, but you're like totally second. Getting these clips out. I like it.
I also love you guys. I feel like
what
you just give me a chance.
You say that you have like a team and you're able to like talk by yourself and you get a lot of your ideas out solo. It's kind of like Bill Burr. He's like the best at that, right? He's the best. Yeah. Does that come from a lot of writing? Was that something that you developed, or is that something that you? No, I think that you're just. That's why I'm in comedy, because it's like you have all these takes on it, like going inside of you, and you're nuts, and you're like, I gotta sponge this. So that's when you go on stage, you know, and so you start doing it. I've had success in a lot of other areas of life, but I'm still drawn to the stage. And it's like, it's a way to like feel heard and share your opinions and get like like-minded and like, yo, you feeling what I'm feeling? So it's just, it's something that it's like you look at something, it gives you, it leaves an impression on you, and you talk about it, you regurgitate it. I feel like being that kind of person is not good for right? Because you have an opinion on everything, it's not really good. So you don't want to piss off the establishment. Yeah, that's a very good point. I think the establishment is being constructed. Like I said, because see all the bullshit, see all the stuff that they're feeding us, and being like, do we want this? You know what I mean? It's like people are making this shit from behind this wall and this mountain. It's like, yeah, it's cool, but like I want to hear like the realness. I want to hear a voice from somebody. And so you're definitely right, but I think that's all crap. Has it made an impact at all on that part of your career? Because obviously that's like,
they need like the trying on sneakers mirror.
Did you started acting or did you start comedy? I started both, you know, in 1990, but I really got more successful as an actor. But like I was making inroads into comedy in LA, but I wasn't really getting known for it, and then but by getting with the comedy skills, definitely more than acting.
Because you started doing like podcasts and broadcasting, just kind of like raw and open shit and giving your opinion on shit. Has that affected your acting career at all? Or like, has it, do you have agents and producers talking to you, like, don't say this, don't say that? Is that real?
It's so fucking real. I don't think it hasn't affected me yet. There's definitely, I definitely have a representative of mine call him out who definitely told me, yo, go easy on saying certain stuff, and then you just might want to let it go. I just kind of let it slide, and you know who you represent, you know what I mean? And this is what we do. We don't like curtail like an artist. We can tell like fucking Johnny Rotten, go easy on just, you know, slicing yourself with a razor blade. No, Johnny Rotten. You know, I'm not saying I'm doing that, but it's like, yeah. So that was a great example of this typical, like, make money, don't rock the boat, always try to get the bag, to like have an opinion, to rocking the boat. But there's a new bag out there. That's what I'm saying. All of this disruptive media is making a new bag. Because the audience really want the new bag. They're sick of the bullshit. I hate to say it. But the waking up, the real wokeness is the people waking up to all the
Do you think that there's people out there, like, because you were just in a movie with, what was the latest movie, the Brad Pitt one? The BP?
That one, I did that one, but then I
What do you mean you got? Oh, they cut you out when they were editing.
but they're really good. But hopefully, I heard it's a Ghost of Criterion collection. You know that. So that would be good. But no, they're gonna make you daddy. DP's daddy. But I did another movie that you talk about. But I did Rosie, and I pissed the last 4 hours. And that was just a movie So that came out over the pandemic. Considered like a more right-wing movie. I'm just an actor. I'm not right wing. I'm not left wing. But they were people. But so far, I've learned. Well, the take was a little bit more like, hey, abortion is a little bit more dicey than people say. There's money being made. There's an agenda there, and a lot of people don't like that. They rights. Got a lot of people. And, you know, then people have my opinions, and I'm like, I'm just an actor. And, you know, being responsible for my opinion. So it's a long conversation. But basically, in a nutshell, that's what you should do. You should make movies about things that cause conversation, and that's what it was uncomfortable. I mean, I like escapism. What's Facebook about it? Like what you're talking about. I'm mad at you. Stop from getting out of whatever it may be. But it's like coming full circle with YouTube too, because now everyone's in the media right now talking about YouTube. They make conversations that they don't think this could be like an incredible, like you were talking about, like your buddies who are going to do that. They'll probably demonetize it because it talks about COVID or has any kind of opinions on it. Unprofitable to talk about that. I think that's true.
That's strictly for dudes wearing sneakers.
So it's like coming full circle. It's like now YouTube and
I know. So what did I tell you?
because you got to join, what's his name? Glenn's Rumble website.
I just saw that. I just saw you. Kind of dope. Let's be real. But then they're gonna call you like a right winger, right?
I guess probably he was on. I saw that he tweeted out.
Glenn Greenwald?
He's a gay political guy. He started some media platform a long time ago, and then he just so there's a backlash. Joe Biden's a fucking pussy, and you're like, Oh, there you go. That was a way to describe that. You're gonna get so much shit. He's a gay political guy. He's a gay political guy, but he's got a lot of really good takes. Like he's
Why wouldn't he?
he's obviously he's a left wing guy, but he just like shits on like hypocrisy of the left wing politics and all the corrupt people in there, and how like he talks a lot about like the deplatformization of people and like the freedom of the press and how they're like trying to put Julian Assange, however you say his name, in prison for life. He's overseas and like turning journalists, into basically trying to incarcerate journalists for talking about everything they're talking about. Yeah. And he just, lately, he's pointing out a lot of this. He's actually pretty cool. He's just this like gay left wing guy. He's going on all of these right wing shows like Tucker Carlson and still Democratic hate him. Oh wow! Why would you go and talk about on this guy's show? Because he's keeping an open mind. He is keeping an open mind. That's why I like the guy. He's very smart. And he started Rumble. I don't know if he started. I learned about him through the guy Tim Dillon. Yeah, I learned he was on his show. Okay, so that's how I found out who he was. And then he's just been pushing this Rumble thing. And maybe it probably isn't. I gotta go, dude. But think about this. Look how insane this is. Like you can't talk about certain stuff. Like I get, like it's like that you're being monitored. What does that tell you? Like YouTube used to be like the freest, craziest shit. The fact that they are like, that just shows you that's like if something is, if there was no I call fuckery charcuterie. If there was no charcuterie there, you would be fine. It's not like you're saying, if you're just saying something against what a bigger message is being pushed out, that's weird. And that's what I'm saying. And then when you comment on it, people are like, no. It's like you're being controlled. Like, if you can't have an opposing opinion based in some type of reality, then we're in trouble. And I just feel like that's what's weird. Like big tech is now, I don't know. Yeah, but they're like, they're pushing the same narrative as like, let's just say CNN. And I'm not saying CNN all has bad stuff; it has some cool stuff. Yeah, but it's definitely a biased thing. Just like obviously Fox is biased, but Fox is like the dark star, and CNN is considered weak. You know what I mean? But are they? Yeah, and it's all everyone talks about now. It's like everybody knows that Fox and CNN is two completely polar opposite things. Just push headlines for views. Yeah, and I think those shows aren't very successful. They get those daytime or nighttime segments they have on their shows get way less viewership than your average podcast does. Yeah, totally. Like your episode with Bert probably got twice as many views as any episode of Tucker Carlson. That's crazy. That is crazy. That's nuts. Oh yeah, but pods are super. Have a seat, Mike. Oh, what's up, dude? This is my friend and client, Mike. What's up, Mike? Join us. How you doing? You jumped in late. We're talking about what happened, Mike? Where were you at? Where were you? You were in the car, dude. He was in the Tesla. Yeah. Right, you're not coughing. Right? Oh, he's worried about no cough. He's worried about he's got his card. Can you show it to him? Card? That's all right. You can buy those in 2 months. That's all right. I don't need to see it. I got you. Shedding. No, even if you have your card, you can still spread it, Mike. Spread it. No, it's fine. It's fine, Mike. I have a hockey mask. I won't protect them, but if you throw something at me, we're good. He was worried about coming here because he called this town Cracktown, and then he felt better once he got into the studio. Nice. It was like I was walking around. Really?
He pulled up in the car with the door open. You're driving down the street with the back. You're driving down the street with the back door open.
Ghost ride the whip.
What was ready to do? Jump out?
I was ready to just, you never know when to jam out. You know what I mean? I was about to run out, and I'm like, all right, just go to the walking. I'll just run out. And then she's like, oh, he's over here.
Remember,
You liked it, though.
I did.
Buckner's down with the bitches in the house.
The bitches in the house, right?
My daughter and I watched that movie, probably conservatively 20 times.
Nah.
You tell me any part of that movie, and if you can stump me, I'll give you,
You're watch. All right, ready, Mike?
Okay.
Shrink, blinkety blink.
Right. Shrink. Blink, shrink.
Shrink, blinkety blink.
Yeah, but it's like, when you want to
Try to make me think. Can you finish your rhyme?
Yeah. Try to make me think.
Gotta go to the sink
Throw it in the sink.
and vomit. Clean it up with comment. Yo, Earth is my planet.
It's my planet.
Planet. I had to make a rhyme. Stumbled through that one. Mike, appreciate it.
Mike's a huge fan.
Huge
Keep throwing about me. Keep throwing it. It's the funniest movie ever.
Appreciate it. I think it's aging well too, right, Mike?
Yeah, it is. And you ever is that your most well-known?
That, Scream, Jimmy Ken Experiment for the Super Comedy Heads, and Ghost Whisperer for the Midwest Comedy. Those are like the four. I mean, then there's like movies like Enemy of the State and different movies that like. Yeah, I would say Malibu.
In that one, you were second question. So it's huge.
Yeah.
So that was my favorite. You didn't have a part in it.
He was.
The other people had fractional parts.
Yeah.
The movie
It was B-Rad.
yeah.
That's what I was trying to do, you know, trying to be
Up in the booth.
up in the business.
What was the deal with what was the deal with that movie? How did it come about? Like, what was like?
Oh my
how
God,
did they
it was
approach
so
you with
funny.
it? Was it your?
No, so it was like at that time, a lot of late 90s, white boy was one of the gangsters. That was like a big affliction that now is accepted. But at the time, it was a new strain of an affliction. People were like, what is this? And there's a couple movies that like I went in for and I didn't get, but I always had that character. I did stand-up. Saying my stand-up was basically just trying characters, getting it going. And then I did the show, Jimmy King Experiment, with the whole other ball wax, and then the character got very popular. So I had to skip for it, kind of like my show was at Warner Brothers or whatever. So, we developed it and it was a low budget. Get a cast off the races. And it was powerful.
Do you still like to this day? If you're in public,
people look at me now and they say, you can be kidnappers.
Well, the reason I ask you,
But they do. They'll roll up on me and say,
and
trying to make it sense.
sometimes it's I didn't think Mario Lopez and one time out in Vegas, he's probably
Oh, shit. You're going to drop a jewel.
I
You're
don't know
going to drop
about
a jewel,
that.
Mike.
I don't know about that. But just by chance with the Hard Rock, because I knew you and playing blackjack, and I was with Jerry Instructor on one side, and Mario on the other side, and everybody was calling him Petey and Mario Slater, and both of them just annoyed the shit out of both of them.
Wait, why was you guys not playing at a public table?
Well,
On the floor?
I noticed that.
But who would you now? It had to be public because they had a private table. So they were getting so they were getting annoyed.
It happens. I mean, sometimes it's like, it just depends. If you, like, Darius and Mario are just normal people. You know what I mean? They just happen to be famous. Like myself, I'm very fortunate. But there are days when you just want to play blackjack. You don't want someone to come up to you going, "What's up, Slater?" So
I know. It's took a long time.
But you kind of gotta be ready for it for a public figure. 100%. Like you have to go in with your best foot forward. And the problem is that we can't make mistakes. If we do, then we're, POS. It's like, I might have gas. I might have had a bad bowl of oatmeal. My girlfriend might have, hollered at me. I might have just lost money in the stock market. You don't know what's going on. And it's like, and it's like, so that's what it is.
But as an artist, you did something that put you on the map.
100%. I'm very fortunate.
And then you've done so many things that are so much better. You've grown as an artist. Yeah. And that everyone still wants to bring you back to that.
Well, no, that to me is very high art. Malibu's is very high art. It's pop art. It doesn't take itself seriously, but there's a lot of messages in it. It's aging very nicely.
The biggest beauties in the state.
Yeah, because the biggest beauties. But it really has to do with cultural appropriation, which is a big topic now, but also cultural appropriation and appreciation. That's what the movie's about. Where's appropriation? What's appreciation? And for me, it was based on just a white dude. Doesn't mean I love it. I can't rap to it. But that's what I love. I grew up with Led Zeppelin, and then somebody gave me hip hop. So I love Led Zeppelin, but I also really love hip hop. Yeah. But it wasn't like that, as you know, in the early 80s. It was like hip hop was like, more like in the city. Led Zeppelin was more like suburban kids. Right. And I was always like, kept my foot really in both.
But when it comes to those mixing of cultures and different music and that sort of thing, I don't think anything is more just validated than Kurt Cobain and Nirvana with the big head. I mean, when that grunge music came out of Seattle,
trying to have a normal life or trying to be an artist. It's like, here's my new song, by the way, hey kid, and they're listen to their causes. It's like, well, how do you make anything?
Well, because grunge was so intense.
Yeah, but it was
Kurt was so
like a light switch.
Well, yeah, I mean, Van Halen's different. I think they're a much deeper band, and they're so interesting. But I think some of the hair bands that were more fluffy realized how deep Kurt was. Kurt's like a super, generational artist. He's like John Lennon. Yeah. So you're saying that's just completely. I remember that. You're right. It shut down that whole fluffy, and became as raw as it can be. Incredible. Yeah, I love Molly.
And other bands that matter,
You're just saying he was so deep. There's so much pathos.
The unfortunate thing, really, is that it's great music. And my personal opinion, it was so great because he's a really troubled soul.
Yeah.
He wrote some great stuff.
Did you ever see the
I would
HBO?
never want to be in his place.
Did you ever see the HBO documentary now?
I've seen multiple ones.
There was one with the drawing. They took his book, his writing and stuff, and they put animation to it. It's insane. He's incredible. Yeah, he seemed like a very, very troubled.
It seems like some of the most successful artists in
I think so. Yeah, I mean, look, it doesn't mean you can't grow up in a nice life and not create something great, but usually troubled people channel that pain, and it's usually something really amazing. You know what I mean? Right. So it's
Yeah, I know. It's intense, but like, yeah, it's like fortunate. It's so unfortunate, but it's like, you know, yeah, she's still here.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. And even like many other singers go around and they say they write their best music, but yeah, they're not free unless they're depressed.
The way to cope.
Yeah, it's they're just the music, the lyrics, it pours out of them.
Yeah.
And they're everyone has good days and bad days.
Yeah.
They're not. They'll say that they're depressed or anything, or the music doesn't come on the good day.
Yeah.
It comes on the depressed day, curtains closed, kind of like now.
Yeah.
And then when they emerge, they emerge.
Yeah. You know what I love talking about podcasts? About people. I hate that. I'm still in Hollywood. So that's the point. All that. Jesus Christ.
Oh,
yeah,
talking
about me.
Yeah, we just popped all your tires, didn't we?
Mike came in.
We started talking about
Can you go back to whatever you were doing?
Oh, I got one I want to talk about.
Hey, he brought up the Marilyn Manson. I'm just saying, most great music, not most.
They're pain,
a
right?
lot of
They're
great
pain.
music, and they'll tell you it's remember
pain,
my darkest hour. These words just flow out of me. Yeah.
Mike, what do you do?
I actually own a chain of hearing centers.
Oh, a hearing center.
It fits people who do audience testing.
Oh, okay. You're like helping society.
It's audible hearing aids. It's literally the only thing I've ever done.
Wow.
I started in this industry when I was 21. So I'm still doing it.
That's awesome.
So you go to like Africa, like thousands of kids. Yeah, a lot of people get $1 if they work in an hour.
Yeah.
Some of the places you don't want to be in.
Yeah, no,
but prior to this pandemic, I was probably doing 5 missions a year between 1 week and 3 weeks.
So you're a missionary.
Well, I'm an entrepreneur,
Go to like Botswana and stuff like that.
I've been to Africa twice, all of
Congo.
Twice. Yep. Honduras, Mexico. I have no idea how many times. Peru. Just any place where it's just impoverished and people are just help otherwise. Beautiful. So, but hey, this isn't about me. It's about you.
That's beautiful. That's a good story. My hearing is okay that I know.
I hear that every day.
That's the healing. Oh yeah.
Nick Swartz,
He's one of the funniest things. He's like one of my first comedians.
A Day in the Life of was the first time I saw him. Oh my God, The Day in the Life of, and there was this probably 50 years ago. Yeah. And it's just funny.
Oh, it's a good time. He helped, he was like the guy that really helped personality.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he wrote a lot of it. He would, I would like riff the characters and he'd go, and he was like 10 pages. Absolute brilliance in the acting. He really helped that movie become what he was Genesis. So, he's my boy, I love him. I think he's down here right now.
Is he really?
I think he's somewhere in Florida right now.
Well, then
I gotta get his house on then.
Yeah, you gotta
hit him up and get him out.
You gotta hit him up.
Holy shit. Yeah. Well, he doesn't know I hit him up, but you do.
Yeah.
I'm sure he wants.
He is brilliant. There's no doubt about it.
The best.
No doubt about it.
Like one of the funniest people you'll ever meet.
Yeah.
You'll just sit with him and you think you know him. I've sat with him 50 times. Every time I'll find something real. I just cry. Like he'll always just make you laugh. I love him. I used to fucking just love Stan
Science caused
He talks so much. He loves football.
Oh, yeah. So much shit about football. So fucking funny. Does he have a podcast?
I don't know. I don't think so.
No?
No, I don't think he does. You gotta hit him up, bro. He'd be perfect.
Yeah, it's always like him, like you, Nick, and Dirt Nasty were always kind of like
Simon.
Yeah, you guys were always kind of like owned that niche. You know what I mean? That comedy acting niche, like comedy rapper slash actor.
Yeah.
In LA.
Yeah, there's a few of us. You know what I mean? That have that kind of vibe. I don't know.
Fucking the same mold.
Yeah, you know what I mean? It's like hip hop inspired comedy, you know. You know, Simon's also hilarious. His raps are dope. You know what I mean? It's funny because his raps are funny, but they're really dope. Like, they got great beats and their hooks and his style, like Dirt Nasty. Like, as soon as he comes on, you know it's him. So he's got a signature sound. And I think that, you know, sometimes, I think it's probably, you know, he got a lot more music.
That's another interesting thing that we talked about with first. Like, you guys are like comedic rappers, but you guys are aren't you teetering on the edge of being like legitimate, like successful hip hop artists and comedians?
Well, it's like, yeah, it's my buddy Stu, who's also, Stu's a really good rapper. So it's like, you got people, right? So it's like, kind of like for white dudes, the way in the hip hop was fun. You know what I mean? Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, say what you want, like, you know, one of the best ever to do it, Eminem, you know. His first rhymes are so insane and amazing, but they're funny. Like, he's a sick lyricist, but there's a lot of comedy there. Eminem is hilarious, you know, and he's also very deep, very dark, you know, like intense. But his foray into hip hop was, you know, Hi, My Name Is, which is like dope, sick, but hilarious. And I think that's what like the Beastie Boys initially were funny. Me and Stu, like my buddy Stu, dope rapper, really good. You know, a ton of stuff with the Care Bear, he's John Darko, like, he's in a lot of stuff. He just rapped on the side in GarageBand. And like one day I heard him. He rapped so good about a porn star heard him. And he started dating him. Like, that was like, yeah, because he started dating him because she loved his. He started rapping so much. And so, like, so I was a fan of his rap. And I'm like, yo, I'm going to produce your rap. So I gave him like 20 grand to like do his album. Couldn't get it going. You know, this was before like SoundCloud. And I'm like, yo, I'm doing this movie. Like, you got to help me. So he wrote my rhymes, but not really for Malibu. And he started writing all these other rhymes. So I wanted to put out a comedy rap album called Crack. But like, that's what comedy and rap. But like before, like the Lonely Island is also really funny. But the Lonely Island is dope too. Like, they're good rappers. So I think that's what we do. We go in with a funny way, and then, but no one can accept it. Now there's artists that can. One minute they're acting, the next minute they're cooking, the next minute they're writing a book, and they're like accepted. But for a while, people were in, like, they couldn't take you outside of your hole. And so I think now it's easier to be cross-platform artists. Yeah, like, you can, the key to it is a good beat, and then like keeping the shit hard. But for me, you couldn't be hard right away. But if you listen to my album, there's some bangers in there, low key.
Hell yeah, low key
bangers. You know what I mean?
Mike, you know what low key bangers are?
You know what low key bangers, Mike?
No.
Low key on the high note.
Maybe you missed the part where I said it.
No. Low key on the high note means that it's like, yo, it's like, how can I say it? Like, yo, this taco's low key fire. So how would you say what that is? Turn it on. Marilyn Manson. Low key, just like a lot of people don't know about it. Like underrated. It's really fucking good. Like Taco Bus has got a low key fire. So you don't know. Right, like not the most popular thing. Okay. But
Not mainstream.
It could be the best. Yeah,
It's not mainstream.
like
a lot of Florida rappers
came up. Yeah, like that. Like have you heard of Rod Wave? Yeah. He's like one of the top 5 Billboard hip hop artists. He's got he's in like top 5 Billboard for the past year and a half, 2 years. He's literally born and raised 10 minutes in the ghetto. Wow, yeah. Look at St. Pete has a ghetto. Oh, dude, getting sick, and she had to go to a doctor, and the doctor's like, Southside. Not like stabbings and stuff. Oh yeah, stabbings and shootings every week probably. I mean, it's not as bad as like some other times. It's not as bad as Chicago, but it's still pretty bad. Yo, like low key, like Chick-fil-A. Trying to think. Yo, Popeyes? Like, we got the Popeye chicken sandwich. Medium key fire, meaning kind of it's bad, and then it'll just go high key. You just like, yeah, it's just high key on the high note. Yeah, that's when you're sold out. It's done. You've already. Like, I'm not gonna lie, like, if you come off stage, right. And you didn't expect it to be that good, because it was like, I played as like a tree house in LA, I'm not kidding. I was telling them we were playing all these places outside, and some dude has got this dope setup, he would love it. With like tables and bushes, but like high up. He built straight up during the pandemic, he built like tree house. Not crazy extravagant, but dope. So there's a table up there. This dude's crib in Los Feliz, not far from me, by Fisher Park. And so you go there and you'll do a show, and there'll be like 60 people. And there's like little booths and shit, and it's hiking, meaning it's like, yeah, because it's in the back of this dude's house, and it was like one of the hottest clubs.
It's in the back of his house.
He built it in the back of his house. You just park on the street. That's hilarious. And it's high key fire. Yeah, so it's like that's one of the greatest things about the pandemic is sparking entrepreneurs. So many cool, interesting events, people, shows, podcast blew up. Okay, so there's always moves to be made. Well, like, something's good or bad. Always move, right, Mike?
Like Churchill said, never let problem go away. Never let
Can you find the Churchill quote he's talking about?
Yeah, it's never let a crisis go to waste.
Is that
never let a crisis go to waste? I think it took me longer to say that than Churchill lived.
Low key, I was waiting for somebody to high key mention it.
Never let a crisis go to waste.
Speaking of low key fire, bro, some of the best podcasts that I've done have been low key fire. Like the most fire podcasts, they're always low key.
Yeah.
They're not like the most popular ones with the most views.
Yeah.
It's weird. It's like the shit that pops up on YouTube more than anything else. It's not always the best stuff. Like the best content that I've done has not always been like. I'm sure you feel that way with like movies and different shows that you've done, or specials that you've done.
I did a movie called Party Party. Ever seen the movie Falling Down? Jews eat. So it's basically kind of it's like the original.
Just give it up.
Get off my lawn type of dude. And Michael Douglas. Brilliant movie. And it's basically just like a guy that's having a bad day.
It turns into a bad week.
Yeah.
A bad month.
So I did like a low budget version of that called Buddy Hutchins, and it's just guys that do horrible things, but they're like they're justifiable throughout the song. And it was kind of over the top. At one point I have a chainsaw, it's a little crazy. But people have hit me up about it, like, yo, Buddy Hutchins is low key fire. Like, so but it played a niche, you know. So that's what I'm saying. Like, things have niches. So your podcast, people will have niches. It's like when you go to a convention. I do a lot of horror convention signings, and there's just people that are just straight up. The dude who was the fifth death guy killed in Chucky will have such a line because people connect with that character. So super specific things now. That's why this media is blowing up, because people will just. With the hearing aids, you know, there's a lot of people out there that need a hearing aid. They'll take that clip and they'll look at it, and it might be a lot of traffic to Mike because of that. So it's like, I think it's just all of us being able to connect in our needs. Well, that was the Churchill one. That was happens, Mike.
Do you think how many parts of the Malibu's Most Wanted were kind of just that list, like off the cuff, like improv? Yeah.
Well, Nick would write, like, Nick had a really good scene, he would write it, you know, and then it was pretty much, I'm from the Keenan Library School of like comedy, so Keenan will have your scene, and then it'll have 5 other jokes. So I didn't have that luxury, but I would get like 3. So I would say, you know, it was a good amount of it improvised. Tay and Anthony are hilarious, and as funny as Art's word written, they're way funny. So much. So they were a huge influence. And all the rest of us had moments of that, but I was writing all the time, so I would add another joke in, and I'd say, try this joke, try this joke, try this joke. So I tried a lot, so that was kind of like it. But there was definitely stuff in the end of the scene where I just
yeah, you said with Jim Carrey and Liz Louise, they're totally never something. People on it. Yeah, some of the funniest stuff is like the minute after the scene.
That's why you hire somebody. What was that? Matthew McConaughey said something where he's like, Interstellar. He was just like,
come on, Danny, put it out. Come on.
I'm trying. I'm better than Churchill, at least. He said when he does his scenes, he practices them to make sure they're rolling. Because he's like, the first time he says it, it's always like that. The time after that, it's always acting. The first time he says it, it's always weird.
Yeah. Everybody's got their own process.
That's so true.
Yeah. You know?
Have you seen his movie that he did on
What was the movie?
Well, do you find out what the name of the latest Harmony Korine movie was? It was called Beach Bomb.
Oh, I heard it's good.
Dude, so good. It wasn't even like watching a movie. It was just like watching some dudes hang out for 2 hours. No script. It was just like he has Matthew McConaughey, Jonah Hill, and some other guy like sitting there behind some $10 million mansion in the Keys, and they're drinking and they're cooking. It's like, action, go ahead, just start talking.
Yeah.
Such a cool
$10 million mansion, drinking and hookers.
Drinking and hookers.
Well, I tell you, I met Matthew McConaughey, and talked to him, and you know what? He is the most family-oriented, honestly. His kids, his wife, that guy is
he's from Texas.
That guy is just straight up.
I wanted to ask you, I want to respect your time.
So, I got another pod.
Do you really?
Yeah.
Can we talk a little bit about the heckler?
Yeah, go for it. Wrote your notes. Did you get to your notes?
No, I didn't get to my notes.
Yeah.
I want to talk about heckler. I never do
Oh, the
notes.
stutter and fuck to my right won't shut up.
What?
I said the stutter and fuck to my right won't shut up.
You're not a stutterer. You just had what we call Biden burn.
Oh, no. Now that hurts, man.
That hurts. I do a whole joke about it. Hey, man.
No, I'm serious.
Hey, man.
I'm serious.
Mike.
Come on, man.
Mike's doing a
Biden
beating
brain.
Biden. I love that.
Hey, listen, we're on track. We're going to do over 300 COVID shots this month. 300.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, wait.
I do a whole joke about it.
Do you?
Yeah.
Are you performing tonight?
Yeah.
Are you? Where?
Sizeville.
Yeah.
We should go watch him.
We should.
Let's do it.
I'm good.
Do it.
We're gonna go.
Absolutely.
We're gonna hang out. Do you sell merch out there?
I do. Fuck yeah. 8:30, 10:30. Probably the 8:30 show.
Yeah, but we got you, so it doesn't matter. Some people just don't get that type of stuff.
After this podcast over, he's gonna delete my number. He's gonna forget we even exist. He's gonna show up.
No, but Biden, they say he's got a stutter, which is unfortunate. But it's like at some point, when he's not stuttering, I said it's not a speech impediment, it's a brain impediment.
Look, you can watch old video of him.
Yeah.
On his whole life. He doesn't have a stutter.
People get wrecked.
Did you know hearing loss is when you can talk all the time?
Is that true?
One of the leading causes. Yeah, let's not talk about it.
But what inspired Heckler? How did Heckler come about? That's the name of it, right?
Yeah, Heckler is all about just really happened with like online, just
Online.
I started becoming a name and then I started seeing like all the comments, I never had that. You go to a movie and then the movie would be done. You wouldn't like go write the actor in the movie and go, the guy who played the postman sucked. Yeah,
You're under such scrutiny
you
now
can't
from
like
everybody.
go into his DM and be like, you suck, dick, sir. You suck as a postman. Like, that never happened, bro. I don't know what you know in terms of his life as a generation. That was just, you went and saw something and it was done.
Right.
And then we reviewed the movie.
It was on the side of the road.
Yeah, it was like reviewed in a paper in a respectful way. And so Heckler was kind of like my comment on society of how it's changed, how everything became Heckler. So that's what we live in now. We live in a troll society. It was way before all this shit's happening now. But like reviewers used to review a movie. They review you now. They review your career, your face, your body. Comedy club hecklers we consider the worst. They're not now the bravest because they're there. They're cool. Online is the worst. They hide behind a meme or something, and it's like, so a whole thing is the exploration of like accountability. Like, who are these people? And then, so I got all these like crazy ass comments, and so I went and explored them. And I went and literally did the thing where you consider the source. And I found out what the source was. And then people would look, I'm pointing to this, and I put them on stage. Google, they would bomb, And so that was, that's what the whole mission was about. Exploring who these people are. What do you think the main differences between internet and 90% of my comments? What's the difference between those kind of people and people who are like a lot of
It's easy to do 12 foot tall or both
Yeah, I think some of those guys swipe it. They're just like, they don't think anything of it. They see you and they're like, you just fucking surfing Poindexter or whatever. So I don't know. I'm just
pretty on point.
Yeah, but it's like, so they'll just say shit and they don't think of it. You got a big gulp in, caffeine's running. Some of it's just harmless. Some of it is like, they really piss them off because they live in the life they want or something and they're insecure. And some of it is just actual trolling of like, there's an art to that too. So it's different. There's like 3 or 4 levels to it. But, I think we should have something on social media where no one can comment without accountability. So you have to see who the person is. No, I don't want to censor them. I think all comments, I want to know exactly who they are. I want to know exactly where they are. No anonymity anymore. No anonymity. Yeah. And it's just like,
if you write it, sign your name.
Yeah, because you just see a lot different happening. And then you could like people say so much shit to me, and then they have private accounts. It's like you,
somebody in a bar, you get your ass kicked.
you pussy. Like they're such
Can push it out, but can't take it.
No, yeah, they can't even. They won't allow you to comment, and I'll leave the comment. And then at some point, I just won't even comment. I just let my community forget about police. But it's just, that's all good. I'm not beyond reproach. We all should be, have looked upon as, can be criticized. But it's like, yo, let's have a discussion. Don't do a drive-by and dumb me down and then hide behind your fucking private wall. Bitch.
The people that do it in the shows, they are way
braver. That's the whole
the liquor, right?
That's the ironicness of it. I don't know. Some of them are just most hecklers are harmless. They're just having a good time. They're laughing. They're you say something, they do so much. They're part of the show. They don't understand. But mostly white women when they born. We call them the triples up, the white wine warriors. Yeah, they get a box of friends. And Karens and Sharons. That's the scariest gang. But what I'm saying is they get this. They're brave because they're there. I can see their face. Right. That was brave, and those used to be not brave. Those are what I'm saying. I respect them more than any of them. If someone threw a tomato at me, I wouldn't really enjoy it, at least soft, but I would respect them more than somebody unless somebody's leaving a comment on the country.
Does it affect how you handle hecklers? Because, historically, to me, the last thing you do is a heckler. You were apart.
What do you mean? Does it affect?
Well, now somebody heckles you what stand up comedians do, which is, make a joke of them, embarrass them. Well, they're other ones right back on
you deal with them in the moment, and communities usually win. Sometimes that win out, but they'll definitely. Some people take their licks, and other people will go on them board.
Yeah, but if you're funny, if it's funny,
the crowd sees
you destroyed them in a good way, and you made it a good job.
Everybody doesn't stop them. It doesn't stop them from going. The next morning or that night, whether it's still whatever the
White wine warrior.
White wine warrior.
White wine. I fucking love Mike's giving me Biden brain now. With.
That's fucking great.
Appreciate you, man.
Thank you.
I would love to hang, but I got a product.
Tell my listeners, promote your product.
My product is hand sanitizer.
Shut up.
You're helping the world, but I'm helping the world. Jizz It Off. It's called Jizz Off. You can go on jizzoffproducts.com. It's basically just hand sanitizer, but it's like, the world is covered in germs, but another term for it is jizz. It doesn't have to be that word. It's like, everything's got schmutz on it. It's nice, it's soft, and it's $5 for the Jizz Off product.
My daughter, when I tell her,
Give it to your daughter.
No, she's 28.
Oh, okay. All right.
But she and I watch all these
Say it. It's B-Rad's. Yo, B-Rad. But then you got to promote the shit, Mike. When you're in Honduras, pay people for hearing aids. Like, yo, what's up? Jizz It Off. So then what's up? Use that shit off. Ladies walking to the bus. Go a little bit. What are you guys doing together, by the way?
We meet up all the time.
What are you guys? Is he your client?
He's my friend and my client. I do his advertising for his business.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I do that.
There's a market.
Making the commercial. Where do people find your podcast?
Go to my podcast. You can just go to my website. Has everything. JamieKennedy.com. It has my Instagram, Twitter, my Facebook. That's my hub. Jamie Kennedy.
Love you, Jimmy.
Appreciate you. Love you guys.
Awesome to meet you, man.
Pleasure to meet you, Mike. We're rolling. Nice to meet you.
So anyway, this dude just watched his 10-year-old sail off out of life. Yeah, true. That's what my wife said. I was like, can you put the dad out of the water? She was like, yeah, I would make you get back in. Right? We drive back and I would watch you get back in
ancestors, man. Who knows what the river was looking like that day? Maybe it rained. Yeah, maybe the skew. The skew, I mean, the skew, there's no, it has a little current, but there's no ramp. I mean, also the water is like, basically like half water, half like oil. So it's true. It was probably super hard. Do you ever, there's this one game I played, I went to a summer camp one time, and they covered a watermelon in Vaseline, and you had to like fight over the watermelon. Who knows how slippery that maybe they got the baby a couple times. True. It was just like, it was cool.
Howdy, Sean. How you doing? Good. How are you? Oh, great. Thanks for coming all the way from San Francisco. Yeah, thank you for inviting me to
fucking Iranian dude for crack baby
provide some value to the listener. Yeah. I love stories like yours. What is your shirt? Nowhere to go but up. Can you explain that?
Yeah, so this is the nonprofit that I started. It's actually Nowhere to Go But Up Incorporated. That's what it's, the umbrella it's under. And then Nowhere to Go But Up Project is the, basically what it's going to be building out the board of directors right now for. There's going to be a living facility for males specifically 18 to 24 years old that are coming out of incarceration and re-entering into the youth. And so basically it's like a one-stop shop. It's like a year to a year and a half with programming and also everything that you would need to integrate back into society. Skills like counseling, job placement, job assistance, resume building, all the stuff that you would need to kind of like seamlessly get into society, figure out how to become a man again, and get your dignity back and be able to move on. Either, the successful ones could either come back and be teachers and work for the nonprofit itself, or just move on and continue on with that.
So what made you want to do all this? It's like a lot of work.
It is a lot of work, but the podcast, Nowhere to Go But Up, and also like my journey, it all started with I'm part of that population. I did time in federal and state prison. Not long periods of time, but enough to let me know that I don't want to go back there, right? And so what I ended up doing was, let's go back to the beginning. My story is not one of those prison stories where I'm going to tell you about all the people that I saw stabbed or all the bad things that happened while I was there. And to be honest with you, I did 18 months in the state of Nevada, and I did 18 months in federal. And so that's literally, by the time you get there, you get comfortable, it's time to go. So I didn't get a chance to do any programming and all the stuff that you should be able to do when you're search party started. So to say, right? None of that stuff. There may be for some guys that are there doing 10, 15, 20 years, but a lot of that, they do on their own. They figure, okay, well, I've got enough time here. I don't like the person that I was, so let me figure it out. But the guy that usually has about 5 years and under, none of that stuff happens. So the behaviors that actually get you into prison never get dealt with. Yeah, I got my body nice, and I was able to do 100 burpees with no problem, and all the other stuff. But the toxic person that was inside there that got me to prison to begin with, none of those behaviors ever were able to change. And so when I got out, it was just a continuation of what got me to begin with. Yeah, I did a couple of, stints of clean time and stuff like that. But let's go back a little bit further to what got me. And a lot of that was, I grew up in an abusive household. My parents divorced when I was about 5, and they used me as like a pawn in their game, right? To get back at each other. So I was the tug of war piece. And so for me, that was kind of like the trauma that I suffered when I was a kid that made me angry. I couldn't control the situation. I couldn't control what was happening. You know, I'd go to my dad's every other weekend. When I was there, my grandparents and him, they would just talk horrible about my mom. Well, I could take it. And so when I go back to my mom's, I think she's this terrible person. And so I just take it out on her, and she's the reason why I'm not able to see my dad as much as I want to. And so that just led to me being a super angry kid. You know, I couldn't control my situation, so later on in life I became a control freak. But I also got in so much trouble up until literally, like, I got kicked out of preschool, like daycare. Like, what kind of kid gets kicked out of daycare, right?
Why did you get kicked out of daycare?
There were some kids walking behind the daycare that I was at. I go to the elementary school that's over probably about half a mile away. And there's a big field. There were some kids walking by. They were running their mouth. And like, I'm in the third grade. I pick up a dirt clod, and I thought it was a dirt clod, but there was a rock in the middle of it. And I throw it, and it misses the person that I was trying to hit and hits a little girl right in the face. And she starts bleeding, and nothing that I was trying to do, but that's just kind of a lot of the things that happen. I would do stupid stuff and get in trouble because the thing, like, something would happen that wasn't planned on happening, but just out of circumstance, I ended up being in some trouble. First time I ever got in trouble with the law, same thing. I was, I'd say I was a freshman in high school, and I had, over that summer, I had slept with this chick, and she was dating some guy that I guess was a gang member. He calls up my house, leaves a message on the answering machine, and I wanted the tape. And so I took the tape out, went to school, and I was the kind of kid that, like, I was a chameleon. I could hang out with the drama nerds, I could hang out with the mods, I could hang out with the stoners, the gangbangers, I could hang out with all of them. And I would just bounce around.
When you were a freshman in high school?
Yeah.
You were gang banging freshman.
Well,
it's like, how old do you be a freshman in high school? 15 years old?
Yeah, like 14, 15.
That's young. Where were you?
In Pinole, California, which is in between Richmond and Rodeo and Hercules. So it's not really all of the, so they would bus kids in from like the poorer neighborhoods to that high school. And so they weren't like gangbangers in the way that you think of, like, say, Bloods and Crips and stuff like that, but any kind of, it's just kids being a gang, right? And so what I did was I had a couple of friends that were involved in that. So at lunchtime, or not lunchtime, first break, I went down. I let them listen to the tape, and they were, oh man, we're gonna go get them, right? And so I was like, okay, cool, let's go. Lunchtime came, and sure enough, we got in the car, went to the next high school over, and by the time we got there, it was 3 carloads of guys. And we get out, we start walking down towards the convenience store. I see her and him walking this way. She bolts. He keeps walking. Everybody surrounds him. He starts to put his hand in his pocket. And somebody comes from behind me and hits him. And then he just pinballs and then makes his way to the convenience store. 2 guys catch him at the store front. Start hitting him. They pick him up and they throw him onto the counter and they drag him across, knocking all the cash register and everything else out. He ends up getting the knife out of his pocket, which he was originally going for to begin with, and slashes one of my friends across the face, and it's all like him. And I never touched him, and I ended up getting charged with inciting violence. So that was my first sort of like inkling of getting into trouble. My first trouble. Not to mention, if we go back to junior high, I got expelled from my junior high for having a butterfly knife and playing with it and missing the pocket when the teacher came in and hit the floor. And I ended up getting expelled from that school. Went to my dad's, flunked out of 7th grade, had to go to summer school, got kicked out of that school. Went to my uncle's, got kicked out of that school. Went back to the school that kicked me out to begin with, and was ended up being like suspended 5 times, got sent to the office like 37 times within half of the school year. 3 weeks before my freshman year, so summer break, they called me in and they said, you know what, Mr. Clark, just go home. We're not suspending you. We're not doing anything. We're just go. We don't want you to. We're socially promoting you to the 9th grade because you have straight F's. And basically, it's like, dude, that's how my life was, right? Like, I was constantly in trouble, and I was constantly doing things to reinforce me being a bad kid. And it just went and went and went. And the meth started when I was, it wasn't called meth, it was called crank. This is escalating quickly. It was called crank. It was a dirty biker dope. Really stinky, nasty stuff. But
How old were you now?
15, 16. Okay. And so I start doing that. Start getting in a lot of trouble, running away, not coming home. My mom ends up, I think I go to juvenile hall once, did 151 days at the boys ranch. But my mom ended up giving me up as a ward of the court to the state because she couldn't control me. You know, I'm running away all the time. I'm not coming home, not sleeping. Being
Your mom has like custody of you?
Well, she has physical custody of me, but she gives like control over me over to the state. And so now,
Where's your dad during all this? You still see him? Or?
No, not really. Like once I started getting in trouble, and after I left, after I moved out from him, he just kind of like, and we were, you know, we talked every now and again, but it just, it wasn't, what ended up happening there is I'd taken the bus up to Sacramento when he wasn't there. I didn't know he wasn't there. I was going up there to see some chick, and I go to his house. He's not there. I jump over the fence because I know how to get in because I was with him. The neighbor sees me, calls him up. Unbeknownst to me, my grandmother is in the hospital dying in the Bay Area. He has to drive all the way up to come get me because, for whatever reason. On our way back down, and so that was a sore spot of contention with him. So, you know, there's all these little things that, like, because of my decisions, they weren't like directly things I was trying to do, but things that indirectly happened because of what I did.
Yeah, totally.
And so the meth starts, or the crank starts, getting in a bunch of trouble, incorrigible, all that stuff. Did the 151, ended up 151 days of diversion. And so when I was there, my mom had got me out on a temporary release thing to do with Thanksgiving. So to go hang out with my family and be with them on Thanksgiving, I was allowed to leave. When I was there, I got on the phone and called a girl that I was dating before. And I was like, hey, do you want to hang out and let's meet up and I'll take the BART and I'll meet you. And so basically I was going to run. And I did. And hung out with her for 4 days, ended up catching an escape charge, so I added another year onto what I was facing, and ended up getting out of that. I turned myself in, ended up getting out of that. And one more time, I got in trouble. I think I got a 30 or something. Got in trouble. They gave me an option to go to 9 months juvenile hall or 6 months in rehab. So I mean, 6 months. I mean, girls in rehab, right? It's co-ed. And so I chose that. And little did I know that in a rehab or a therapeutic community, it doesn't go by time, it goes by progress. So that 6 months turned into 16 months that I ended up there. And so this whole time, all the way up to here, I've been learning how to manipulate really well. And getting the people to beat somebody else for me, that was my first inkling of power. I know how to move pieces and manipulate people, getting them to do the things that I need. Women, same thing. learning how to manipulate women from a very young age as well. I was raised by them. But, switching schools and going from, being the new kid at school all the time, I always got tons of attention from the females. And so, I would learn how to kind of use them to get what I need.
Why were you doing so much attention to females? Oh, really? Okay.
That's just, that's what I noticed when I was growing up.
Okay.
And so it just continued. And I felt like I had this, just this thing. And I was using it to my advantage. So that went on for a long time, including into got out of that rehab after 16 months. Went to my brother's, which I didn't really know was his sister. So he was trans. And that was kind of strange. I went to move with him.
So maybe spend a couple of years learning how to weld first. Looking like a guy who welds.
Dressing like a woman every day and saying part of the movie he was an actor. She's an actress.
With a girlfriend? Just so like girls?
Yeah, so it was a strange situation all the way around.
No, I've met people like that.
Yeah. It was different for me because this was somebody that I looked up to. I played ball with, and go out on trips and do things. And so it was just different. Like it was. I just didn't know how to do it. So at one point, we ended up getting in a fight. I got in some trouble previously to that. Got in trouble as an adult. I got a car. My mom co-signed for it. I was able to go hang out and do a bunch of stuff. I picked up some guys who I was hanging out with. We stop somewhere. I stay in the car. They go and beat somebody up with steel-toe boots and kicking somebody. We get pulled over as we're leaving. I'm the adult. I'm 18 and they're 17. And I catch the charge.
So, why were they beating people up?
I have no idea. To this day, I have no idea why they beat me up. I was just hanging out. I didn't have anybody there.
You were smoking meth every day?
So the meth, it was like 18 years of addiction, but on and off. So sometimes I would be doing that, sometimes I wouldn't. This was a period where I'd gotten out of that rehab. And so for about 2.5 years, I'd stopped using everything. So when I got in trouble with the law, when I was 18,
Catch me on Mad Chains Here podcast.
So I started drinking. And so that kind of like was, I was not making good decisions. So yeah, anyways, ended up leaving there, going back to my mom's. And I went to Sacramento with my buddy. And our neighbors downstairs did it. So after 2.5 years of not doing it, bam.
What was it like the first time you tried meth? What made you want to try it?
All of my friends that I knew growing up, they were all older than me, and they were doing it. And they wouldn't let me. And so every time we would go and hang out, they would disappear into a room, lock the door, and they'd be either smoking it or doing lying. They would never let me in because I was the youngest. And so I don't know if they didn't want me to be responsible for letting me try it, or whatever. But from that point on, it's like when somebody tells you you can't have something, now you want it. And so I knew that a lady down the street from me, I got her ended up marrying her sister, and she was watching me out. And I knew that she was like a stone, right? So I knew that I might be able to find it there. And she's about 15 years older. So I'm 15. She's got to be at least 30, 33. And I go and I start hanging out down there, and sure enough, she likes to try it for the first time. Wow. And what it was like was, it was like nothing that I'd ever done before. What I didn't realize about it is that And looking back on it after I got out of prison and all the other things that I did, is that I was undiagnosed ADHD. And so it really allowed me, when I would get high, it would allow me to super focus on projects, anything that I was trying to do. It was almost like when Bradley Cooper and Limitless would take that pill. Remember that? Yeah. It was almost like that, except without all that. But it's just really focused. And so, at 15, maybe focusing on 15, just doing anything that I could to get out of doing what I was supposed to be doing, like going to school, doing other stuff. Every little project that I had when I was a kid, it's just like I was super focused. Yeah. And it's just, I mean, it wasn't as prevalent as when I got older, because the things that I got focused on started to escalate. So,
So I know watching, I like scrolled through to get to the scintillating parts to see how wild
drugs, meet up with somebody, I stopped doing the crank, but then I start selling coke. I meet this guy. I meet him in a club, and I got him out of some trouble because I had an entourage of people with me. We're hanging out, and he got in some fun with somebody, and I got my people to kind of assist him. And from that point on, me and this dude became best friends. Like, you know, you ever have one, I guess you would call it a romance? Yeah, like one of those guys that you just click with, and you meet them, you guys just are inseparable, you're on the phone all the time, you're talking all the time, you're just hanging out. Yeah, sure. So that was what it was like with these guys. And he was a coke dealer, so PhD, so ecstasy, and stuff. So I mean, that's what I started doing. Okay. So I started selling drugs for this people. And that's kind of where I got my start into selling more quantities and doing bigger things. And everything that I was selling at the time, I would be addicted to. So, like, I was high on your own spot. Basically, that was a horrible drug. To be honest with you, the only thing that you make a lot of money at least? No, I made enough money to get by and to pay the bills and to party all the time. And it was really just a facade. You know? The only thing that kept me from getting beat up is that my biggest clientele was in strip clubs. And so I had a lot of strippers that were hanging out at the house and friends. And I wasn't banging all of them. What do strippers do? They like coke, they like GHB, and they like and that's why I wouldn't get beat up, because if I owed a drug dealer money or one of my friends money or him money, he was like, well, all right, because they'd all come out and hang out, because the girls would be around, they didn't want to blow that, right? So I had a little bit of an edge there, but I was a good drug dealer. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, just the whole story just continues and continues and continues and continues. You know, if you want to fast forward a little bit to when I had my first daughter, I get a stripper pregnant, which is my first daughter's mother. How old? How old were you when that happened? I was 22. Okay. So I think it was about, she was born in 2000. I'm 47. Yeah, I'm gonna say it's probably mid-20s. And so I get in some funk with somebody, and it was going to be one of these things where the next time we see each other, one of us was going to walk away, and it probably was going to be me. Because up to this point, like, I'm a bigger dude, but nobody ever has really challenged me. And so I usually get away with kind of flashing a little bit, and people wouldn't mess with me. But this dude was completely different. And it was like, all right, well, I know that if I don't leave town, I'll probably leave town. Just because of the So I didn't want to stick. Did you know he'd murdered people before? Well, I knew that he was crazy enough to try it, and I had, like, we got into it, and he came up to me driving. Why did you guys initially get into it?
We were doing this is another method, right? Yeah. And we were working on a job together. We got into it. We were working on a job together as painters. Right? I got him a job because of the painting company that I was working with.
Well, painters.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, they're always smoking crack. Doing that. They're all about the upping.
They're all about something. Every one of them that I've ever met has either been on some sort of drug, an alcoholic, or something.
Oh, yeah.
And so this dude was like really bottom of the barrel, and he had almost killed somebody before. And we got into it on the job site, and when he was driving away, he had said something to me, and I hit him as he was going through the car, as he was going, driving by, and he didn't stop. But I left, and he came to my house maybe an hour and a half later, had a gun on him, and was trying to get into the house. So basically, he like scared the shit out of me. And I was like, well, look, you're pregnant. I don't have a job anymore. Let's move to Vegas because there's tons of strip clubs and you can get a job anywhere, which means I don't have to get a job anywhere. I don't have to get a job, you can. And so we moved there. And yeah, just kind of, that was just my pattern. Like I would use people. People weren't, they were assets. They were things that I would see as, what can I get at? You know what I mean?
You just that was like a reaction. You just wanted to get out of where you were. You just did you have any kind of plan when you got to Vegas? You know what you wanted to do?
I just wanted to get out and
get high.
No, I wasn't really getting high when I left there. So I mean, there's like I said, there's periods of time when I would get high, and then there's periods where I would stop. And so usually when things were getting bad, or I was doing stuff, partying too much, not coming home, doing all this stuff, and kind of putting my own situation in jeopardy, like, oh, well, my girlfriend will kick me out if I keep doing this, so I would toe the line just enough to get her to, well, I'll believe you now. I see what you're trying, and then at some point I would fall back around and do something. Yeah. So it's just a long line. And when I went to Vegas, I was doing well. We had our daughters, but I let my friend move up from Sacramento. And actually, I found out that he was living in the room. He was with another ended up moving him into my house. We wanted to get away from her. Me and him started hanging out, and it just didn't really work out there. Me and him were partying all the time. She's pregnant, about to have a kid, and I'm nowhere to be found most of the time, off doing whatever. And even to the point when I had my daughter, I remember Johnny Depp singing that in Bro, and how he was in the delivery room and he wasn't really there. Well, I was like that on GHB with my daughter.
Didn't he overdose on coke?
Well, I was on GHB when I was there. And so nodding out, just could barely stand up. Luckily, the neighbor that took her to the hospital was there because he ended up being the one that cut the umbilical cord. Because I couldn't. So, I mean, I'm surprised he even let me in the room, to be honest with you. And so, I mean, just another example of all I care about is what I want, and not really the things that matter in life. Just because look, I was a latchkey kid from in the third grade. I mean, I never really had any supervision, never had consequences. Kind of, live my life the way that I wanted to, all the way up to this point. And using people along the way, having,
Yeah. What happened after your daughter was born? Did you change? Did you check?
Not really. I think I was starting to get more aggressive in the relationship, like being more abusive, verbally, mentally, emotionally, and like I was never really a physically abusive guy, but I would do everything short of hitting me because I knew I didn't want to hit you. But if I wanted you to bend to my will, or
bend you to the way that I need you to be, then I would start becoming more aggressive, and until you submit. And I got more like that, and she had had enough of it. It was basically like, all right, well, that's it, we're done. And the friend had already moved out to get a 2-bedroom apartment because he knew that this was going to happen at some point. Right? He's like, I know you're going to need a place to stay, so I'm just going to get a 2-bedroom apartment. And so I ended up moving there. And while me and my ex were trying to, my first daughter's mom was trying to work things out.
Well, she was paying all the bills, right? She was stripping.
I was working on and off, but I mean, my whole thing, I always tried to do was get out of work, right? And I think Boziak said it best. Anything to get out of having a regular job, right? Didn't matter what was doing. If I could finagle a way to not have to go to work and get by and be able to do whatever I wanted, that worked for me. And so she had, they were going to go back to California for Christmas. She had a Pathfinder, and she asked me if I could take her to the and drop her off with them. She didn't want to pay for parking. She probably just should have done it. But anyways, I drop her off. I end up going to the rum jungle on Christmas Eve by myself. So I went there, was doing some more GHB. When I left, the last thing I remember is turning off Flamingo, going south towards Boulder Highway. And the next thing that happened was I hit a light. So I was driving blacked out. I hit this light pole. And any further to the left, I would have went straight into, if I went any further to the left or the right, I would have went straight into a liquor store.
Wow. What is GHB like? I've never tried it.
It's hard to explain. It's almost like when you first do it, it's sort of like drinking. Like maybe you drank 2 beers and you take one capsule. What I believe it was for to begin with was for guys that are taking steroids and bodybuilders. They would take that as a supplement as well for the body mass. And it burns fat actually.
Really? So what could you compare it to? It's not like any other drug?
No,
Is it an up or downer? How do you feel?
So it starts out as a downer, and like the more you do it, so I built up a tolerance to it because I would do it all the time, all 4 days long. And so for me, it turned into an upper to a certain degree. So I would take a cap in the morning on an empty stomach, and an hour and a half later, I'm vacuuming the floors and doing whatever. So it gives you a little bit of energy, but then when you go past a certain point, it knocks you out. And so that's why it was one of the date rape drugs, because when you give it, you give them more than, let's say, cap, it's either 2 caps or 3 in those that would knock them out.
I did get used to it, but the hardest part was getting out. So
I didn't do it. I didn't talk about this. I had like a weird breakdown where I was like walking back and forth halfway from the those people gave it a bad because I mean it's not, to me it wasn't that bad. If you just use it in the wrong way. I never used it. I have used everything that I from people to drugs to anything that felt good. I used. So what ended up happening from there is, and this is just kind of how bad I was, and I did this more than this. When I was in California before I moved here, there was a point in time when I remember blacking out driving, missed my exit, woke up 10 exits down the road. I had no idea. So, I mean, I'm having like risky behavior all the time. And what I came to find out later, through just thinking about things and connecting dots and everything else, like to my past and why am I doing things that I'm doing, I really believed that I was trying to kill myself. I'd mentioned to you before, I'd had 3 overdoses up to this point. So I OD'd on ecstasy, bunch of other stuff once, overdosed on some meth by taking too much of it.
What happened?
So in this particular instance, which is the one that I can actually remember the most, we were all partying on Halloween. I started out doing some coke and drinking. The night progressed, did some more coke, did some GHB. Then I did a hit of ecstasy, and then when we got to the I got to the party or to the after party, a bottle of tequila went around. I took a couple slugs of that, and then went to the bathroom, and somebody gave me a gel pill, like a pill with powdered ecstasy. Something called black liquor. Anyways, the girl that I was hanging out with said, well, you know what, you should use it as a suppository because it hits you hard. So if you
Stuck it up your ass?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Man, that's the last name.
Whoa.
About 5 minutes later, lights were out, and from what I heard from everybody that was left there when I woke up the next morning, is that I was foaming at the mouth, and probably should have been, taken to the hospital at that point. But they just stuck me in a room and put me to sleep. And luckily, I woke up.
What was the drug again?
It was called black liquor.
Black liquor. And it was like
It was powdered ecstasy.
powdered ecstasy. Okay.
So MDMA powdered, and you would cap it up.
Brutal.
And immediately when I woke up, I should have been pissed, right? When they told me the story.
Yeah.
Instead, I'm like, all right, well, who's got a cap?
GHB.
Yeah, let's do some more. Let's keep going. So, I mean, just crazy.
How old were you then?
I was probably early to mid. So, the story when I wrecked that car.
Your girlfriend, your baby mama's Pathfinder.
So immediately, nothing happens to me. I pop out of it. I don't know how. There's a 7-Eleven across the street. I get out of the car. I walk across the street to the 7-Eleven. I go find it. The clerk is looking at me like she's seen a ghost. She's just like, I just saw you wreck that car. Yeah, like dude, you're walking like nothing happened. I get the Gatorade, I go back to the car, go to the another cat. Blackout again. When I wake up, I'm standing down the street in front of a menu for a drive-thru. It's not open. Just nodding back and forth like this. Come to, look around the corner. They're loading up the Pathfinder on the platform. I run over there really quick. I'm like, hey, wait, that's my car. Go in, grab the GHB, take another cab, blackout again, and the next time I wake up, I'm in front of the porno rack at the liquor store I almost ran into. They called the police because I'm standing there nodding back and forth. They come in, I come to, and they lead me into the ambulance. And they think that what's happening is I'm having I have a brain trauma because of the accident. So this is just like the effects of being, right. They can't smell anything because GHB is undetectable. So I just go along with it. Yeah, okay, whatever. Go in. They take me to the emergency room, check in, and walk in. Get a $90 ticket. That's it. Oh, but
where'd you do the GHB?
It was in the car. They don't know.
You didn't want to take it with you?
How am I going to take it with me? It blacked out. And it was already gone.
Yeah, but you went back in there to get another cap right before you put the flat back, right?
Yeah, but I took the cap. No, it must have went. It stayed in the car. It's okay.
Left in the car.
Yes. They were going to take it. I don't know. That's a good question.
You would think that you're like, oh wow, my car's going away. I'm gonna want more GHB in a couple minutes. Maybe I should just take the whole bottle.
So yeah, what ended up happening from there is she had my rights terminated. That's cost her 18 grand. It wasn't paid for. She let the insurance out.
Oh wow.
So that was the end of that. So any kind of reconciliation or any sort of like we're working shit out. So she had my rights. She had me petition to the courts to take my rights. It took about 6 months for that process to happen for me to be served. And when I got served, I was in jail for a DUI. I was hanging out at another cheaters in Vegas. I was drinking a whole bunch and thought I was okay to drive. And left, back out again. From the police report that I read, they said that they rolled up on the side of me, but I was literally my head and still driving. And so they hit the sirens and they said, I looked over and waved at it. And I pulled over. Because when they pulled me out, I could barely stand up. And so what happened next was, I guess they said that I tried to hype up the officer, but I couldn't stand up. So my head kept going back and forth. And so they beat the shit out inside of the road. And when I got, they knocked me out. And when I came back to, I was in front of the booking. They pulled me out.
You came back too. Does that mean
like I got knocked, they knocked me out. They literally knocked me out. They beat me up so bad.
So came back to means like became conscious again?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. No.
And so I was pissed. I knew something had happened, right? Like, I felt like I was violated. I knew that I didn't wreck my vehicle because I saw it perfectly there, is what I remember. And when they brought me into the booking, I was taking off my shoes, throwing it at the booking people, and I think I had my hand right here, handcuffed. No, actually, they didn't have me. So I was pulling off my stuff, and I was throwing my stuff. An officer went by, and I tried to and four of them jumped on me. We were in like a portable unit, so it wasn't like a concrete floor. It had some dirt to it. But they slammed me and landed on my head. And the next time I woke up again, I was in an emergency room, making sure that they didn't do any serious damage to my skull. Still talking shit.
A lot of brain damage you had at that point.
Yeah. Well,
head trauma.
That's what I didn't realize too after talking to a bunch of people about my story and some other people that had some TBIs and traumatic brain injuries. And I had one when I was a kid too.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So when I was a kid, I lived on a steep hill, and I made a jump. I like to jump, and the bike that I had was one of the ones that didn't have freewheel, so the pedals kept going no matter what.
Yeah.
And so I jumped this thing, and the pedals keep going. And boom! I fixed it. Yeah. And hit my head and nothing really. So that was the first one.
How old were you?
I was probably 7 or 8. So yeah, there's a lot of brain trauma. I got knocked out a couple of times boxing as a kid. Samoan friends. Yeah, they're huge. And so I was, play boxing. Got knocked out a couple of times.
Isn't the Rock Samoan? Yeah, pretty sure.
Yeah, he's one of those. He's an islander of some sort. Yeah, we used to say it originally. He's
from Hawaii.
All they got to do is stand next to the lake house. Yeah, it's just huge. So,
brain trauma. Smashed his head.
Oh yeah,
floor, that portable top station.
Yeah. And so when I wake up, talking shit, still pissed. All this stuff is happening. I'm still kind of drunk. And the cop is sitting there, which I don't blame him for, because I was just being fun. He walks up to me and this and that. takes his hand, hits me hella hard,
Right in the throat.
right in the throat as I'm talking.
That's amazing. That's fucked up.
So, yeah, I mean, that's just kind of life, man. I mean, that's what I was doing. And, you know, I'm still not in prison yet. Still haven't been raided. You know, I do a geographical and I move down to Florida after I get out of jail for that. And I go do the DUI stuff that I need to do. Take a job. I got served the papers, you know, to get my rights terminated. And I kind of abandoned my daughter. I was like, she's better off without me. I'm going to get out of paying child support, so, you know, all right, later, see ya. Tried to act like it didn't bother me. When I moved to Phoenix, take a job down there. I stayed drunk the whole time I was there. Blew that opportunity out. Came back to Vegas. I moved in with some friends. They were getting ready to move back to California, so like I knew that I was running out of money, didn't have a job, needed to make a move. And where can I get? I'm going to be a bouncer at a strip club. I used to do it before. So that's exactly what I did. I got hired at a strip club. Got a girl to want to hang out. And went to hang out with her one time. And when I showed up to her door, she opened it. She said, come in. I came in, and she's smoking a bowl. And I hadn't been doing it for about a year and a half to 2 years. I was drinking and doing all the other things, but I hadn't touched nothing. Knew I shouldn't have. Like, it was crazy. Man. It was like really surreal. But I knew that I saw her doing it, and in my head I'm thinking, walk away, don't go. You know what's going to happen. And as I'm saying that to myself, I'm walking right to her. I take it. From that point on, I started really selling drugs. I started getting guys that slam dope to steal shit for me. So basically, I'm getting them to. I'm moving a lot more drugs now. I hooked up with some person that's giving me about an ounce or two at a time to get rid of.
Ounce of what?
Okay. Crystal. Right. And so that's going all right. I'm doing it for about a year. In that process, I'm figuring out how to do all kinds of stuff. I'm not sleeping very much. Maybe staying away for 3 days, figuring things out.
You never took it, right?
If I would have known somebody to teach me how, I probably would.
Have you ever watched Breaking Bad?
Mm-hmm. I watched the whole series, or at least the first six seasons, on a 4-day weekend.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the whole thing.
Were you on meth when you were watching it?
No.
Oh, okay. That would have been a fucking trip if you were.
I felt like it after I finished watching it because I literally had to stay up damn near 24 hours, 48 hours to watch all of it.
Pretty accurate, would you say?
I would.
The lifestyle?
Kind of. Yeah.
The business part of it?
Well, I can't tell you about the business part of it as being a successful drug dealer because I was never a successful drug dealer. Yeah. Not even when I was doing the stuff that I was doing, even as I had the enterprise. You know,
you would have been two of Jesse's degenerate friends.
Probably.
That was like where you were?
Yeah, I would have been Jesse.
Oh, you would have been Jesse?
But not cooking stuff, not doing any of the other things. So what I always referred to myself as a king of addiction. Because I was the one that always had, like I would hang out with the guys that were slamming me. Because I'm not that. Right? As long as I'm not slamming dope, I'm better than that. Even though I'm an addict too, right? And
slamming it, is he mainlining it?
Yeah. And so that's what I would always think. I'm better than you.
You just smoke.
I'm just smoking. I'm just doing a line. I'm not slamming.
What's the best way to take that?
To not take it?
No, but if you are, what's the most effective way? Like, what's the optimal?
It's different. There was like the one time that I OD'd on it. it was probably it felt the best, but it probably was the closest that you can get to slamming it without slamming it. So what I would do is I would smoke it out of this thing we call a flag, right? So it's like a bong for meth, and it would run through the water. And I'd run ounces through there and take it and dump the water out and put it in the freezer for maybe a rainy day or if I ran out or something. And so one day I
like meth bong water.
Yeah. And so one
You
day
get popsicles out of it. Oh.
It was just in there, so I took a couple scoops of ice slush, whatever.
Yeah.
It was like maybe about this much, and drank it. And it was way too much.
Like a meth Slurpee.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, it felt really great until it didn't. Literally, like my all my pores started coming out, and I started beating with sweat. And I'm just sitting there, and all of a sudden I'm just like shaking like this from the inside out. And I literally thought I was going to die. And it lasted for about 30 minutes like that. I couldn't move, just profusely sweating out.
Are you afraid you're going to die?
Fuck yeah, I was afraid. But I was the only one there, so there was nobody there with me. And so I just had to ride it out. And luckily, I did.
What was the guy doing in Breaking Bad? I think his name was Tucker. He was like out front in the front yard, digging holes with a shovel the whole time. Remember? He was at his dad's house in Breaking Bad. One of Jesse's friends. He was always out front digging holes with a shovel. Tucker!
I don't remember
that. I want to say that was connected. They were locked in for like weeks.
I remember that he had two of his friends that always were trying to get him to do bad shit or make dumb decisions. But I don't remember that part. But it doesn't. And that was the thing. So
if you wanted the best way besides mainlining it is to just straight up drink water from a bottle.
I would say if you're going to do it, it's completely different. The best way, obviously, is mainlining. Because that hits you straight up. And a lot of the guys that I was selling to that would do it, they would do it right in front of me. It's really hard to watch, especially when they're sitting there digging. They can't get a vein. Yeah, it's pretty gross. And finally, they hit it. And look on their face once they did it. Looks like it feels really good. Except for that part, right? Yeah, that part, I could never do it. And that's probably why I never did slam death, is because I just couldn't get past the needle. That's
I'll be down to try the Slurpee though. I'm down to try anything once.
That's not a good one to try. But teach their own. Yeah, so I mean,
oh yeah, you met the girl, and then the stripper, and she was smoking it, and you started smoking it, and you started selling it by the ounce.
And how I got her to let me move in is because I'd met her doing that, right, and we worked at the same club. I went and moved to the shittiest roach-infested flea bag weekly rental. And I invited her in. Because my goal was to get her to see how bad I had it. And that way she would say, hey, come move with me. That way I'm not manipulating you.
You wanted to make her feel sorry for you?
Yeah, so she would say, come live with me. And it wasn't my idea, it was your idea, so you can't say that I'm trying to use you. Part of that manipulation. That's exactly what happened. She went over there, she saw the roaches running around, and she was like, dude, you gotta get out of here. Come move and live with me. And I'm like, are you sure you want to do that? knowing that was exactly what the plan was.
Wow.
So I did a lot of.
So you dating this chick?
I was with her for a long time. Probably, I was with her until I went to prison. Or at least until I got arrested.
How'd you end up going to prison?
So, like I said, I was doing all of this stuff. Had these guys going, stealing these things from me, providing them with the truck and all of the money and all of the gas and everything to go to smash and grabs of businesses and then also burglaries. And they would come back, they would bring me everything. I fenced it off and paid them. And this went on for a little while. The guy that I was dealing with, that I didn't know at the time, he got busted and turned this confidential informant onto me, and I sold to that guy 5 times. And I was
Sold a meth?
sold him 5 ounces, 5 different times to an undercover guy. That the guy that I was dealing with for a year. So what ends up happening there is that I didn't realize that I was under surveillance for them. They're watching me, they're seeing me getting in and out of my cars and going like a run and doing whatever. I always carried a gun with me, so I would take it out of my back and put it in the seat, do the same thing when I get out. So they know that I'm home. Right? When they were breaking into houses for me, they were pulling firearms out. I had about 5 or 6 of them. And serial numbers were gone. At one point, I just felt like it was over. Right? Trouble was around the corner, like my run was up. I just had this feeling that something wasn't right. Got rid of all the guns. I don't know why I did that, but I felt like I needed to. So I got rid of all of them except for one. About a week later, it's about 3 o'clock in the morning, I had tons of stuff. All the stuff that they stolen that I wasn't able to fence. Like I've got stacks of decks and amps and all kinds of stuff. I have in the living room, there's a 36 speakers in the surround sound. Bose system, all kinds of stuff. It's about 3 o'clock in the morning.
This is all in that stripper's house?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's like a town.
Okay.
So 2 bedrooms. One of the bedrooms I have put a deadbolt on. It's a pretty nice house.
Strippers make pretty good money in Vegas.
Some of them do. Depends on how broken they are. Because the broken ones usually have drug problems. Not always, but a good portion of them. There are some that
There's strippers that make $100,000 a year. Good.
Ones that put themselves through college. There's hustlers that I know that my daughter's mom at some point she was making $1,000 a night.
Really? You still talk to her? Not at all.
So,
if electronics stacked out, you live in Radio Shack in the townhouse.
That's a good way to put it, man. So yeah, there's all kinds of electronics and stuff in there. There's a huge loud stereo. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. It's on. It's pretty loud. My girlfriend and her roommate are asleep in our room. I'm in the next room working on $100 bills. I'm washing $1 bills. So they basically taking $1 bills, stripping all the ink off of them, and printing old ones on the old 100 on top.
How do you do that?
Very meticulously. Okay. So basically, you would strip all of the ink off of the original dollar bill.
How do you strip the ink off the dollar bill?
It was a certain degreaser that you use. I can't remember. I remember that that's what we were doing.
A degreaser.
Soak it in it, and then just wash all the ink off of it, dry it, flat on a piece of, so they said squeegee it to a flat piece of glass and dry on there, so it's very flat. Tape it to really a piece of paper, run it through a printer, and you print the old 100. So the old 100 didn't have the barcode, didn't have a stripe, little strip. Didn't have the hologram either.
Before that,
And so that's what I was doing. And they were passing.
and you were just printing them out on a regular printer, so regular everyday printer.
So it didn't have the ridges. It didn't have the ridges like you can scratch on them like in the lapel. You know what I'm talking about? There's those ridges that you can feel. It didn't have that, but I mean most people didn't know that because when they would go and they would mark it. It's 100.
What did these things look like after you degreased all the ink off of them? They just look like blank white.
They look like the blank sort of, with the under. But it wasn't green. It was just that and all of the red and blue fibers.
How many of these $1 bills were you turning into $100?
I did probably, I would say, close to about 5 or 6 thousand. Because it was a meticulous process. I mean, it wasn't fast. It wasn't, and I would never be one of the ones to go and bust them. Right? I would have the guys that were working for me go and try and pass them.
What? Oh, okay. So the guys that wasn't for you, they were drugs?
No, they would just go and buy like, because you didn't want to do it to the kids.
No, why not?
Well,
they'd fuck you up.
So what I would do is I'd send them out to like liquor stores or other places and they'd spend like maybe $40, $60. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. You would look for places that had teenagers as cashiers because they're not going to pay attention. So, I mean, it was a meticulous process. And I would do other stuff like all of the computer towers that were stolen. I would swap those hard drives out. And I would go and buy with cash at Walmart the Seagate 80 gigs. Those were just started to come out. I'd buy those, take those out, clean the other hard drive, strip the hard drive, and basically wipe it, and replace that used one in the new one. Use a blow dryer to peel the label off of it. Shrink wrap it, and put the label back on. And then return it and cash it. So it's a lot of work, for little return, right? But that's that. Like, what else am I doing? I can't sleep.
Right. Jesus Christ, man. He was burning the candle at both ends.
Yeah, for sure. So I mean that's just the kind of stuff that's going on at that point in time. Like I said, now we get to the point where
and this is what you got arrested for.
Well, I got arrested for the 5 controlled buys.
Okay.
That's what caused him.
You got flipped on you.
Right. So that's what caused him to do the initial. And so on that raid that day, that evening or that morning, I hear a bunch of boom, 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 boom. And my door is shut. I got a friend over here. I'm working on a $100 bill. And I'm just like, the TV's on hella loud, so I'm not sure what it is. I don't hear any, like, get on the ground or anything. Because they hear, I think they focused all of the force into the living room because they sort of thought it was. Right. There was double pane glass windows that were living next to Ellis Air Force Base. I tinted the inside of these windows. So one of the flashbangs that they shot in made it through the first pane and then bounced back and blew up on me.
Oh, fuck.
Which then in turn caused the police dog that they had, the drug sniffing dog, to fight the officer because he got scared and just hit the officer. Oh, yeah. So they're pissed when they get into the gym. They're like, fuck this dude. I know that's what you're saying. I tell my friend to get out down the ground. I open the door, and then I told you the hallway at the end of it to the right. The door is over that way, and in the front of this door is a huge big screen projection TV, which is like a 6 feet tall range and about 3,000 pounds. The door doesn't open up all the way; it catches on the edge of the big screen. So literally, they got their SWAT shields up, and when I come around the corner, I have this little Derringer in my hand. I look and I see that there's a SWAT team, and I ditch the gun behind the TV, and I dive on the ground for my husband. If they would have seen me, they would have killed me with that gun. So, and the reason why I didn't get caught with that gun is when they hog-tied me on the ground, they zip-tied me, I'm mouthing off to them, and they picked me up, two of them, and they rammed my head into the TV. And it pushes it up. So they missed me.
Oh my god.
That would have been an extra 5 minutes. Because it had the serial number. They never found the drugs. Because I kept everything in a TV VCR combo in the corner that was hanging off the ceiling. And so in where the VCR slot was loaded with cash. And
You never found any of that?
Drug sniffing dog can't sniff it, boy. So we missed it.
Smart. You did it on purpose?
I wish I was I did it on purpose, but
Lucky break.
So I ended up I took the fall for everybody. I could prove that, now this was fun. I could prove that they didn't have anything to do with it because I kept deadbolt on this door right here where I was doing all of my computer stuff and the 14 grams of network that they found. And then I had another back room where I had another computer room where I was washing my clothes. So I had all the counterfeit money in there.
Maybe you can explain this to me. I bought a house a couple of years ago and I renovated it. And I know there was a bunch of drug addicts living there. That's when I'm in the sink in the garage. There was just a bunch of needles. There's syringes there. There's syringes up in the attic we found, and they were in some of the cabinets. They were everywhere. And on one of the bedrooms, there was deadbolts on the outside. On the outside of the bedroom, like they were locking somebody in the bedroom.
Well, the reason why I did it was because I was the only one that had the keys. So I knew that if I ever got raided, that if I'm the only one that had keys and access to these rooms, everybody else would claim ignorance. I didn't know what was doing. Okay. I didn't have it. I didn't have any access to that. Right. And they literally went and checked everybody's keys to make sure that nobody had access to it. And so I took the fall for it. I mean, it was all mine anyway. What's my girlfriend? Right. I'm going to do what I want. So I ended up getting booked into part-time detention center. And they released me 3 days later on my own account. So they went through all of that to just turn around and let me out 3 days later because I didn't have a 10 minutes. At that point, I was like, you know what, fuck this, catch me if you can. I did. And so left that spot, had enough money, and liquidated, sold all the drugs I needed to get the money to move to a new spot. Reinforced that whole place with I put one of those front doors with some metal that you attach to in front of your front door so you can open it up. Yeah. So I put one of those at the entrance to the. So it's kind of weird. It was just another layer that they'd have to get through before they get to the next door.
Some people put like burglar bars over their doors, like actual bars, and you can lock them.
I just put that was the cheapest way. So cameras up everywhere. The place where I was living at, I was on the top floor, and I could see up this way, and I can see down that way. So anybody that was coming, I could see it. You could only get in 2 ways. And so that way I would have time the next time that it was going to happen to either get rid of the drugs or maybe jump out a window or whatever. That lasted for about, I'd say, 3 months I was on the run. In this process, I was starting to figure out how to use credit card numbers and make IDs and I was selling to this one girl who worked at a tour agency and was giving me stacks of information on papers that had customers' information, their names, their address, their credit card number, their CCV, their date of birth, everything except for their social security. But that wasn't hard to find once I had all this other information. And I could just do a background check on it, cross-reference some things, and I was able to find the social security. I had so much information that I was trying to figure out how to do Western Union mileage. So like that, you can do $999. That was around, I would say 2003, 2004. Figured it out, earned a bunch of information, decided to go on the road, and I rented a car, was able to do identity theft into a person's. I stole someone's identity, got a credit card issued in their name to me, got around all of the different stuff that they ask you. You know how they do when you call, sometimes you have to give them information, they ask you questions about their family members, or this or that, which is all information that you can find in the background check. Because that's what they use. The credit card companies to find the questions to answer to ask me. So I was able to get that. I rented a Durango. I put the whole operation in the back of the Durango. My girlfriend was driving at the time, and I had 6 different cell phones that I was using. I was switching the prefixes of the phone numbers to the prefixes of the people that I was using the credit card. So what Western Union was doing, so when I would online, I would do all this stuff to do life. I give them that phone number so they could contact me. And I would act as if it was, as we were on the road, they would call to verify that I did this. And my girlfriend would answer and say, "Oh, this is so-and-so business. How can I help you?" And they'd say, "Can I speak to so-and-so?" "Yeah, hold on, one second." Give the phone to me, or if it was a woman who I was using, I would answer the business and hand her the phone if she was driving, and say, "Yes, I approved this." And there's $999 waiting for me. I would print out the ID that I needed, whoever it was that I was having the money sent to, in the phone. And I did this all the way from Vegas to Amarillo, Texas. And I planned out all the Western Union stops on the way. Got to Amarillo, ran out of meth, and couldn't find any more. And crashed for 2 days. Even went to the strip clubs with my chick, couldn't find any more. And so we were both forced to have to crash for 3 days. Went back, did the same thing at different places on the way back. And so by the time we got there, it was about 40 grand in cash. Our roommate at the time, which is the same girl that was with us when we got raped, she was one of the sleeping with my girlfriend. She kept calling, and this chick never really cared about anything that was going on. But all of a sudden, she kept calling, wanting to know when we were going to be back. And so I was like, "Dude, there's something." She never does. I'm going to go and stash the money. So I stashed the cash, went to the house. We get there. Her friend Steve is there, and this other dude. And what ended up happening is Steve was a hangaround for the Hells Angels. He's like one of these dudes that's trying to get into the club. So he tells them that they're coming back with a bunch of drugs and all kinds of stuff, trying to make this strike for them. So we get there. I don't think anything of it. We start getting high, because I hadn't been high in 3 days now, 3-4 days. Start getting high. This dude pulls out a gun, puts it on his lap, and I'm like, "Dude, what are you doing? Put that away." He's like, "You don't understand. You're being taxed." And I'm like, "What?" He separates me and my girlfriend. Our stories match. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, "Hey, you know what, dude? You're kind of stupid for what you're doing." I'm like, come over here, come look at what I'm really doing. And I started showing him some of the stuff that I was working on. And I said, if you really want to make some money, you'll not do what you're doing right now. And join me, and we can partner up, and I'll show you how to make some real money. And we bought it. So I sent him off with a Cannon Hill fucking mountain bike and some fireworks I got in New Mexico on the way back. And once I got rid of him, the only thing that was on my mind was the kids. And I went and bought a shotgun. And 2 days later, I worked and made the ID and everything else I needed to. Bought the shotgun at a big fire. Waited the time. Where I screwed up was I was cheating on my girlfriend. There was this girl that I wanted to sleep with, and we rented a hotel room. And I think she knew what I was doing, but since I was supplying all the drugs and I was, the money and everything else, she was just kind of putting up with it. Plus, she was sleeping with the girl, the roommate girl at the time too, and really wasn't sweating it. So she ends up, she pays for, I give her the cash for the hotel room. She put the hotel room in the girl that I'm trying to sleep with. And that first night, everything was good. The next day, I didn't get enough. I want more. And I put it in my name. Well, not my name, but the identity that I'm using in the credit card. What I didn't realize is that when you try to rent a weekly, they send you information to Metro to make sure you're not a fugitive. Right? Well, the person's identity that I stole was black. So when it went to them, it was my picture, but when it popped up, it was a black man. And so I go and pick up the shotgun. And I get the room. They say it's not going to be ready for like 3 hours. I didn't put 2 and 2 together to realize that it's 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, right? I said, come back in 3 hours. So I go pick up the gun, have it in the car, on the Durango, and when I get there, so divine intervention? I don't know. You tell me. That saved me from murder.
And how long did you get sentenced to?
I did. They were trying to hem me up for 2 to 15 years to begin with. I caught the public defender working with the prosecutor because I knew that from
your public defender working with the prosecutor.
So this is what I did. I knew that there was a backlog for them to test the drugs. And so in order for them to convict you in a trial, the drugs have to be tested, the purity and all that other stuff. I didn't waive my right to a speedy trial. I said no, I want to have a trial within 6 years. Because I was banking on the fact that I beat the time. And right when, about a week before I was supposed to go to trial, my public defender was, oh, well, we're going to have to push this off for 2 weeks. I'm going on vacation and all this other stuff. And I protested it in the middle of the courtroom. I'm like, dude, I don't agree to this. I said 60 days. It's supposed to be 60 days. And so right there, it was kind of like, when he was supposed to be on vacation, he called me from his office. And I'm like, dude, I thought you were supposed to be on vacation. Why did you push off my day? And he's like, oh, well, and I'm like, and so that's at the point where I called my mom. They're trying to give me, I didn't mention the 2 years. I said, they're trying to give me 15 years. And so I could get her to come down and get an attorney for me. And that's what happened. She got an attorney for me. And I ended up doing 15 to 60 months in state prison. But when I got busted,
how close were you with your mom at that point?
Not really. I mean, it got to a point where she had actually sent the cops to report me as a missing person because I just dropped off the face of the earth. I didn't contact anybody. I was just off my own world. So when I would be using, I would never want to be around anybody. I didn't want to be around family. My dad's really kind of out of the picture. And my dad's a cop too. So my whole dad's side of the family are law enforcement. So I mean, that's
Yeah, like during this whole time, like throughout your 20s when you're running through Vegas and all this stuff, like were you calling your mom every month, every week?
Sometimes. Yeah, we were talking. I mean, we've always been close. Yeah. You know, but she's always been the person that's bailed me out. Like up to this point, I mean, dude, I ran the truck through the house. You know, her truck through the house. You know, I grew up in. Caused a bunch of damage there. She sent me through an outward bound program that was like 15 grand. Lawyer. I mean, I've cost this woman probably 50 or 60 grand.
So she came, where was she living when she came down to help you out?
She was living in California.
She hired her.
And so that, they gave me 15 to 60 months. So I paroled out in 18 months. But what happened and how I got the federal charges was that the guy that processed my place when I got raided showed up at the when I got arrested at the hotel. And so, because it was a fraud and forgery, right? So he showed up and he was like, "I've been waiting for you." So you went on the run and thought you were going to get away with it. So I'm going to try to somebody else or whatever. He was like, "So I'm going to tell you what, I'll make it do it. If you take me to your house, because I remember processing your last place, and you had a shitload of stuff. I know you probably have that much, or not even more, at your or wherever it is that you do your business. Yeah. So if you take me there and you give me everything, I won't charge you anything." And I'm like, "That's a big deal. Let's go, right?" Because all I want to do is go to sleep. I've been up for a couple days now, and I was falling asleep in the 120-degree back of the top of my flight. When he got there, I was like, "Yeah, that's a deal. Let's go. Let's just get this over with. I know I'm not going to leave." And so I didn't realize he had a Secret Service guy doing a lot of it. The Secret Service guy picked up the gun charges, and there was a box in the back of that SUV that had 30 credit card numbers in it. So I got charged with false information for a firearm acquisition and also 30 counts of access to license, which is having access to credit cards. So I ended up getting indicted for that. Fighting my case there. They released me back. Once I got indicted there, 2 charges, 18 months later, they released me back to state custody, went to do my time in High Desert, in Springs, Nevada. Then I ended up going to paroling out to do my federal time. In 2006, I got out, and that was really good.
How much time were you in total?
About 3 years. Okay. But I mean, if you want to count all the times, like, was it like
low security, medium security, high security?
I've never been to. I mean, I started out in the high desert, and the worst thing that I'd ever seen in prison, like, I don't have any of those crazy stories where you hear people being raped and stabbed and stuff. The worst thing I saw was a guy get doused in the face with a hot pot full of booze. But none of it. I was lucky. I didn't have any co-defendants in any of my stuff. I mean, it was all me. So, really had me dead to rights. Right. So you out in 2006, moved back to my mom, go to halfway house, I'm doing okay. I stayed drunk probably for the first 6 months that I get out, just decompressing from being in. I mean, it's pretty traumatic when you get in. I've been jumped a couple of times while I was there. Got into it with the Southsiders. Ended up getting jumped there. Was gonna run my whole bid by myself, but then once that happened, I realized that you can't really just. There's no way that you can put up with people because you need protection or whatever. Maybe there is a way to do it. I didn't do it that way. And so yeah, it was kind of. It was sort of a shock when I got out because everything's segregated.
Yeah.
I mean, even when you're in a meeting, it's not as bad as the politics aren't as bad as when you're in a USB, but it's still there. Like, you can't eat after a black person, you can't eat after a different race, you can't grab somebody and take a drink off of somebody's drink. they don't really like you playing games and stuff with them as well. They like you to be safe. And you start taking on
You say they.
your club. I was running with the Whites, so the Whites didn't want you doing all that stuff. And like, I'm not that kind of person. I was a chameleon in high school. I hung out with everybody. But I had to start taking on that sort of mentality while I was there. So, not liking black people, not liking Mexicans, not liking anything that was other than white. I started falling into it. And when I got out, it was hard to decompress from it. That kind of attitude and trying to change that mindset. And so I struggled with it for a little while. And I started doing okay. I got into my union. I did some other jobs. I was an apprentice in my union in 2008. And financial crisis, which everybody got laid off of work, especially in construction. And had a lot of time on my hands, and ended up. I got married in the process in between this for all the wrong reasons. Another stripper. She was somebody that was in recovery. I met her and so I went to AA because I was doing drinking daily up to a fifth of alcohol a day. And I had stopped one day. I was just like, dude, you gotta quit. And I just quit cold turkey, went through the whole, lost myself in my room, went through the DTs, the shakes, the sweats, all that stuff. Got it out of my system, went to AA, ended up meeting her, and thinking to myself, dude, I went to prison, I didn't have anything. Because the chick that I took the case for stole all my shit, my trucks, all my stuff, sold it all, and I didn't do anything. My mom even went to the door to try to get some of my shit. The last thing I was going to have to do, if I ever went back to jail, then I'm not going to do stuff with nobody to write to me. So that sucks. The one thing that guys like or count on is being married. And I never had it. And so I remember that feeling, sitting there waiting to eat something, not. And so I'm like, well, if I get married to somebody, if I go away, then somebody that can write to me. Which is a stupid reason to get married, right?
Yeah, the attitude's usually the opposite from everyone else I've talked to. They say when you go to prison, the last thing you want to do is have to deal with not being around your loved one, or not being around your girlfriend or your spouse, whatever. Like being separated from them is like the most difficult part. Because you go the depression, the jealousy, like what are they doing out there? Are they getting with anybody else?
Yeah. I didn't experience it. Mine was the opposite. Right. So the person who I thought was supposed to be there wasn't. And the thing that I didn't like to do was be on the phone. So the phone, they call it stress box. Because you're talking to people, you're hearing what's going on, you got people in the background. Like I told my mom, that's a person who had my back always. And I would tell her, I'm like, look, I'll call you once a week, but don't bother coming to visit me, don't do any of that stuff, because you're just going to make it harder for people. So that's kind of hard to do. Maybe I thought about it the wrong way. But that's kind of what I tied it to. Getting married to this person. And so,
wait, you said you got married to her, so you have someone to be able to connect to if you ever went back to prison. But when you were in prison before that, you didn't want to have any communication with your mom at all because you didn't want any communication with somebody outside of prison. So you're basically saying you didn't want those letters, you didn't want those phone calls.
If I went back, my mom wasn't going to be the one that was going to take care of me, right? Because she's not going to do it again. You failed again, this is the last time I'm helping. So I'm securing, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I'm securing
somebody that could actually take care of you and bail you out next time you got fucked up.
So like I said, all the wrong reasons and more of that manipulation.
So it wasn't so much the emotional part of it.
It was the financial, making sure that I got money. And so when the financial crisis hit, I lost my job, I had tons of time on my hands, she was working, and I started making my way back to the people that I knew that were doing that. And so I started again. AWOL from my name because I knew so. I knew that I had a bunch of money. I was getting unemployment, and I was going back to work periodically. I was running unions, so you get laid off, you're on the list, your name comes up, and you take a job. So there were some jobs that were going on, every once in a while, like 1, 2 week, 3 week, 4 week projects. And so I was taking them, but I was also getting unemployment still. I was double dipping. So I had a bunch of money. What I did was, I knew that there was some stuff out there that I knew that I knew that was possible. I wanted to do it. But I knew how to do the credit card stuff, with the check. And so I started buying with the money that I was getting from unemployment. I was buying printers, I was buying check stocks, or check stock paper that you use to write big checks, doing all this stuff preparing. And when I got everything I needed, AWOL from the marriage, just went to a place called Martinez. I was hanging out with a bunch of shooting underlife people, and hanging paper, which is making checks, IDs, and having them hooked up with my buddy from Sacramento from before, and I asked him, hey man, this is kind of what I want to do. I know that you can buy credit card information online. I don't know what you can do with that, but I know it's possible. I know that there's things out there that I want to do, but I don't know how to do it. So you know somebody that's doing it because you knew it. Found me somebody. And this was the second dude that clicked me. Another promo. So this dude taught me everything. He taught me how to get their cards from Russia using dark web. Taught me how to make your own. So we started out with the blank plastic, right? We had all these different things we would buy. Print different bank logos, just bank ones. Some of them were from Brazil, Bank of Brazil, all these different things. Yeah. Just print them on. What were you doing with them? Pressing cards out. Were you selling somebody? Were you spending money buying shit? So around that time is when Best Buy started doing the purchase online and pick up in store. And so what we were doing is, and the only thing that they were requiring that you give them to prove you were who you were was the last 4 digits of the credit card. So basically, you just press out the card, not have any intract information on there, just show them the card, and you walk away. So we were buying MacBook Pros. So at that time, they were $2,400, and they never go on sale. So when we would put them on Craigslist, we could sell them for $2,000, and they were going. So we were making a bunch of money that way. We were getting some cards that had PIN numbers on them to bank accounts. So we go and here's all. Haight Street had about 25 different ATMs on that street. So I just would literally go down from ATM to ATM until I ran my card out, hit another card, and just got a shitload of cash. And that's what we were doing for a while. We had 2 different offices. We had one office where we were getting all the information. We had all of our stuff to get information and everything stored there. We had another location where we were pressing out. So basically using the embosser, the tipper, finishing. And we did it that way just in case one place went down, we still had to wait. So I mean, it was pretty organized. Most of it wasn't me. It was the guy that taught me how to do it. And we disbanded that probably after about 3 months. And I had gotten, up to this point, I mean, I'm a federal supervisor release while I'm doing it. Still towing the line there. I haven't had to do too many UAs yet. I ended up getting a 30. I got sentenced to 90-day dirty UA, like a piss dirty. Oh, okay. For my probation. Oh, okay. I end up getting a smoking nut. I get a violation. They make me do a 90-day drug treatment center. PO was a woman, and I went in there and started crying. And he was like, "Oh, I got a problem. What can I do? I need help." And so she's like, "All right, well, we'll send you to a treatment center." I went to that treatment center. It was a 90-day men's treatment center. And probably within a month of being there, my buddy, I contacted him and said, "Hey, man, I need you to do me a favor. I'm going to say I'm going to come work for you because he had a business front. So I can get out of here and they'll allow me to have a truck." So they bought it, and every day I was leaving and I was going to doing the second crime, and staying high the whole time, carry synthetic urine on me in case I had to come back and they asked me to drop the urine. I screwed up though. 9 days before I was supposed to graduate, so I almost did it. Right? 9 days before I was supposed to graduate from this thing, I ended up did some GHB and nodded out. And blacked out again, driving. Didn't wreck anything, but just I was supposed to be back at like 6 or 7, and it was like midnight. I had to call in and say, "Hey man, I made up some stupid ass story, and they tested me as soon as I got there. They knew I was dirty, but I used the synthetic urine, piss clean. Very next day, they said they kicked me out. My PO, I had to call her up, and I'm like, "Dude, I didn't piss dirty. Like they can't prove that." And she's like, "Dude, you didn't successfully complete it, so you're gonna go back. I'm gonna send you to another place. I'm gonna violate you again, and you're going to go to 90 days contract facility for the place." Okay. So basically like a county jail. Okay. And so when that was going to happen, it was like all these things, man, just started piling down on me. And my buddy took off. He went to go live with his girlfriend. I had to come running back to my wife. Like, "Oh, I messed up again. Things are going to be different. I promise. All this stuff." And I'm just kind of being sort of physically, mentally, emotionally, and abusive in that relationship as well. She doesn't buy it. And the point when I decided where I'm going to change everything was on the side of a highway. I was on a high-speed chase with her. We were running the traffic. I'm chasing her down because she's not buying my bullshit, and I'm trying to convince her that or bend her to my will like I did everybody else.
She's in her car and you're in another car chasing her?
Yeah, chasing her down. We hit traffic, she pulls over, I pull over, and I'm like trying to convince her on the side of the road. There's a bunch of cars going by. All of a sudden, it was a mess.
Were you on meth?
Well, yeah. Jesus Christ. So what ends up happening, man, is I fucking fall apart. I'm bawling on my knees, just fucking crying uncontrollably. And there's people honking, going by, and like the most surreal shit happening. I'm like, I feel like I'm floating above myself, looking at myself, going, "Dude, fuck. Look at you. You're sitting here crying like a little bitch. Because your life is the way that it is. And what are you going to do?" And from that point on, like I said, I knew I was going to a county jail that I'd never been to. I didn't want to be picking drugs while I went there, and so I stopped doing it before I went in about a month, 6 weeks before. Stopped doing the meth, stopped smoking cigarettes, went there, got out after the 90 days. My ex-wife now, she takes me in, but she knows that she won't. She just does it. I don't go back to that. So I start playing adult soap softball. get away from the group that I was in. Managed to not fuck up my chances of still have my apprenticeship to go back to. Start working, not doing drugs, not doing any of that stuff. Playing softball was kind of a trip. I didn't like the league I was playing in, so I decided to start. And I did everything to start it. Did all the stuff that the insurances, teams, all the stuff that I did together. It took a lot of planning. It took a lot of thinking about how to execute it, had a goal, and I achieved it. And what happened was I realized that was the way that you're supposed to build self-esteem and confidence, is by having a goal, achieving it, getting that good feeling from it, and then leveling up and going, well, if I can do that, then let me try this. And if I can do this, let me try that. And I just kept leveling up, got into the rowing team of my union, did that for like 5 years, became a sergeant at arms. So I really got involved in other things that kept me away from the people and the places and all that. Became a trustee for my union for 2 years, and I was on the executive board for 2 years. In 2019, I ran for business agent position. The thing that I didn't realize, and what I do now, and this is really what I advocate for, is I'm still a toxic person. None of the things that I've done, all of the inline things subconsciously that I learned, and all the habits and bad behaviors, and everything that I've learned up to this point, those are all still there. They ain't going anywhere. They're just because I'm not on the drugs doesn't mean that those things are in there. Have you ever heard of the dry drunk?
No, what's the dry drunk?
So it's the guy that stops drinking but still an asshole. Still an abusive person, still, the same guy that has the problem, but it's just not using the substances to subdue it. And so I start, what I start doing is, when I'm at work, I start listening to podcasts. This is the part I told you about. I started listening to Joe Rogan. I was listening to him for like 10 to 14 hours a day. And I'm following him. I'm following people like Jordan Peterson, Sam Harris, and Lex Friedman. Like all of these people that have great ideas and their philosophies and perspectives are pretty spot on. I'm buying into it. And little did I know that my mindset started changing as I'm listening to this content. I start taking on their ideas and their sort of philosophies, their thought process. I decide that Joe Rogan's always going, hey, you should start a podcast. So everybody that talks to you on this podcast, right? I really thought he was talking to me because I thought we were friends, right? I was listening to this dude for so long that, like, he's like my buddy. And so I'm like, yeah, I should start a podcast too. And so I did. And what happened after that was pretty amazing. The podcast I started, I called it Nobody Go But Out, and I wanted to tell stories of other people like me that have been through things like myself, bottoms and life struggles, and kind of how they got here. Yeah. And as I'm listening to their stories and I'm relating to where they're at and I'm talking about it, I'm feeling it at the same time. So it's sort of like therapeutic. And I'm using the podcast to leverage guests to help me go through some of the things that I'm struggling with, like self-sabotage, to anger, to all the things that are still prevalent in my life. But one thing that I missed on this is that while I was playing softball, I ended up in an opiate addiction. So I got hooked on painkillers for 7 years. But I got an injury playing softball, right? Yeah. And so in my medical record, it says I'm an addict. And for them to get around giving me pain pills, they made me sign something to say that I won't come back and sue me for giving me these pills, right? So I take those.
They're gonna keep giving it to you.
And so I'm taking these, dude, and I'm like, I had to turn an addict. Buying $500 a month for extra pills. Everything's revolving around these pills, but it's not to the point where it's affecting a whole lot of my life. I'm still able to level up and do the things I'm doing. Versus meth. Every time I tried to do it,
You're functioning, you're playing softball, you started a podcast. And what kind of pills you taking?
Vicodin, and when I finally ended it was Percocet. So I was doing like 120, an extra 100. So sometimes it wasn't like full blown like some people I talked to who were done like they were doing 20 or 30 pills a day. I wasn't. And so, but I mean, it was just my whole, like everything revolved around it. You know, like even from the point where I would sort of start running out, take too much, couldn't find any more, and would start to withdraw. And, all of that stuff that goes along with it, trying to wean myself down. And so that's going on. I'm still doing that. The podcast, I wanted to start that.
Oh, you haven't started the podcast?
Well, I skipped it. Okay. So before I started the podcast, I knew that if I was going to be, because part of what I wanted to talk about, I wanted to be transparent about who I was and what I was struggling with, and I wanted to be as authentic as I couldn't do that if I was still taking pills, right? And so I stopped. And how I stopped was I weaned myself off, so I was taking 10 a day, I went up to 5 a day, to half of that, to half of that. So I got to about a quarter pill, and then I started using edible marijuana to kind of lessen the effects of the withdrawal. So that worked.
Did it?
Yeah. I still do it today. I use it as a microdose THC.
Really? Microdose THC. How much is a microdose?
5 milligrams.
Okay.
So
you take it in the morning?
It's not enough to get you high, but it's enough to...
5 milligrams with me high as fuck. Oh, yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I'm a lightweight.
So, I mean, I built up a tolerance, so 5 milligrams isn't good.
10 milligrams on me, the devil.
On edibles?
Yeah. Yeah, super lightweight.
Well, then you know that's no fun.
No, it's not.
So, and that's what I had to learn too.
Yeah.
And like I'd make on my own. And so there'd be sometimes when I would make chocolate and this piece had a little more than it should, and I'd get to that point where I felt I was going to die. I'm dying, right? That's not fun.
It's the worst.
But if you can get it to the point where you don't get to that, you're not high, but you're just before that. To me, it's almost like taking people would take Zola. It helps me to focus a little bit because I am ADHD, and so it calms me down. It makes me focus a little bit. I still go on. It's not 100%, but it's a lot better than that. Good? Yeah. So yeah, what ended up happening, and then I had a daughter too. My daughter that I have now.
Had a daughter?
Another daughter. She's almost 4. And that's where the change really happened from me wanting to stop being this abusive person. And it was all because of that. And my ex, me and her were super toxic together. And what ended up happening to change that was I was in a rage and we were fighting about something. My daughter was behind me. I noticed her still yelling and she's gone. I stop what I'm doing. It just like snaps me out of it. And I go and I look for her. And she's in the furthest part of the house, curled up in a ball. Scared. And
how old was she at the time?
And so the only thing that could go through my head at the time was, I wonder if when my parents were fighting. And when I was going through them, I wonder if that was me doing these exercises. That was an eye-opener. A lot because I didn't want her growing up thinking that this was normal. Right? That, oh, well, if she ever ends up in the situation 20 years down the road where she's got somebody who's being abusive to her, she just goes, well, it's normal. My parents used to do that all the time. It's not normal. People shouldn't be treating other people, especially somebody who you kind of know. And so it happened one more time, and we were already split up, but we were trying to take her to see Santa together to this kind of normalcy. And we were going at it in the front, and she's in the back seat, and out of nowhere, she just goes, stop! And so that was kind of the straw that broke the camel's back for me. I started coming out in my podcast and talking about being an abusive person. Kind of like, I don't know, I wasn't hiding something. And what I noticed that was happening was that the more that I talked about it, the less it held. And the more transparent I was being about it, the more people were reaching out to me, going, dude, I deal with that too. So I was reaching all kinds of different people, from women that was happening to them, and what had happened to them, to dudes that were struggling with that themselves. Yeah. And so at that point, it was just like, well, this is your own mission.
Have you heard of Soft White Underbelly?
I have.
You watch his video?
I've watched a couple of them.
Yeah, that guy is making some pretty amazing.
Yeah.
All those people he interviews, all those hookers, the drug addicts, the homeless people. There's one common denominator with all those crazy, fucked up people is fucked up parents and really bad parents.
Well, I mean, the number one, the gateway drug is trauma, right? And not necessarily for everybody, but at least for my population, the people who have been incarcerated and gone through something in their childhood, it's trauma. And the number one public safety issue should be untreated trauma. Because look at the people that he deals with, right? That's untreated trauma. And it rears its head in all kinds of different ways, from unwanted pregnancies, to drug addiction, to domestic abuses, to all of these different things. If that got dealt with what it should be dealt with is a mental health issue, which is what it is, we would have a whole lot better of a situation instead of using this punitive model. And I've heard you talk to some of these guys about how everything kind of is as far as society right now and systemic stuff. We actually shared a guest that was on my show and it's been on your show. Patrick Lavelle from the Con.
Oh, yeah.
He's a great documentary.
Yeah, definitely super fun.
He sure does. I think he would be good to talk to Matt Cox. I think that would be a good introduction for you.
Yeah, they're both definitely in the same world. I spent a lot of time studying the financial crisis and all the things. What's that movie? What's that famous movie about the 2008 financial crisis?
About the Big Short?
The Big Short, yeah. That was a good one.
That was a good movie, but the Con covered everything that it left out.
Yeah, but the Con, I mean, how long is that thing? How long is the Con? It's like 3 hours documentary. And it was multiple episodes, right? Yeah.
I watched all 6, no, it's 5 episodes. I watched all 5 episodes back to back in 6 hours. It's either 5 or 6.
Because you lived through that time. You really relate to all that stuff.
Yeah, and then I watched it 2 more times. You got to screen it, you got 3 viewers. So I watched 18 hours of it.
God damn.
Well, because I was going to have him on the show, right? And that was the whole reason why I went to screen it, so I could bring him on the show. And I was looking for inconsistency inconsistencies. I was looking for something that I could pick apart on, and I couldn't. Yeah, I couldn't. There was nothing, man. I mean, he put it in such layman terms where like you have no, you should be the dumbest person and still understand what was going on. And it was an amazing documentary. I started plugging that dude's shit, man, just because I was like super stoked. And then I had his other producer on, and then another one of the producers on at the same time. So yeah, it was pretty cool. And I've hooked him up with Patrick, with another woman that I had on my show who was so she got put in prison for 3 years, and she has a PhD, she's a black woman, and she was calling out the corruptions in Baltimore, Maryland, where they were doing illegal foreclosures in 2000. And they were trying to get her to shut up. She was on the NAACP Baltimore chapter, and this person was like a legit community member in the black community. Right. Somebody prominent in Maryland asked her to stop saying that there were illegal foreclosures, kind of like, hey, shut up, stop saying that. Prominent? Somebody prominent? It's in her. She wouldn't tell me. She didn't tell me because she didn't want to spoil it. So, what ended up happening was that she got wrapped up in an indictment with some people that she had done business with, but I mean, she was doing credit restoration. So somebody, you know, right? No. Okay, so credit restoration, let's say you need a 700 credit score. You've only got 600.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah.
So in order to get that loan, you need to satisfy some of these debts. And so she would just kind of figure all that stuff out and work it out for you to be able to do that. She had her own business. And so I guess the feds found somebody that she had worked with, what her name was in, and they wrapped her up in this indictment. And she ended up having to do 2 years in federal prison. So basically, they shut her up. And she's been to the Supreme Court. She's going back again for the second time. She just started a nonprofit. I talked to her yesterday. She started a nonprofit. She's got Judge Joe Brown advocating for her nonprofit. So, I mean, she's not some bullshit person, right? And so what happened to her was sort of the backside of what Patrick Lavelle was going, right? So the Big Short tells you about the short. He covers, you know, the mechanisms by which they were using the appraisal companies and all these other different things that they own themselves, and how Wall Street was incentivizing by packaging up all these mortgage-backed securities to bad securities, bad loans. And so that's what he was covering, and she was the fall guy if they were trying to blame this. And so I hooked her up with him, and I think that he's doing a sequel to that. Okay. And so she's probably going to have a part to it. Oh, cool. Did the con have a good response? They had a positive response? Well, where did they release that? Maybe that was like right in the middle of the pandemic. It was, I think you had him on in November. I had him on. I mean, did you get reached out to somebody? I don't remember. So long ago. I do so many of these things. What's up, everybody? Let's go. I know. Do you feel bad though when somebody asks you about something? Yeah, no, I just feel stupid. It's hard to retain all this stuff I'm talking about. Yeah, how many episodes? On audio, there's probably 120. Okay. I don't do that. I just released one. Wow. It's a lot of work, huh? Is this all you do? Well, yeah, because I was on temporary disability for some repetitive motion stuff, and I was able to get on right before the month. So I've been on for a year. I got released back to work on the 29th. Went jet skiing on my skis on the 19th. Broke my fucking 2 toes. And I'm supposed to go back to work on the 3rd. But yeah, but the whole time I was doing that, I done a bunch of stuff. I was trying to do everything I could to pivot out of it. I learned everything on my own, been doing it for about 2 years, can produce, can edit, can do all of this stuff. And so I've been trying to like move myself into that direction, right? To get out of doing construction because it's not really. One thing that I realized was I was willing to sacrifice the time as a kid to chase this career, being a business agent, and all this other stuff. Right? When the pandemic hit, and I was able to co-parent with my daughter and have her more time, I realized that I need to be, if I'm going to raise her the right way, I need to not sacrifice it. So now that put me in a different direction. It's like, right, well, now I'll do this over here if I have to, but I need to try desperately to get out of it, whether it's speaking, whether it's a book, all the different things that I'm trying to do. I'm just about ready to turn that corner. Like I could see it. It's just right over there, right? But it's just not good.
Yeah, it's definitely a maturity thing. I'm the same way. If I'm not doing this, I'm with my son all the time. Either that or this. That's my life. My life changed so much since I had a kid. But I like it. How old is your son? Two. Yeah.
These ones right here.
Yeah, it's fun. Yeah, it's definitely fun. You can definitely see how you mold them and shape their personalities and their values and all that stuff. Like right around this age. Mine is just so fucking fascinating.
That wasn't stupid, man. That was Drake.
Wow. Yeah, well, what happened? So one thing that I forgot to mention. So remember the daughter that I gave up on?
Yeah.
So about 2 months ago, she reached out to me. Wanted to start a relationship. Start to get to know me.
Oh, that's cool, man.
Yeah. And,
how old is she now?
She's 20. She lives in Vegas. Funny. So the story of that one is when she turned 18, my grandparents had died. I left her about 20 years. She came up.
Why they going with it?
But there's some different. I don't know. I don't know how to feel about stuff. I don't know enough about it. And people try to talk to me about it. I don't want to know what I'm missing. So, anyways, her mom, I guess, or her dad stole that. Her stepdad stole that money. So she called me up and was like, "Hey, man, I don't talk to my mom anymore. I need some help financially." I was like, it's kind of weird, right? Because I'm always suspect of everything. And her mom's pretty shady too. At least she was. But yeah, she worked it out. I've loaned her some money and she paid it back. So we're stealing each other. We haven't met each other yet. We're texting right now. We're not talking on the phone or anything. I'm just kind of letting her do her thing. When you're ready, I'm here. Don't worry about it. So it's kind of strange. But having my daughter really showed me how important that relationship between father and daughter. By going through it and then realizing what she must have missed by not having it. It's almost like I'm trying to, poor kid, like she's having to deal with me overcompensating for the mistakes I made with this one and trying not to make this one.
Well, they always say the daughters are when the girls take care of their dads, not the sons. At least what I've heard. Well, dude, thanks for coming down and doing this. I appreciate you being here, man. You traveled a long way. You had a fascinating fucking story.
Well, thank you for letting me tell it. And, it's a privilege and an honor to be on the show. I love watching the band.
Where can everyone find your podcast?
The best way to find it right now is I have a website in the works. It's all getting taken care of. But the best way to get a hold of my podcast and anything that I'm doing, support the show, social media, all that stuff is on my link, which is linktr.ee/nowhere to go put up. Otherwise, just go nowhere to go put up podcast or Sean Dustin. Google and I'm the first one.
Thanks, bro. Appreciate it.
Yeah, this is the best. You just sit there and just talk massive about shit. Everything roasted. Yeah, that was like the only. I mean, I only got into it because I wasn't getting booked at all. And that marker was like, just fucking come sign up. And then you're good at it. Yeah, it was an opportunity to just like wear a suit and be a fucking dickhead. So yeah, it was awesome. I think didn't someone take you under their tutelage? A famous roaster? Pat Barker was pretty much. I mean, I was hanging out with Jeff Walsh. That's yeah. Shit. That was so I'm saying you were studying under the roast master. Yeah. You became scandalized. Yeah, exactly. Don't let go. Can I just say? Oh,
Thanks for coming on, AJ Wesson. Thanks, bro. Appreciate you doing. What's up?
Can I just say when I found out the day that story broke, I
Literally out loud was like,
there goes my career.
But I love it. It's my shit box.
Kids and I'm still getting fired.
Everybody's there. Shit box, man.
I don't think so.
So, what's your story? People who aren't familiar with you, what is your story and what's your background?
Yeah, so I'm a stand-up comedian.
I can't wait to hear this. It's a valid question. I'm also really excited to do it. I'm really excited for Mark Ruffalo to probably play him.
Like that, like the anxiety.
It's a valid question. I know. It's the roast master. It's a tough nickname I have while going through an ordeal. The roast master is much fun.
And then I got diagnosed
depressing like week. So my Instagram story saw you.
So it was a big help.
All our friends having fun. And so I was at a hotel room just looking at it like, shit.
How old were you?
I was like jealousy of her. So I was 20 actually. I rarely ever go on Facebook.
Not kind of, but not really. So a lot more people are getting diagnosed later in life now. It just, people just didn't know a lot about it when they were growing up. Like, there's like this generation gap, like with autism. So like, I was born in '88, and Asperger's wasn't even a diagnosable condition until like months after I was born. You know, so by the time they start testing for that, I was like 4 or 5. There still was so little known about it. You know what I mean? And I was smart enough that I could pass most of my testing and education stuff. And so I was intelligent enough that I'd like learn my own like coping mechanisms and camouflage asking techniques to blend in with everything. So I knew how to fit in, but it was just so much mental basically constantly acting. Yeah.
Well, autism doesn't necessarily mean not intelligent, right?
Right.
You don't just that you have
Asperger's. Yeah. If I had been diagnosed earlier in life, I would have technically what would be Asperger's. They just don't diagnose it. All falls under autism.
Really? Since when?
Since like 2007, 2000.
So was it him versus one other person? No.
I didn't either. I didn't know until I was getting diagnosed, like when I was doing my initial like observation and everything. 15 minutes into like a 4-hour appointment, like the doctor was asking me exactly what it was. But it was definitely
I got a friend.
So what are the key signs to tell that you're
so it's not that there's really key signs of autism. It's literally a spectrum of so many different processes, like facets to it. So like, the best way to explain it is like think about like a color, like throw darts at a color wheel, and wherever those darts land, like the traits that
So you guys like in that?
but everyone gets to throw it. Everyone like throws darts.
You guys like sit down with each other and
So
give each
like
other
for me, like my autism is I have issues with communicating sometimes. So like I didn't realize until after I was older and like oh, not everybody does it. I'm great words so I know where I'm going in a conversation. And like, but then that means I'm not listening as much to the other half of the conversation because I'm thinking like, what do I say next to keep this conversation going and not seem like a weirdo, you know? Yeah. So things like that. I struggle a lot with like executive function. So like that voice you have in your head, like when your alarm clock goes off, you know, you hit the snooze button twice, that voice in your head when your alarm goes off, I don't have that, whatever that thing is that keeps you on. Or at least not in like the traditional sense. It's more like we have terrible radio signal. Like we're just communicating through walkie-talkies. You know what I mean? So when I'm up on a hill, you know, I can hear it. You know, I've got that reception and I've got that in it. But then when I'm down, you know, in a valley, I'm not getting reception. You know, so I can't really communicate with the warden. You know, I call him the warden because recently I did acid for the second time, and I did like a guided meditation that my friend had sent me, and so yeah, the whole Pink Floyd triangle thing, like talk to your inner self, and literally I was like, hey, look, warden, the inmates can't be running inside of here. All right, like. Yeah, have my own little psychedelic come to Jesus.
Yeah, you can see that like, when you watch one on. I always thought that it was just like he was so smart. That's why
well, and that's kind of the other part of it for me is like information processing. Like if you think about like your brain is like a highway, right? Like most people have so many lanes, and so it's easier for them to direct traffic. Well, I've got like an 18-lane fucking highway, you know, like so I'm just trying to frogger across and just grab hold of something, you know what I mean? So there's just so many ideas flying by that it's hard to stay on track and focus. But the other aspect of that is, if I do grab on to something, I can fall into that hole and not you know, like during COVID, I was working on a tour and we were trying to put together like some video stuff. And so I was doing a video editing, and I literally fell into it. I was editing videos for 2 hours. You know, sleep, you know, like bathroom breaks, and just food, and I just yeah, it was that, and it was like I can't let this go until it's done because I know I have that thing in my brain. So I know once I let it go, it's going to be really hard to get back here. You know.
Yeah, they say a lot of people who are like really good at a lot of people who are. I always thought that pro video games, some of them, because they're so antisocial and they're so really good. These are focused on one thing. There's another guy who played Mars on Captain Circle. And he's like a very antisocial guy. Doesn't like to talk to people. That's wildest, most creative. I always pretend to be associated aspects of laser focus on one thing all the time.
Well, and you're fucking spot on, because that's the deal. But for me, for a long time, like because I wasn't sure what that thing was for me that I was going to be really good at, so I didn't realize it. But I'd have these really intense hobbies that I would only have these really intense. Like I've learned to do all sorts of crazy shit. Like I grew up in construction. We were talking about so I got into like woodworking and crafting and stuff, and making things from wood, and doing a lot of woodwork. From woodworking, then like I got burnt out on woodworking. Maybe it is something with my so when I went to like leather, the Kydex movement, like molded tops, like upholstery and stuff like that. And then from there I went into like the hair care. Like how people make like the bracelets and the lanyards and like, yeah. So I'm making like these braided, like, 12-foot dog nooses, making these weird jigs so I could like, make all these weird patterns and designs and stuff. And so I would have these weird, intense focuses, and then I would just burn out on it. You know? So like, 7-8 months, and you'd be like, nope, this isn't it. What's next? You know. And I was in one of those when I was getting diagnosed. I wanted to make like my own cartoon. This is the next thing. I want to do something creative, fun, you know. And so I was trying to make my own cartoon. Trying to teach myself how to draw, animate, storyboard, and like all this stuff. And while we were doing the observations and going through all of that. So you definitely like you need like a creative outlet of some kind. But like what you're trying to do now isn't releasing that pressure. Like there's too many obstacles between you and releasing that pressure. Why don't you just try like you want to make people laugh or something, like you have like humor seems to be like the element you best with communicating with. So why don't you try like doing like an open mic or something? You know, like, all right, sure, let's, you know. And then I fucking did it, and then ever since then, it's like, this is the thing, like, that first time, like I got a laugh on stage, like, something yeah, because like I said, like, during that observation, we spent like 4 hours, and literally, it's almost like if someone were interviewing you for, like, to like, write your biography, you know what I mean, like, everything about your life, like, what do you remember from your childhood, what about this? What about this? Like all of these questions, as he starts building this up, like he's basically building a profile of like, you know, these are some of your traits, like these are some of the things you struggle with, like going through all of that. And that was just something that he highlighted. Like, you need like some
so badly that it was shockwaves were sent to them. So
talking about the highway earlier, because basically your highway is backed up, so you can't get this traffic off of the highway. So you have to find a way to get this traffic off the highway, you know. And so that's what he's like, you know, all of these hurdles, like you have to try to teach yourself how to draw, and trying to learn like 5 different skills at one time, and you have to do all that before you can make that creative one. So you're basically making yourself like you're supposed to.
he keeps saying you want
when you reach the creative, like so, like do you get the easy public creative or the creative process? Creative process obviously something that's hard to do a lot of.
Right, and so I would call that production versus like the creative process of actually like sitting down and like writing out the ideas, but then also getting that feedback and presenting it to them. You know what I mean? And getting that feedback and response. Because like, you can write it, but if you write it and it just hits something, like have you actually like it's almost like you haven't finished. You know what I mean? Like it's not done, like it's out, but you still need that feedback before, like, you know, like you need to make sure that traffic is safe to exit before you take it out completely. You know what I mean? Like, is this something I need to bring back and keep in my head because I need to rework on it and make it better, or is this the final version? So I have to do that before I can clear that traffic. Like that's where you're holding. Just get out in front of people. Get to like that's immediate feedback. You know?
So, have you done any creative writing prior to that?
When I was a kid, you know, like, so that was the thing, like, looking back now, it's like, wow, I should have been on this track with, like, creative writing the whole time. Second, third, and fourth grade, like, I won awards for, like, children's writing. I won, like, a young author for, like, a children's book about a princess and a dragon. Like, it was, you know, just stuff kids write, you know? Yeah, but part of talking about like that executive function and like task management and things like that. Once I got to a certain point in school, what we were learning was boring. Like I learned this on my own. Like, I'm gonna read my own books. I'm gonna do my own books. You know, so kind of lose track of what you're doing. And like if you're intelligent and you get free time and there's no structure to it, you know, just goes off somewhere. So it never made it to creative writing because that was given as an assignment, so it felt like work. Like I never reached that point where it was like, oh no, this is a fun thing for me because it was somebody telling me to do it as opposed to me. You know, and like if you force someone to do something, even if it's something they enjoy, there's gonna be that. Yeah, exactly. So it took me like rediscovering it later in life to realize like, oh, you know, and I was just in my friends group because I have a small circle of people that I've gotten so comfortable with. You know what I mean? And like some people like I can meet and things just click. Like, there's no awkward anything. It's like, oh no, like I get this person, and then we're good, you know. But it's that doesn't happen. So I have like a small group of friends, and I was the funny friend. And then, you know, at a certain point, like, one of my friends, Ben, like, used to encourage me, like, you should try open mics. And I was just like I said, I can't physically do it. Like, I tried it. I went to try it one time. I went to an open mic when I was like 23. And I was shaking so bad, I went to the bathroom and threw up. It was just, yeah, it was just so super bad anxiety. And then I was going to try again when I was married. I was like 26. I was going to try again. I was not in a relationship. No. She talked me out of it. It was like, oh, you really think you're funny enough that other people are going to want to sit and listen to you. Yeah. You know, because who's full of themselves enough to be like, yeah, this room full of people is definitely going to want to hear what I have to say.
They tried to trash, like they were like, they never got to it. They never made fun of it. While they're leaving to just people that were like viscerally the whole audience.
And here's the thing, like at the time, I wasn't like I'm still not good. Like I said, I've always been a fan of comedy. And so I know what like the grade level is. You know, in my brain, I know what that marker is. I know I'm nowhere near that mark. You know what I mean? Like I am on the footpath outside of the parking lot. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I'm heading in. You know, we're getting a little. But at the time, it was my first time ever doing this. So I had like one 3 minutes that I was doing. Like I had like 3 lines.
That was good. I feel like a podcast that sucked.
And then I had like some good ones.
Literally face to face with six, just like,
but those 3 laughs. That's all I needed. I got 3. You know? And from there, it was all in. Like I found like a comedy writers group, like a writers workshop, and we every Sunday. And so I started going to that, and working like coming in and workshop and material and stuff. The guy that led that workshop.
I mean, it might be too mean to even bring up, but there was a female comic that was headlining the show, and he was like, she's going to go back to New York and tell everybody.
And like 3 months in, so we had this show like a roller
was tarnished from it.
And it was in one of those like mini shopping centers, so right outside of like a
house and Saving Private Ryan.
Everyone from that
community. The opening scene, I was like,
so my first time doing that show, and after the show, Bob put inside, he said, hey, you did a really good job, and I was like, but I know that all the material you have right now. Right? Yeah, but in my head, I was like, yeah, challenge accepted. And that was like a Thursday show, and I showed up Sunday to the workshop with a whole new commitment.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, and so it went through that, and like after that workshop, he pulled me aside, he's like, I don't know if like anyone said this to you yet or anything, it's like the fact that you could do that quickly and come back and have that capacity for it, he's like, you could do this for you. And as soon as somebody said that, like, oh, you can do this for you, and I'm like, that's sick. You know, and so I just dove all the way in and I started treating it like my which is insane. It's like, for me to do right before COVID, I've been doing comedy like 11 months, and I got booked for my first shoot. Yeah. So we're all in this Airbnb house.
Just like them riffing about their day together, and it's
I did that on my show.
And
the stand
we stayed for a couple more weeks and
every time I would
rehearsing
fight
and did a couple of
like every show was sucks.
It's not open yet.
people are comfortable with different
And
levels
so
of
from there, it's like, okay, so I have until this date basically to be out of that Airbnb.
So yeah.
So
I know I see you over there. You
and
have
so I,
obviously a very
this
straight
is
face.
what I
very
want to do.
stern.
Like, I got this
Now
tour
that the
to
demon
give
has
someone.
attached itself to you.
You know what I mean? And I
Dude, let's exercise it. Try to name it out.
like a shitty band or
I'll tell you how you don't get
it's a real redneck band now.
Like waving you on,
Yeah.
saying the world's against
So
you.
it's a 1987 GMC 6 car. Yeah, it was a wheelchair conversion that had like the fiberglass like hot top on it. Yeah, for some extra room, and it had a wheelchair lift in it. He was only wheelchair lift out.
Has he acted differently in the house? Like,
real speed. You know, how do you run the base? Do you leave it running all night, or how do you? No, so I have a generator on like one of those like exteriors on the tailgate. So and I've got like a window in the back of the roof. So yeah, so I can run the generator and run that air conditioner, but more often what I do is I've got like a little solar battery pack, like one of those ones that's like REI, like 500 and so and then I've got one of those little portable air conditioners filled with like ice water and like pushes out and so I set that up and insulation like that tin foil with the air bubbles in it. Yeah. So I've got those and I've got them like set up like with championship round when that one guy wouldn't accept his loss. So I put those over the windows and stuff and the those hang up versus Cardini's a fly. Cardini versus this guy from New York. You know, the guy came out Ilya Laskin comes out and
It's set up.
he came out and was like, I can't play.
Almost 2 years.
So he
Where were you living before you had the
in Gainesville, like, oh man, I look like a Russian on a dinner for this. And immediately the host was like, oh, don't tell me that. He's like, oh, you're Jewish too. And I was like, yeah, but I gotta keep it to myself.
Oh yeah, I know.
So then he goes, so all my feedback was just like, I just really like seeing a strong Gentile, and you know, he doesn't concept of girl. But then he legitimately did like it. But he was like, you know, I think he was just kind of fucking around with this part of it.
Yeah, well, there's not many parts of the
He made a good joke of it. He was like, I can't believe I drew all the way down here.
Yeah, there's just
That's
that.
like Tallahassee.
He was a good sport.
Yep, just that little strip in the middle.
Oh, the best part, in my opinion,
Yeah, little strip, a weird strip.
Every
Every time I go to Tallahassee,
I know a lot of comedians listen to this podcast here at Open Micers. In any scene,
There's like that weird
there's ever dead air during Open Mic, which there will be a lot.
yeah.
that little section.
Become legend.
I mean,
the best part was like, so the guy was on stage and we were on the
unless they're good at sports. And it's like they're good at sports.
Yeah.
this guy.
Yeah, I was riding through over by like the lake
Let him test for
where
you.
like in the middle of the stadium, like farmland area and stuff.
Like, what, you know, like, so I'm like, all right, that's nice. I was like, I can feel it.
Yeah, I didn't know Ray Lewis was from
there.
No, I didn't. I've heard that before. I didn't know
I've been
that
strict with kind of like vegetables.
whatever that's for.
I've been eating pretty so my body's going through changes. I like
You watch football?
Yeah, so I'm basically like a massive supercomputer that was programmed by Rabbi. So yeah, so like my main hobby is fantasy football because it's like there's nothing more autistic than fantasy football. Because like any fantasy sports, like my buddy Brian, like one of my oldest friends, we have a regular
ass cream at the wall.
But a couple of them are all in fantasy hockey leagues. So a couple of years ago, he's like, hey, man, you don't have to play fantasy hockey league.
Tell you what, that's where
It's not hockey. But I did it. Like I joined like $50 to basically lose a fantasy hockey. And I came in, I made it to the championship game. Yeah, just based on numbers. Just from like watching the numbers. And I was like, oh, this is like my Rain Man skill. You know? Yeah. But here's the thing, I'm bad at math. But like fantasy stats, like just stats for some reason.
So are you winning? So she's still in the shit.
Yeah, I went for like I'm out of hockey now. I played like two seasons. But the first year I didn't have anything else really going on at the time. So I was just all in on fantasy hockey.
Yeah, because you can like use
I mean, you can if you don't know anything about hockey. But like, it's harder if you don't know, like, because you don't know what sites to trust. Like, it's a whole new sport for me. So like, who do I trust in this sport? You know what I mean? Like with fantasy football, like, you know, I'm a big Matthew Berry guy. You know, so like I trust him, you know, and there's a couple other people who's like I like combine their opinions. We're like, okay, so this is what they all think. But I don't know who to do that with. So I was literally just going on stats and like little updates. This player is, you know, that kind of shit. And yeah, I made it to the championship. Yeah,
problem fantasy.
That's exactly. It's such a big time suck. Yeah. But like I said, at the time, I didn't have anything else going on. I was especially like years and years ago. I'm diagnosed. You know, many other mental health problems. I don't really. I started like kind of distancing myself more and more from society. So what else? It's not like I was doing anything, you know. So, and then now, like I'm slacking off on fantasy because I'm fucking always a comedy show. Oh yeah, I'm still in like that. How much money do you get? I think this year we're doing like but yeah, it's not even. Yeah, football is not fun, but it's like a.
Oh, yeah, players from previous years.
Well, except like we keep like sports. Or no, I'm sorry.
Did you seriously fart?
We drop it down to 2 guys. So we can, every year we keep 2 guys, because we can only keep them up until like, so every year they cost you 1 round higher. So like if you keep a guy from the rookie season, you can like one draft the following year. But then the year after that, he's the the year after that, he's the first. So on and so forth. So you can only keep guys up until they reach the 4th round. They go back into the draft. Yeah. So like, so I've had Patrick Mahomes since his rookie season. Yeah.
So she was taping
That was his sophomore season. Was his first year as a starter. His rookie season he sat behind Alex Smith for like the last game. Yeah, the first season he started and then he fucking won the Super Bowl. Yeah,
He's dropping like 40.
Somebody sent us a story down too. I think it was for
So she came back and played a couple games.
He played a couple games and then he hurt again.
She was filming this set.
He's just older, less mobile, things like that.
That's telling the story at the rate.
It was Joe Theismann, and like that was the same exact injury that ended Joe Theismann. So Lawrence Taylor, when he snapped his leg when he played for the Rams.
Probably 10 of the 15.
Oh yeah, Joe Theismann, like Lawrence Taylor hit Joe Theismann. Shattered his the same way.
We have the complications of Alex Smith.
Yeah, it ended his career. He never played another down football.
Alex almost lost his leg, right?
Yeah, he had like infections and stuff. Yeah. But so not only did he get over like infections and injuries, but like modern medicine and
place goes.
Yeah.
The UFC fighter did that like last week. The guy shin snapped in half and tried to stand that down.
Well, like, think about, like, Ryan Shazier. He was, like, spinal cord injury. Yeah. Remember, and now he's like, fucking walking out for fucking to the 50-yard line. I love that.
Just farting on stage. I've never seen anybody do it.
I don't think people can make gas.
I watched
I
it
know, that's what I was saying. That's
Yeah,
what
I was absolutely sure that was how Brett
everyone's
was.
on stage.
I was like, because remember he kept like, I'm gonna retire. No, I'm coming back. I'm gonna retire. No, I'm coming back. And then like, he was like, look, we've had enough. Aaron Rodgers is dying. So then he went and played for like, and then when he went to the Jets, I was like, he's gonna play until he dies, and this is where it's gonna happen. Like he literally just walked into a dumpster fire and was like, this is how I'm going out. Like, so I was sure he was gonna die.
You see the ring from Debo that? No, the tight end, Jaguars.
I mean, you know, there's
They really did? No fucking way.
I mean, it makes sense. I mean, it's Urban Meyer reunited Tim Tebow in his hometown of Jacksonville. At the very least, they're going to sell tickets. You know, they're going to sell at least double his salary in tickets. So it's paid for.
They got that long hair dude, right?
Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. That's going to be fun to watch.
Okay, so here's the thing. So, like, I'm autistic, right? And, like, I love, like, seeing autistic people succeed at things. Like, Dan Aykroyd. Anthony Hopkins just won an Oscar.
It's good to have you back. Yeah, that's back in the game. True.
Yeah.
We're talking
Sir Anthony Hopkins. Nobody did. That's the thing. Like, that's what I'm talking earlier about, like, masking and being able to, like, typical skills, like, where I'm stepping inside the group.
That would be tight. That was tough going.
Most autistic people, like, people are like, oh, I didn't know you're autistic. Like, yeah, because I've developed next level coping mechanisms that are fucking Oscar worthy, alright? So, but that's the thing, like, he's literally a chameleon because he's been that way his whole life. He had to learn those skills at a young age, and he just figured out a way to keep, he's like, I already have these skills, use them as a career. You know, like, he found ways to fit that in until he realized what he was. Yeah, how fucking awesome. Like, he made it to fucking 89 years old before he found out.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, he was just diagnosed like this week. Yeah.
Why would you filled with nightmare people?
Everyone's leaving, dude.
Dude, I think one of the better roasters.
I mean,
Probably just news the whole time, kind of, right?
well, I think as you get older, like, you do more and more, like, self-reflection and more stuff like that. You know what I mean? And especially, like, his career had slowed down. You know, he's kind of stepped away from the spotlight. He's just doing, like, limited projects. So a lot more time to himself to think and, like, spend time with his own thoughts. Because think about how long his career was playing other people.
Autism could just be
to the one place in the world.
No, not at all.
you think autism could just be like a personality
So it's just
trait?
like, and then they have the fucking balls to look back on their hometown and be like, oh, everyone in my
I
hometown
don't think so. I think
it's like, no, dude, you're a fucking zero.
I feel like so many people could
Anytime I
have,
see someone like
dash here, dash there, a little bit
Well,
more.
that's I guess the way I would really describe it. I think autism is like I think
Introvert, extrovert.
yeah, I think autism is specific human traits amplified. So like because like a typical neurological person is basically, we were talking about color wheel earlier, like a typical neurological person is basically dead center of the color. You know, so we are basically all those darts thrown around us, and those are just like those parts of like a typical human experience. Like you may be a completely neurological person, but you might have like one special talent, right? And that's how it, you know, when they're like, oh, everyone's a little autistic. You might have one dart, you have to throw. I got 18. You know what I mean? Like, so there, it's though all of those human traits, like whatever traits that not people present with, it's that. It's a human trait, but it's just magnified so many times.
Speaking of that, the other thing that was so funny in the roast battle was there was somebody, I think it was Dave Temple.
All the time now. It's like when you buy like a yellow car and then now you see all the yellow cars. Yeah, it's a very similar thing. Yeah. Some people don't even know it.
Yeah, well, so do you guys remember it was like a Disney Plus documentary about the dude that climbed like El Capitan? That rock climbing documentary.
Like, are you sure it was
Yeah, Free Climb. That was the documentary.
The guy with
Free
the big
Solo.
giant hands.
Free Solo.
That
Yes.
was
Okay.
insane.
When that documentary came out, I was watching it with a couple of friends, and literally 3 minutes into the documentary, I was like, this dude's a person. And then it got to the point where it was talking about his dad, and his dad had passed away. And he was talking about his dad. He's like, my dad had what would have now been known as like Asperger's syndrome. He just fucking knew it. He was autistic.
Oh yeah.
And there was like a line in the documentary when he was like talking to his fiance, right? Because she's all nervous about climbing in their safety and stuff like that. She's like, whenever you leave and whenever you like uncover climbing, you ever think about what I would do?
That's also kind of the shitty thing though about it's like
you know, and that was the thing. I was like, I know exactly what that feels. Like, I know that exact sentiment. It's like, you know, that's like you have that option. You know, you should consider that other person, but you're so singularly focused on achieving something.
Like Boston, some comedy festival in Boston, and I gave him a ride to New York, and I was like, fuck it.
Yeah, and that's what I mean when I talk about like this that magnification of the human experience. Like, especially for me, like I talk to my therapist about this a lot. Once I got diagnosed and I started like seeing a therapist regularly, like I come in and like, okay, I want to work on this. That's incredible that you're so good. You know, like these are things that struggle. And so, but that's one of my I'm constantly, and it's not self-aware, like,
Two or 3 weeks on the road, just sitting in a hotel room watching.
Always
I watch enough right-wing stuff.
just like thinking inwardly is like, you know, what's wrong with, like, what can I do better here? Like, why can't I do this? Like, I'm constantly like trying to rearrange bricks internally to like, how can I like,
Oh, this party trick I did.
you know? So, and it was more of that. It's like, oh, you've already identified your weaknesses. Like, yeah, because I know what I'm not good at. I think about it a lot. You know? So, since I got diagnosed.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I was in the army. I joined the army.
inside job or what?
No,
dude, I think she's 87, and I think it was her time to go.
Yeah. So wait, now because
So once I got my
notorious
recommendation
RPG now, you have to move.
Also, I can only imagine if there was like, because she had to stay alive. I can only imagine there was some intern at the DNC whose whole job was
So
just
they were
slap
thinking
her
of
across the face every time she starts to like that.
They were for sure trying to keep her alive for 6 months. She was just like, but she did die at the perfect time to help get
So they
votes.
set me up with it.
True. Yeah, that makes sense.
So you think I was very lucky to have it. Like, that's what it finally took.
Yeah, we got followed Tuesday, and just
find the person
over later kids to bring out.
that have an interest and like,
So you're worried about the state of the Supreme Court?
you know, like, yeah, it wasn't something I'd ever looked into. Like, I've been diagnosed previously with
The guy who opens craft beers with a lighter.
so I was like, it's just those things messing me. You know, because there's like mental health issues that stack up on it, you know, and convince and create more pressure. So I just thought it was all that, you know, just jumbled together. And then a nurse at the VA down in Florida, I was in for like an appointment for something else. And she just casually, like, talking to me, like, doing my blood pressure and stuff, was like, have you ever looked into, like, trying to see, like, if you're on, like, a doctor's inspection? I thought she was just trying to call me a hard ass. You know, like, but she was like, no, she's like, my nephew was watching this session for her, and he has all of this saying, like,
that doesn't count.
you just remind me of that, like, guys, like, rocking on the table and stuff.
You don't even know if certain ones are alive.
What hellish forces was the first RPG holding man?
Similar, like,
Now we're just
crazy,
going
like,
Because there is time we're not allowed to have abortion.
that was,
We're never gonna be allowed. Which, by the way, we better be allowed to have abortion in states.
yeah.
You're at the
I can't get a
No,
break.
I was out. I was living with
I better not get away just pregnant and have to move.
I'll get embarrassed. I'll start crying if I think about it.
but just like doing that, like I went off on a tangent and started like researching autism. The more I read,
We can't be
you know,
sluts.
and
She was the guardian of the sluts.
She was.
Go ahead.
No, because like the way autism had always been portrayed in movies, like I could be more personable than Forrest Gump. You know, like I didn't seem slow when people were talking to me. You know, like I couldn't like count cards and memorize phone books like fucking Rain Man. You know, so it's like, so I'm not autistic because that's how they portrayed autistic. So that was the only idea I had of what autism was. You know, and then like the extreme side of that, being like Leonardo DiCaprio and like what's Edith Gilbert Grape, like brilliant. Yeah, you know, so it's like those are the only examples, you know. So you don't think of it outside of those terms. Like, you know, what person watches Rain Man and then goes and like what is autism and then learns everything about it, you know? So yeah, it was just never something that I'd ever even considered, and then that set off my life. And what's weird is I went to high school with two autistic brothers, like on two different ends of the spectrum. One was like more severe, borderline nonverbal. And he very limited like words and phrases and things like that. And then the other was he was like overly not vocal, that's not overly precise in like his enunciation and like sentence structure and like every word he said sounded like every sentence sounded like he was saying talking. You know what I mean? It was like this is a talking dictionary. And so again, just never considered that I was either one of those things because exactly my dark skin were in the same area. Mine were more in that like internalized thought patterns, executive function. Like I was always like speaking in and like words for stuff, that kind of thing. He was always early, like 20 minutes before anything, like he's already there stretching whatever the activity is, like he was fully prepared 20 minutes beforehand, you know, and so again, like you just don't think of those things until someone finds a way to frame your point of reference, you know, like I have a nephew and he does this and this, and I shoot this and reminding me of it, and I was like, I don't see other people doing those things. You know,
So then you make them
well, then I start researching autism, finding websites, finding online tests I can do, things like that. And then from there, I started looking like, okay, so based on all the stuff I gathered now, like, I think how do I find out? You know, and so then I found like a solution for making stuff to diagnose adults. Most stuff online even about like kids, yeah. So it's like what adults, like how to eventually found like hard for University of Florida, and my family happened to teach in that area. You know, I was getting to my I got in touch with the center, they sent me all the stuff.
That's actually good.
And I got it all scheduled, and then I called them and told my parents everything.
I mean, also, it's like Donald Trump is the president. Is it insane to be the Supreme Court? I nominate Judge Judy. It's not nuts. Also, I think it's Kanye running.
Now, since you got diagnosed, what did they do? Obviously, you now talk to there.
Guys, that moms, they don't strong life is here. That's the right way. So back to
I mean, kind of. So the therapy has been so helpful because, like, basically, I was able to take all of that, like, that internalized thought process, unhealthy self-awareness, and like basically figure out ways to like
That's a true battle. It's not Republican, Democrat. It's gay versus retarded. That's what we're fighting right now. We're fighting gay versus retarded.
like special alarms and stuff.
Get dinosaurs out of schools. Like, we should be able to kill kids.
It's something I'm like excited about, really want to do. Like, that's never happened. But it's like
gay enough and retarded enough. Just bring balance to the force.
I want to be like I have like a special alarm on my phone, so
next time you think you have to fork that enough money, imagine me saying,
I'm autistic, so math problems are hard for me. So I have to do math problems to get the alarm. and then like 90 seconds later, like it checks in and I have to like hold down like a button on the screen to prove that I'm still awake and I didn't go back to sleep after turning the alarm off.
Just so for the app.
Yeah, it's an app. It's called Alarming. So I have that app, and then I also have one like a wrist device that I set like a backup alarm on it, and that alarm I just got a thing here. So it zaps me so I can get up, get out of the van, and do jumping jacks to help me wake up, like to help me the Pavlov devices. It sounds like something like discipline. Kind of, yeah. Well, that's what Pavlov, like that's what it's like that. Yeah. So you literally it's literally like a positive habit training. So like whether it's like quitting smoking or like exercising, things like that. Like whatever it is you're trying to accomplish, you can like set your goals and different things. It's a super cool. Like yeah, when again my therapist was telling me about like finding like different apps and alarms and things like that, and having to find that device. And I was like, hey, what about this? And she's like, I'm not going to recommend something that's zappy, but if you think it's going to work for you, I'm not basically I'm not suggesting electroshock therapy or anything, but I came up, that was like a solution I found, and I just was like, hey, would this work for me? Because I'm interested in trying. So it's basically therapy helps me find healthier workarounds and healthier basically, up until then, I basically engineered my own devices. They were rudimentary devices. So, you're trying to move water with like an aquifer system versus trying to move water with bamboo shoots. Like one's going to work better.
At 7 a.m. It's like a guy named Ace who's like trying to pitch to me. It's like half idea. It really is.
Just everybody's pitching something.
No, it's the fucking everybody's like
Hogan pitching something.
everybody's on all the time, like not in a fun way. And it's also I've never seen it like permeate every like level of society. Like I've done coke with dishwashers and I've done coke with like famous people. You know what I mean? Like it's like it's across the board. Like everybody is on cocaine.
Famous people do cocaine.
This is like most famous, but this is my favorite person. Is I did coke with Beans from Even Stevens.
Well, and that's kind of where I'm getting into now. Is that through that experiment. But that's basically what I try to do because there's been so much research. There's really tons of research about the positive effects of psychedelics. And so the best way I can explain it is it gave me just to be able to sort, organize, and focus in my brain, and basically reset some things in the control, reset some parameters, increasing my ability to
Most for you is like I'm celebrating 3 years of sobriety with a new set of teeth. I'm like, good for you.
all of these other things.